Championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. First matchup, Optic versus Space Station in the elimination semifinals. Here we go. Then we're going to watch the winners finals, which will be FaZe versus Shopify. And depending on who wins each of those series, we'll go from there. Hope you guys are ready for a great day of Championship Sunday Halo, man.
Nice, looking good, looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Hello Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Optic Major in Arlington, Texas, here at the Esports Stadium Arlington. One of my favorite stadiums, I will say, across the entire country. It is so beautiful on the outside, but even more gorgeous on the inside. And I think there's a number of reasons. The main stage is epic, the desk is epic, and the gameplay even more epic. So just epic all around. My name is Lotte Van Praag. I'm joined by Goofy and Tony on the desk to break everything down.
Dang, that's a dope dress. the
Gentlemen,
sparkles and
we
stuff.
have an elimination semi-final to talk
The
about. and I'm
Champ
so
Sunday
excited about this
vibes.
one because it's the first time we will have seen these two teams match up. Optic versus Space Station. Goofy, just overall, what are your thoughts when you're looking at this series? What's your mind telling you?
I'm really excited for this series, Lottie. I mean, the storylines write themselves. You have ex-teammates going up against ex-teammates, Formal versus Lucid, Renegade versus Frosty. Renegade versus... Yeah, I was blanking, but yes, the storyline
That's
writes
so
themselves.
funny. Yeah,
It's gonna be
that's
a
hard to see
fantastic
or
match. Winner go home.
because,
Optic, the
they were just
hometown
playing each
hero,
other.
going against
That's
SSG.
funny.
We talked about it on the show Open. Coming into this tournament, SSG actually went down 3-12 in an online scrim against Optic. So Optic kind of has their number coming into this series, and I'm excited to see if SSG can prove the haters wrong.
100%. Well, we'll have to find that out. Let's talk about Space Station Gaming first to see, what they've got in their tank left in this weekend. You're looking across him. We've talked about how great this roster looks on paper. What do they bring to the table, though, Tony? In terms of their individual skill, what they're capable of as a team. Do you see this dynamic really going far this season?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. We talk about this perfect balance of brain and brawn, man. They have that slaying ability. You got two MVPs on the roster in Lucid and Stellar. And obviously, you can't forget about Snakebite and Eco at any given moment. They could pop off and really be those do-it-all players. I believe in this SSG roster. It's been a bit slow, but what time to pick it up? What time to get into rhythm? Then right here, Championship Sunday on the first major of the year.
I think one of the things I'm looking out for here is for every single member of this SSG roster to step it up. We've seen it from the likes of Stellar and Snakebite so far. They have been really outdoing themselves in the Slay department, the objective department, and not to say that Lucid and Eco haven't. They have, certainly have indeed. I just haven't seen a flow state from them yet. I think that's going to pick up with the team and the timing of this dynamic. Timing is key for Space Station Gaming, Goofy.
Definitely, and we talked about it for this team, for SSG. The name of the game is going to be Power Weapon Control. You hear it in their comms, you hear it on their scrims online. You heard Lucid at the FaZe case on Invitational saying, hey, we don't need to overcomplicate this, right? Just play our game, do the fundamentals of Halo, control the power weapons, control the power-ups, have good small talk, and that's what it's going to take against a roster like Optic.
We're seeing right now the CTF at the bottom here, the stats. That's because CTF is actually map 4. Going to be a big map here, Aquarius CTF. A bread and butter for a lot of those pros that have been doing that for quite some time now. And obviously, a map we know and love can be very fast-paced at times. And it's about that hybrid movement. Can Space Station Gaming slow down Optic Gaming in order to get things done and create the pace they want to? Tony, when it comes to the series layout, there's one map in particular that I'm looking at, and that's that map 3, that Recharge King of the Hill. That is going to be such a piv of a map. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I feel it's going to be really interesting because I feel like, Space Station Gaming have shown that they've been very good at Recharge. They've been very good at Strongholds and even just overall King of the Hill type of game types. But Optic, so have Optic. They're fast. They win pivs, and there's never any timing loss from the moment that Optic gets slays to the moment that they hop into the objective, and going against that is really tough.
Going up against a couple of main slayers, or maybe even 4 of them, is also very tough, because on the other side we have Optic Gaming. Now, we did see Renegade earlier on get his event commendation, and he has been looking so good all weekend. Despite some of the losses, some of the early bumps in the road that they have faced, he's been consistent with his slays and KDs, and that's kind of what we expect out of a guy like Renegade. But then coming into a head-to-head for this team as well, we have Legend, who actually has a higher KDA when you bring assists into the column as well. So I'm really excited to see how much Legend's going to bring to the table, especially for this series. We saw him just now in the Pro-Am. He was shooting, Goofy. He was shooting straight.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday as well. From my perspective,
Angel Rockman with the Twitch follow. Welcome, homie.
Classified himself as that dominating.
Hope you're having a good day. Get ready for some Champ Sunday, homie.
Just the definition of steadiness and that IGL for this roster. Really, what it's going to come down to for me is Bound and Legend. These are the two run and gun X Factor, fill in the space.
Yeah, I'm 130 followers away
Firing on all cylinders. This Optic roster is going to be hard
from
to beat.
40,000.
Indeed, it's really about filling the spaces where Renegade hasn't already somehow managed to worm his way around, because he is everywhere all the time.
Thank you guys for the support, man, on my Twitch.
Formal, Tony,
130 homies away, man.
Anchor of the team in so many different ways that you could say, gameplay-wise, and honestly, leader-wise, physically for that team as well. A little bit of stability coming forward from him. Really excited to see how they kind of pick things back up again. I mean, they had an electric reverse sweep yesterday. Sure, surely that momentum can carry them forward here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that you mentioned Bound and Legend, and you also brought Formal into the mix, because the one interesting thing about Optic is that they all activate each other. Renegade's able to slay out because of the damage that Bound puts on, because of the speed that Legend brings to the table, because of Formal anchoring and watching their backs. They all seem to activate each other, and when they get into flow state, they could win.
They certainly can. You're looking right now, obviously, at the statistics between the two, Legend and Renegade. And actually, Legend, just in terms of his column, actually does look a touch faster than Renegade in certain areas. I mean, the damage difference per minute, damage per minute as well, just edging him out ever so slightly. It just shows how speedy this team can be. But Goofy, can that also be a detriment to them? If they don't control when they need to speed up and slow down, can that also be an issue?
Yeah, I think that is their biggest Achilles heel, is that pacing and knowing when to pick and choose your fights. I think just naturally the skill set on this team, everyone feels so confident where they take every challenge, they are over aggressive in certain scenarios, and sometimes it comes back to bite them, especially against a really kind of fundamentally sound and strategic team like Space Station, when you have the likes of Lucid and Snakebite and Eco. These players all kind of thrive on the other team making mistakes. So if you're Optic, that's really what you have to focus on, is choosing the right battles. I know when you're someone like Renegade or someone like Formal, you have the confidence, the most confidence in the world, but against players like Space Station Gaming, you need to be a little more methodical in your fights.
You certainly do. We have our KD leaderboard here as well, and Renegade is leading the charge, as we saw earlier on the main stage, picking up.
Yo,
his
FaZe
medal
is looking
for
good,
main
bro.
player of Arlington
Damn,
here.
but they
He's
had like an
ready to
easier
go.
bracket, like everyone's
He's
saying.
absolutely ready. He's lasered. Every single time he gets on that main stage, all he wants to do is get a gun in his hand and make sure that his enemy feels his presence. And I'm excited to see that happen and work his magic here. Now, when it comes down to the both of them, obviously haven't seen them before play on LAN whatsoever. So can you tell me anything, Tony, about this series layout and maybe who it might favor, or are we really going to go back and forth, do you think?
I mean, for me, I think the series layout does actually favor Optic Gaming, but for me, I'm looking at this game number one. It's oddball on streets, and we hear us consistently talk about starting off the series on the right foot. And yes, Optic are undefeated here in Arlington. Yes, Optic are the #2 team all of 2025 in oddball. But what a statement it would be if Space Station Gaming can beat them on their best game type here in Arlington. That's how you set the tone for this series. So although it's one of Optic's favorites, well, maybe they could break down the green wall.
Yeah, in terms of the series layout, honestly, this looks good for Optic.
Yeah, I hope you guys are ready for some Champ Sunday action, bro. It's going to be a great day, bro.
Very candidly, very openly, that they struggle on the newer game types. They struggle on the Assault game types, and we've seen them have a little bit of hiccups in Slayer as well. But as a whole, this series layout, Lottie, actually favors Optic Gaming. So to Tony's point, if SSG can come in and make a statement and win game one, that would bode really well for the chances in the series and moving forward in this tournament.
100%. I also think that game 5 might be a little bit sticky for SSG as well. They're currently 0-2 on Slayer Origin. I mean, it's not much better for Optic, but they have more reps on it due to their journey, and they're 2-3, so at least they do have 2 wins on that map as well, so they know how to get it done. I'm looking for, you know, a really competitive series here out of SSG, and I think they're going to need that. I think despite what happens at the end of it, whatever the result is, I think it is super key for them, Tony, moving forward in the season to show that they are able to keep up with the best of the best. You know, with Shopify Rebellion, it's always the 3-0s coming forward. They are right there. They are so close to taking a map, but it just doesn't happen. With Optic, do you see this being a different situation?
I mean, I really do. I mean, we're going to talk about Optic versus Shopify. I mean, let's not forget, they were 1 team grenade away from ultimately 3-0ing in that very series. Obviously, Optic were dropped down in lower bracket round number 1, and it's been one heck of a journey to get here. But even if they manage to beat an SSG and they go up against a Shopify Rebellion, I'm not counting Optic out in any series, not on Championship Sunday. Come on now.
Well, that is enough from us because we want to see this match get things going on the main stage. We have our elimination semi-final on Championship Sunday. One of these teams is going home, one is going forward. It's Optic versus SSG.
Hype!
Rise and grind, Arlington. We're kicking off the elimination bracket. It's Championship Sunday. I'm Clutch, joined by the legend Dave Walsh, and we have a match that traditionally isn't for a top 3 between Optic Gaming and Space Station here. And I mean, just getting into this series, Dave, so much history. Both these two teams were in every grand finals outside of the one phase 1 last year. Obviously the rosters are different, but we're used to seeing the banners of the gold and the green clash in grand finals. Not gonna be this time, or the case this time around. And as we look at these two teams, the journeys to get here, both fell to the hands of Shopify Rebellion, but both have had different roads throughout the elimination bracket that I think we need to talk about getting into this series. Optic Gaming, reverse sweeping Nemesis last night. What did you see from them that made the difference, that turned this ship around and got them to this point?
I felt like we saw members of Optic not overthinking and just stepping up and slaying. We saw the likes of Renegade and Bound specifically in games number 3 and 4 against Nemesis, where they just took over. And that's the scary potential that you have on this Optic roster that we see glimmers of. There's times where we see them all clicking and all slaying and doing things right, but there's also times where we see them cowering in a corner like we saw against the first series against Nemesis.
No time to waste here on Championship Sunday. We're jumping right into game 1. It's gonna be Streets Oddball. And for me, coming in and seeing the map layout for these two teams, I feel like SSG's oddball game has been lackluster against the big dogs of the league, the Shopifys and the Optic Gamings, at least through scrims, at least through online results. What can we see from Space Station to change that story around? We're gonna start this one with Formal and see how he kicks off Championship Sunday with a bang.
And look at this, right off the gate, we're gonna have Space Station try to grab that ball before a single kill is acquired. That can sometimes be good because you can bait other players into a death like they just got with Legend, but sometimes that can also be bad if you give it that first free death. And there are the first 8 points going on the board here for SSG, but that's 3 members down. Snakebite the only one left.
Snakebite's gonna be by himself, but I believe only one member of Optic threw that oddball. The other member of Optic just snuck away with camo. Legend gets the first power up of the game, but great damage from Snakebite, capitalized on respawners from Space Station to take down Legend. That camo gets nullified. Ball still neutralized. It's an 8-0 lead for Space Station, so they are rewarded with a little bit of comfort. Nobody wants to pick up that ball until round of slays come through, and SSG do go 2 down, so look for Optic to regain the lead here shortly.
Yeah, Lucid trying to push through. He knows that 2 are down, knew where the ball carrier's at, but did not know Renegade lurking over near the Bulldog. Gonna bark and bite right there, taking him out.
The ball's in PD. Renegade gets information that Snakebite's sliding in. Legend does go down. So it is going to be Space Station closest to this ball. Renegade makes his way over here. A one-on-one between Renegade and Snakebite. Renegade doesn't want to take that one-on-one. Does get behind Snakebite, but Stellar saves his life. Stellar makes a big play. Stellar finds 2. Stellar finds 3. And now SSG will begin to build this lead. This is the Stellar.
Oh my gosh.
Championship
Imagine.
Sunday. If this series is going to be the great one we think it is.
Yeah, so many times, even though Stellar has won MVP, we're like, sometimes he gets slept on for no reason. Maybe he doesn't have as
It was a GG already, bro.
play with his
That's
personal
just
POV going as quick around the map, but you see him consistently hit those no-scopes, consistently doing the right thing and coming up big when his team needs him.
Ball drop.
The quiet killer, some say, is 34-4 now. Space Station get the lead off that Stellar triple kill. The ball gets wiped by the middle. Second camouflage coming up. A Shroud makes this a very difficult situation for Legend to try and sift through. He is able to get 1, make it 2. The oddball's going to be the point of focus here, is they want to get right back into this game. They're going to start to chunk away at this lead. Legend has his second camo of the game, so good prioritization there. Good round of slays as the power-up's coming up.
And look at that rotation from Legend. Going over towards PD to block those spawns. The second that he notices his teammate spawns in PD, he rotates back. Leaves B Street open so they can set up a trap here if anyone decides to push on over towards the caution.
This is one of those moments where SSG, I feel like, have struggled. Can they break the setup quickly? So often do we see massive leads from SSG, and so often do we see them get away. Can they get the slays? The push comes through from Cafe. They're able to get a couple of kills, but the last 2 for Optic still fighting back. It's going to be just Renegade now in a 1-on-2 situation. He's going to hit the bottom mid route, catches Eco from behind, able to get a quick kill, and Snakebite trying to rotate this ball out. Renegade in a 1-on-1 now against Snakebite. Snakebite buying time for respawners on SSG, but Renegade looks to approach his respawners. The Shroud, once again, making things difficult, but Renegade still finds the backs to Space Station.
Renegade is so difficult to kill during chaotic situations. That was why it was a little surprising to me when we saw Optic step that last time where Legend had camo and they seemed to cower just over towards that side. They held someone over towards Heaven. They had him over towards the HN. I'm surprised that they weren't taking up a little bit more ground when they had all the players alive.
Yeah, you think from Renegade's point of view, Optic's winning the fight, but it actually was SSG that wins that fight as well. They rotate the ball into PD, so they're going to continue to build what is now 54 points and climbing. The ball going to get played now that Optic has had time to respawn, get a solid push. Formal finds a red gun after finding a kill. 2 members of SSG go down, but a great play ball neutralizes really inability or any ability for Optic to get any significant time back in their favor. And look at this, SSG gonna have perfect sight lines off respawn to try and compete. Formal last guy alive, and SSG already on top of that ball once again.
SSG have been so quick to grab that ball anytime it's been even in a neutral scenario, let alone an advantageous scenario. So great job for SSG to take advantage of any time they can get it. But at the same time, scrapping a couple seconds here and there isn't going to be the meaningful amount. It's more about getting some of those larger chunks of time like we've seen from Optic Gaming.
It's not a massive lead, but SFG have done a phenomenal job to keep the ball away from Optic Gaming, even when they've gotten outslayed in some of these situations. The ball coming into Tram, that's another 10 seconds at the very least. Lucid going to try and create some space and get in Renegade's space. It's a killing spree from Lucid, exactly what the doctor ordered for SSG fans.
And look at this, Lucid trying to take up more ground, but realizing that B and Rails has been taken over by Optic Gaming. Now it looks like he's trying to clear a path for the ball, potentially rotate through Neons, but Formal has something else to say about it.
Hell of a nade from Formal to knock down Lucid. Lucid had so much map control there. All of Cafe was on lock until Formal hit that grenade. The ball not getting played nearly as well this time around. It's going to allow Optic off these slays to get it back into Tram, but you have a lot of time to make up.
This has now happened against Space Station twice. Space Station gets a set near PD, or they get a set near Tram, and they aren't able to get the ball far enough away so that Optic are able to get those kills and get a set of their own in that ideal location.
They sniff Legend out. Those grenades made Legend no shield. They're able to trade it out. And now Renegade by himself with the ball. Snakebite versus Renegade. Old teammates find new clashes here in the back of Tram. Renegade coming out on top, and that's going to reward him with more ball time. Still down 20 seconds, though, so Optic have work to do in round 1 still.
Look at that. Renegade scrapping up all this time. Decides to revert back towards Tram and see if he can get some slays. When in doubt, slay it out is definitely the game plan for some of these players, because if you get those kills, the rest of your teammates will grab that objective and take care of everything else.
A 4-on-2 right now on the map for Space Station Gaming. They're going to be able to get the ball, get it back in Tram, and with 77 points and climbing, Optic have 1 push. Any kill that could stagger Optic respawners would be big, but Snakebite's the first to drop. Optic look like they have an opportunity to break this setup before this game ends.
Now we have to see how Space Station decide to play this. Do they try to rotate and get this away, or do they go for kills and try to disallow Optic from getting a full setup? That's 1 pick, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Good
Stellar
stick.
gets another stick, though. That will be enough. Optic will not be able to get a setup in Tram at this time, even though they have camo.
Highway robbery as Stellar picks up 2. That makes the defense from Optics so much less of a fortress of what it would have been. Formal, though, with this camo, trying to make the decision. Does he need to pick up the ball? Does he need to slay? Well, Space Station's here, and now Formal gets some solid damage, and I love this rotation by Formal. A perfect throw to his teammate. Camo does run out, but a good rotation of the oddball will reward Optic with some much-needed time to get back into this.
And just with that spawner positioning by Snakebite over at A Tower, it stops Optic from making the rotation. They wisely play the ball into the court, but they're stuck in a difficult position. They're all stuck on B. They're getting pinched from both sides.
Yeah, Optic had 2 down, but a big win, I believe, from Bound right there is Eco. Gonna slow this one down, play on the stairs, knows that multiple members of Optic are gonna be passing through the driveway. Multiple members of Optic all pass through by Eco. The routes don't match up, but 96 and climbing. You need 4 points. Snakebite able to drop towards the trash cans, and Eco's got over his shoulder. Nobody from Optic can get there, and round 1 will go to Space Station.
What an
Damn,
insane
okay.
by Space Station, realizing that they put the pressure onto Optic there. That was not a setup that was going to work out well for Space Station in the long run. They knew that they just wanted to scrap those last few seconds and close out round number 1.
Space Station starts off hot here in game 1. Exactly what you wanted to see if you want this series to go the distance, because you know Optic are capable of coming back from any deficit. They've proven that throughout this weekend. A beautiful start for Optic Gaming here as they kick it off with 3 straight kills. They are the ones that prioritize the early off all time. They're going to get the early camo as well. And at 25 points and climbing, if Bound can make a play with this camo, this second round could get ugly.
Bound just spotting out every single player he can there. I loved also how after he dodged that very first grenade on the camo pickup, he decided to go towards the edge of the shroud and then just spot out where all these players were going. Many times after someone grabs that camo, it's just a predictive nade over towards ATM and you're spotted.
Renegade finds a double on the kill feed. Lucid trying to hunt down this player back tower. It is Renegade that he's finally able to take down, but the damage is done. 3 go down for Space Station. That ball not in the hands of Optic right now, but a beautiful lead for Optic Gaming at 37-0. You'll take that after the round 1 performance that we just witnessed.
And now with that 37-second lead, Optic have 3 down again, and they got a tramp set up. Eco, sorry, I should say Lucid has something else to say about that. Taking 2 down, but still, this is still a time where Optic can grab this time if they would like, but it can be very uncomfortable if you have 2 down, because the last thing you want to do is give Space Station a full set to get back in this game.
Legend in pure warfare knocks 2 players to no shield, trying to play his life, going every angle, trying to cut off where Space Station is putting him. Can't stay alive though, and because of it, 2 members of Optic go down, followed by 2 members of Space Station. Great trades across the board, but here comes Lucid once again. Out of the tires, into your face, able to find 1. Big shots from Legend will take down Lucid, and trades across the board are going to benefit Optic Gaming in a moment where this ball, not in a particularly safe place, it is going to be rotated towards B, but with camo coming up, that's got to be the priority for both teams. Oh my God.
Camo up definitely being the priority, but we now see ball back in the hands of Space Station. They're in a similar setup to before where
So I
it's
guys gotta
not
make a quick
fully
phone
set
call.
up over at Tram. I want to go to a Space Station listening to hear how they're going to rotate this ball and take advantage of the situation.
2 shot, front trash now. Front trash traded. Yeah. Check it out.
I'm gonna die. 2 on me. 1 front trash, ball guy's trash, 1 more C.
Can look B1 here.
Enemy halfway to
Probably
victory.
sitting, probably.
Coming out.
Gonna be tired soon.
I'm gonna slide. Yo,
No.
Ivy bound weak. 2 shot, 1 shot Ivy. 1 shot
Walking
bound.
out, walking out.
1 shot back Ivy. He's on the plants. Tommy, 1 shot. B-roll guys. B-roll on driveway, I think. Yo, disruptor and C-dog. 2 shot disruptor.
1 shot back Ivy and top Ivy. There's 2 in there.
Disruptor, I don't see anything.
You crashed.
Enemy team nearing victory.
We're playing so fucking good, boys. Keep it up.
What was it for?
Defeat.
Not the listening we wanted as a player. Unfortunately, no longer in the server with us, but he'll be back shortly, I'm sure. But that round 2, Dave, let's talk about it. Optic, a much stronger performance there. And what did you see that really made the difference between rounds 1 and round 2 from Optic Gaming?
I saw Optic not afraid to get that ball before having the perfect scenario. It felt like previously in round number 1, Optic would wait till they have 2, 3 down and all 4 of them alive to grab that ball and rotate it. Sure, that's a great time to grab the ball, but to beat a team that you're going near even in slays with, you have to find more advantages. You have to find more opportunities. You need to grab that ball sometimes where even if it's a 2-on-2 and you say, well, we know the 2 of them are across the map. Let's grab this ball. Let's grab 5 seconds to rotate it from tram to driveway and
Towards
then reassess. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. And I think that that's something we saw SSG doing so well in round 1. It's something that I think we should talk about is the prioritization on the objective itself. How quickly they went for the oddball at the start of the round. How often do you see teams not choose to just duke it out and the winner of the slays gets rewarded with the early time? It was SSG that said, you guys can fly around the map wherever you want. We'll take the first 8 seconds. We'll bring it back towards my homies over at Tower. And from there, we'll try to duke it out and play around it. And it honestly worked for SSG. Maybe it caught Optic a little off guard of how willing and how desperate of an objective focus we saw from SSG early on. A much better solution, I think, or at least result there in round 1 than we've seen in previous oddballs from SSG.
That was the only other concern I had going into round 2 is it felt like SSG made the perfect play at the end of the game. They scrapped up those 10 seconds. They read the positions perfectly, got the kills, delayed, and closed out that round 1. However, that's a very it's a very specific situation. You can't do that throughout the rest of the game. You can't worry about scrapping up some of those 5 seconds and then lose 2 or 3 players throughout that time.
Right.
You need to get back in the mentality, yes, and that's okay to do at the end of game or as time is, ticking against the opposing team. You can't do that earlier on, and so I want to see Space Station get back in their comfort flow of getting some slays, getting a little bit more control, and rotating the ball and getting a near full setup. Bring it back towards PD, bring it back towards Tram. They seemed viable in either of those locations. They took whatever positions they had, use it to their fullest. I'd love to see that again versus the scrappiness.
As we wait for the game to get underway or back underway, we'll get an official result as to what the score is going to be between the two teams. I'm sure it looks like it's going to be 70-28 here in round 2. Keep in mind that SSG is up a round, so this round 2 is only to push this to a round 3 if Optic are to win, but they will have a very comfortable 42-point advantage. I did the math right. I had to double check.
No, you got it.
Yeah,
I was just gonna point out.
Usually you're
one
the
thing
math guy, so when I did it, I was like, I just stepped out on a diving board I'm not sure I can walk back off of.
One thing that I found interesting, though, you said that SSG have been struggling a little bit in the oddball department. I almost wonder how that has to be for someone like Snakebite. I felt like Snakebite in his previous rosters, he was the oddball guy. Even though there's times where he'd be getting majority of slays and doing fairly well, we're seeing Eco pick up a lot of that time. We saw Eco and Snakebite basically have the entire time of oddball for the SSG roster.
Yeah, and I think that probably is a healthy balance. I've always been a big fan of not having just
it can't just be one,
a specific oddball guy, because when he's down or he traded in a situation where he had to trade, it was a good thing that he traded a kill in this situation. Somebody else has got to be prioritizing that. So Eco, Snakebite, you have to think that as this team develops, as this team grows stronger, oddball will be probably one of their stronger game types because their ability to always be objective-minded, making the correct decisions as far as their routes being taken towards that oddball, which we can't say for everybody. There's some players like Renegade, I don't want him with the oddball. I actually don't want him anywhere near the oddball. Like, go crazy, kid. You can do it anywhere on the map. If you're getting kills, good things will happen.
Yeah, jokes aside, it's like, yeah, you'll have some of those times where you want your main Slayer to maybe grab that, rotate, and hand it off, but you're completely correct. And I almost start to see the same thing on SSG's side. I could see Snakebite fully just being like, Lucid, Stellar, I want you just killing everything. Please just slay. Don't worry about objective. Me and Eco got this handled.
Right.
Yes, you'll know the time that you have to grab. There'll be a time where there's all 4 down. We're both down. Grab that ball.
Yeah.
Wait till we're up. Pass it back.
Yeah, I'll let you know in the comms. Hey, get the ball, by the way. Nice shots. Great triple. The oddball's over there. And, yeah, when I respawn, just throw it to me, okay? Like, go crazy. And I think that, like, that's strengths of multiple players in this series, right? Some of your best Slayers, those Renegades, those Lucids, the Stellars of the world, like, you want them impacting the outcome of the game further away, like, more so than just the knowledge of when to rotate and whatnot. Let like, players that are less capable of those big pop-offs, like pace-setting players, they need to be setting the pace, because eventually, I feel like if your Renegades of the world are the ones holding the oddball, that your setup is less strong because they're not playing to their strengths.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a similar feelings to that before, when you had like Renegade team with Snakebite and like being like, oh, I knew ball was being taken care of by Snakebite, but there's times where some of that slack I felt like was not being picked up on that old roster.
Working through the kinks still. It's only the first major of the year, so by the time we get to Worlds, we will be talking about these teams, these players in a completely different light. As they grow, they learn, and the meta will shift. Even in year 4, we will see new horizons of the meta, and I expect to see that led by 2 of the teams on stage specifically, knowing Optic Gaming and the talent that's on SSG as well. The fact that this is still just such a youth point in these teams' existence makes it so much more fun to watch for me, because I'm like, this is great, but when they start to really define the decision making and the strategies behind, the intention behind the strategies at a high level, that's when true chess will just become like the next level of Halo. And we're getting a glimpse of it here today. Bear with us as we get this lobby situated. I understand that we want to kick this Sunday off, and these players, they're ready to play, and I know they got to be upset going into a reset. Optic Gaming feeling like they had a lot of presence in that second round, feeling like they were going to make this to a round 3. And in all honesty, this reminds me of a similar story of what we saw SSG go through against Shopify yesterday. Really the only close game was that game 3 Streets oddball. SSG came out hot, won round 1, but in rounds 2 and 3, didn't put up nearly as much of a fight, I feel. And is there something about what SSG is doing that you can catch on to very quickly and counter for rounds 2 and 3 that Optic is potentially on the road to performing, similar to what we saw from Shopify? Or is it just Optic starting to get warmed up, first game of the day, and finding their footing and starting to look like a stronger roster?
I think it's more of that footing and just the ebbs and flows of how this game really goes. Both these teams are going to have their opportunities where they have the numbers advantage or where they're on the back foot and they know how to play out those situations, unless someone pulls off something miraculous like we saw, I believe it was the Stellar double kill over at the Commando earlier when you saw a near full setup from Optic. Those are the game-changing plays where it should have been, oh, Stellar goes down, and all of a sudden they have 3 alive and they
Optic
have
should be
ball setup.
Pushing respawners, have so much space and a strong setup, and Stellar gets that double. And then all of a sudden, now your outball guy's going to be pressured very quickly off the first respawner that comes from SSG.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's also just kind of figure out who's on fire, who's hot today. We saw yesterday, undoubtedly, Renegade and Bound were destroying, especially as you got in the second half of that Nemesis series. They're playing good, but it's not the same level as last night. Wonder how much gas we got in the tank. Those guys had a long day. They had to play early in the morning against Nemesis to lose their pool play match. And then they had to close the day close to, what, 12, 13 hours later against Nemesis again.
There's pros and cons to that, though. I was the type of player, I don't know about you, but I was the type of player that, like, the longer the day went on and the more games I played, the better that I would be. It wasn't ever like at tournaments, my adrenaline was going. I don't know if you guys remember me as a player. I know I had a short glimpse of my career. Unlike Dave Walsh, he was there for a decade or so.
Some would say too long.
Yeah. But I was the kind of player that, like, when my adrenaline was going all weekend, like, you couldn't tell me to get off the stick. So, like, I was not tired. I was never going to be, like, exhausted. Too much Halo was not going to be a thing this weekend. I had prepared through several nights of playing with Neighbor, and Mason Cobb will make you play just one more game every single time. And
just one more game isn't what it seems.
One more game turns into your 9 a.m. chemistry class that you're walking to. But
For real, bro.
It's something I struggled with as a player, was not getting enough of a warm-up and getting into, like, series before I felt like truly warmed up and comfortable. But the days that were long, the roads, like, there was elimination bracket runs that I went on and, like, made it all the way back to grand finals. Those were the tournaments where I was like, yeah, I was playing good because I was playing so much Halo.
One more series, you start to get your groove, and it makes total sense, especially when you're able to go in from meaningful series to the next meaningful series. Sometimes these players will get into a practice mode where they're running either some octagon or some free-for-all, and when you're on those modes, you're just trying to challenge and fight and shoot versus, all right, how much am I focusing on the macro picture? How much am I worried about communication? How much am I playing my life? Which in a free-for-all and those things, you aren't as much. You're more like, all right, well, can I do something sick right here?
100%, yeah, I'm chowing everything and whatnot. And in all honesty, on the BTH days, they would make me warm up against Cloud and Octagon, and then I don't get to warm up. Like, Cloud's just
warm up spamming the jump button?
Cloud is black screening me for 15 straight minutes. I'm like, Scotty, you look like you're on fire, so we should be able to win this series. But that being said, Cloud
Yo, literally, Cloud was so good at Octagon, bro. It was not fun playing that dude.
What's like your
kryptonite? Just like the beating dummy for him?
The test dummy for Cloud, absolutely I was. And I would
sometimes I'll overdo, even though it's like a decently clean food, I'll do their chocolate rice.
Oh, I thought they were reminiscing about BTH and Cloud. I go to Maniac stream, they're talking about fucking food and chocolate and shit. What the hell, bro?
Still stalling time, still figuring out.
Yeah, I was wondering what's going on here.
Situation. I do believe we did get that score 70-28. Will be the score kicking off round 2, and surely Optic can get into a groove early on in this round, because it sounds like it's a significant lead, 42 points, but if SSG come out, they get 4 dead, they get the first camo. 42 seconds is one push, and against a camo guy, all of a sudden now we're looking at a tied round. You kind of feel robbed from the pace and, like,
yeah, because the start of the game is significantly different than the game kind of playing out and being in this
having
obscure
ball in the back
neutral
of train
scenario.
with the full setup.
Yeah. Yes, it's very different from that. So yeah, obviously that would be a bit of a roller coaster here for the Optic squad.
Nothing these guys haven't dealt with. It's year 4.
Yeah,
we've seen it all outside of a generator blowing, and we saw that too.
All these players here have been on the stage countless times. They're veterans at this point. They've been in series where they're up 2-0. They've been in series where they're down 2-0. and they've come out victorious in both those situations.
And that's the thing about this this Optic Gaming roster we could touch on. The fact that they dropped into elimination bracket round 1. Lottie asked me earlier on the desk, and I was thinking about this last night after the everything surpassed and we got to where we are today with the 4 teams left. Optic Gaming has 2 members that hold the greatest losers bracket round or run in the history of Halo. It's SSG at Salt Lake City last year, dropped into elim round 1 and wins the tournament. 2 members are on that Optic Gaming roster, so anytime that they go down in a Series 2-0 or drop into elim round 1, I will never speak that Legend and Bound are out of this tournament, that they don't have a chance to win this tournament, and they have been on a rampage since. When you go through something like that, especially at least connected to a duo like Bound and Legend are, what is it like the next time something like this happens and you already have proven that you can make it out?
Yeah, you proved to yourself. Obviously, you're talking the talk as you go.
Damn, they said no free advertisement on that Red Bull.
Both sides of the stage. You have also Eco and Stellar on the opposite end of
They
the stage.
said, hell nah, you got to pay for this.
Some miraculous runs, but you're
Or
right.
Red Bull maybe like sue him or some shit.
As you
I
go
don't
through
know.
practice, eventually you're going to have some major comeback, and just being able to get that done in practice is one step towards that belief. Next, doing it in tournament when stakes are the highest, when your back's against the wall and coming back and making the right play, making that clutch play, you start to say, you know what, we ice up here. And you start to believe, you start to say, hey, get us this game 5, get us to the situation, and we know we'll clutch it up.
I can see the lobby starting to get created here. Dave, we saw a glimpse of game 1, just about half of it so far. The scrim results, Optic versus SSG, not great in SSG's favor, but have they showed you enough with the sample size that we have that this series has the potential to be a great one?
I do think so. My only fear, like I said, as we saw that round 2 start to develop, I felt like SSG were a little too focused on scrappiness and starting to get a little outslayed. And at this highest level of play, yes, we talk about objective efficiency. You can't let that go to the wayside. You have to take advantage when you can. But if you start to get significantly outslayed, that is a tall order to overcome in the efficiency department.
And I feel like that happens so quick when watching Optic Gaming. When that switch
starts to
flips,
get a couple down, 3 down, and all of a sudden it's so tough to reel that back.
The pace gets crazy. Something to note, talking to Snakebite about just the dynamic of teams so far and with the stack rankings and whatnot. I know that SSG hasn't had winning results against Optic Gaming, but when talking to him, and he refers to Optic Gaming and he refers to Shopify, he says we match up much better with Optic Gaming so far throughout this first game. We've seen a good matchup. Will that continue to be the case? Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have this game kicking back off, the lobby loading in, and the green wall. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I know it's early on Sunday, but you guys have been quiet. I hadn't heard any Optic chants. I'm
Yeah, that's true.
Call you guys out. I heard the straight ripping and final boss chants back in the day. I better have to cast through that if I had to play through some of y'all. I heard you over there, Dave.
That's funny.
It helps knowing that you're the favorite up on the stage. There's no better feeling letting
True.
your team know and letting your team know, have that confidence saying, hey, we're the good guys here in the story. Let's win this.
I love being the bad guy, Dave. I love ruining people's Sundays with that mentality. And let's see, SSG perform the same, or are the heroes?
I loved ruining people's Sundays, bro. That was the dark one.
He was on fire throughout the first round and a half that we saw. We see a 66-26 score line, so it's going to be a 40-point score for Optic Gaming, and combat ensues. Optic Formal, the first one to drop.
Also, the fact that Renegade can just run to the very center of the map, realizing nobody is staying down there. Either he read the SSG start perfectly, has been studying it, or he just knows how to sniff out the perfect opportunity every single time.
We said Renegade wasn't the player you want with the ball, but with such a big lead, Renegade makes a heads-up play. It's an even style map, but Renegade playing towards that ball, able to get this back up to a 78-26 point lead now, and now Space Station has to play nearly flawless in order to try and come back in this round.
Yeah, that's going to be a loose camo, Stellar in control of the tram. This could be the setup that SSG need to bring this game closer.
We said it needed a camo, it needed a full setup. Lucid's going to make his presence known. He's going to be able to get one, but with camouflage, you really want to be that third-party engagement because Lucid engages some first right there. He's going to get taken down. It is trades across the board, but Lucid, the respawner, is going to be actually the only person alive on the map, and Optic Gaming now with the last setup of what should be round 2.
And also the fact that SSG weren't able to play ball there. It felt like the two people furthest up, I want to say that was Eco and Lucid, kind of overextended or didn't do the damage they needed to. If they're playing that aggressive, it needs to pay off. And this is going to be Optic 3 points away from tying this round up. It's going to be 1-1 going into round 3.
Game 1 going to round 3. Optic making slight work of the rest of round 2, and kind of foretold that, kind of foreshadowed it with the way that Optic was playing in that round 2. But this is where all the marbles are game for game 1 here in this series. Renegade still the perspective we're going to hop on with. 3-0-1 at the end of that second round here. Stellar, once again, now that they've spawned back in PD, they're going to go straight for the oddball, a similar strat as round 1.
This could be difficult though. All these members of SSG are stuck over at caution in this corner. You're gonna have Optic be able to collapse in from multiple angles. Now can they secure the kills? It's gonna be 2 down for each side. This next battle's gonna be crucial.
Snakebite versus Renegade, old teammates now going to work once again, and it's Renegade on top once again, but traded out by Lucid. Lucid trying to play his life. He knows that there's a player of Optic Gaming back here somewhere, but where will the timing happen? Lucid's gonna actually opt to help play for camo here. The player's gonna be bound top tower with the red gun. It's a trade for both, but Lucid getting some damage onto a third player. Plays that situation pretty well, but 3 go down for SSG in the meantime.
Yeah, Lucid played that great, but I wonder if SSG tried to just charge across the map too quick to give that help. Lucid wasn't the main target. The rest of his teammates ended up taking the hits.
Renegade now with this second camo of the game. Trying to find an opening here. It is going to be 2 down for SSG. Just formal down for Optic Gaming as Renegade gets information that Eco's back tower, but he's dealt with before Renegade can focus on him. Lucid gets caught out as well. It's a full clean team wipe as 2 members are now staggered coming off respawn. Snakebite tries to push up. He is able to take down Legend, but Renegade trades it out once again and playing very well with this camo. The ball now in Optic's hands, rotating towards Cafe, and all of Space Station will be degressed on the end of the map to where this should be Optic getting a significant lead.
Yeah, Optic trying to rotate this through, and Renegade has the flank behind enemy lines. And look at that, Ego decides to back down. Renegade sniffing this out, saying, okay, they let me go. He always does such a good job of dancing just right on the edge of danger. He knows that when he can push his advantage or when he has to back away and run, that's what makes him such a dangerous flanker.
Great shots onto Lucid there, but as I say that, Legend picks up the second camera of the game. He goes down, 4 go down for Optic. That ball time did not amount to much for Optic Gaming, so SSG quickly back in the lead and with a full setup of their own.
Okay, let's see how they decide to play this. Do they want to get aggressive on a side, prep a rotation, or are they holding their ground? They know 2 players on B. Stellar goes down. Also, Lucid falls. This ball cannot be played. Eco's just gonna have to try to get a trade here, but it's gonna be a full clean wipe there. Optic killing all 4 and taking no casualties.
And look how progressed Legend is on the map here. 29-20 setup. DD Legend already atop B rail. It's going to be difficult for Space Station to get out of Tram. They're going to have to deal with Legend first, but he's playing an angle right here where he will have someone looking over his shoulder. Going to look to get aggro here. Snakebite's going to be the first one to fall as he loses the one-on-one to Legend. It is traded out, but Renegade in the kill feed finds his own, and now Eco under hot pressure from B rail once again. It's 4 down once again for SSG. Optic's setup stays strong for the first round of Slays.
And just look at this difference in setups. You saw Space Station kind of sticking near PD, holding Heaven, barely pushing towards B, whereas when Optic had the chance, they pushed all the way towards B rail. They made it difficult for Space Station to even push outside of Tram.
In this reset, Renegade is 12-2-3. He is in championship form, and when that happens, Renegade wins championships. Right now, finding out Eco inside rep, but everyone from Space Station has overwhelmed the Cafe side of the map. They've been able to kill the ball carrier. Renegade has to get back and try to compete for this neutralized ball. A beautiful plasma grenade is going to take down Stellar. You cannot hide behind those flowers with that nade on that ledge.
That is
Renegade,
such a good nade.
Renegade takes his time. I love them taking the time after it to not make sure you push, but as I say that, does get a little distracted by that off ball. It is traded out, and 3 go down for Optic Gaming. Last player alive, Legend. He's doing his best, but his best isn't good enough for 3 members of SSG, and the ball back now in SSG's hands.
Oh, look at here. We have Space Station taking up more ground this time. They know a player pushed over towards ATM, but I like this play by Stellar. Getting behind enemy lines. He knows all the players to spawn, so he's not worried about blocking a spawn, but now he has to actually do the damage. Gets taken out by Bound. So does Lucid. Lucid falls. This is trouble. It feels like there's so many times where Space Station gets a setup, and they sometimes try to push the advantage, but 2 players just fall too quickly.
How does Eco play this camo? This is such an important camo in this series, 66-38. You still have a little bit of it left. Respawners are going to be coming behind here. He's able to trade out. That will make the setup of Optic Gaming weaker, but you never want to trade when you have a power-up like Camouflage. Couldn't quite wait long enough for his teammates. It's a 2v2 on the map now. Renegade picks up a big kill on the snake by flying into PD. Lucid trying to
Panda with 100 litty titty bitties. Yo, appreciate you, bro. Much appreciated. How you doing, Panda? Thanks for the love, bro.
And then immediately tries to get back in the courtyard where he goes down. Pure chaos taking down in the courtyard right now, as no time can really be allocated to either team, and that ball will reset soon.
Yeah, when there's players at A and the other team has PD, you can't really scrap up time there. It's just gonna be a fight to see who makes the misstep and who can secure these kills. It's like Renegade taking over towards home, help clear out A. Snakebite finally getting the better of him. Felt like Renegade in these past couple engagements always taking out Snakebite.
It's gonna be a long
Just got home, finally able to tune in. Let's get it, bro. Let's enjoy a nice Sunday, bro. Happy Easter.
Good help from Bound to be able to get some initial damage, and that's going to be Legend's key to get this ball, and he chooses to take it tires. Is this a mistake? No, he turns the corner, no shield, and that's going to be more time awarded to Optic Gaming. 83-38 now. SSG with Snakebite on respawn have got to push because this round will end, this game will end in Optic's favor.
Yeah, looks like Legends still just grabbing that time. They're letting Space Station panic and try to sprint towards it. They're not able to get the pick. Snakebite has no choice but to charge towards the ball, and it's going to be GG, #1 going towards Optic Gaming.
Okay, well, Space Station took the first. Wow, bro. Damn, they were ready for that reset, bro. Whenever things aren't looking good, they pull the plug. All right, reset. All right, fuck them up.
Rounds 2 and 3, very consistent play, and I think they were led by Renegade the whole way. His 1v1 pivotal fights and the fact that he is forcing multiple members of SSG to try and focus on him after he's already gotten a kill creates so much opportunity for the rest of the boys.
Absolutely. It just felt like every single time that there would be a chaotic situation, those members of Optic would get that double kill, grab the ball, and they almost kind of let Space Station do the overextension, Space Station be the engagers. And it felt like a lot of times that Space Station would rely on each other too much and they would fall in quick succession.
Yeah, staggered respawners was a big part of that second half of the game. It's so difficult when a team like Optic Gaming gets you 4 down and also has 4 members on the map. How progressed Legend was on that B rail, specifically that one play, that is such a difficult setup to try and break on the side of SSG. You saw them try several different ways, whether it was down the spike stairs, whether it was up driveway, so many different options that Optic have to be able to flex towards and break you down. And once they get that first pick, these guys smell blood in the water better than anybody. They make sure 1 turns into 2, which turns into 4 very quickly.
Yeah, they did such a great job every single time at the end, but once again, partially in this lane department, felt like those opening kills is what created those opportunities. But this next game, it's all Slayer. We can't talk about any objective besides getting those kills. And it's going to be Slayer on live fire between these 2 squads. What do you think about that one?
Slayer on live fire, I mean, this is going to be, it could go 2 ways, in my opinion. You have the S7, and I think it really does rely on whose hands does that fall into? Does it fall into an Eco's hands where the game will slow down to a stalemate and you allow Eco to get picks? Or does it fall into someone like Renegade's hands and all of a sudden now you're getting full court press and he's using it as a shotgun rather than a sniper? So often do we see the S7 being the tone setter, I feel like, for the pace of this game. And if I'm on SSG, Dave, I want this game to be a methodical game. I don't want this to be off respawn, I'm sprint G-sliding into combat to try and third party the action that's already going on. How do you slow down Optic Gaming is the big question.
That's a great question, because I do feel like we didn't really get to see that answer as much on Streets. Yes, Streets can play a little bit quicker and the map's a little bit shorter so you can fly across, but Here on Livefire, I mean, there's a few different areas you can run and escape, but you at some point might just be delaying your demise. You might just be saying, all right, yeah, I go in rat tunnels, but they have so many times and they can push in through key door, through dummy door, through pillar door. There's just too many avenues that they can come down and finish you. So at some point it's going to be, can you out damage in the positions that you're at? Because I do see a lot of times where we're at these stalemates that Optic is putting out more shots, hitting more shots than SSG.
We talk about a team that thrives off confidence, off momentum. Optic Gaming have grabbed momentum now here in this series after a dominant 2 and 3 rounds in oddball. Game 1 goes in their favor, and they've got to be feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit more awake, and ready to go on this run. They still have 2 games to win to put down SSG here in the elimination bracket. And let's start this one off with Bound and see if he's going to set the tone here in Game 2 and what
Game
can
2, here we
Space
go.
Station do against the pace that he is known to put on.
Wow, must be some sort of error. I see a lot of people just jumping around, so we'll probably get this one restarted in just a second.
Yeah,
We'll get a ruling for the TO, but I assume this will be just a fresh restart.
An untraditional starting strat would be back turned towards where the enemy spawned and G sliding towards the scoreboard. So bear with us once again. Optic Gaming fans, I know they're nipping at the bits to get this one underway. They want to see how Bound plays Livefire, and that's a match made in heaven in my opinion. We talk about Frosty and Origin and Coliseum, historic plays that get made by those individuals on these maps. Dave, I'm sure you had like Derelict or
like some old map, I don't know, library. What do you guys got? What did you play back then?
What you guys play back then? But in all reality,
He's like, yeah, you got that one, bro.
Some of the G slides that you can hit to be so fast and impactful in a completely different part of the map than where you just were 2 seconds ago. Watching Bound move around this map, I think it's just a one-to-one, like a one-to-one fit as far as like perfect map for this guy's play style to be the greatest impact, play at the highest level of Halo that we have. So I love the idea of being able to kick back off with him when we get an opportunity to start this game back up.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, I remember seeing something like Lucid, Season 1 specifically, on Livefire. It just felt like when he was previously on Optic, they had set the bar as to how this map should be played. They were the ones that were fully exploring the sandbox. They were the one using utility and equipment like no other. Now, can we see, does the old strategies and the old innovators, can they hang out with the new guys? Yeah. Someone like Bound, who's flying a little bit quicker. Someone like Legend, who's hit ridiculous no-scopes on this map.
Kyle Elam on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. National champion himself, U.S. champion. Is that what the title was? That
yeah, the free-for-all was, I believe, U.S. or national champion. I forget what it was called.
Well, he won a national championship on Straight Rippin', a U.S. champion. Yeah. This guy's a winner. Won a bunch of, a part of all the banners holding above our heads here in this arena as SSG's year last year is nothing to be forgotten. And now the two teams playing against each, or the two sides playing against each other here in this series. You know, both sides won another banner. They're always going to be hungry for more championships. Game 2 loading up, and it's an even fight here. 0-0, no harm, no foul. No momentum gained, but Optic sure feeling good after that Game 1. Let's kick it off with Bound. He's going to choose to hit the bottom mid route right
Different
now.
route this time, yeah.
He's going to run into Snakebite. Wants to repulse up top mid. That snipe is gone, probably in the hands of his teammates.
Yo, what up?
Behind him,
N Rose, is that Nick? That's good, bro.
Already has that snipe top tower, and this
You've been playing more Halo?
for the SSG fans.
Yeah, this can be tough to get his hands, or even if he starts getting the follow-up kills, he can jump this one off.
Let's get it, bro. We got the HCS Arlington Championship Sunday going on. Optic versus Space Station Gaming. Optic falling short yesterday, even as the second seed in the tournament. So just kind of seeing how they get through the tournament here. Yo, good luck, bro. Good luck.
To an Optic Gaming listen in here and see how the boys are feeling after that Game 1 win and as Game 2 kicks off.
Bottom middle and on B. Yeah, bottom middle on B.
Oh my god. What's up,
I'm gonna go.
Oh my god!
You're playing the Slayer playlist or the Arena playlist, Nick?
We should play right side, John, maybe.
I heard.
Bottom and 20. Yeah, don't take us. We can play right side.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to mid. Don't worry.
Okay, back mid.
Slayer can't do Arena? Got you.
Big door,
Walking, come mid now. CPT, come mid one.
He might play for.
He's like in the
Cypher
middle
here.
Go straight maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to Cypher. Back B. Pillar's killing me, Cypher.
Go big. I'm behind big.
Yo, push one.
Probably OS or tower.
C, boy.
Nice guys, camo guys.
Did he go bottom?
I was top 100 in Arena last week, but I lost a bunch of games. Probably not anymore. Let's see.
Yeah, he's on the jump. He jumped over it. Shoot.
I don't mind it, just CTF and Oddball are tough unless you have a good team. I feel you, bro, I feel you. Those rat bastard teammates. Yeah, I'm number 261 right now. I was on a fat L streak, it's all good though, boys. I was just getting some games in with the homies and just vibing. Might play again tonight though. For sure tomorrow. Big grind tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow if you guys want to see some arena grinding, but tonight might just be champ Sundaying it. It's Easter. My sister's gonna bring me some food later, so Liddy titty, man. Liddy titty vibey day. Happy Easter, by the way, everyone. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday. My boy J Money holding down that kick chat. I see you, bro.
Yeah, they're looking like the Avengers when they hit that A plant right there. Melted Renegade in that situation, but a close game. 3 kills separate the two. SSG in the lead for now, but Formal has gotten the second sniper of this game. He's backed up in the house, and the game kind of slows down. Does Formal find a pick, though? I don't believe anyone from SSG is going to be trying to hit top middle. I say that. Nico's going to poke his head out, get the information.
What a day, what a day.
Eco just sitting him down right there is massive. Eco gets damage onto a second, able to get traded out. And Formal gonna regret chowing that for now, but it looks like Optic Gaming have done a good job to minimize the damage here and actually made some of the deficit up. Just a 1-kill game, Renegade with snipe in hand.
Yeah, I'm actually still surprised that Optic were able to get away.
Give me your hot take on high-level games with mouse and keyboard versus controller. Been doing only mouse and keyboard. Okay, yeah, whatever works for you, bro. You can use whatever input, and the human brain, bro, is a very, very strong thing. So, like, you can use Nintendo joysticks. And if you did it for like 6 months straight, you'd probably be like the best Nintendo joystick Halo player in the world. That's the beauty thing about Halo. So what I would recommend if you're like kind of stuck on what to use, just go into a custom game and whatever feels the most comfortable for you, that's what you should use. And then from there, practice to get better at the game. It's not like you're gonna hop on one thing or another and become like, you're gonna like learn how to play Halo. You're gonna learn how to not challenge or learn how to help your teammates better. It's mainly just the input. It's the same thing like a car. It's like, yo, what car should I drive? A Porsche or a Toyota? Which one, you know? Obviously one car is a lot smoother, you know what I mean? But okay, maybe that was like a bad comparison. But as far as inputs go, I would say like there's pros and cons to both. With mouse and keyboard, you can zoom your aim around a lot quicker. You know, if you're precise like that, you can have like a lot more movement in that case. So if you're doing like repulse movements, you can like look down at the ground really quick, repulse up, and then like look at your enemies. Controller, you know, there's just pros and cons to both. So I feel like whatever works for you as an individual player the best, do that, and then just practice Halo overall, you know, practice like the game and what makes you good at the game. Because bro, we were watching, there's a guy on mouse and keyboard that got top 6 in this tournament. We were watching it last night, Saturday night here. they almost broke into the top 4, but I'm just saying, like, the amount of talent that could go into these players with mouse and keyboard is just crazy. Most of these guys are on controller, but that's just because Halo's been a game on controller forever. Halo only came to PC with Halo Infinite, so, you know, you're getting these new players on mouse and keyboard. But, you know, the OGs are going to stay on controller most likely. I mean, Royal 2 here, he's on the #1 seeded team in this tournament, and he goes between mouse and keyboard and controller. I think he just fucks around on mouse and keyboard. Like, I'll watch his stream and he'll switch to it and he'll play, and he's disgusting, but that's just because he's like a good Halo player. But he doesn't do tournaments in mouse and keyboard. He does them on controller. I think that's just because he's been playing controller forever. But yeah, whatever you like, man. Whatever you like. Like I said, if you're not the greatest Halo player, swapping between one or the other isn't going to make you become the greatest Halo player, if that makes sense. You're still going to have to learn how to play the game correctly. So if you're doing good on mouse and controller, bro, keep up with that, and just know that it's possible to get to the highest level of play with that, with examples of people that are competing here in HCS Arlington.
I saw at the very end there, Snakebite got a garage spawn, trying to help his teammates over from that big door.
You got this, bro.
But just as that time was going on, Legend rolls through the garage, hits him from the side, and continues those kills. So you got to wonder at some point throughout those chaotic times, feels like Space Station needed to pick a target and fight, or need to defend for their own lives. They don't need to all die together every single battle.
Yeah, and it was honestly a weird situation where the game was neck and neck. Renegade gets sniped at tower, and he's not doing too much. I mean, he's got a lot of presence and a lot of space, but it's his teammates picking up unanswered kills ahead of him, and he's not even like a part of this combat loop for such a long time, as several kills are going in their favor. From SSG's side, I said maybe they can slow the game down, but it seems like at the times the game slowed down, it benefited Optic Gaming more.
Yeah, it went poorly. I think one challenge that you have is when your team slows it down, you have to learn when can you pick it back up. As you saw right there, is a 29-31 game, only a 2-kill lead, but all the rest of these kills, as you're talking about, Wes, came out from pretty much everything except for the snipe. It felt like all these members from Space Station saying, all right, well, I don't want to be the first to poke out. I saw Lucid Guy's head ripped off over at Big Door, and they never found a time that they could really push out except for when they're running off a spawn.
Yeah, that being said, there was a lot.
Not looking good for SSG here, bro, except for that first round of oddball, to be honest. But then the fucking game crashed, and Optic came back and just started slaughtering them. So.
A comfortable anchor.
Damn. I'm excited for this FaZe versus Shopify match, to be honest. FaZe haven't lost a match all season, all tournament. But they're going up against Shopify now, who's the #1 team. So it's like, oh shit. Oh shit.
Optic just playing high-level Halo, even without like having to do anything too incredible to create such a difference in the scoreline there.
Yeah, just suppressing everyone and getting the body shots when you need to, but yeah, they just played it right, and you're correct also there, Wes. Space Station, I don't recall a period of time where they had Sniper for more than 5 or 10 seconds or ever really got set up with it. Even the initial Sniper we saw, Renegade, we weren't sure if that one flew off the map. We're pretty sure that flew off the map.
Yeah, I thought Snakebite would be able to get it, and we never saw anybody else touch another Sniper until the next one came up. So for sure, a massive change of events when that Sniper does fall off the map. So great call by you, obviously. King of the Hill is going to be the name of the game for Game 3. It's Recharge King of the Hill. And what gives you hope as an SSG fan looking at this from what we've seen so far?
My buddy won the free-for-all competition here at Arlington. $2,000. He got first place.
What I felt was the best of SSG in round
going to be getting some games in with him leading up to the next
gone
competition, so see what happens there. Get some like sweaty games in, and just trying to help each other improve, which is going to be pretty awesome. I know he's a sweaty-ass player, so just, you know, take what I can from him, and he can take what he can from me, and we're just trying to improve each other, sweat hard, create content, and try to climb up the ranks of matchmaking, man. I think it'll be really fun, really sweaty, and it'll be really good, like, character building and development for everyone involved, you know, even people watching the stream. So get ready for some sweaty content. We're going to push our brains to the limit and try to improve as much as we can.
Somebody's got to start winning
I
their
mean, it's going to be a
fights.
fun journey
Somebody's
here.
got to stop worrying about dying together. There's so many times where I see them focused on an angle, like whether it's angled towards Nest, and all these players just trying too hard to work together. At some point, when things are chaotic, you need people's instincts to kick in, saying, all right, I'm going to go here, and if I run to a flanker, I'm going to win my one-on-one and then rejoin this fight.
Right, and the words of Frosty yesterday as Shopify was in and listening against Optic, guys, start taking more pivots.
Yes. Those individual fights, or what should I say, those standoffish fights where people are battling from a distance, they're choosing that battle because it's a safe spot that they can back away from.
Right, you're never going to kill that guy.
You aren't going to get them unless they overextend, which they likely don't do at this high-level play, or somehow you get the perfect double team. Where the real kills are going to happen is all the background noise that's taking place, all the people that are lurking about and trying to get an angle and joining that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, it's tournament life on the line for SSG. Optic 1 win away from another step towards righting the wrongs and figuring out the path to winning this championship. And I can't wait to get it started. The players, obviously, after game 2, they take their breaks. What's going through the minds of Optic Gaming? I feel like we touched on it a little bit, but it really does feel like this squad relies on momentum, energy, like confidence. And to be going through game 1 like it happened, start slow, figured it out, got the ball rolling. Game 2, really got the ball rolling. Game 3, this one could get ugly if Optic are feeling themselves like I think they're going to be.
Yeah, I mean, ever since Optic started the elimination bracket after that loss to Shopify, they've had the same mentality. It's one game at a time, one series at a time. They didn't want to start here, but they're here and they said, hey, let's do this. If you put us in the elimination bracket this early, we are making this run. And they're just going to take it game by game, step by step, battle by battle. And right here, it's just another one on another team in their way, on their path to victory here in Dallas.
The bad blood between the roster breakup, the decision to break up the world champions of 2024 here. And it looks like Bounty having a leg up here, at least for now. Will Eco and Stellar be able to answer the ring of the bell here at the first major and make this an interesting series? A reverse sweep here would be unheard of, but let's not even start thinking.
I'm actually down to manifest that. I mean, like, I want to see a game 5. I don't know if it requires a full reverse sweep, but
yeah,
this series
at least
can absolutely
a game 5 is what I'm asking for. I agree with that.
But we need them to wake up. Obviously, they're in a difficult position here. But King of the Hill here on Recharge is going to be their chance, their only chance to keep their tournament life alive.
As we kick this game 3 off, I want to start with an SSG player. Is there anybody specifically that you want to lock in on and see very early on, with his tournament life on the line, does he step up and answer for his team?
Yeah, I want to start off with Snakebite. He's been such a veteran. He started off so strong. He's been a critical role. He's one of the greatest Halo players of all time. And I have not been seeing him give the results that we need here when his team needs him the most. So let's kick it off.
He's got to step it up, bruh.
He's
got to step it up.
King of the Hill on Recharge.
All right, I'm going to go make a protein shake, guys. I'm going to take like a little stretch break. I'll be back. You guys enjoy some of the stream, and I'll come back to vibe out with you guys here in like a little bit.
With him here, choosing to push towards the knee. We're trying to get eyes on Campbell, but there's a player just aping top middle, and that ape is not expected by anybody on SSG. He's immediately taken down by Renegade. 3 go down for Space Station, make it 4, and the pace of Optic continues into early game 3.
All 4, and just like that, Renegade finds the opening, sees anytime there's some timidness or an angle not watched by Space Station, and just charges on through and creates that for his team.
So it's Formal with the first camo of the game. They choose to give him shock as well. Renegade had his option. They're going to choose to give it to Formal. Right now, trades across the board. Probably a good thing for SSG with power on the map being owned by Optic, but now Pipes is being given up as well.
But one thing to take into account here, if you're an SSG fan, is even though Optic got those initial kills, they got the shock rifle, they got the camo, they don't have that much time here on this hill. You'd expect so much more to come out of that when you have a 9-to-5 kill lead and all these power-ups and power weapon leads. But I can see Optic trying to set the stage right now, saying, we are going to get more control, we're just going to outslay you so hard that we'll grab this when it's easier.
Formal starting to shoot like Formal does as he rips Snakebite, spawning back blue, rips Lucid, and creates an opportunity for a full setup for Optic Gaming. Now the progression going to get to about halfway. SSG still coming off respawn. Now the power is kind of out of Optic's control, but they have earned over half the first hill with it.
Yeah, so it started off as concern about their objective efficiency has been answered over those next 30 seconds. Formal and Renegade grabbing so much time in this, and look at this, almost uncontested. Nobody from Space Station able to find these kills or find this damage. And that's gonna be first hill going in favor of Optic Gaming. What's a strong start.
Perfect, the snowball continues. 3 go down, Eco with 3 kills. Snakebite, you asked to start off the game with him 0-1 and 5 right now. Can't find a rhythm. He has been spawn killed a few times by Formal with the shock rifle, and that plays into it, but gotta get his feet on the ground here or his tournament will be over.
There's a couple great grenade kills coming out of Snakebite and Lucid. That's gonna be 2 kills on the board. Lucid also has camo, and they're closing in here towards Hydro.
Lucid finds the first kill in the Hydra. Another player is back here for Optic Gaming. Another player is spotted. The Bat Wedge taking no shield. Last player alive will be in blue for Optic Gaming. A trade for Lucid. It's going to reward some good time here for SSG, but let's see how strong the setup, because we saw a perfect setup in Hill 1 from Optic Gaming.
And we're seeing some rare desperation there from Optic. You saw Renegade kind of caught in no man's land over that batteries, trying to finish off that kill, giving up a staggered death. This is now 60% of the hill time here for Space Station. They're close to tying this game up.
A good hold, Bound pushing long haul by himself, able to get taken down, but in the meantime, I believe the hill carrier does go down. Snakebite starting to heat up, good shots, and now with an assist as well, this should be Space Station tying this game 3 up.
Yeah, they know where one spawner is. They did not know that Formal was back there, but the kill gets traded out. Lucid wisely grabs hill time as well after hitting that out. Anytime you have that, such a great play there by Space Station. One thing I want to say is that anytime you have a significant advantage, you have like a 3-on-1 scenario, you can keep somebody near the hill guy, and even if they get that surprise kill on the hill guy, you trade out the kill, grab the hill time. That's exactly what Space Station did to secure that second hill.
An easy win condition, but the rotation towards the turbine was a failure for SSG. Optic Gaming get the early hill time as you see Formal plants his seed into this hill and is not really under a ton of pressure. A lot of SSG stuck in pipes, and this is a very difficult push for SSG, but with Legend going down, that's where the push will come.
Historically, we've seen this hill be a very vulnerable location where teams are already vying for elevator before they can decide to jump in the hill. Formal scooping up a significant amount of time for this hill, so let's see how Space Station decide to react.
They get the kill over towards the elevator, but Legend's made his way to top Bat Wedge right now. There's multiple players pushing bottom middle as well. Lucid can't find home with any of the shots with shock rifle right now. Some solid damage, but in the meantime, Formal swooped up the camo from bottom middle. It tries to find some damage onto the player's top elevator, but I like this by Formal slowing this down. The hill is neutralized right now, and this is a massive fight to try and get P3.
And they know where all these players are. But just because you know they're all in there doesn't mean it's going to be easy kills. They're all stuck in this elevator, and you have to round this corner to get an angle on them. Looks like they do get picked off one by one. Snakebite, the only one left out of elevator, makes his way towards pit, eventually taken out by Renegade.
And look, they were able to fight that combat loop as SSG was stuck in the back of the elevator in the hill. This hill already going towards Optic Gaming. You can see SSG slow this game down and play towards white and blue plat. That's where the hill will move next. But down once again in this game 3, tournament life on the line. Oh, and Optic's choosing to play time. They want to be able to rotate here.
I think they just don't either have the setup that they want for C-Plat, or they have the chance to drain this clock a ton. They can say, hey, we're in a position where this next C-Plat is open, and they could force Space Station to move out of control and over long haul before grabbing this hill. Interesting strategic play here by Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and Renegade actually gets a kill. You see Lucid push over to top alley. That's the whole white-blue plat setup kind of broken. Lucid does pick up a kill, however, so he'll be able to rotate through white, but Legend behind enemy line sneaks through blue pipes, and Snakebite's not going to expect this. Doesn't have the timing in his head. Nobody spots Legend, and the blue setup gets erased. Legend with a perfect flank after the second hill gets capped.
Yeah, Snakebite thought he already did his clearing out there. He's like, all right, there's somebody down here at blue, but you got to think all these players are so slippery and so sneaky. Not going to be a time game, though, Wes. We see how Optic realized that there's still 2 minutes on the clock. Not enough time to fully drain that, so they're going to be grabbing some C-Plat time, at least off the rip here.
Big kill onto Bound. Bound had camo 3 go down for Optic Gaming. So immediately SSG break this setup. There is a player hiding back blue. Surely you clear this out. Surely you play for the last guy alive. We are not keeping track of names as well as we should be. If we're not going back blue after Legend, we have spotted him in blue earlier with the death of Snakebite. A massive mistake as Legend able to poke out. He's able to get a kill, and the blue spawns will favor Optic Gaming now. And what a devastating mistake for SSG in such an important moment as Optic get back in the hill.
Yeah, what feels like it could have been a free stagger kill on the Legend instead turned into their whole setup getting ripped apart. Space Station, just like you said, not tracking the exact names and exact spawns. And when some things are too good to be true, you have to check your back in Halo.
Game's not over yet, however. There is a player in blue that's hiding in the Shroud, actually able to take down Snakebite. Lucid finds a kill. I believe that was Legend, but it bought time for the rest of Optic Gaming to get here. Now a minute on the clock, things starting to get interesting time-wise as win conditions start to favor Optic further and further. 3 do go down for Optic. Legend first to respawn, of course. Should have good information that they will be stuck in pipes because you have elevator control as well. Halfway progress on this hill, you need kills right now if you're SSG.
Yeah, off the start of this hill, it made sense that Optic weren't willing to just slay it out. However, now there's only a minute left, there is a chance that if they get control again, that they might just only go for kills. But this hill is too close here for Space Station. I don't think we'll be seeing this hill go to time.
This guy Long Haul is formal with a massive responsibility to try and kill Snakebite. He's able to do so. That player double sight made that situation so chaotic. Optic able to get a couple of kills. Answered back one by Eco, but it's just Snakebite to come off respawn here. They have to break this hill. You cannot go down 2 points with less than a minute on the clock and expect to stay in this game.
Optic putting the pressure on. They're gonna grab this hill time and see if they can force Space Station to panic and charge. If they get one wipe here from Optic's side, they could get this third hill, which could be an absolute dagger to Space Station Gaming. This could be devastating.
Can't get him out. Space Station can't get Renegade out. Renegade stands strong. Renegade stands in the hill, and Renegade gets his team a 3-1 lead. 57 seconds remaining, and SSG on the ropes.
That one is painful. Considering how exposed this bottom center hill is, Space Station not only have to get the kills, they have to grab this time, and they have to get another hill to tie this up. This one looks to be tough here, Wes.
SSG quietly in the night, they will go Renegade, loud, proud, and on a killing spree. 31 seconds and ticking for Optic to find themselves advancing through the elimination bracket once again.
Look at that, just all his knives connecting. And this is the Renegade that's the scariest, the one who's grappling around here on recharge, hitting shock rifle shots without a care in the world.
15 seconds, Optic have no intention of getting in the hill. Space Station desperate for any sign of life, but desperation will not get you victories. Renegade will get you victories here. The shock rifle has found home so consistently for this Optic Gaming team throughout this game. 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the decision by the Optic Gaming members to put the God Squad together pays off here. First time this year. And they will advance in the elimination bracket and await the winners finals match of FaZe and Shopify Rebellion.
And not a massive pop-up there from Optic. Partial respect to their former teammates. Partial saying, work's not done yet. Many matches to go for them to get the place that they want in this event.
Taking a look at the stats, Renegade, of course, who else would it be? It seems like he was on a mission this series. 21 and 14 here in game 3, and I feel like Renegade, he's done it all weekend long, but he continues to set the tone and to be the example of a champion here for this Optic Gaming roster as they move forward.
Yeah, I always wonder about different superstars and how they're playing each day. Renegade, like you said yesterday, stepped it up harder than anyone else on Optic, and then today, without doubt, the best player. If he continues this, this is going to be a tough road for any teams that they're playing against.
The road only gets harder as you continue to advance to the elimination bracket. Keep in mind, Shopify versus FaZe in our winners finals. The loser of that series is going to run into a very hot Optic, someone that came from all the way from losers 1 to get to where they are now in elimination finals. And not an Optic Gaming I want to run into. I think I'd rather take the easier road of why don't we just win winners finals, because like I said, we've said it all series, all tournament long, when this Optic Gaming team gets hot, and they look hot, they do bad things to teams.
Yeah. Just kicking off that one. Look at those highlights from this game number 3. Renegade started with some grapple plays and ended it with some grapple plays.
Tough to start a game with your safe bite on the right foot when you're getting spawn killed by shock rifle camo with Formal, but the battle for power, I mean, Optic had such starting strats, games 2 and 3, that just put them in such promising positions. Even though maybe game 2 didn't start off so significantly in Optic's favor, they were in a great position with the Renegade top tower was sniped. That's all you could ever ask. Good things usually happen, and eventually, damned if you fool me once, you're able to take down Renegade the first time, but the second time Renegade got top tower, the league got out of control. And this hill fight, I mean, it was incredible. Both players for Optic Gaming jumping up on that little circuit box and getting to see Plat the same route could easily have gotten hit by a single frag, and we could be still watching some SSG versus Optic gameplay. Yeah, but neither one of them gets hit by a nade. Great teamwork, and to stand in the hill with camo and be such a difficult target. You know, players are ADS across the map trying to shoot you, but such a difficult task of any player, even the best in the world. And Renegade makes the play that solidifies his team moving on.
Yeah, securing that C-plat, the draining time over at the Needler Hill, everything's just played so well from there. I mean, you and I have broken it down, though. I actually want to hear from the horse's mouth himself. Blaze, he's down there with Formal. Take it away.
Walshy and West Texas, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they win their first series of the day. Let's get some H4Fs in the chat right now. I got Formal with me on the main stage. Formal, you come into this series going up against a formal rival in Space Station Gaming. You guys played them a lot last season, but how does it feel to be able to take them down right now in the 3-0 fashion in which you did?
I mean, it feels good. I know that Bound and Legend definitely wanted to beat them, so that was a great first match. I don't know, it's good.
Definitely is good, okay? They definitely wanted to take down their old team, and you guys managed to get that done. And not just you know, I want to talk to you about Renegade as well. Renegade has been playing out of his mind throughout this entire event. How does that alleviate pressure for you guys and even makes the game that much smoother when he's in that flow state?
Yeah, John gets like so many fucking kills, and he's like been in MVP form this whole weekend, so I mean, it makes the game a lot easier when there's people dead all the time, and it definitely helped us out.
Definitely did help you guys out. Now, still a long road here on Sunday, and I want you to get back and prepare and get ready to watch this next series. But what do you want to say to the fans in this venue that came all throughout Texas, that's in the chats, in the watch party right now, that want to see Optic Gaming get another chip?
Yeah, we want to hear you guys get loud today. Loud.
Loud, he says. Let's hear it, Texas. That's going to do it for being Formal on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. That'll do it. Formal, requiring the loudness from the green wall in this arena. That'll get them going, indeed. Well, that's all they wrote for SSG. Off they go, hopefully to come back to another tournament with a little bit more in the tank. Optic Gaming, though, looking supreme on that main stage. What a match for them. I mean, they had all of the toys to play with pretty much all of the time in every single map that we saw. They were so efficient with their power weapon and power-up control. I mean, SSG barely were able to touch any of it, and it was so difficult. Putting those in the hands of Renegade, Bound, Legend, and Formal is always going to spell trouble. And Goofy, to be honest, that series came down to, you know, the lack of equipment for the other.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Lottie. We saw SSG come out strong in the streets. Oddball actually win the first round, but after that, they weren't really able to establish their presence on the map, to your point as well, Lottie. All power weapon control, all map control, all power up control going in the side of Optic. And you see Renegade, again, you heard Formal say it live on stage. When Renegade is killing everything on the map, it makes it a lot easier for the rest of Optic to dominate. And this is what we expect to see out of this roster. This is the God Squad that everyone signed up for. And if Optic is going to continue playing like this the rest of the weekend, then whoever loses that FaZe Shopify series is going to have a really tough match against this red-hot green wall.
Red hot indeed, Goofy. Tony, I mean, Renegade was an absolute superstar. That has been apparent really from the beginning of this weekend. But I think when it comes to Championship Sunday, we saw another kind of step up from him, another level up of Renegade, even coming out post commendation for main slayer of the tournament. Renegade, do you think it gets better even from here?
It really does. I mean, Renegade really has been that main slayer literally not only all series long, but all tournament long. He is that hunter. He just finds a way to get those early picks and really activates the rest of his squad. But also, as much as I want to give a shout out to Renegade, can I also give a shout out to Legend, because before that game number 3, Legend was flying in the slays department, flying in the damage department, had the most assists, and in that oddball, had the most time as well. Legend also really stepping up in that series.
100%. I think just to point out Legend there as well, in that final map on Recharge, he was always behind them, always making their life difficult. He always had that incredible route, a heads-up gameplay, knowing not just to get behind them, but how to. I think that's half the battle when you're trying to put a perfect flank together. It doesn't always work and might not work out in your favor. He somehow knows the exact way to do it, and it works out every single time. And truly belongs in that collapse of Optic Gaming. That is the exact thing you need out of Legend, going around and making things so much more difficult for your opponent. Incredible stuff from him. Goofy, anything else that you notice out of this series in particular that might have been either the catalyst to help Optic win the game or something that led to SSG not quite closing out any of the games here?
Yeah, like I said, Lottie, I think Optic is just kind of firing on all cylinders right now, and that's what you want to see coming into Championship Sunday. I really think, kind of looking back at yesterday, being down 2-0 against Nemesis, they potentially could not even have been here, right? They were one map away from being knocked out of the tournament, but in hindsight, that could have been really the fuel to start the fire, because coming back, reverse sweeping, and now we're seeing them coming into this Championship Sunday, sweeping SSG, and honestly, big shout out to SSG as well, right? They also had their backs against the wall yesterday, went to Game 5 against Cloud9 and clutched up and stamped away into Championship Sunday. Unfortunately, their tournament will be ending here, but again, we talked about this roster. We know what they're capable of. DreamHack Dallas is just around the corner. A few tweaks could go a long way for this team, and I expect them to make those improvements going into DreamHack.
I thought those were some really great points about Optic Gaming, specifically in this series though. One thing that stood out to me was Optic's discipline. Like, go back to that King of the Hill on Recharge. How hard is it to cap back-to-back hills from Whirlpool over toward the C-plat? They're on two opposite sides of the map. What do Optic do? They're split seconds away from taking that hill. They step out of the hill. They draw in, exactly. They draw in the offense from SSG and do not hop back into that hill until SSG get the first kill. What does that do? Forces SSG to no longer rotate early toward the next hill. Forces them to get a kill, so now that spawn is going to spawn over to where the C-plat goes. And now they're able to get a head start on the next hill, fresh off of taking Whirlpool. That doesn't happen often, and honestly, I think Optic showing that they have that in their arsenal shows that they can play disciplined Halo as well.
They certainly kind of did. It was beautiful again here. Another Legend little flank route just working out so perfectly, being able to pinch that back C hill as well. But, you know, I think just uncharacteristically, I think, of some of the players on SSG as well. We were seeing some quiet games from the likes of Stellar. I mean, he didn't finish with the best statistics. We need the firepower, especially coming up against Optic. It's the name of the game, really, when you're trying to compete with them. It just wasn't present. I truly believe that's because they weren't comfortable at any certain point on this map in particular, on map number 3, which usually they're pretty good at King of the Hill Recharge. I do think it does come down to the power weapon control. When you have power weapons in the hands of Optic, they make your life so difficult, and basically not all 4 being on the map at one point many times is always going to be tough, Goofy.
Yeah, and honestly, Legend played a big part in that series and a big part in Stellar not really being able to play at the standard that we expect. And we saw it in some of those highlights, right? Legend continuously flanking, continuously being behind the SSG roster, always putting down damage from positions that you hate to get damage from if you're SSG. You don't expect them to be behind you and flanking all the time, and he was able to do that, and they were just letting Legend be way too comfortable on the map and play his game.
When you talk about power weapons, you know, I think there was nothing so more perfect than that start of the King of the Hill. Formal grabs camo, waves Renegade off of the shock rifle, combines the camo with shock, and then proceeds to go off. And it just shows, you know, you can't be losing active camouflages and the shock and every other resource on the map and expect to be successful. I feel like that was kind of indicative of what happened throughout the entire series.
No, 100%. That was the worst start possible for Space Station Gaming and the best start possible for Optic Gaming. It just set a complete tone. Space Station just couldn't find their feet after that beginning. It was so difficult. They were constantly on the back foot, having to remedy things. And look, granted, they managed to do that, managed to get a hill, they had a nice hold. Lucid had shock for a second and ripped a face off here and there, you know, but it just wasn't enough. They never had that comfort that we saw come out of Optic Gaming. And hopefully, Optic can get nice and comfy in that elimination final, waiting for their opponent, of course, because as you can see, they've had a very long journey in this elimination bracket. Would you believe it? It really is the gauntlet, Goof. I mean, they had to take down TSM, Infamous, Nemesis, which was the revenge tour here, and that almost went quite a different story as well. They reverse swept Nemesis, folks, in order to get it done, and then meet Space Station Gaming in the semi-final. And I've got to say, they must have woken up on the right side of the bed, all four of them, because that 3-0 was hot, it was fiery, and they are out for blood. Winners side of things, though, we do have, of course, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan waiting in the winners finals to see who will go on to that grand final spot, and that's the one you want to be in, because it means, folks, you only need to win one series against your opponent. We have seen it be done through the elimination bracket. We've seen a reset or two in our time here in Halo Infinite, but it's difficult, and it's difficult to do it against a team that are red hot, haven't fallen short yet, haven't had their flow cut short. Goofy, it's very difficult to take down a team that are feeling themselves, and I think Shopify Rebellion and FaZe, based on their journey so far, if they got it done and went to that grand final spot through the winner side of things, that momentum is difficult to cut.
It is difficult, but it's not unachievable, right? And if it's a team like Optic that is red hot, coming out of the elimination bracket, they have all these reps under their belt. The loser of this winner's bracket matchup is going to have to face them, and obviously, depending on how Optic's playing, depending on how the loser's playing, I expect Optic to make it to the grand finals. And if it is Shopify Rebellion versus Optic, I don't want to, you know, get way too ahead of myself, but if we're expecting to see that Shopify and Optic rematch, I could see Optic resetting the bracket and pushing this to a second best of 5 series to determine the grand finals champion here. And we've seen that also, like in the preseason and at the FaZe K-Sign event. Optic and Shopify, and at this event, they're always this one game they win, one game the other team wins. It's just back and forth, so I'm expecting to see that here tonight.
Yeah, honestly, Optic seem to be the only team thus far to really be able to touch Space Station, Shopify Rebellion, in any kind of means of a series. So I'm interested to see if FaZe have the same feet in them. Can they start to really push the boundaries of Shopify and push it even to a series win here? We're gonna have to find out, folks, because we're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we do have your winners finals here on Championship Sunday. It's going to be the incredible Shopify Rebellion and the illustrious FaZe. We'll see you right after this. from? Well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect with no shield APC. Oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Well, here we go, Spartans. It is your winners finals time here at the HCS Arlington Kickoff Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. Before the break, we saw an epic series on the main stage, and it certainly was amazing if you are a Green Wall fan and if you're in the stadium to witness the greatness of Optic Gaming. 3-0 Space Station Gaming. They take them out of the tournament, and bye-bye, SSG. We will see you next time. And Optic, they live to fight another series. How far can they go is the question. But they're going to have to wait for their opponent, which will be coming out of this next one. So much to look forward to here this weekend, already at Major 1. But before we get into all the action, before I introduce the desk, I want to make sure you guys know what we have coming up very soon as well. Right around the corner, we do have DreamHack Dallas happening. It's, of course, our HCS Open. It's on May 23rd to 25th. Team passes actually are available right now, so make sure you go check out that link below on the DreamHack website. It's 4v4, of course, as per usual, and $150,000 on the line. This is a big one. All of our teams that are already home or packing in the hotels right now, already thinking about this DreamHack one and what they can do better in order to lift that trophy at the end of it. So folks, make sure you mark your calendars, get your team passes, or make sure you're in the venue itself, because it's going to be incredible. Right, back to the action, because we need to crown a champion today. And in order to do so, we need to get through this winners finals. Shurs, hello.
Hello, people.
How are you doing on the desk?
I'm doing very well. Dan has abandoned me, so I was a little bit orphaned for a while, but I'm glad you two have adopted me for the short while that I am here. I will say it's a little bit chilly up here, but I'm hoping that the main stage is where the ice really is.
It really is. That's the thing, right? We're freezing cold from all the ice on that main stage. That was perfectly put, Shurs. We love having you up here. Welcome. You know, I mean, we've seen already a great series, especially if you're Optic Gaming. How did you feel that went?
I think it went about as well as it possibly could have for them. I think SSG still struggling to find their feet, still not meshing together as much as they would like, and for Optic Gaming, Renegade in particular, he popped off in that series, and if he keeps doing that on Sunday, they might well lift that trophy.
Yeah, they might well lift that trophy indeed. They do have a couple of series ahead of them that are going to be very, very tough, but we'll see what they're made of. In the winner side of things in our championship bracket, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan are primed, ready to go on the main stage, seeing who is going to get into that grand final spot. Tony, we kind of talked a little bit about this before the break, but Shopify Rebellion and FaZe are kind of unfamiliar about kind of what they're going into this tournament, right? They're both looking so clean in terms of the weekend, but who right now do you think has the upper hand?
I mean, that's why I'm a little bit torn right now, because I'm looking at, for example, FaZe. FaZe have had a very clean road coming into it, not dropping a single map coming into this winner's bracket finals. And for a team that largely is underrated, I think that's really good for their confidence. But then you have a squad like Shopify Rebellion, who had to go through an Optic in round 1, an SSG in round 2. I mean, if you're talking about battle tested, Shopify Rebellion definitely have an advantage there. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two battle it out.
Yeah, I think if you talk about battle-hardened teams, it's definitely going to be Shopify Rebellion. But for FaZe Clan, they've beaten every single team that was put in front of them. They've beaten every single piece of competition. They're 15-0. They haven't dropped a single map all tournament long. And let's face facts here. They beat Nemesis, who took down Optic. If you actually look at Nemesis versus Optic in a head-to-head, Nemesis are winning on map count. So to 3-0 Nemesis is an absolute statement. So of course we might say they haven't been tested like this before, but up against Shopify Rebellion, I don't think there's anybody with more to prove than FaZe Clan to show that they have players on their team who last season, like Suppressed, didn't make it into a grand finals. Every single time he got to this point, he would lose this series and the next and find himself as a top 3 placement. So I'm looking at players like Suppressed today to be the difference maker.
100%, and a difference maker he shall be, if anything is to go by based on this weekend. Let's talk about Shopify Rebellion first up, just in terms of where they're at, because right now they are so unstoppable, it seems. They have just been going from strength to strength. It's really hard to find anything to pick apart right now, because they seem to be leading the way in terms of how to play the actual game. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but we do have a lot of meta shifts happen across off seasons, throughout the seasons. We have new maps, modes, sometimes weapons put into the mix as well. And so far, it seems to really suit these four very, very well. Not only did they get together, of course, in Rostermania, and one of the first teams to be able to put themselves down on paper, but they just seem to click off the get-go. That is something that's often really not heard of. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get used to one another, and I think especially when you take the duo of Royal2 and Frosty, who have been in a system for a decade together, who have barely made a change whatsoever. The fact that they're able to just pick up 2 absolutely talented young guns and make it work off the rip shows, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think it's actually the perfect blend for someone like Frosty and Royal2. They've got 2 sponges, 2 young guns that will listen to every single word that comes out of their mouth. And listen, if you have 2 3-time world champions telling you what to do, you shut up and listen. You want me to push here, you want me to hold the ball, whatever you need. If it wins me a ring, I'll do what's required.
Very true. Hey, listen, you guys know exactly what you're doing. We'll follow suit. It's pretty much how it goes. You know, Tony, I think something I love about the gameplay that we're watching from Shopify is how they're able to weave in and out of one another while always being able to have each other's backs. I think that is something that separates them from the rest. Whether it's on one side of the map, having to make your way over, dealing damage, but then coming up to clean things up for another teammate, you're never letting really each other down. That is a mantra I love in Halo Infinite, because it's high risk in terms of what you're trying to achieve and how much you're pressing your advantages, but high reward because you've always got someone there who has your back and support.
Yeah, and I feel like we've heard it a lot within their communications every time we go into a listen. And, you know, obviously Frost has really stepped up and been a play caller on this roster, but also Wyatt as well. Last shot, you know, he also is very vocal in the comms, and especially when going out to Cycle, going out to Matt, and trying to find where they want him in position and then where he's going to push. And those pinches, they come perfectly timed. I think it's because of that small talk. I think it's because of that play calling. And you said it before, it's very rare where skill and chemistry meet like that, and it has just clicked for Shopify Rebellion.
On the other side of the stage, we have FaZe. FaZe with that clean run. 15-0, you mentioned Shurs, and it just doesn't get better than that to get into the winners finals. Something that we really haven't seen for quite some time now in the HCS. Having a clean map record like that does so much for your flow as players, your momentum. My big question is, if I'm going to play devil's advocate with you here, is what happens when they go down a map? Are they able to kind of have the confidence to pick themselves back up? They haven't had that experience yet in this tournament. I know it sounds a little bit silly, but are they able to regain? Can they make sure that their mental is okay, going, oh darn, we just didn't get that clean, you know, finish that we wanted against Shopify, going down 1 in a series? You know, how are they going to handle that, do you think?
I think so. I think if you look at players, you turn to the experience like Trippy and like Penguin. They've been put in situations time and time again like this before, where they've been down a map, maybe even 2, and they've always shown composure and resilience. They'll make the right decisions. That's something that FaZe Clan have been doing all tournament long, making the right decisions, and when opportunities arise, they capitalize and they punish opponents. Now, the concern I have is when Rebellion give you opportunities, you have to make sure you capitalize and punish them, because they'll be few and far between. So when you get an opportunity for 5, 10, 15 seconds of oddball or a flag capture, make sure you get it and do not leave anything on the table, because if you do, Rebellion will punish you.
I think that was actually a really good question, Lottie, because I look at it in two different ways. You know, you see FaZe being undefeated obviously is an advantage on its own, but look at what happened to Optic. You know, a little bit of adversity isn't bad. They dropped down the lower bracket round number 1, and they look locked in right now.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. Sometimes it's a good kind of mental switch, you know, like, listen, we're not untouchable. We're going to have to work extra hard and kind of, I don't know, go into that 6th gear. And if you have that 6th gear, you're going to need it against Shopify Rebellion. Fantastic stuff across the board from both teams. This is really the head-to-head we've been waiting for in terms of the winner's side, the championship bracket. Who is going to come out victorious into that grand final spot? Who is going to drop down to meet Optic Gaming? We'll have to find out as we have Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan.
It's winners final time here in Arlington at the first major of the year, and we have two teams who have undoubtedly looked a little bit above the rest when it comes to their performance so far here in Texas. Shopify Rebellion on one side of our stage, but on the other side of the stage, a FaZe Clan that looks a little bit different to maybe what some people were expecting coming into this tournament.
They do indeed. It's a perfect FaZe Clan. 15-0 so far in the tournament, going up against a 15-3 Shopify Rebellion. This will be your map set for your winners final. We'll kick things off on CTF Origin, then into Slayer Recharge, King of the Hill Live Fire, and if we need them, Assault Aquarius and Slayer Streets to round it out.
And you mentioned those map records of both of these teams. Now, Shopify undoubtedly had a little bit more of a war to get to this position in this winners final phase. When you look at the seeds of the teams they've gone up against, maybe a little bit of an easier road, but the fact that they are perfect and the style of which they have been perfect is something that's certainly caught our eye.
Yeah, it's just like they said on the desk. It's two very different brackets, two very different roads up until this point. And really now this is FaZe's first test against the Big Four. Let's not forget, Shopify has already taken down the other two in the Big Four to get here. Now FaZe is realizing we were going to have to find the three best teams here eventually, and now they're facing their first opponent within the top four in Shopify Rebellion. As we said, map number 1, CTF Origin, very limited amount of game type data for these two teams on this, so it will be a fresh start here. We're underway in game number 1.
Is it going to be Frosty sliding straight for that sniper rifle? Looks like a little bit of a delayed start.
Here we go, baby.
Just something to keep in mind as well for some of the players who are on our main stage on these teams is a couple of players who haven't made a major final as yet. Keep your eye on that. Famously on that Shopify Rebellion team last year, had a little bit of a struggle when it came to some days.
Yeah, certainly. Big question here as 3 do fall for Shopify. Frosty was your last player alive. See what Suppress can do with him on the BR. He takes him down. And I believe he bodies last shot as well. I should mention, I said good morning to Suppress on the way into the venue this morning, and he looked at me and he said, out for blood. And I wish I was kidding. This man is here and ready to play.
Yeah, FaZe really want this. If you needed to know what it means to FaZe, I think this tournament, with maybe some of the disrespect they would feel, that people predicting them where they've been predicting them not to be a championship winning team, they want to come in and really prove themselves here. It's 3 dead at the moment for FaZe after a hot start. Shopify Rebellion with a little bit of control of the snipe side.
Frost stayed alive just long enough to make sure his teammates are able to spawn and make the move, and I think there's so much to talk about in this series, and it's wild that we're here on Origin. We haven't even mentioned it yet. Of course, a big priority for FaZe Clan is keeping not just control of the power weapons, but keep them out of the hands of Frosty on this map.
It's a really strong start, and
there he is.
Unfortunately, Frosty's got that sniper rifle in his hand, suppressed off of spawn. In the cave managed to slow things down for a second, but as you say, 4 players fall. And when you've got Frosty sat up on the top of the catwalk with a sniper rifle in his hand, for FaZe is lucky he's only got 1 bullet, but he still finds a kill with it.
Penguin got through. Huge opportunity for Penguin on the flank. Let's see if he's able to get here in the back of the base. He's going to get pinned down from the elbow. They should be able to take him down.
First flank goes in, and the worry here for FaZe Clan is they're 3 dead once again. However, Trippy has managed to just about clear out his base. There was an opportunity maybe for Shopify to go back-to-back with flag caps, but they are the pieces going together for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty gets the snipe, they get the 4 dead, and they do not make a mistake.
There's so much riding here on this matchup, not just because it's your winner's bracket final, but also because this is Shopify's first match of the day. And if you watched last season, you know all about Shopify Rebellion's Sunday scaries. A lot of trouble for them on Sundays, even a top 6 finish at the World Championship. Didn't even get to play on that final day. So much riding here. They want to correct that narrative. They want to change the story about how Shopify looks on a championship Sunday.
Well, let's talk about Royal 2. The man on your screen is 6-1 at the start of this game, and Shopify are running a flag once more. It's 2 dead, 3 dead, as another player comes off the respawn, and it's looking like this might be a 2-0 lead very soon, as the thrust is good enough to pick up a kill in the base. As
Damn, they're running through him.
Slams home the 2nd flag for Shopify.
That is Royal 2 insult to injury there as your team is capping. That cap was already guaranteed, and he's just styling on him from the elbow. And as a result, already 8-2 in this game. How about that? You're 1 flag away and you're quadruple positive. What a start from him.
Mentioned how Shopify seem to have just mastered the new game types and game modes here at Infinite. And it's looking like this could be an opportunity for the final flag to go in as well. It's 3 dead, Falcated last one alive. Cycle on the snipe side with a rocket still to play with. And the flag was moving, but Falcated, as last alive, has stalled this flag for a second and gave FaZe a slim opportunity, maybe to get off the respawn here and get this flag back home, but they're going to have to make some plays.
Yeah, Foul just staying alive. Penguin does a very nice job to get out of the cave there and avoid that rocket completely. Maybe we'll even get this kill here at the bottom of the base.
Yeah, Cycle gets taken down, but I want to really give
good.
props to Falcated there. He was the last one.
Yeah, that was like really like steady work from FaZe to like know that he was kind of snipe side with the rockets and still stay alive. That's crazy.
This game's over.
Slow down for just a moment as both flags do return. 8 minutes left on the clock, but you have a feeling as Last Shot picks up another 2, by the way, he's 12-5. Finally, Cycle will be taken down. You have the feeling that the amount of kills on the board is only maybe a matter of time before Shopify finds another one.
Just put the sniper away for a second there, looking for the trade onto Royal 2, but Royal 2 got the jump on Penguin, got that first shot in, meaning that he wouldn't trade in that battle. And that sniper rifle was down. Not sure if it fell off the map or if it is still clinging on to the edge of the outskirts of Origin, but last shot, 13-6, by the way. I'd say quietly going about his business, but that's nothing outside of exceptional when it comes to a statistic.
Remarkable, and you know, just he can feel the opportunity here on this day with this team. And coming with excellence, however, it was 2 dead for Shopify as this flag continues to run. Last Shot needs to stay alive here.
Cycle gets 1, Trippy gets the kill. It's actually Penguin who comes in to help out. Falcated did get taken down, I think, on that flag run, so the flag isn't home quite as yet. Shopify making this one awkward, making this one difficult. But now the touch does come in, and with Shopify 2 dead, this could be an opportunity for FaZe to strike and get their first flag on the board. They put this one home. Trippy will half the deficit. It's now 2-1 with 7 minutes remaining.
Really great patience there from Trippy. Notice how he let all those flags come through trench and bottom middle. He wanted no part of those. He lets all 4 of them explode before he goes for the flag touch. And right around the same time, his team is wiping up those kills. 4 dead off the respawns as well. There will be no counter. FaZe will continue with map control.
And now they're going to have an opportunity to trap Shopify in the back of the base. This is what FaZe needed. 1 flag, and then all of a sudden it doesn't feel like that much of a deficit to try and come back from. Inside of the base, Penguin got those rockets as well. Falcated has found 1 with that sidekick, and they're suppressed picking up the rockets. It's 4 dead again.
Penguin started turning up, not gonna lie.
Like a Shopify game, a Shopify map is turning on its head.
Oh, beautifully done. We talked about this new aggressive phase. You saw Trippy yesterday doing things he wasn't allowed to do based on other teammates grabbing the snipers. But yesterday and today, they are showing up in a huge way. It's back-to-back 4 deads, and it is back-to-back caps for FaZe Clan. Just like that, we are tied 2-2.
50 seconds or so between those 2 caps, and FaZe now send into a next cap win situation. Sniper coming up on that snipe side as all the attention moves towards it. Falcade's still doing so much work with that sidekick, by the way. Last Shot's trying to sneak through to the silver. And Trippy aware of his position. This is a 2 dead situation on both sides, but now it's a 3 dead for Shopify, and Trippy says, hey, there's going to be no one here to stop me. I'm grabbing this thing and I'm putting it to use.
Amazing. 3 dead again. Look at the control coming in. It's a staggered 4 dead. Spawners in the elbow here. And they had the setup. Might be able to convert again and steal this game out from underneath Shopify.
And something I love here, Falcate impressive inside the base, pushing past his teammates, looking to get that flag moving, but Trippy can't quite connect on the big shots that really matter in that situation. A couple of headshots there, that flag's moving.
As you say, gets the stop just in time. Roll 2 flies into the cave and says, let me take that last bullet, see if I can put it to use. 2 dead for both sides here.
Royal 2 just looking for a pick here. Ooh, timing not quite on his side this time. Penguin's not looking at him though. Gets bodied, but keeps himself still breathing. 5 minutes now left in this game. 2 minutes elapsed.
Wow.
Since we last checked in. And those 2 camps from FaZe now make this a very nervy feeling end to this game. Frosty going for this flagpole. 2 dead here for FaZe. He needs to get this kill.
Oh, big cuts him down. Gosh, to get that kill on the bridge is so huge. Just look how this would have been different. Flag is still running, by the way, so that's a must kill for Penguin. However, they might not be out of the woods just yet. It's still 2 dead.
Last shot gets another as well. It's 2 dead again for FaZe. 3 dead momentarily. Rockets are coming up, but nobody's going to worry about that on the map. It's all about getting this flag back home here for Shopify Rebellion. That's exactly what they will do. And even though FaZe put those 2 on the board and tied the game up.
Wow, it was looking like a nice little comeback, and then Shopify like, no.
Pull out that 3rd flag, and we'll take it game number 1.
Wow. Amazing way to start the series. You thought that might be a little bit of a walk in the park for the side of Shopify, but instead FaZe rallies back. They dig deep, tie up the game, and in the end, it's only an 8-minute game. Does not go the distance time-wise, but certainly goes the different distance in terms of total flags that you can see in regulation. It's 3-2 in the end in favor of Shopify. They will take game number 1, but it's clear that this series will have a lot to offer.
And interestingly, when you're looking at that win, we got a little peek at the statistics there. Frosty, a little bit quiet in that game, 9-14, but no worries because the man who was giving us a thumbs up in those player pitches, the last shot, 18-11 from him, outclassing everyone in the lobby when it comes to those kills.
Yeah, remarkable from him. And like we said, feels like this year is so big for last shot. So good last year that you couldn't ignore him. Now he finds himself on the #1 seeded team. Same with Cycle. What do they do with this year in terms of their career, their legacy that they're building? You get the feeling that those 2 young guns they appreciate and they understand what is riding on not just this year, but even this event off the rip. And they're putting up the numbers to back it up.
Lots to take away from that game number 1. I want to take you back to the moment actually where Trippy had the sniper rifle towards the cave, looking at those spawns that were coming in from Shopify Rebellion. It was a 3 or 4 dead situation, and he had the opportunity, not easy shots. This is the exact situation we're talking about. Hits a nice one there, but it was the follow-up from that. Shopify Rebellion, you have to give them credit. They make them difficult shots. But if, and it's a big if, Trippy hits a couple of headshots there, or even hits the bodies, Falcate maybe lives, and that could be a very different looking game. But that has kind of been the story for FaZe, right? It's been very close games going down to the wire, but the series, when it's finished, always seems to go against them. Is that going to be another example at the end of this series we'll look back on, or will FaZe be able to put that right?
That's the question. And with that win, Shopify Rebellion will not only steal game 1, but they will end FaZe's unbeaten streak here at the Optic Major, dropping their first game.
True, but it was a close game. I thought it was going to be way worse, but
of the Big
true.
4, they find themselves losing by 1 flag. Question is, will Shopify take that momentum and bring it right into game number 2? This is a big game here for FaZe. You do not want to go 2-0 in this series.
There's an opportunity for them as well, because we talked about Shopify Rebellion Slayers. They've been pretty good, but they're not exceptional. There's a few weaknesses. There's a few games that slip through their fingers when it comes to game number 2s. And for FaZe, when you look at this lineup, it feels like a team that's built for success in Slayers. One thing that you're going to have to do as any team in the Halo Championship Series when you go up against Shopify is if you get a shot up and you're taking a 1v1, you have to win it. And when you're looking at the type of players, I'm looking at Suppressed, Falcate, it's very rare that you'll see them lose those fights. So if they can keep that momentum up, if they can win those important must-win battles where they have the advantages, I feel like FaZe have got something to say here.
Absolutely, and let's forget yesterday, right? Frosty was like, hey, make sure we're winning our 1s. Let's take these individual battles. Let's not team shoot as much as we can, if you caught that in the comms. And they're going to bring that into this Game 2 Slayer as well. Let's forget FaZe is also, of course, as a result of their record, undefeated in Slayer thus far. We'll see if Shopify can do it again here. We're underway in Game 2.
This man started off with a no-scope in the last game. This time he's got the battle rifle in his hands and doing some good cross-mat damage to allow Trippy to move in and get that camo, and he's got it almost was uncontested, it looks like, but look at that poke. And that coordination coming out of Shopify Rebellion. 2 players just fly through the tower, but the damage was enough for Trippy to clean both kills up. Walk out of that situation with Camo, the lead, and a little double kill to go alongside it.
Really nicely done there. 3 dead, as you saw on the score, but Trippy somehow makes sure to get not just these damage, but also these kills. 4-3 here. Quite even off the break. Tiny bit of camo left for Trippy here.
Frosty's just picked up a double kill and he has that shock rifle. That's a really, really
Good playing right now by this guy, bro. Every kill on their team.
but just stops a bit of momentum from Frosty as well. How
Okay, until I jinxed it.
turn a double into a triple, then he's repositioned, and all of a sudden, you got a shock rifled Frosty to worry about on the map. But Trippy played that really well. Now he's playing his pipe. For the trade inside of pipes, his teammate Penguin should be there, but he gets
Last shot,
by
dude.
Last Shot, who just has this ability to turn a 1 into a 2.
Somehow Last Shot from the battle edge with absolutely no shields nor health. Gets a little bit of a death stick coming out. However, the game now tied at 9. 2 dead for Shopify. They're going to have to reset here together off the respawn.
Looks like Falcate knows where those spawns are coming in. There's actually 3 players from Shopify Rebellion who are in and around the elevator. Now they've moved out a little bit to try and take some space, but it means that they're kind of walking into a couple of phase players, but they win those individual fights again. Last Shot, Royal 2 and Cycle all rotate back to elevator. Cycle should be able to clean this one up. Suppress comes out of that with 2, and you have to say in that situation, which felt like a bit of a disadvantageous one, be happy to come out with that double.
Yeah, staggered 4 dead. Gives FaZe Clan now a 1 kill lead. And still top gold control. Spawns coming in glass as well as long haul. But just like that, Last Shot right off the rip. We're tied 14-14.
Camo coming up in 3 seconds time. See that FaZe are trying to get in a position to contest this. Trippy's on somewhat of a flank here. As that commando. There's multiple players here. They're the ones we're talking about, and that's a big win from Royal 2.
Big win. It's also a tough angle from Trippy. As 3 fall, Falcated was the last player alive bottom middle, now at orange door. Gets away with Camo, does not! No! It's a Camo burn. A big set of plays here now for Shopify.
And think about that. Royal 2 wins the individual. Somehow stays alive. Then he comes back. And Falcated doesn't get away with the camo. All of these things based on a 1v1. The Royal 2 wins so consecutively.
Absolutely. I also think it was a tough angle for Trippy to challenge from anyone who's played that angle. When you're coming in off of the Trippy into long haul, trying to challenge Attic with a commando, and the player's now bouncing around long haul, that's not easy. And like you said, there was a big domino effect, a knock-on effect, where Shopify has now taken the 3-kill lead.
Biggest lead of the game so far. Cycle finds another one as well. Last Shot looks left, looks right a little bit late. And gets hit by the bus as he crosses the road. Cycle, though, into the tower on the flank. Picks up 2, and it's a 5-kill advantage now for Shopify.
And now at the 25-20 mark, they're starting to pull away. Now 26-20. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Nice.
Yo, I have short. Yo, shoot him your red ballot.
It's one day, there's one
Go.
One head shotgun red. I just left 3. I'm punching a weak, punch weak, killing him. Top red, two top red. He's on the stairs. Yo, I might be on your person. I'm trying to watch your cat. Yo, camo 15 Matt when you spawn, okay? Yo, 2 top gold guys, they're not moving. Red stairs. Yo, I'm getting to Preston. Turban weak. Turban and 2 in a row. Okay.
Yo, watch my top cat.
Let me go weak.
Camo 5.
Do you red?
Missing one.
Nice. Let's go.
Two spawners.
Yeah, spawn.
Red steps weak.
Spawning on your present.
We got 2 bikes on me. 2 right.
No, it's one to white.
Watch out for dead.
Should be 3 in. One spawning out.
One more word. Nice.
One out.
Yo, run at this guy. I think he's spawned A. I think he's hiding in the corner.
I'm checking it.
Nobody. We're good. They're hard spawning back.
Yeah, they're hard.
Nice. Yo, push out.
There's a lot to love about that listening for Shopify Rebellion, and they are now in a commanding lead. Think how close this was when we went into the listening. It's 42-27 now. now.
Game has been blown wide open there, and once again, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you love the comms that you're hearing. These guys are so intense, and undoubtedly the most intense that we have within the top 4 in terms of speed and excitement within the comms. So much to talk about, but it feels like we're going to watch the home stretch first. We'll be able to break down that listen, and only 6 more kills to go.
A couple of kills go the way of FaZe, but it's going to have to be more than that. And I've got to say, this guy's so impressive. Last shot falls here, but how many 5 shots does he hit when someone is G-sliding across in front of him as well? It's not just a case of worrying about your strafe and trying to avoid it if you can't hit a G-slide. He'd hit you anyway, even if you're moving as quick as you can on this map.
Last shot for the 2nd game in a row. Look at him leading the entire lobby and the team. 14 and 8 here. Cycle not far behind, 13 and 8. These 2 guys, as we said, 2 of the youngest players in the HCS with the #1 seed, and they are hand-in-hand statistically as they lead by 10.
More damage coming out. Last shot keeps himself alive for a few seconds as well. Gets information on Penguin. Frosty's going to move in and get a double kill based off some damage that he picked up elsewhere on the map. Trippy goes in. Last shot. Oh, it's a big individual fight won by Trippy. But is it too little too late here for FaZe? It's only 4 to go here for Shopify Rebellion.
They do find 2 dead. Would require, we'll just say it, a miracle to come back in this one, but 3 kills to go.
Express trying to chase down Last Shot. Again, Last Shot just such a nuisance. Just knows he hasn't got any support. Just bides a few more seconds, and even though Suppress gets that kill, Shopify back on the map. The 3 shots coming in from Trippy, but Frosty's there to trade it out. Frosty will get a second, and Frosty will close it out here for Shopify Rebellion. 50-40 is your final score, and Shopify look hot.
FaZe Clan comes in undefeated, and they lose the first 2 against Shopify Rebellion, who had their number in each of these game types. It's a decisive 50-40 win in game number 2. 14 kills for Last Shot, 13 for Cycle, 12 for Frosty, and the Royal Flush. Royal 2 with 11. Straight down the stat line. You really can't ask for anything better from this squad.
Yeah, nobody negative in the Slayer. That's perfect.
That's how you win.
And you're looking at the assists as well. 2 players double digits. Last Shot on Royal 2 was 7 and 8 respectively. That is almost impossible to play against when you end up with statistics like that. But this gives us an opportunity to just go back to that listening, because that was something we were kind of really focusing in on, and there was a couple of things that you loved about the way that Shopify would communicate.
Yeah, I think first of all, everyone's gonna just, I think, be on the same page that it's amazing to hear the intensity as we take a look at some highlights from this game. When they're up by 10 and they're getting the 4th kill, they're popping off. They're like, last guy dead! When they're up by 10, it's amazing to listen to. This was a challenging battle here for Trippy, especially against Royal 2. That's not easy to win. In the end, the domino effect, look, it was 17-17. Royal 2 then, who just stayed alive, as you said, gets the kill on Foul. They burned that camo, and then things started to unravel very quickly. But specifically in the listening, I also love an amazing call from Frosty that if you're watching in the arena or you might have heard from home, Frosty specifically says, Matt camo spawning in 15. And he's calling out who is going to make the camo play. He's calling it out while Matt's in the death screen, Royal 2, and he's saying, you're going to be the one. That's typically a coach call. So that's amazing for Frosty in the comms to be saying, Matt, you're the one who's going to get camo. It's up in 15 when you spawn. That is your focus. Very important IG yelling and play calling coming in from Frosty. Let's not forget, we heard him doing it yesterday as well with huge play calls of take your 1v1s.
So you can go back a step further. He says, let Matt die, just before he makes that play call as well. That means that don't leak extra deaths. Don't try and keep Royal 2 alive in this situation, because we can give up 1 death, but if we try and keep him alive, it could be 2, could be 3, and then we all know what happens off the back of 3 or 4 dead at this level. So all of that kind of thinking, it's not just communicating what we're doing now, it's let's think about a lifetime. Let's think about what our next priority is. Let's think ahead and see if we can keep either our advantages in our favor or just kind of reduce our risk for the next play that might be a little bit bigger. This is how the series is looking. 3-2 Origin flag went the way of Shopify Rebellion. After a good comeback from FaZe to tie it up at 2-2, but 50-40, Shopify look like they really are on a roll here as we head towards King of the Hill on LiveFire.
Yeah, it's so hard to play against too, because I think what they also bring forward, Shopify, is in those intensity of those comms, they're so quick and they're just hungry to collapse on you in those Slayers, and we saw it time and time again. And it is that go, no-go call like you just mentioned. Halo Infinite is all about, off of the spawn, you have to immediately decide, are you helping teammates? Are you part of this current fight, or are you not? And that's why, like you said, in the example where Frosty says, let Royal 2 die. We are not flying off spawn to help him. We are letting him die. We are setting up elsewhere. The flip side of that is that they can make the opposite call and be right back in the battle and continue collapsing and keep their opponent in the blender. That's what they've done so far in this series.
Well, for FaZe, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep if they want to go directly into that finals. Otherwise, it's going to be a date with Optic if they cannot fight 3 games in a row here in that elimination bracket final. And let's remember, of course, if Shopify Rebellion win this next game, they have a series advantage as well. Whoever comes to that elimination bracket will have to beat them twice in the grand finals if they want to be crowned champions. And with the way that Shopify are playing, that seems like a tall order for anyone who you put on that main stage.
And of course would be an opportunity for the first time, should they take any of these next 3 games, for Cycle and Last Shot to be an official major grand final at an event. A lot riding on it for them. They've made it look easy so far, but make no mistake, they certainly understand what's on the line, and there's still 1 game to win.
Well, King of the Hill is going to be where we find ourselves. Shopify did beat C9, but a little bit earlier in this tournament, but they did lose this game type to Optic Gaming at our kickoff little teaser, the K-Sound Invitational that we saw before our first major of the season. So there may be something to work on here for FaZe, and I feel like FaZe, when you're looking at game types, King of the Hill's ones that suits them. Setup-based game type, where they can hold their angles, they can output damage without having to be too aggressive and mobile on the map. It's a comfortable feeling game type for them, and it's going to have to be if they want to keep this series going.
Yeah, so far good on King here, winning their King game type that we've seen them play in bracket play so far. However, Shopify, as we said, also looking quite good overall in King of the Hill. But if we had to pick one, or I should say if FaZe had to pick one game type that they'd want to play in King, or one map specifically, it would be this King of the Hill live fire. So if you are a FaZe Clan fan, a fan of these players, this might be an opportunity to come back into this series.
Well, it looks like FaZe are getting situated and ready to go into this game, and it is a must-win game for them if they want to keep this series going. Otherwise, like I mentioned, it's a date with Optic Gaming, and it might be an awkward date, one that doesn't go too well for either side if they will go to the elimination bracket and fall to the green wall. Looking at some of our stats, some of the players to keep your eyes on, 2.06 kills per minute, the highest in the entire tournament. That man, Royal 2, when it comes to King of the Hill, is a little bit different.
And like we heard at the K-Sound Showdown, Royal 2 saying he feels like he needs to kind of reprove himself, which is crazy to hear from a player of his pedigree and a player with his legacy, but he is doing that so far this year, redefining a new era for himself. And man, what a weekend it's been so far. We'll start things off with him. We'll see if he could do it again.
Well, let's see if FaZe have got something to say about this series. Let's see if FaZe can answer back. Trippy with the first kill of the game is going to give them somewhat of a foothold. It's actually going to be 2 dead off the break here for Shopify Rebellion. And there's a grenade that's going to give Trippy the info on where Royal 2 is as well. It's FaZe who grabbed that snipe off the break.
It's a great start for FaZe. And if you missed it yesterday, Trippy was hitting some historic clips that I feel like we're going to be seeing in highlight packages all season long, with a triple followed by an over on this exact map. And he's going to look to do the same amount of damage yet again. Starting things hot, taking down Royal 2. That's the first priority, as they have some good progress here on hill number 1 and still a man advantage.
Yeah, really good start here for FaZe. Bearing in mind that they didn't have the best of spawns when it comes to live fire. If you have the opportunity, you want to be spawning closer to that first hill in and around the garage. They had to fight for it, and they already got half of it progressed in their favor. Camera got traded out as well.
Looking for the, where's the snipe?
It's somewhere
looking
around
for it. Might have fallen down that little crack.
I
think could be pesky little. Hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, forget about it at this point. Shopify are inside of that hill, and they need to start pressurizing this a little bit here, FaZe. They're trying to get the numbers. They do get that first pick as well, but there's 2 players stacked, and there's a flanker for Royal 2. So this is going to make it very, very difficult now, with Royal 2 continuing to flank where he knows the rest of Shopify are not looking. But FaZe turn around at just the right time, but the damage and the survivability here from Royal 2 is so impressive.
He thought he had a nade here. This is a big kill. We'll see if he's able to stay alive in this battle. 3 dead, takes to the sky, and wins that battle. Last player in is Penguin. See if they can take him down. He's going to hold B for just a second. Here comes a collapse.
Penguin needs to buy time to get his shields back. Frosty's flying at him, his half shields, but Cycle's already there to clean him out. And this is where we see both teams start to get a little bit desperate for this hill. 2 dead on the sides of FaZe. You get the feeling that if this push isn't successful, this one's going the way of Shopify Rebellion. But Falcate with a big individual win. It's at Shopify Rebellion are 3 dead, and maybe FaZe can steal this one away.
Very important win there. Still 2 dead. They're going to continue holding here. There's going to be 1 more hold on the contest.
They're contesting, they're buying time, they're being so difficult to clear out this hill here, Shopify Rebellion, and FaZe Clan quite simply can't find them at the moment. It's 2 dead on the side of Shopify, but it's 2 dead on the side of FaZe as well. Last shot at the back of green, 2 players in front of them trying to stay alive. Hits the QT. Can he buy even more time for his teammates to arrive? No, they can't. Look how close it is on both sides here.
Take a look at Trippy. Needs to hold this down. Has to win these 1v1s in the back. Cycle's the last player alive, and he's trapped in house. This should be a FaZe hill.
Love the push from Trippy, even though he doesn't get get that kill. It means he clears the space for FaZe to step inside, for Penguin to cap that first hill, and FaZe will get the first point on the board.
Big for FaZe. As we said, this is their opportunity to get back in the series, and as you said, a must-win. It's 3 dead off the back of that as well, and it will be a suppressed camo. Perfect timing. Let's get into a listen in with FaZe Clan.
Okay, run away. Yo, pillars. Where they going? Nothing but dummy door, I think. And Nest.
Look top mid.
Dummy door, Nest and bottom mid. On repulse, probably.
Yeah, on repulse now.
Bottom mid. Two. Bottom mid, last two. And then mid cut.
Look down. Yo, cut still.
Good top. I'm on top.
Oh, you done. Might spawn A.
Big door.
Back up. Could be bottom mid.
Am I turning it all the way?
No.
I'm hunting Nest.
I'm looking down. You're good. Watch it.
I'm sitting in the vent. Once they play,
Yeah, good play, Mike. Just hide forever, Mike.
About to score.
Go on. Nice.
Nest.
Give me top.
Nest weak, crossing. Shit.
Yo, allow me. I'm watching out. I'm not getting time.
Yo, pillars. In a week.
Watch out. Yo, back B kill.
Yeah.
Two shot, and Nest.
That's what someone said. Mike and Donnie don't speak.
Jumping up Nest.
Yo, I remember teaming with Donnie in the snipes tournament. And Mike was just yelling at him. He's like, "Where's he at, Donnie?" Yeah, it's funny. Vibey comms back. Chilling.
Two, watch out,
Nest. Yo, Nest and big door thing. Big door out. Big door and hill, last two.
Watch out, big door. Absolutely. Last guy hill.
Dummies, spawn.
Yeah. Spawn
Yo, slime some X, guys.
Okay, last guy's hill. Still. Watch out.
Going right. I'm around. Here.
I needed it.
Watch out, roll two.
Yeah, slime, guys. Careful.
Yo, top big door, weak sniping. Big door, weak sniping.
Alright. I got hill there. I be using ammo. 12.
You're dead. Watching screens.
My bad. Bullet. Say, I'm looking bottom mid, guys.
Watch the keys. You don't need to.
Yeah, I have it. Looking bottom mid. Ammo 10.
Top mid half.
Got for sure. Dummy door. Last shot.
Got for sure.
Go big. I'm looking big. Stay left. He's gonna go flat.
He's on it.
Yeah, rad. Two big door. One's one. Come here. Nice trade. A plat now. Tycho. Last guy A plat. Yes. He's on the pillar. Sitting on the pillar. Not moving on the pillar. On big door. Second one flat.
One on the pillar. Dead. Back pillar.
Watch out back. Watch out rat. Nice. I'm going out tower, guys. I'm going tower.
Good boys.
Going tower.
Going mud.
Yo, tires on me. Last shot. Tires on me. Two shot.
Mud down here. Watch on Nest. Watching our flank.
Yo, listen. What's dummy door to pillar door now? I'm going up easy.
Bottom mid gone. Once it's hill, one's bottom mid.
Well, if you thought that Shopify were going to run away with this series, well, FaZe have answered that question. It's 3-0 for FaZe, and they have looked incredibly impressive here on Livefire.
And like we said, not just in terms of the game type, but even the momentum here, it seems to be playing in their favor. What a start from them, and also how great to get that extended listen with this side. And they sound so cool, calm, and collected the way they're just going about their business here and holding down the back of the base, really making sure they're isolating and focusing the exact areas of the map that they need to. And for a second, it felt like Shopify might steal that hill. That is not the case. FaZe closes it out yet again. Frosty not done yet. See if we can put together, decent amount of time on the clock. I was going to say the same thing.
Lots of time here for Shopify Rebellion to formulate a comeback, but the more time that gets burnt off that clock, it's going to be more difficult for Shopify, of course, to cap those hills in time with 3 already gone. Frosty's body and a headshot and everything that moves at the moment, as you would expect of a player who has been one of the standouts so far this season, but time is a factor. Even though there is time, Shopify are going to have to know that they can't really spend time outside of the hills if they want to give themselves a chance to get back into this one. They've got about 30% of this hill already capped, though.
Has to be said as well during the listen, and what a run from Suppressed, huh? With that sniper rifle camo combo, just a huge part of why they're up 3-0. And still a lot of gameplay yet to play. We'll see how this last hill goes, but as you say, every second now getting more precious for Shopify.
Also one of the best call-outs in the listening we've heard in quite a while. Hide forever.
It really was. The call-out was to Falcated, and I believe it was Mikey hide forever, as they were trying to bait top middle, and might not have been a literal meaning of hide forever, but he certainly got the damage. Continue to watch this mud hill. It's still now 147 left on the clock. FaZe is going to... Oh, my...
Oh, those little moments can be game changers, momentum changers, and Trippy throws a blind nade top middle and gets the kill onto Frosty. And off the back of that, hey,
Mikey Hyde forever.
in the previous game. He gets camo, he lines up the shots, and now he's on a killing spree.
This is what camo and a 3-kill lead can do. You can go wherever you want on the map. Almost turns 3. Getting hunted down by Frosty.
He stayed alive! He's so cool!
He is so cool. No panic from Trippy. And he lets the team finish the work. That was 3 dead. Home
Bro just alley-ooped him to his teammate.
Seconds left on the clock.
Little moments with big consequences. That is another one. This time it goes the way of FaZe. This time it goes the way of Trippy. And what a run that is from him. 1 minute left on the game clock, and with 3 hills still capped and complete control of the tower side of the map as well. FaZe are just burning seconds off of that clock and getting closer to getting their first game on the board.
Beautifully done.
Guy just fucking pushed up the Spartan. The other guy's like, bah! That was crazy.
So not over just yet. Shopify will jump in immediately. They will look to hold if they can throughout the entirety of the rest of this hill. And it looks like, based on the numbers, they will get this one and they'll be ready to rotate.
Just under a minute left on the game clock, but still very doable, but it's going to have to be a hell of a performance from Shopify Rebellion on these next 2 hills. Top middle is such a difficult one to lock down without taking damage, without having to step in that hill and expose yourself to grenades. Cycle's going to have to force it here. Trades will be big here for FaZe. If they can trade out consistently, they will win this game. It's 2 dead on either side, and Trippy has control of the tower. Such a vital spot to be holding at this point in the game.
Also, they do grab Snipe. Penguin drops with Snipe, which is going to be big here, especially with the amount of time on the board. They get the first pick, which is massive, and they get the second, sending Frosty for a neck-breaking backflip, 3 dead. This should be the victory lap here for FaZe Clan.
Penguin smartly after that play relocates to the top of the tower, spreads his wings and says, Shopify Rebellion, you're going to have to go through my reticle, and if you do, more than likely going to hit you in the head with this sniper rifle. Smartly throws it off. It's 3 dead.
K-San in the chat. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Though this should be the home straight.
No tariffs here for Penguin. You're not slowing this man down. He's going to spread those wings, and he's going to fly, as you say, the home stretch. Shopify going to try to make something happen, but is going to require an absolute miracle here. Watch these next few picks. This might be the end.
Suppressed with a 1v1 win against Frosty as well. That's going to be a confidence booster for him. And even though Shopify is still inside of this hill, wait a minute, I say still inside of this hill, Falcate's last alive. There's still time. 13 precious seconds.
Imagine.
Here for Shopify Rebellion.
They might get this one. They're going to have to do it again.
We've seen perfect hills in that first hill.
There it is. Okay, the hill's on the board now. Need to rotate immediately.
Thing is, the green hill is really easy to get. So, like, if they get fucking 4 dead, they could, like, fuck this up, bro. No cap. They could fuck this up, bro.
Gonna put it to no shields. 3 seconds trying to stay alive. They get inside of it. Cycle has the sniper rifle. But here comes Falcate and here comes Trippy. They should be able to clean this one out. They do clean this one out.
Okay, never mind. They cleaned them up. GG. Okay. Get hype. Get hype.
2-1 now. And they've shown that
G fucking G, bro.
Wild for that game to end 3-2 based on what we saw from the entire game.
Correct.
However, FaZe is not going to worry about that. They're only going to worry about the win-loss column, and they will take the win. They will stay alive to force us at least to a game number 4. Looking at some of the stat outliers, it's going to be Trippy. 20 and 13 in that game. By far the most positive, not just on the team, but in the lobby.
That run that he went on with as well, with that sniper rifle, with that camo, with that repulse, all of those little things, those little moments. It was the blind grenade to top middle under pressure that took down Frosty. Off that, goes to get the camo.
Yep.
Headshot, gets another kill, stays alive. Back to all of these things. This is what we talk about. When we say, like, things have never been closer in Halo, like, it's those moments, right? That doesn't happen the first part. The rest of it does not exist. We're not talking about it.
Exactly.
And that's the game-changing moments we see.
It's amazing knock-on effect, as you said, as it happened. Also, getting that camo lets him take crazy unorthodox dummy angles all the way in that kind of dummy corner. Last shot's not expecting anyone to be sniping all the way from that
dummy
left side.
angles,
as
bro.
You say, picks up those kills, then just plays his camo so well to allow his teammates to push in, then hits the repulse. Really keeps a cool head in that situation. And let's not forget, with how close that game became, if he doesn't make plays like that, we could be at a very different point here. FaZe actually could be walking off the stage as that game ends 3-2. Also, this return to sender, that was beautiful as well. A little bit of a highlight reel from Trippy, and not surprising. When he puts up a 20 and 13 performance, you're going to get clips in the replays as well.
What point of view, what team will we watching the point of view of the sniper from most of that game? It's FaZe, right? It's FaZe. It's a very simple thing we keep reiterating, but the power this weapon has on this map cannot be underestimated, and Trippy is going to give you an illustration of a visceral example of exactly what. I thought he was going to hit it.
I know,
I'm gonna lie.
but I have to say, this is so well, right? You can just dodge. He's not going to shoot, not going to melee, and right when they get close, uses that repulse to get out of that. And let's not forget, it was still 3-0 at that point. So for this game to end 3-2, the fact that he's making those plays is buying his team tons of time. Penguin as well, putting on a show, and this was a very nice final collapse as they take down 3. The clock will tick to 0, and they will win King of the Hill live fire 3-2. As we said, that was identified. We even talked to B-Man about it this morning. We talked to Best Man. We asked him about this whole series layout. He said, I don't really remember the game types. We said, no problem. We'll pull them up for you.
We got you covered.
We have them right here. And we took a look at these game types with Best Man, and he did identify that game 3 was a potential tough one. It's also a very strong game type for Optic, so Shopify knew that there was going to be work to be done. In the end, it's FaZe Clan that capitalizes on that, and they will send us now to an Assault Aquarius, and now it feels like we've got a series on our hands.
Doesn't it just, especially when we have this particular game type. And let's take ourselves back to preseason. Now it was a flag game that FaZe were involved in, which was one of the grindiest Aquarius flag games we have ever seen.
Yep.
It ended 1-0, and FaZe, I think, captained the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And just ground out the result. Did not let their opponents inside of that base. So if, and it's a big if, of course, FaZe can get that bomb planted first, they know how to hold the map for more than a couple of minutes, shall we say. Aquarius is, of course, where we find ourselves. Shopify looking to close the series out, but FaZe looking to send this the distance, looking to send this to a game 5.
Already underway. Both teams have very impressive bomb records so far, and now this is going to be a grueler based on what we've seen. Can FaZe Clan capitalize on the momentum they've built from that game number 3 and bring it here into a 4th game? Of course, keep in mind, should FaZe Clan win, we will be going to a series-deciding Game 5 Slayer.
Oh, it's 4 dead though off the rip here. Cycle's got that camo, and the bomb is going to be progressing very, very soon as well. And it's a camo run as well with this bomb in the hands of Cycle. Drops it for a second to pick up 1 kill. And look at the damage output. Still alive somehow or other with his camo.
Should also mention Falcated, one of the best KDs on this specific game type at the tournament. We'll see if we can keep that going here up against Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify kind of trapped in the back of their base at the moment. Excuse me, FaZe are trapped by Shopify in the back of their base. I like the slow, methodical, deliberate pace that Shopify are playing this. They have the bomb down in the courtyard, although it looks like it might reset in just a second's time. They were prioritizing kills, they were prioritizing space before they moved that objective, and with 3 dead once again, they'll go back for that bomb now.
Frosty 5-1 off the opening. That's the start you would want it from him, as he's also now running the objective work to the Shroom Stairs. They've kept 2 dead throughout all of this.
Oh,
somehow he eats that nade, does not take it down. Still 4 players alive and still 2 dead. Should start the arm in just a second. It's a 2v3 in the back of the base.
Cycle's still alive inside the base as well, and here comes the flank from Royal too. It's perfectly timed. Trippy's the only one who can maybe stop this, but Frosty knows that Trippy's got no shields. He almost gets the arm. Does he get the arm? Yes, he does. It's by a fraction of a second, but Shopify will make the most of the Slay advantage they had at the start of that game. They're up by 1.
So nicely done there, and Frosty knew he had to just time that. Sometimes you need to get on the block. You need to be ready to bomb melee. You have to make that game time decision. Maybe you have spawners shooting from your base. There's a lot of factors coming in Aqua Bomb, but instead, he just dances around the nades, decides to hold, and it pays off. Shopify with an early lead here. And they know this could be the last game of the series. And man, if you were on Shopify Rebellion, you want this to be the last game of the series.
You also want to be the team who scores first here on Aquarius Bomb, because now you control the pace of the game. Shopify have to just make sure that that bomb doesn't advance too far on the map. If they can get it onto the face side of the map, it makes life so much easier for them, because then they can play around it, knowing the eyes have to at some point trace from bodies towards where that bomb is progressing. You can see the last shot's having a wrap back with this camera that he's managed to pick up towards his base. His FaZe have made some good progress with that bomb, but it looks like now they've cleaned their base out, and last shot, he's hunting again.
Absolutely, the 1 bomb cushion, I mean, it means such a difference. It's so much bigger than a 1 flag cushion, because you can really just toss the bomb out, quick jump to your flag, and you can play camos sneaky and tactically like we just saw last shot do. You don't have to realize, oh man, we've got the camo, I have to be the aggressor. Instead, you could just work on game management, and they have a feeling that's what we're going to see from Shopify, just trying to play smart bomb.
Last shot finds another kill here. It's 2v2 on the map. He knows there's somebody around, and it's going to be suppressed. There's a 4 and a 5, but not enough. Not enough. It's suppressed who takes down last shot in a battle that normally we see him win, and that's going to be a big moment here for Don. He's going to keep himself going forward to try and pressurize, but Frosty with a double kill elsewhere. Makes no progress on that bomb up the map here on Aquarius.
Trippy and Suppressed in trouble. Collapse likely coming in fierce. One gust, both of them are collapsed on now. So Killstone traded out by the spawner. It's a big set of kills from Penguin as he spawns car and is able to fight back. Cycle eventually taken down. Falcated last player alive as the rest of FaZe Clan will be spawning up.
You can see, like, put the point of view how frustrating that is for Penguin. Both players are no shields. He's like, he's going to jump at some point. Let me put my round on. And he's like, oh, maybe he's not. And the moment he thinks he's not, Cycle pops up, hits the headshot. It's such a synonymous play with how Cycle plays his life so well. It makes himself so difficult and can survive and get an extra kill where a lot of other players wouldn't.
By the way, moments ago, actually, FaZe Clan had 2 players that were yet to register a kill. They've certainly caught back up, but if we look at the slaying department, how about World 2 out of nowhere, 12-6 here? Double positive at this stage of the game, and like we said, quietly going about his business, reminding everyone just how good he is at this game. Amazing numbers from him so far.
Camo was up a few moments ago. Not sure if anyone has picked it up as yet. Threat sensor goes down. There is the Camo, Falcated, who gets taken down. So Camo will be burned here. And Trippy will be last alive for FaZe. He's trying to chase down Royal 2. Royal 2 giving some good output of damage, even though he was down in the fight. But Trippy, most importantly, stops bomb progressing, keeps numbers on the map here for FaZe.
So slight man advantage here. Suppress falls right away off the respawn. It feels like Shopify has really had not just game management, but also, once again, if we look at that last Camo burn, when they are able to force the burn, all they can think of, okay, perfect, let's just keep playing this exact game, right? It's frustrating for the other side. When you need a triple kill, by the way, comes in from Frosty, beautifully done. Looking for the last one, it's going to be Suppressed in the back of the base, who's not going to allow that to happen. But Frosty now stepping up to 14-7 in this game. He's also double positive.
Just a classic Frosty play, right? He gets a double kill, he's no shields. He's not worried about the fact that he's got a double kill and survive. He's thinking, where's next? Who's next? Is this a fight that I can take? Can I turn a double situation into a triple situation?
And even if I can, I'm probably going to take it.
Exactly, I'm going to take that opportunity and take that risk. More often than not for Frosty, those kind of plays work out.
Last shot tries to challenge bottom mid. Easier said than done. He'll be taken down, but eventually 2 did fall for Shopify. So Cycle knows off the respawn he needs to make something happen, but an advantage here for FaZe Clan. We'll see if they can move the bomb.
We were talking about Royal 2 stats a few moments ago. He slowed down, but Frosty's picked it up. He's 15-8, almost double positive himself. But FaZe now, not for the first time, have got a little bit of progress on where this bomb is positioned. They've got it into the Shopify Rebellion base, but not picking up the kills they need to even think about an arm at this point. 2 players fell on that push.
Surprising to see them go right in for that. You had a feeling on the timing. I think everyone watching as well kind of felt it. You have that spawn timer, kind of feeling that in your bones, if you will, and it felt like Trippy was just going straight to the arm spot, and there was a player back base, and it immediately shuts it down, and they find 2 dead. So they're going to need to make sure they're doing a little bit of that free slaying before they get that bomb in. Camo for Suppress, though. What can he do here?
Well, he's going to take 1v1 and give his position away to Last Shot. Last Shot turns his attention to another fight. And it works out pretty well. Just taking that moment to breathe here with the Camo for Suppress. Cycle inside of the base, 3 shots onto him. Make that forward, doesn't have any grenades to pick this one up. And again, Cycle being a nuisance. Suppress finally gets the headshot, but this is an opportunity now. Camo has gone. The kills on the side of the Shopify base should mean some progress can be made, especially with Falcated again being aggressive towards the pink side.
Look how long Cycle's staying alive on the top of the base. Waste of the Camo, right? And if Cycle dies right away, that means Suppress flies into the util bridge still with Camo. Instead, you just saw it dissipate because Cycle eats an extra 3 or 4 seconds. It's little plays like that that can make such a difference.
And that was 3 dead for FaZe, and now you've got Last Shot in behind you. Flanking these P1 spawns. Finds one. And there's a bounty to be found down on P1 at the moment.
Target rich.
Players to be damaged by Last Shot. I think 3, took down 1, output damage onto 2 others. And it's going to be 2 dead for FaZe off the back of it.
Objective ready.
We talked about just how important that first arm would be, and has Shopify ever played a game management game or what? Now 4:36 all of a sudden left in the game, and they're simply making sure they maintain the advantage on the map. If there's an opportunity to push, they will, but for now they will just deal damage and otherwise trade and make sure the bomb does not get dangerously close to their base.
Team like Shopify, knowing that there's only going to be spawns on one side of the map here, they can play the midpoint. It's not like a Slayer Wing and have those dynamic spawns in behind you. We have to keep your head in the swivel. They can just look forward, and with 4 dead here for FaZe and the Camo popping, they might start to think about a second bomb plant here. With 4 minutes left on this game clock, they are indeed inside of the base. They are indeed getting that bomb down, and they are indeed going to get that bomb armed. It's 2-0 for Shopify.
Beautifully done there by Frosty. Identifies right away the fridge spawner, blind nades it, grabs camo, makes sure to kill the player before they get in the back of the base from the fridge door, which really paved the way. And then thereafter, he has to lay down shots on the fridge quick jump. It's just beautifully done. 2-0 now with only 4 minutes left. Feels like an impossible task for FaZe Clan, but they've got to hit the gas and they've got to do it now if they want to stay alive in this series.
Good damage output this time from Frosty as well. Still alive. Finally suppressed with a grenade towards the Jen. Is going to take him down, and the bomb now starting to move. Cyclone's going to take him down on the bottom of the car side. He is indeed. It's 2v2 on the map. It's a split. That bomb has progressed, and Royal 2 behind enemy lines are going to get the numbers on his side.
3 dead, Falcated, last player alive, and they know where he is. Frosty is on the hunt. In a 1v1 there, and we'll take them down. That's what we talk about with Shopify. When they need to win those ones, when they need to identify the last player to collapse on, they will do it time and time again. Frosty is 25-12, still double positive at this stage in the game.
That's an insane statistic, 25-12, and there's still 3 minutes left in this game for him to add even more. Liquid slides out and manages to take down one, slowing down Frosty for just a few seconds. It's 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, but only for a few seconds. There's somehow last shot in that situation. A straight 2v1 gets out with a FaZe soul to his name as well. Strippy now moving this bomb towards the car side. Okay, it's going to be there trying to give him some support, but FaZe needs to start moving this bomb in soon because time again is starting to be a problem.
First pick goes to Shopify. That's going to really slow down the push here. Second pick does as well now in a momentary 3v2.
Coming up. You knew you only wanted to trade in that situation, which is going to just clear his side of the map. Cycle inside the back of the base. He gets his trade as well, and trades are great if you're defending your base. If you can trade him into spawns, they're a long way away from that bomb. They're a long way away from your side of the map, and they're a long way away from your respawns.
Important touch on the bomb here, but the help needs to come, and it needs to come fast. They have a momentary man advantage, and they do get the touch. Can they get the slays here to get the arm?
Similar situation to what we saw. No nades here for Suppressed, and that could be good. If he had a frag grenade, that situation looks a lot different, but here comes the flank now from Penguin. Royal 2 just buying time again, and it's 4 dead for FaZe Clan. Shopify Rebellion need to hold on for 1 minute and 45 seconds.
One answer back. They just continue to get that first pick, and when they don't, they find a way to clear out the back of their base. Now, what felt like it was going to be a FaZe Clan arm opportunity is shut down immediately, and that bomb is right back out of the table. Last shot, however, last player alive.
Last time his last player alive, he managed to at least pick up 1 kill, do damage to another. And I like this play from last shot. I like this a lot. Flanking back, but a really good recognition of the situation that someone was missing. Penguin goes back to his base, gets that kill, 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. And this time, Suppress had a couple of grenades, and it might take a couple of bodies. Psycho in the back of the base, gets the kill, but the last player alive is last shot. Where is that bomb?
4 dead for FaZe as well. 4 dead for FaZe, and last shot is shooting bodies. And it felt like FaZe would have had 1 player left, but instead they're completely slayed out in the end. The kills are perfectly traded. And now with only 1 minute left in the game, it will require 2 back-to-back perfect slays from FaZe Clan.
That bomb is in an annoying position for them to even access as well. And last shot is just flanking everyone at the moment who's taken damage. He's running around the map. He's having a little bit of fun. He turns back to say, hey, Falcated, I know where you are with that bomb. With 30 seconds left on the game clock, this is looking like it is going to be Shopify Rebellion. And last shot, who's now 20-20, he was a little bit slow, and now he's pulled it back. Who will be taking this game?
Some celebratory bomb melees as well. The man goes coast to coast, flies back to his base, brings it right back to Falcated actually, and knows that with 11 seconds left, he will have his first trip to a grand final and an HCS major.
Delivers FaZe the bomb and says, hey guys, you forgot this for the entire game. Let's see if it's going to be a first final or maybe a first championship. That question's still to be answered, but one thing we know is that Shopify Rebellion make it through to the grand finals from the winner's side as well, and they will have a series advantage. On the other side of the stage is going to be FaZe, who have to go through Optic Gaming, weighing in that elimination final to find out who's going to go back to challenge Shopify later.
FaZe Clan comes into this series undefeated, had not dropped a single game all tournament, but in the first meeting of the Big Four, they fall in the series. And Shopify says the Sunday Scaries are no more. They win their first series here on Championship Sunday with a 3-1 win and lock in a grand finals appearance, the first one for the organization and now also as we said, for the two young guns on this squad. What an opportunity for them. They seized it so far in the winners final. And FaZe Clan, still more Halo to play. You could tell based on suppressed reaction there. Disappointment, but there's a lot more Halo to play for them, and they might find themselves right back up against Shopify, but it'll be a long road to get there.
Yeah, stay comfy, FaZe. You can stay on that main stage for a little bit longer. Like I mentioned, they've got an opportunity to play against Optic to make it to that final, but when you look at the statistics, it's Royal 2, 26 and 18 from him, 27 and 18 coming in from Frosty as well. And it's so, when you look at this Shopify team, even when two players are doing that, the other two players still pretty even across the board, outputting damage. It's just, the unit seems to work so well naturally together. It almost feels as if they can get better.
Yeah, and also what I love, what I'm seeing is you have different players and even different duos of players popping off, right? Sometimes it's the Psycho Last Shot combo. In this one, you see Royalty and Frosty putting up big numbers. So it's amazing to see just how good every single one of these players is, and at any game's notice, each of them can pop off. And like you said, there were several moments where you felt like FaZe should have had the arm done, but what was it? One player in the back of the base winning a 1v1, one player dealing a little bit of extra damage, maybe getting one extra trade.
Surviving for one extra second. We saw that a few times as well.
And Last Shot exchanging there. He saved it very wisely for a player of his age. Saves the shots to the body for when he was pretty sure mathematically it was done. By the way, I love the absolute just tour of the map with the bomb at the end. He goes coast to coast back to his own base to get the kill, then brings the bomb straight to the front door and says, here, you take this. 11 seconds left before we are in a grand final. Here's your final series layout.
3-2 Origin, Shopify Rebellion, 50-40 Slayer Recharge. It was the King of the Hill, which FaZe probably thought they had an opportunity, and Shopify knew was one of their weaker game types that went the way of FaZe. And then it was a 2-0 Assault Aquarius win to close out the series. You want to hear from member of Shopify?
I think we should. There's been a man who's been doing some great comms and some great IGLing. It's Blaze on the stage with Frosty.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Texas, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. They move on back to the grand finals. You know, first grand finals was, I want to say Shopify Rebellion as an org here, and first grand finals you've been to since London. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. Pairing up with this squad, it's like getting a grand finals first event. It's an amazing feeling.
It definitely is an amazing feeling. Now, coming up here against this FaZe Clan team, you know, they had not lost a map before they, you know, ran up against you guys. You know, seeing that on paper, planning for, what was your game plan to go up against them and kick the series off?
It's honestly just making sure we're doing our thing. They're a strong team. As long as we weren't, like, just falling over, giving them free kills, we were going to be able to get ours, and, I mean, that was pretty much the game plan for them.
There you go, and it worked out very, very well. Now, as you go to a grand finals, you got two new teammates you're going to be playing with in the grand finals, their first grand finals. Well, talk to me about how proud you are of Last Shot and Cycle for the skill in which, you know, they've shown all weekend and the composure to make it here.
Yeah, I mean, super proud of these guys, like, doing what they're doing this early, like, with how much experience they have, competing against, like, world champions, you know what I mean? They're doing such a good job. I mean, looking forward to the grand finals, but, yeah, I'm sure it's a good feeling for them as well.
I'm pretty sure it is. And lastly, get the Shopify fans hyped up all around the world. What do you want to say to them as you get prepared?
Hey, I appreciate you guys as always. We can hear you out there, and much love, much love.
All right, you guys, that's going to do it for me, Frosty, and Shopify Rebellion on the stage. Lot, take us away.
That 15-0 from FaZe Clan was clean, don't get me wrong, but when you meet a road bump that's in the form of Shopify Rebellion, it's just too big. That was incredible. I mean, my goodness me, Shopify Rebellion just lights out on the main stage, shows.
Yeah, I think if you're going to compare what those two losses in a row were like, it's like you wait for your public transport, you're waiting for a bus, and two come back to back. Those two losses were a dagger to the heart for FaZe Clan. They did manage to recover in game 3, but the Frosty show, that kid's as cold as the bathroom floor in game 4.
He very much is. I can't handle you sometimes on this desk. It is, you're right, the bathroom floor is very cold, especially if you have a certain type of tile on there. But yeah, the tile is frosty, to say the least. Incredible. There's so much to talk about, honestly, and break down in this series. Tony, first things first, before we really get into things with Shopify Rebellion and how good they are, let's just talk about what FaZe were able to do and how they were able to keep up to a certain degree. That map 3 was like a whole different team. They were able to take everything out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion and keep all of their main slayers at bay. It was like they just took the superstardom out of them, put it into themselves as if it was some kind of camo that they were putting into their chest.
Yeah, even going back to what we're watching on the highlights right now, yes, Shopify Rebellion did start off 2-0 in this game, but FaZe put back-to-back caps on the board, and eventually it was only a one-cap game between the two. Even going into that final game, the Slays advantage, it was only 3 kills in favor of Shopify Rebellion throughout the first 3 games, but that game 4, that was something else.
Yeah, I think you look at the story of the series was maximum efficiency. Game 1, Shopify Rebellion put 2 flag captures on the board immediately. FaZe do find their footing. I think Penguin went from 1-7 to then all of a sudden he was 10-12, and all of a sudden it's a 2-2 game. But again, maximum efficiency. FaZe Clan give Rebellion an opportunity, they will take it, they will punish you, and they did that time and time again in this series.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. I've got to say, in terms of stardom power coming across the screen, Frosty is the man of the hour, and rightfully so. It has been really all weekend long. He has had so much ice, so much ability, so much confidence in every single gunfight that he takes. To be honest, he had a quiet game 3. Don't get me wrong, he had a quiet game 3. FaZe were able to zip him up a little bit, but my goodness me, was his gameplay yelling across the screen in that final one. He got the job done.
Yeah, I think game 3, he got put in a body bag for a little while. Trippy was just zipping them up and putting them away. That sniper rifle, and you can see he was hitting shots, but again, Frosty, you know, he's been in these big game moments, and oftentimes you find these series that it can go 3-0, particularly for a team like FaZe Clan who haven't been in the grand finals all too often. You look at players like Suppressed, sometimes the occasion can get the better of you, and these series don't really live up to the billing. But this time we've seen a really competitive series, and but for Frosty to take over in moments, especially when his team needed him, that was huge.
Yeah, I feel like coming into this tournament, you know, I did my power rankings and I said that Last Shot was the #1 player coming into this tournament, but I feel like Frosty so far has had an MVP tournament here in Arlington. One player that hasn't really got much shine here on the desk is Royal 2. How consistent has Royal 2 been, and specifically in this series? I mean, as when it comes to KD, when it comes to winning a pivot and watching the backs of the rest of his team that he sees flying around, I think Royal 2 was very impressive, specifically against FaZe.
Yeah, I think Royal 2 is akin to heavy artillery. It might take a long time for him to actually move, but when he does, he hits pretty hard, that kid.
He certainly does indeed. I've got to say with Royal 2 specifically, we didn't see a whole bunch of POV screen time for him in that final map. The fact that he's putting stats up there that are basically the same as, if not, you know, up there with the likes of Frosty, who was popping off. I think it just shows you how important it is to have that relief of those slays from somebody like Royal 2 across the map. He's doing the kind of dirty work behind the scenes. You know, he is making sure that the team cannot get in it. He is making sure that his team live up. It is so important to have an anchor player on your squad, and Royal 2 does it so well. And lastly, a player that we don't mention too often, which honestly I don't know why we don't, but Cycle. How many times did you see a double kill from Cycle save the day across a map? How many times? It's countless. Cycle is always there when you need him the most. He is such a support role for this team. It's funny to see Royal 2 pick up the support role, you know, today in Arlington here, obviously with the commendations, but Cycle is a huge support on this team as well. They work so beautifully in tandem. It is so easy to compliment them because they really are, Jersey, right now the very best.
Yeah, I walked over to from the hotel to the venue with Royal 2, and he told me he was going to collect his commendation. And when he told me what it was, I was like, are you sure they tallied up the numbers right? That's not normally your play style, but I think you're right with Cycle. When it comes to winning pivs, he done it time and time again, particularly in that series. When they needed a player to hit the shots, when the base was under pressure, when FaZe Clan did get there, Cycle made sure to clear it out.
Certainly did indeed, and finally Last Shot for me as well. We kind of were talking about it watching the series, and you mentioned it's so strange to see a kid of this talent, how young he is, to have the kind of wisdom, the mindset of a vet. He looks like he's been playing at this level for 10 plus years. The decisions he is making, what he is doing, his patience, it pays off time and time again in every game. And you said to me, you almost don't see him make a mistake.
Yeah, when you talk about players that, you know, you talk about a career of an esports player, Last Shot's still a rookie to me. He still has a lot to prove. He still has a lot of work to do, but he doesn't make mistakes. He just keeps on hitting shots, getting kills, and even at the end, giving Penguin, who's he's won a fair amount of championships, you start shooting his body and showing him what's what. I think the sky is the limit for this kid.
I feel like you could find experience in esports in many different ways. You know, obviously, Last Shot is still extremely young, and I feel like what he brings to the table here in Halo esports is still kind of building out that resume. But from a team perspective, I mean, come from football. I mean, that's the ultimate team sport. I promise you. Like, it takes every single player on a football team in order to step it up and make that engine go. So I will say, although here in Halo, very young and maybe a little bit inexperienced, when it comes to playing a team sport, he's been there, done that.
Now, FaZe obviously do get a second chance at things here up against Optic. And I will say, something that I want to see taken from this into this next game is the fact that they were able to keep their head up, even 2-0 down in the series. That map 3 was lights out. It wasn't just close. They had the game in their hands. It was full control for FaZe, stunning across the board. It was a shame with Assault because I think Shopify are just too skilled, too kind of, I don't know, instinctual in certain senses. They are relentless. It's so hard to control them. With that Assault, you can see time and time again, FaZe nearly had it. They were very, very close, but they just couldn't get it done. So FaZe need to keep that up. They need to bring that to Optic. And also Trippy, stepping up against the big teams. He had a fantastic KD. He was slaying. He was able to do his thing. That's going to be massive. He needs to keep that potential going into this Optic game because they're going to need as many stars on their roster as they can get.
Yeah, when you spoke about looking at the stats lines, you're talking about, you know, Frosty in that game 4, how he popped off. Royal 2 was right there with you. I think you need 2 players per game to pop off. You can't have any stragglers, any passengers in a game. I think Tony mentioned that you need every player pulling their weight. I know kickers get a little bit of stick in football, but they're important too. So I think you need players to pop off at every given moment, and there's no time for slacking. I think Trippy in that game 3, you spoke about in the lead up to the series, what happens when FaZe Clan win or loses game number 1? Are they in trouble? Is there issues and concerns? And then they went down by 2, and you and I looked at each other like, ooh, I think I built them up saying that they would have composure. We've seen composure in game 3. They need more of that, and against Optic Gaming, it's going to be a good one.
There's hope yet. However, folks, I am seeing some bodies dribbling into the arena. I'm also seeing seats being filled. It must mean one thing, that
Optic's about to play. Yeah, facts.
We are heading to a quick break. When we come back, we have our elimination
Okay.
final. We have a place still yet in the grand finals.
Damn.
Who will it be? Optic versus FaZe. We'll see you right after this.
All right, let's get it. BRB, guys.
Bomb arm.
Nice, looking good, looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect with his old shield APC. And oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday here at the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. We're kicking things off here in the HCS in a big way, bringing you the best competition that we've got here for year 4. So excited about this matchup, and I hope you guys are too. I hope you've been enjoying the entire day, the entire weekend, and of course, everybody that is along for the ride in this stadium. It's about to get lit, as the kids say. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm 30 years old now, so I can say that phrase. I've got Shurzy and Goofy on the desk. Shurz, my goodness, we find ourselves again in another elimination match with Optic Gaming. But I feel like they've turned a whole new leaf. I think they have risen to the occasion of Championship Sunday. They are looking awfully good, despite everything that they had going against them. We're going to take a look at the elimination bracket right now, and Shuz, this journey has been incredible for them. They have managed to get through the most difficult of occasions against some of the series, especially Europe, and I know that you are often quite familiar with the European scene and even the players that go with it, but take a look at that, Shuz.
This was a long and arduous road. I think they went down to Rebellion. I think they found themselves against TSM, Infamous, and indeed a rematch against Nemesis, but this time they managed to come up with a response with a 3-2 win. It has been a tough old road up against Space Station as well, who of course are 4th seed coming into this, so it hasn't been easy, and Optic, if they're going to win it, it's not going to be easy. I think for FaZe Clan, they'll be hoping the Optic Gaming that comes up against them here will be the one that lost to Nemesis in pool play. That's what they'll be hoping for. The issue is, from what we've seen against Space Station Gaming, these boys look hot.
Goofy, you can see no sign of FaZe Clan in that elimination bracket until that final moment where they meet Optic here. I mean, Optic, they're battle-hardened at this point, right? And FaZe, they've just been tested for the first time against Shopify Rebellion. How do you see the sway of this series going? Because FaZe, they've had such an exceptional journey here, and Optic, they're going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think momentum-wise, there's no doubt about it. Momentum is in the favor of Optic Gaming right now. To everyone's point, coming from that elimination bracket run, they lost in winners round 1. And then they found themselves in the elimination bracket round 1 and played like, what, 6 or 7 series before they got to where they are now. And Optic and FaZe, going back to the history of the FaZe Case on Invitational LAN tournament, Optic actually beat FaZe 3-1 in that event. So they do have a bit of a leg up here, and they have all the momentum in their favor. I do like their chances, but going up against this FaZe squad who has been playing well all weekend long, it's going to be tough.
It's certainly going to be tough indeed. Let's talk about FaZe's chances, though, in this one, because like you said, they're Goofy. You know, they have played Optic before in that K-San LAN tournament. 3-1 was the final score for Optic Gaming, and FaZe, they bowed out in 4th position. Not what they were looking looking for. Very different story here, though. They have been able to get a leg up early on, and we kind of had that conversation before, Shurs, about the bracket fed them, because obviously Optic fell down short against Nemesis, and it kind of mixed things up in terms of the seeding. However, FaZe showed some promise against Shopify Rebellion. We know that there is something within them that are able to gain control and really push that forward and be super aggressive with all of the capitalization that they can take from an opponent. How are you feeling about their chances?
Well, I think if you're looking for some extra motivation for FaZe, then for these two players, Trippy and Penguin, it was almost like Woody's nightmare where Andy dropped them and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what Formal said to them last season. They found themselves on this FaZe Clan roster. If you want to really get one back on Formal, win it here, send him home, and get yourself back into that grand finals. I think that motivation has got to really light a fire in their stomach. If they want to win their series, they're going to have to find another gear, something extra, and then it's got to come from something like that.
Goofy, how do you feel about FaZe when trying to find their foot in an occasion where it's just not going their way mid-game? I feel so far it's been a very weird ratio where you're either seeing them doing great and have full control or none. I mean, and I think that's the most difficult thing, is how do you come back from a situation where you have nothing to work with? Do they have that capability? Because you're going to need it against Optic.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to small talk in game too, right? And we heard the listen in comms in that last winners finals matchup, and I really liked what I was hearing from FaZe Clan, right? It's a little bit different than what you hear from Shopify, and I like Shopify's comms as well, where it's a lot more energy, it's a lot more almost chaotic, but it's a controlled chaos. FaZe on the other side has that kind of slow, confident, a lot of small talk, and that's what you need to get out of some of those difficult situations in game. You need to be able to small talk with your teammates and work hand in hand.
Yeah, I think if you're FaZe Clan, what you need to do is look at what Space Station did, but look what they did wrong, okay? You gave Optic Gaming almost every single power weapon, every single power up, and if you put weapons like sniper rifles in the hands of Renegade and Informal's hands, they're gonna really do you damage. I think what FaZe have got to do is shut them players down early, but more importantly, if you're just holding the sniper rifle, then it cannot be used against you, and that has got to be a priority.
But what do Optic need to do? The complete opposite to that. They need to grab every single power weapon, every single power up to get this one done. And when you do have those toys in the hands of Optic Gaming, it's a very scary place to be playing. I mean, every single one of these players on our screen is capable of popping off at any given moment. That's a really scary feature. How are you feeling about their chances right now? They're battle tested. They know exactly what they need to do to win this series. Can they get it done?
I think you say when Optic Gaming have all the toys, it's a very scary playground. I think that's what you have to think about here. You've got 4 superstars on this team. Bound and Legend coming off the back of very impressive seasons, winning 4 out of 5 tournaments, an almost complete clean record, only dropping 1 in London. They can blame time zone switches there. Maybe Legend can't, but some of them can. But you look here, you think to themselves, it was a history of second places for Optic Gaming as an org, for Formal. Turn your fortunes around here, make a statement, get yourself a 3-0, and head at Shopify Rebellion with your horns out.
I think, honestly, we kind of forget the pressure that Bound and Legend are actually under in this situation, and honestly in this tournament in itself. They made one of the craziest decisions ever to leave one of the most dominant rosters we have seen in Halo Infinite off the back of a world championship. And Legend's first ring, I mean, questions flying all around in Rostermania. So much pressure here to make sure they get this done, because if they don't, it's kind of like, well, what did you do that for? What did you do that for if you're not winning right off the rip? When you had something good going, Goofy, a lot of pressure on these young guys.
Definitely a bold move, right, by Bound and Legend to leave. Look at the banners, Lottie. 4 out of 5, like Shurzy said last year, absolutely dominating with that SSG roster and making that bold decision to leave and team up with the likes of Formal and Renegade and creating what everyone's been calling a God Squad. But once again, that history of second place has been creeping up on this Optic Gaming roster once again. And I really expect, I want to highlight Renegade in this series. He's going to be that player to watch for me. Renegade has been dominating all tournament long and beating a team like SSG. Optic Gaming kind of starting off their championship Sunday with a victory over SSG. That's going to be a big confidence boost for them as well.
Huge confidence boost, and I think both teams are going to need all of the confidence and more to get this done in this series. Here we go, folks. It is time for your elimination final. One goes home, one goes into that grand final spot. Who's it going to be? Optic versus FaZe starts right now.
Arlington, it's elimination finals time. Clutch here with the legend himself. Been here all weekend long with Dave Walsh. And we got one more series to cast here this weekend, and it is the elimination finals between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. Two different roads we can say to get to this point. Optic having a long Saturday, entering the elimination bracket so early on and steamrolling everyone in their path to get to this point. The ball has been rolling downhill. They've gained all the momentum, and FaZe Clan coming off a hot loss, Dave. How are you feeling about these two teams entering the series, how they are?
Undoubtedly, like you said, momentum in Optic's side. FaZe, the only 3 games they've dropped all tournament was that last series. However, these guys are pros. They're gonna bounce right back. I think they match up very well against Optic. One thing I looked at in the previous series with Optic versus Space Station is Optic were taking all those one-on-ones. Anytime it was in an individual fight, it was going in Optic's favor, it felt like. I don't feel that's gonna be the same thing here on FaZe. Some of these boys are shooting hot.
Yeah, I think FaZe showed you enough life to convince you that this could be a great series. On board with Renegade, the man of the tournament so far for Optic Gaming. His stats have been unbelievable. The Slayer of the tournament awarded the medallion, but unfortunately he goes down without being able to find a single kill, and FaZe Clan start this with a little bit of momentum. Let's see if they can transition it to camo control.
And look at these teams posturing, a little bit slower play right away. Not everyone's just flying right out. And with that, FaZe is gonna grab the batteries. They're grabbing this camo. Penguin's trying to escort his teammate Trippy. Trippy does get away.
And Trippy has been doing this all tournament long, where he has been on top of the power weapons and power-ups, and it has been everything for FaZe Clan. Right now with camo in his hands, he's got a couple of shots into a player in pipes, but it loses his teammates over at Ellie. So now he's in a tough position. When you're by yourself with camo, Dave, in this position, how difficult is it to sift through all the resources that he is?
There's just so much going on. You got to pick and choose what battle you're going to make the most impact. You know, went from pipe, ran into a Matt Piper over there. Couldn't really do much in that situation, so he decides to opt on back and make sure he keeps control of B. Of all those strongholds, B is going to be one of the most hotly contested ones that can be contested all across the map.
Big kill on the bound, and Suppress also takes down Formal. That clears out all of Elevator for FaZe Clan to try and take A. 3 go down for Optic Gaming, and now Trippy with Shock Rifle in hand. That camo transitions to Shock. So although FaZe Clan lose a couple members, Trippy does enough on the map to keep FaZe Clan's stability here early on.
I got a question about FaZe's pace there. FaZe were heavily outslaying to start this game off, but this game is neck and neck. In fact, you see both these strongholds, A and B, going in the hands of Optic.
Definitely a life Trippy is going to want back. They were in a very promising position with 3 down, but Optic have broken the setup since. Now on board with Bound. As Optic take the lead here, A and B in control, Bound looks to approach C, and if they get a pick, Bound is going to fly into blue.
In such a good position right here. He's just waiting for them to make the first misstep. They can either go for camo or they can run the long haul, and then Bound can make his move. He knows that camo is snagged, but does not have the angle. Gonna get attacked by Suppressed, and that's going to be a unfortunate missed flank there by Bound. I thought he had the right positioning, just not the right timing and execution. 2
camos in a row going to FaZe Clan. Penguin getting caught out after he does a little bit of damage to 2 different players. Wants to be able to play his life a little bit better, but Optic does not let him. Unfortunately, though, for Optic fans, it costs everyone on Optic's life to put themselves in a position to take Penguin down, and that will be FaZe Clan once again retaking A. They have B. Optic will be able to rotate to C and take it off spawn, but it will be FaZe in control once again.
Yeah, the strongholds flip-flopping back and forth. However, that benefits FaZe in this position. They would much rather have Elevator and batteries over C.
There's a player above Falcated right now. He does make sure Bound goes down before transitioning to this player above him. He's weak. Great teamwork out of FaZe allows Falcated to keep A control. Unfortunately, in the meantime, the players over at B lost to the reinforcements to Optic, so it's Optic with a BC hold for now.
Yeah, you gotta wonder where these members of FaZe spawned. They spawned Elevator as well. Okay, the gig is up. They know Elevator spawns took place, but looks like they're gonna hold this obscure set for a short time. A and C. FaZe cannot hold this for an extended period of time.
Here comes Renegade and Legend.
Divide and conquer too easily.
Here comes Renegade and Legend. The split spawns come in. Only one member of FaZe spawns with Falcated. It's a 2-on-2, and Renegade and Legend will win that a lot of times, and this time they paid off. They will transition A back into their favor, and Optic will begin to gain the lead again.
You know, Optic happy to trade that out. They're saying, hey, if you want to go try and grab C right here, we will happily trade Elevator for C plat.
This is where it could get ugly, Dave. Renegade picks up the shock. All 4 players of FaZe coming off respawn. They're stuck at Ellie, and I'm not sure they expect Renegade to be here with shock, and Penguin for sure doesn't. Has his head ripped off. Renegade with a shroud, able to use it to block off some sight lines from the players on Ellie. Relocates to the catwalk here. Can't hit any of the headshots, but a lot of damage to FaZe Clan. Meanwhile, FaZe fighting for the one stronghold they have. Points still being acquired for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, throughout that time, Optic not fully overcommitting there in the elevator, just doing everything right. In the end, Renegade does trade out with Trippy, but the damage has been done. Points going on the board for Optic throughout that whole engagement.
It's the 3rd camo in a row, though, for FaZe, doing a phenomenal job of getting this power up, something that they are going to need to do throughout this series if they want to stay in. Not only is it important to make sure the enemy team has it, but the buff that you can get from this, that's a helpful benefit you can use to your advantage.
Needs it more now than ever, though, considering the 2 of his teammates just went down. Suppress now has to decide, does he try to be a hero, or does he play the waiting game and wait for some teammates to spawn? Looks like he gets a nice little flank over into elevator, and this is going to be the breathing room that FaZe Clan needs.
Huge flank from Suppress. He gets behind enemy lines. He's able to find an easy kill with the stick, and that's going to be A being transitioned as well. AC hold, untraditional for FaZe Clan. They won't hold this for long, but this gives them an opportunity to maybe get some slays and conquer B as well.
Yeah, FaZe's ultimate goal in this situation would be to take B batteries while giving up the C stronghold. But the fact that they lost 2 members here, they're just going to have to sit back and wait. They're going to have to say that Optic can take B, Optic can likely take C, but somehow there must have been some great play taken over at C plat. Somehow FaZe were able to take control of C, or keep control of it, even though Suppressed was over at elevator, not a part of that engagement whatsoever.
Yeah, Suppressed over anchoring elevator, like you said. Falcated in the meantime, finding some kills, getting the reset on the C, buys FaZe a little bit more time to get out of this situation.
And one thing I always highlight in these games is it's a team game. If you take a look at that stat screen right now,
2-13-11 is crazy.
2-13-11 with a crazy stat line, like you said, Wes. He has more assists than his entire team combined, and doing everything right. Generally, if you're having, let's say, a lower stat line, maybe lower in the kill department, you need to look at the score. Is your team winning? If so, keep doing exactly what you're doing. If your team is losing, you need to swap some things up, play a little more selfish.
Yeah, and all the players are very aware of what the stats are throughout the game. Everyone's pressing the back button throughout the death cam. If you're 2-13-12 and you're winning, that's a recipe for success. Right now, FaZe in the lead. Penguin doing everything he can to make the game easier for Suppress, Trippy, and Falcated, having success so far. FaZe continuing as we cross this 100-point mark with the lead. This is a very impressive way for FaZe to bounce back from their elimination loss, or winner's record loss just moments ago.
Legend. I like this position. Taking control of top goal, top glass. He wants to eventually make his way into B. He did not want that trade. He would have loved to get that kill and stay alive in pipes, but at this high level of play, when you're uncertain, you're going in for that melee and making sure you're taking someone down with you.
In strongholds, if you have 2 of the strongholds controlled, you're fine with people trading out. Eventually, you're still scoring points. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming won the fight over towards elevators, so FaZe Clan have work to do. They only have B controlled, which is honestly the most difficult stronghold to have, but we've seen the success FaZe was able to have with an AC setup. Now Optic given that same opportunity here.
Yep, here's the exact same play. Optic are waiting for their opportunity to see if they can take those batteries. They're hoping that FaZe make their way over towards C, and that way they can keep the AB setup. But we're gonna have to see how this one all plays out. Great position there by Bound. Holding this control area, he can be a factor on either the A or the C stronghold, depending on where FaZe makes the push.
This shock rifle was hand-delivered by Suppressed to Bound over at White, and now Bound using it to put Trippy down is going to try and rotate towards these elevator players, you think. A player's bottom middle, no problem, as Bound takes him out as well. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. 1 player is over at elevator. It's a trade with the elevator player. Now Bound has his eyes set on B. Pressure into B. Bound handles pressure like diamonds and figures out a way to trade that out.
Yeah, trying to, once he saw that that A or the C pressure, trying to snag that B stronghold. Nobody else really jumping just yet. Actually, it's going to be Renegade. Gonna grab B, so there's the ultimate trade that Optic wanted in the end. They trade one of their strongholds, and they get the AB setup.
4th camo of the game, it's going to Trippy as well. FaZe Clan continuing to dominate the power-up story. Optic has not had a single camouflage throughout this game, but they do have the lead. What can these camos amount to So far, it hasn't been much, but eventually you have to think you play with fire, you get burned if you're Optic Gaming.
And interesting right there by Bound. Not sure if he was receiving fire from somewhere else, but I thought that he was full shield and just going to go into the 50-50 contest. Sometimes you got to take those fights in battery.
It's a trip cap for FaZe Clan here, starting to climb up this deficit. Will be erased with just one more round of slays. Optic Gaming slowing the game down, as you can see. Trippy trying to let the game come to him. Bound is able to get into B, and all this information given to these Optic players pushing along. One's gonna check, it's Formal taking down Trippy, and now C and B in the hold of Optic.
Yep, and looking like a player lag out right there, so we will be getting out of the lobby here momentarily. We'll let the TOs decide what the score was at that time being, but that was a huge moment in time for FaZe as they started to get back in that game.
Yeah, what
that trip cap.
That's the issue, is what the score was or what was the score going to be after a trip cap from FaZe. How long could they have held it if no technical issues happen? Is going to be a question that's lingering in the back of FaZe Clan team and the fans' minds, as that game was neck and neck just about every step of the way. And something I pointed out along the way, Dave, is the camo control for FaZe was perfect. They might not have gotten anything or too much done with it. There wasn't any flashy big-time plays or kills done with these camouflages, but I mean, at the very worst, you're not dealing with the other team having it, which I think is a win in of itself.
Yeah, at some point it's just removing it from their hands. I think Shurzy covered it very well in the analyst desk up there, saying, you know, one, you give your team the benefit of being able to do something with that, but secondly, the other team just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And them not being able to get a snipe, them not being able to get a camo, changes everything.
Oh man, what a way to kick off this Elim Finals. If you weren't frustrated already coming from the Winners Finals and maybe not playing the best that you have this weekend, Shopify knocking you down to this position, and then finally when it feels like you have total control of game one, you have an opportunity to gain a lead and see how long that trip cap can last. Because we've seen trip caps like that last for the rest of the game, have ended games. Was FaZe Clan feeling that momentum, getting that opportunity, and to have that ripped away from you? That's a heartbreaking feeling, but like you said before we started this, these guys are pros. They're gonna have to sift through this, and they're gonna have to figure out a way to come back on the other end of this restart and be ready to go to war.
Yeah, and this won't be the last up or down in this series. There will be moments that FaZe are gonna be ahead. There's gonna be times where FaZe are gonna be on the back foot and behind. And so these players know how to go through those ups and downs as these series go along. It's just the game's too competitive at this point. Too many good teams that you can't have a weak mental, lose a game, or have something unfortunate happen and then drop the rest of the series.
Yeah, you got to stay locked in, and you are too far into this bracket to not have ambitions of a championship. And both of these two teams have ambitions of getting a chance to play Shopify Rebellion again, waiting in the looms of the grand finals. It's going to have to be two best of sevens when they get there, but they can't think about that. Game one against each other is the only thing that you can prioritize in your thought here, sitting on that stage.
Yeah, if any of these teams were looking past the other, I guarantee they will not be making their way to the grand finals. You need to focus on the task in front of you.
All right, as this gets underway, I mean, we're waiting for the lobby to obviously be reset, but we get an opportunity to kind of cook up some storylines and mention the success that Optic has had against FaZe Clan. Most recently on LAN would be the K-Sun event. And it was a very close series. I think it was the 3-1, but if I remember correctly, I was left thinking FaZe should have won the first 3 games, which is kind of an odd statement looking at the powerhouse that Optic is, thinking about the rivalry that we know Shopify and Optic have already kind of created throughout the offseason. This FaZe team is an admirable opponent that I don't think is getting enough respect, and maybe they earn it here today.
Yeah, and taking a look at the KD leaderboard, you got a couple members here on this FaZe roster, top of this top 5 that are matching here on Optic. Slaying is not going to be a big problem here from FaZe side. I do think that they're coming in with more firepower than this previous match that we saw from Optic versus SSG.
A lot of it has to do with the power weapons and just your opportunity to get more kills and the damage output that those allow you. We saw the shock rifle starting to come into play. And if we're breaking down just a little bit of game one, I thought it was a massive mistake for Suppress to grapple into the top white window, knowing that there were going to be enemies in front of him, kind of forcing himself into a situation where he either makes an incredible play and gets out alive, or he hands over the shock rifle. Mistakes like that you can't make.
Yeah.
You don't want...
Not this high level play, no. You don't see that happening as frequent with Renegade. When he's grappling in somewhere, he's hitting that shot, or he's jumping out to the side of the map right afterwards.
Yeah, and it's just a shock rifle on the first 2 maps of this elimination finals. Solitude Slayer being game 2 of the series, and we've seen the damage that a player like Renegade can do across Halo 5, across Halo Infinite. With power weapons on a map like Solitude, he'll go off, so we'll see a little bit of the S7 later in the series.
One thing I was actually curious there from that bound shock rifle play, it almost seemed like he had the headshot, but maybe Falcade was nearby. I couldn't tell if that was a giveaway that there was a second player there from the electricity just arcing.
Felt his presence. Getting an update. We have a little bit longer of a break here as we get an opportunity to break down some stats. Stronghold Kings. And it's no surprise that 2 of the teams that have played a ton of games this weekend on each side, Legend and Falcated. Legend having a ton of success with the KDs, but what's sticking out to you on this graphic?
Oh man, just the fact that even though he's slightly ahead on that KD,
damage per minute.
Damage per minute is equal. Let's be real.
Come on, Val, you can't give me one more shot?
One more shot, put him ahead.
Yeah,
but yeah,
actually.
Damage per minute just from these players. Every single minute, almost putting out 6 players lives worth of damage out across that.
And it's awesome to see Falcated, honestly, on a graphic like this, like shining on a team like FaZe, a team that, or a player that I feel like has been great for a long time, but hasn't had necessarily the accolades or the placings to really back up how strong of a player he's been in our scene. I feel like all of Halo Infinite, Falcated's been jumping rosters and trying to figure out how to climb and find himself in a grand finals, in an elimination finals. Finally, Falcated is here. Dave, for a player that, it's tough for me to remember how many elimination finals or grand finals Falcated's played in, but I know it's not many, if ever. And at this moment for him on this team, I asked him the other day, I asked Suppress, I said, is this your best team ever? Suppress said yes. I'm going to think that this is also Falcade
has to say yes without a doubt as well.
Best team ever.
Yeah, we've always talked about the path to becoming one of the best players or on one of the best teams in Halo, and it's a long path for anyone.
For some, it happens
Halo.
instant, like Snipe
yeah,
Down.
Sometimes it rarely happens where someone rises much more quickly. But some of these players who have gone through, taken 5 to 10 years, they've had to work their way up. They've had to go through countless amounts of players and teams. And so to get what you consider one of your best shots this deep in the career has got to be so rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely, and well-deserved. Falcated has put so much time, and asking Lethal about him over on the BTH watch party. Lethal was sitting down. I go, what was it like to team with Falcated? Not a lot of people know a lot about Falcated. He's a very quiet player, and he's like, I love teaming with him. He was like the perfect level of aggressive, like got his kills, individual skill was phenomenal, but he always took good routes. Like it wasn't like he was doing this stuff in no man's land, like not affecting the actual outcome or the win conditions of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you get those players that kind of rise through at some point just because they have such a good shot, but they don't have the whole package. There's sometimes you're like, why'd you make that player?
Right.
What are you doing there? But yeah, you see such smart decision-making consistently out of that player. So huge props out to Falcade to make it this far. And, you know, his run is not over. We're not even down in the series yet.
Yeah, not down in the series, and honestly, was about to probably take the lead here. So big moment for this FaZe Clan team, a team that I think has been doubted, a team that was left by Formal. I know they said it on the desk earlier that Formal picked his team and nobody stuck with him outside of the 5 grand finals that they played in last year. It's unfathomable to me that we made 5 grand finals last year. Yes, second happened, but
it doesn't feel like you're that far off. To be like, all right, we need to throw the whole book out.
The respect that I feel like this FaZe Clan team is getting with the likes of someone like Trippy and Penguin, who have been playing lights out all weekend long, has gone, the disrespect went way too far throughout the offseason. And the fact that they're kind of left putting this team together, the pieces together, I should say, and they found this team, and instantly it feels like they have the ability to compete. I know Shopify wasn't their favorite series, but they have played phenomenal Halo all weekend, and if they can figure out a way to make this series competitive, figure out a way to win this series, there's going to be a lot of decisions that were questioned during the offseason.
100%, because like you said, when you kind of come in with that chip on your shoulders, when you are the team that's maybe putting together more of a squad of misfits, a squad that wasn't the very first pick. You're not the one who's instigating the team changes. Instead, you're trying to find out who's available and what squad are we putting together. For them to come out and be this strong, to already be top 3, to only got 3 games this event, to Shopify, who's in the grand finals already, FaZe are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, just a bunch of, I see FaZe as 4 players. Everybody can do everything at any time, and they're all consistently just great. Like it doesn't feel like they have the superstar necessarily. Maybe Suppressed is going to be that
like
player.
Also like Trippy having some moments
He's
here.
been a superstar this weekend. Turns out when everyone is doing everything, it makes it a lot easier for everyone else on the board, so that when you're given the opportunity, when you're given the S7, the camos every single time, you get put in the moment and the opportunity to make the big play. And I call him Big Game Trippy for a reason. It's because in big games for the past 3 years, Trippy has showed up and has showed out in those moments. That Optic team does not win a world championship without Trippy being the player he is.
100%, and you're right. I think there's something special about certain players who fit into different roles when they're on different rosters. So someone like Trippy before, when he's playing with someone the likes of Lucid, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna make sure we give you the sniper. Yeah. I'm gonna create some space, I'm gonna do this. And all of a sudden, when that player's not on the roster anymore, he's like, well, check out what I can do.
Yeah.
Look what I can do.
It's my turn. It's kind of nice to have a turn every once in a while, right? Especially when you've been playing some great Halo all weekend long, and we've seen the damage Trippy can do with that S7. We saw it even in the Shopify series, that live fire game, he was popping off with it. Someone else who's been popping off all weekend long has been Bound. I feel like an under-the-radar player. Hadn't seen him on many statistic boards.
Yeah,
but
not like the top 5 in a lot of these breakdowns, but
you watch his screen, you know good things are happening because Bound's doing things.
Yeah, he just moves at his own speed, one of the fastest players in the game. And when we've seen Optic looking at their most unstoppable, Bound has been one of those driving forces.
All right. Players look like they're locked in. They got to be shooting guns, waiting for it assumes to be the FaZe side of the map, and maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Optic Gaming, as it looks like they're still thumbs on sticks.
Yeah, they're like, we'll keep warming up. Let me practice this little fight right here and get on ready for this. But like you said, at this point, these players, they want to be here for the long haul, so making sure everything is looking primed and ready to go before they restart this one back up.
And for a team that came through the elimination bracket round 1, you ask yourself, how much is too much, Halo? Doesn't appear they've hit that mark just yet. Maybe a second best of 7 in the grand finals might start to become a different story, but right now they are locked, loaded, and at least continuing to warm up, knowing how important this series is to not just them, but the organization that they represent. When you play for Optic Gaming, it is bigger than just you. The green wall is strong, but they're loud, they're vocal, and they're passionate that you have a responsibility to bring home trophies when you play for Optic Gaming.
Both these sides of the stage,
honestly,
some
FaZe
legacies within the esports industry. So huge and proud to have them represent here in the HCS. And like you said, they're representing something bigger than themselves.
Who's it gonna be? FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming. I feel like we've been through a tornado so far this weekend.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which game we're talking about here. These are always two of the powerhouses that you will see.
The faces change,
the tournament.
But yeah, the organizations seem to always figure their way out onto a championship Sunday.
The faces change, the games change. Sometimes you have someone like Formal who's represented any of the games.
Yeah. Formal changes games. He played for FaZe that one event. Oh man, the tension's got to be looming, and the frustration. How do you weaponize that? That's the big question. How do you use this dead time to kind of rebound and make sure you come out hot? I was always a part of different teams, and I always thought, like, for example, players specifically benefit from something like this happening, and then other players struggle getting their feet back on the ground. Icing, for example. One of the players that comes to mind that had some famous historic H2A runs with all the mess that was going on back then, Snakebite, was someone that when there was a game reset, for some reason, this kid like always started off like on a frenzy on the next game. And it was like such a known thing that like, oh, CLG's about to play in the reset. these players, obviously, they've been competing for years and years, at least 4 years of Infinite, and then if you know Formal's history and Renegade's history and everybody up there, these guys have been pros for a long time. It's an expectation that they start off hot, but it's not always the case. Are you worried about anybody, or do you have your eyes set on anybody to try and create that early moment in this reset when it does happen to really set the tone here?
I'm not really worried about anyone. I don't think you can make it this far in the HCS anymore with that weak mental or not be able to take those twists and turns.
You wouldn't be here on Sunday.
Yeah, you wouldn't be this far into the tournament. But now if there's somebody that can really shine or thrive throughout there, I don't know. I kind of look at the Optic side and I think of really Bound and Renegade being those pace setters for this roster. Even though I think someone like Legend's also an incredibly fast player, I still think Bound and Renegade have shown that they really set the tempo for that squad. And so we're going to have to see, does Renegade try to force some action early on in the game here on Recharge again? Last time he kind of got punished, and they lost one of the early hills because of that.
Right, wasn't expecting that player to be top red and got caught off guard. And Renegade, a guy that's, like you said, that when the pace is being set by Renegade, good things happen for Optic Gaming. There's a reason that they've been on the run that they have been through the elimination bracket to this point. But if you're Renegade, this elimination bracket run is another Saturday, Sunday for you. You want that championship at the end of the day, and to get there, it's going to be through FaZe Clan, so you can't take any series off. Are you expecting him to continue the dominant performances that we've seen, or is FaZe Clan at least going to slow him down and force Optic Gaming, the rest of Optic Gaming, to step up here?
I think it's going to be one of those two, like you said, because if he's charging through the way we've seen so far earlier today, you're not stopping that. You're not letting that happen.
I was about to say, you got to watch him be stopped before you'll say he'll be stopped.
Exactly.
We're back in game, man.
No, they're taking a look at the
I was about to say.
of that last game.
We got some new tech where we started off.
Yep, so just taking a look at the very end there, you saw how Optic able to break through at the end as that player was lagging out. So we'll get, like I said, that final score result from the TOs before they get to this next game, and they'll start it off where teams are appropriately scored. But to your original point around stopping Renegade, or how do you play against something like that, at some point you have to set some traps of your own. You can't just give him free reign and have that chaos situation and let him sort of lead every single step of the way. You have to take some of your charge of your own. You have to have that own spidey sense, those call outs saying, hey, we haven't seen him recently. We either need to force some action on his teammates, or let's set a trap for him. Let's see if we can actually catch Renegade making the first misstep and mistake, punish him, and then go on the offensive.
Another question for you. As we took a look at that highlight, I finally got to come back down to earth here and see what the score was. It was about a 10-point game. 10 points in strongholds is whatever. If you start at 180 to 178, however, you're playing to 250. There's not a lot of time. There's 70 points that basically each team is going to...
It's one or two engagements really going to decide this.
Does that change how you played the break on the new reset?
Yes, it does. I think you can be much more risky and aggressive at the start of a fresh game where it's 0-0. All of a sudden, you can't give up that very first death on recharge if you know it's only a 70-point game, because all of a sudden they get to potentially roll that into a full setup.
And a camouflage.
And a camo. It's just too risky, and so that's going to be a situation where we're likely not going to see the same sort of aggressiveness out of someone like Bound or Renegade off the rip off this. Or if they do decide to get aggressive and it pays off, that's where you can see Optic get off to a massive lead.
Right. I think it's almost like loading into a Slayer game 45-45, and then all of a sudden, like yeah,
someone will be the hero.
Yeah, you're not G-siding time it for sniping anymore, are you? Yeah. Like you're definitely playing a lot more passive. Every single life matters at this point, with the score being so close and the win condition not being so far away. We're running a 40-yard dash here. First to about 70 points. No room for error. You cannot get put in a trip cap with 70 points because the game will end right after that.
You're also not going to see as many like forced aggressive plays when they have an advantage. Like, you're not going to see a forced trip cap. If a trip cap comes to them and they have the opportunity to take it, they will take it. But they're not going to get the two and say, hey, like early on, let's put this pressure to put the pressure on the game.
Because the risk isn't worth it?
Exactly. The risk is worth it earlier on in the game, because if it's a 0-0 game, you're like, hey, if this pays off, instead of getting a 30-point lead, we might get a 75-point lead.
Right.
Whereas here, you don't care. The difference between 30 and 75 obviously is significant, but you're also risking
one of them ends the game
that you lose your setup.
Yeah, one of them ends the game here.
Yes.
The other one, yeah, potentially puts you in that same situation. How often do you see a trip cap go right into another trip cap from the other team based off an overextension? It'll be really interesting to see, especially knowing how aggressive Optic like to play in strongholds, how they like to push those stroke caps. Do you think they have enough discipline to slow their roll down here a little bit
so.
and play a little bit safer?
They have the experience. You have someone like Lunchbox behind saying like, hey, you can still be aggressive without forcing the trip cap. There's a difference between forcing a play there, charging towards C-Plat, and maybe peeking a little bit towards long haul, maybe taking control of control.
Yeah, and even to go further into this meta, when you're telling a dog not to jump, the dog wants to jump, and immediately you start to play a little bit more hesitancy. Does that negatively have the risk of impacting, like if we're not naturally playing how we would naturally play a position based off the situation that's at hand?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's
Maybe we're
times
so
where
far in
people
depth.
are not playing the way they'd like to. You see that happen at times where a team, let's say they're up 2-1 in a flag game, and they've been holding them off the entire game, and all of a second they're like, oh, well, we don't need to get a cap here. They start to turtle up, or they start to play a little more passive, and that's where you see these teams start to make those comebacks into the game.
That's
because
where
our
my
team
head went.
is not playing their exact same style.
So we're taking a look at just moments before the issue happens, and it's Trippy with camo. Great shots onto a player hitting C. Legend will go down. It's a trip cap now into effect. You're down 30 points here, but trip caps with 30 points is absolutely nothing. Give me about 10 seconds and you'll get those back. Penguin still in the game right now. As Trippy backs into this corner, just wants to bait this C stronghold. And you could tell
about any second here. Because also I feel like the moment that you see the player name disappear, I feel like there's chances that there's generally issues prior to that moment. So I would guess that it's, like you said, Wes, we're around a 10-point game.
Yeah, you can
About
tell
even.
Trippy throws the what the is going on signal with his hand, and that's when you knew something was wrong. Also, the observer mode will show you a player's missing if you don't want the hand signal from Trippy, but he let you know immediately something was up. And that'll put us, like we said, 10-point game. FaZe doing a good job of battling. I was very concerned for FaZe coming into this series. Fresh off a loss, probably didn't even have to move their stuff and bouncing right back into the series. Dave, what did you do to make sure that series, when things like this would happen to you in your time, what did you do individually as a team to make sure that the series before didn't impact the series that you're about to play, especially against a team that has been so hot coming out of the elimination bracket and on the run that they're on?
Yeah, you got to get everyone's attention focused on the future or the present. So in a case like this, you can't have people talking about, oh man, I had this or had this. You have to say, snap out of it. Let's talk about this. What are we doing off the start here? We knew last time Renegade went here towards top catwalk side. Is he going to do that again? Likely not. How are we going to catch him off the rip of this game?
You're talking game one, map one, and mode.
Exactly. You got to talk through the next moment
Very
in time.
specifics. What does Optic like to do on this? Like,
It has to be
immediately
specific,
transition.
especially at this highest level of play. No longer are teams just doing vague generalities. They're not going to say on Aquarius, they're not going to say, hey, like, let's hold pink more than some cars. Like, no, you're talking about, hey, we need to hold this jump up over on this car side because they've always been.
Yeah, what are their
coming from that
tendencies?
route.
What do we do wrong when we play against Optic in these situations in order to better our chances? Whew. All right, let's.
But yeah, very specific, very focused, dial in. You can't think about anything that's going wrong in the past. The only thing that you can do if you're trying to make a slight adjustment is talk about that adjustment is, and it has to be a minor thing. You can't have your team do a full 180 change and expect that all to align well going into the next game. Instead, you have to talk and say, hey, can we play our lives a little bit longer? Can we get 1 or 2 more seconds out of each life to extend this and give ourselves some more time and some more breathing?
How do we feel about Shopify seeing this happen? And actually, great question. When you were sitting in so many grand finals that you were sitting in through the winners bracket, I only did once, so, and I knew who I wanted to play. I was going to ask you, did you actually have a preference of who you played as a player? Because I actually 100% had a preference of which team I was rooting for going throughout this series. In the one opportunity I had, I said, let me play Soldier 187, please, dear God. But you had so many different ones that, did it just become like it doesn't matter who we play?
You have to have that mentality of, hey, we're ready for whomever. But yeah, of course, in your gut, you're either rooting for someone who you're closer friends with, or you're saying, hey, Carbon's looking kind of scary this season. I wouldn't mind to see an upset here from a 5K or from a straight or whomever. throughout some of those seasons. So it was part watching and rooting for that, but then a lot of times too, just really outside of like watching the first or second game, really focused in on just warming up and playing our game plan. I don't want to sit there and watch the whole series and get all hyped up and watching that and be like, oh, I haven't shot in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's how I was. I only obviously had one, but I was just shooting the whole time. I could care. If I couldn't have any determining factor that was I was responsible for.
You look at a stream or something like that, but for the most part, it's I'm focused on what are we doing to warm up, how are we going through our routines. Some players like to warm up nonstop and keep their hands super warm. Some people can seemingly roll out of bed and hit 4 shots.
The Royal Twos of the world.
Exactly.
Hey, scrims were 30 minutes ago, but where are you? And then he gets on and drops plus 20 in game 1. I'm like, all right, well, that'll do. Well done, kid. Next time,
I was the exact opposite of him. I was like, I need to warm up for like an hour or two to feel like every single facet of my fights, whether it's close range or long range fights, are on point.
We're getting an update here as we take a look at the gameplay. And we're getting a live reel of the situations that were occurring in the game as the issue was flagged. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit earlier on. This is where we'll be going back to now with the new lobby. The issue was actually flagged a little bit earlier than the trip cap, and in all honesty, Optic still have control. We saw what was able to transpire after this. Trippy, of course, having this camo, using it to transfer over B. But we're going to go a little bit further back, which honestly, since we talked about it, Dave, it's at least a few more points that teams are going to have to get in order to end this game 1. So there's a more of a room for error. There's a little bit further of a distance that these players are going to have to sprint here in this rematch.
A little more room, but yeah, end of the day, it's going to be decided by a few important battles to kick this one off. So we're going to have to see how both these teams decide to play it off the start. But yeah, that's, like you said, got to be incredibly frustrating for FaZe there. They had a nice start, or sorry, a nice finish there as they were going into that near trip cap scenario. And to have that pulled away, they just got to bounce back.
You think you'd rather be in FaZe's shoes in that moment rather than Optic's shoes? Technically, Optic does have the lead. With how the game was going.
With how the game is going, yeah. I mean, if you're getting to, you know, a low double-digit amount of points away and you have a trip cap, I would take the trip cap over the short lead because any single slays there that can go for the trip cap team can extend that so far. And then worst case, a lot of times they're going to stop the bleeding somehow. And if you even just want to play it passively, you can still end with that dub cap and basically the tie or the positional advantage.
Great news, Greenwall. Great news, fans of Arlington and everybody watching on Twitch. The lobby is being created, and we will get into the action here shortly. If the green wall remains as quiet as you guys have been this morning, Optic might not make it to a grand final, so I want to hear you guys get loud. And if you're rooting for FaZe, they're going to need you because I just pissed a whole lot of fans off that are wearing green in this crowd.
No,
I like to poke all the bears.
It's the calm before the storm. You know, everyone here is just champing at the bit. They're ready to see these teams get back into it and battling it out. But like you said, it's going to be around a 30-point lead here for FaZe.
142 to 172.
For Optic, 30-point lead for Optic going into this replay.
It's a healthy lead, but nothing to really shy over in strongholds.
It shouldn't. It can be a determining factor, but this isn't a insurmountable lead at some point.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, you don't feel like there's a massive weight going into this game, similar to what we witnessed earlier with the SSG and the oddball. When you're down like 50 points in oddball, it's like, would you rather go to round 3? Maybe.
The only thing this does change maybe slightly for FaZe is that they may get a little riskier if they get that dub cap and try to go for the triple cap.
Because they have more room to make up.
They have to make up that little bit more room. They might say, hey, like, feel free to press our advantage if we have it here, but at the same time, it's still, they can close that gap, that 30-point lead with a dub cap set up at the start of the game.
All right, Bounds got his hand warmers in. Locked, loaded, lobby setting up. I see one player missing. I'm not going to call him out, though. There he is. All players are in the lobby. Let's hit that play button. Lottie, can you press that play button? I know you don't like to do that. She's over there talking.
We will get this started ASAP though, but man,
there we go.
A little bit of icing there for some of these players. Let's see them all bounce back. You see fist bumps being shared across the stage. We're gonna be jumping back into here on Recharge Strongholds. It's a 30-point lead here for Optic Gaming. FaZe has the work cut out for them. This first game can be a massive momentum shift for either of these teams to go into the series.
As we jump into this remake, I want to go straight into an Optic Gaming listen-in, and let's see the vibes on Optic Gaming as they have a 30-point lead. How do they sound coming out of this remake and going in to this game one of an elimination finals?
But yeah, kicking it right off the start. Here we go, Bound playing passive towards C, gonna take towards control. Last time we saw Bound and Renegade dropping early into the fight. Trying to make a way towards elevator, realizing that it's not going to be successful. Trippy gonna get the first blood. Taking out Legend.
Bound
That's
has
gonna
a
be a
camo
camo,
right here.
not burned. It's a battle for that camo. Bound, the only one alive at the bomb center of that pit. Trippy, the only one alive for FaZe. And that's gonna be some points early here on the board for Optic.
Let's get into that Optic Gaming listen and see what Bound can do with this camouflage.
Watch out, bottom mid.
You're gone.
Bottom mid, watch out. S1, yo, back. Sex. Michael bottom mid, Michael bottom mid. One place. Michael bottom mid. Yeah, bottom middle. Nice. Don't show face, man. Don't show face. Bottom right, top glass. Bottom right. Jump on. Watch out. Just a minute. Just gonna guys. Systems going simplets. Yo, bottom behind one. Oh my god, he's lock on red purple. Yeah, just don't show face, man. You're gonna hear right there. One's gonna be long. God's playing tower 2, let's go. Yeah, play safe, man. Yo, stacks and simplets. Stacks. Trying to play T here. Stacks again, fuck it. He's going C. Buy one shot. One spot. Nice. That's even kept he's going.
Victory.
Top cat. Watch out, back door.
Enemy team
L2. Come on, guys. Good push up. We can get hit off this. Camo's coming now, guys.
Needles at bottom tower side. Needles at bottom tower. Okay, slow down. Okay, it's okay. Slow down right here, okay? They're gonna push B. They're gonna go B. Okay, it's okay. Hang on. One stop A. Down. Need to have one.
We saw T-Ban. Play one forever. This is coming. Play one forever.
Look at it bound.
I'm getting man. Top right glass. Ready?
Absolute all two.
Looking long, guys. Ready? Let's give me C. Nice. Hell yeah.
Just like that, Optic close out that first game. You heard some great calls there, especially from Lunchbox and crew talking about, hey, give up that one. They're talking about that A stronghold being converted. So picking and choosing their battles wisely. They're not just gonna contest a hill every single time. They're making sure they're taking high percentage plays in battles.
Yeah, one of the big things I heard during the listening was Bound stuck by himself, last guy alive. He's in pipes. Renegade says to him, just play your one, like forever. Play your one. Just make sure whatever happens, you get yours. And Bound, that tells Bound immediately he doesn't have to like take some fight or feel pressed about the guy in B getting the stronghold. Like, he just has to let a favorable fight come to him rather than taking an unfavorable fight, pushing out pipe doors, trying to fight the guy top alley, somewhere where he's going to be at a disadvantage. That was phenomenal comms, and Optic Gaming looked and felt locked in that entire remake. They were in control just about the entire time. There was that one moment where they had to slow it down, but it was all green wall.
Yeah, when you're at this highest level of play, you kind of have the exact opposite comms to ranked level of play. In ranked comms, you're like, where's my help? What's going on? Get involved. Help is the objective. Whereas at the highest level of play of these teams, they all want to be selfless players. They know the team objective at hand, and they're reminding each other, hey, here's a situation that I need you to play selfish. Your best play for this team, the best way to reward us, is for you to get a kill and for you to stay alive.
A phenomenal way to kick off this elimination finals for Optic Gaming, especially to show how strong they looked. Kick it right off the break. This 30-point lead that they played with this remake jumps into about a 70, 80-point lead, and then all of a sudden, the room for error for FaZe is just too much, right? That we talked about it, like all of a sudden now Bound is able to play as ones forever because they're up by so much that it's going to take a lot more than just you losing a one favorable fight that you take for us to lose this game.
Yeah, when FaZe got put in that position where they're down by 70 or 80 points at the end, it's like they have to not only get every kill on Optic, they can't have one mistake or one misstep, because the moment that 3 of them go down, Optic are going to be able to hold a 2-cap setup to close out the game.
All right, as we take a look at the series layout, Recharge Strongholds, that's one and done from Optic. They'll take a 1-0 lead here in the elimination finals. It's going to be Solitude Slayer as game 2. And if you're looking at FaZe, let's take some positives away from game 1, even before the remake. They were getting every single camouflage, something that will benefit them heavily if they're able to replicate that same strategy. Even though they didn't have success in Strongholds, I feel like in a Slayer, you're kind of able to do your own thing a little bit more, and why is that, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, on Slayer, they're going to be able to play without the objective forcing them out at any single time. So they're going to be able to spend that next 30 seconds or the previous 30 seconds just saying, hey, where do I want to be? What's the best way to set myself and this team up to get this next power-up? So expect them to be able to just play a little bit slower, but also, like I said, it's their choice of how quick they want to play. They don't have time ticking against them.
Okay,
So
we've had a bumpy start.
passive.
We've had a bumpy start to this elimination finals, but let's pick up the energy in here. This series matters so much to both these two teams. Game 2's kicking off. Formal on board. The battle for camo underway. Legend's going to be the first player to drop, and as Formal knows that he's going to get pushed, tries to meet Trippy over towards the U-turn, but unfortunately he's going to have repulse and win that one-on-one, and this is going to be FaZe Clan's opportunity to gain early map control with Trippy going off.
And nobody falls in the net. Trippy almost turning that fight against Legend, but he sets up his teammate Penguin to get the camo and get the finish. But that camo wasn't picked up until around the 11:25 mark. Both these teams realizing you can't just jump up and grab that unless you have control of the map.
Yeah, it's not worth losing map control at all. Unfortunately, Penguin trying to choose the right target there, chooses wrong, and because of it, Optic Gaming kind of spread out since they had spawned over towards Sniper, able to take down Penguin. That camo gets removed from the map. The removal of FaZe Clan's lead is also the case. It's an 8-8 score line, but you had to feel like FaZe could have benefited far more from the map control that they once just had.
Yeah, I mean, that scoreline's not what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan. They had a 3-kill lead, they had camo, they had shock rifle, and all of a sudden, that's been diminished, just a 1-kill lead. And this game's also just halted. I don't think the game halting is actually a bad thing here for FaZe.
Not with shock in hand.
Not with shock in hand, not with how quick and having players like Bound and Renegade to play in those ridiculously quick environments. But yeah, you want to just slow it down, get your own step, and see what picks you can have.
The game is slowed for now, but in 10 seconds, camo will be coming up and Optic's hand will be forced. There will be a battle in the middle of this map. Can Valkated make a play with the shock rifle? If he can find a pick and open up the floodgates, this could be where FaZe kind of open up the map.
Also, I'm just a little surprised seeing all this action taking place over at Yard and over at Poster Stairs. You gotta wonder, it feels like a couple other members of FaZe who are near Snipe side either have been losing that engagement on Poster Stairs or not given the support they need across the map. That was just a brilliant breakdown by Optic. Being on the back foot, having inferior positions, and breaking across the center of the map to get that camo.
Still a tight game, but for how long? Legend with camo on the back BR spots a ton of players, and look at FaZe Clan all stuck back U-turn. How do they trade out of this successfully? So far, they haven't been able to. It's a 2-1 exchange in the members of Optic, and they're up 15-14 now. Legend gonna back down, play his life. If he can get his shield, maybe he can find another kill. Doesn't find another kill, but there's more FaZe Clan members to deal with, and eventually, Optic only come out on top by 2.
I'll take that if you're in Optic's shoes no longer than a minute ago. back foot, worse spots, and they got phased into a spawn trap and now have this 3-kill lead. This game's moving quite a bit slower compared to game 1 though, Wes.
I was going to say, how to suppress live there. Yeah, this game's going to start to pick up the pace very quickly here, as the middle of the map isn't really being determined by either. Once it is established by one, the others will try to slow it down. But for right now, there's a massive battle for map control, and that's a huge pick by Penguin as he tries to push into dip after finding that kill. Knows that there's several members of Optic in blue, but there is still one to snipe a beautiful nade as he predicts Legend forced to back up towards blue because the pressure from FaZe was coming from the front, and now they can isolate these players to snipe as well.
Yeah, Penguin fully divided this roster. They're stuck over at Market, they're stuck over at Snipe, and he's right in between. He can pick and choose which fight he wants to join, and he's joining both.
And honestly,
both those picks, one over on Renegade and one over on Legend.
Somehow Renegade gets a trade with the shock beatdown, death grenade right there, and that slows down the tempo for FaZe just a little bit. One more player from FaZe isn't there. And now Optic Gaming still on the ropes a little bit, have less pressure, but here comes Suppress. The name of the game is can you get in their face quick enough to split the spawns, and Suppress gets there. Wow. But a trade is unbelievable there.
Such
cheese, oxtail and mac and cheese.
Kill. And that's exactly
you're feasting.
You want just even a melee.
Oh no, you're guessing what I'm gonna have? I don't know, whatever my dad made.
About how he was playing.
I think he made curry.
A few slays, ton of assists.
I think he made curry chicken.
He is the kill leader here for FaZe Clan in this 1-kill game.
Yeah, man, the curry chicken, man. Guys, so we can't lose this map. Go K-Sod, man. I love the fact that all these big orgs are in Halo, man. Let's get it.
Trippy did have the camo, but that's long gone at this point. As Legend tries to make some space over towards LR, but the teamwork from FaZe will take down Legend and give them a 3-kill lead once again.
Just those bait switch right there. Was looking for that quick finish over at LR, and Penguin just swooping in.
This is such a big moment right now. All of Optic is stuck in blue. This is a 4-kill game. This could go to an 8-kill game very quickly if Optic are not careful. Bound gonna try to be the first player to make his way into yard. You see Formal and Renegade now trying to create some kind of space here. FaZe are trying to deny this space. Look how hard they want to control yard. They know Optic want this yard control, and they are not gonna get yard control. It is now up to 7 kills for FaZe Clan.
That was such an incredible push by Suppressed. They knew Penguin wasn't gonna be able to charge that nade, but Suppressed flew right into yard, getting that finish. That mixed aggressiveness that you have here with the FaZe roster is paying off.
Trapped in blue, still Optic on respawn. 8 kills separate the two now. FaZe Clan look to tie this series up and will do so if they can get 10 more kills here in game 2.
A lot of battling going on over at the loop. Valkated playing his own life though. We've seen some of these situations before. One of my critiques earlier of watching SSG play is they would always be focused on the one point of action. Instead, I love that play from Falcon. It says, I can't be a factor in this fight. Let me see if someone else is sneaking on by over here. Gets the camo and can now be a greater effect in this battle.
This is a wild situation right now. It's a 5-kill game. Falcon trying to get involved, but he's losing teammates left, right, and center. All of Optic Gaming is spread out across the map, and all of Optic Gaming is picking up kills. Falcon still can't find a kill until he finally is able to finish off Legend, but at what cost? A 4-kill game now for FaZe Clan. Still with the game in their control, but Optic's map control right now makes this very difficult for him to sift through.
Yeah, Falcon love this. Doesn't find the player on the perimeter. Instead, goes right towards the player at Snipe. Still a 4-kill game, and you're hoping maybe for a bit more of a comfort zone there if you're a FaZe fan. But the pressure isn't stopping. I like this play from Suppressed. Both teams kind of have a little flank of their own. Renegade and Suppressed get behind enemy lines. Renegade's flank paying off.
That's a big kill though. Being able to finish off Renegade, even if he gets a double, it just gets you a little bit closer to 50. Still a 4-kill game, but now look, this is where Optic were just moments ago. They are stuck in blue. They're gonna try this yard push. Does Bound have the same level of reinforcements?
He does not. And the fact that you see someone poking through that door has to tell you that they have backup right behind them.
Yeah,
no
one's
one's just peeking into yard without support.
Yeah, and that's the big difference right now is FaZe were able to hold that push and deny the map control of the space that Optic were trying to get in that situation. When Optic were in that situation, Bound did not have the reinforcements. However, though, Formal in a 4-kill game has a shock rifle. The game turns into a stalemate. Camo will be coming up in 18 seconds, and Formal, if he can find a pick, would be massive.
Oh my God.
That's 2.
That push by FaZe, they do get a trade out, but still,
that's
damage
3.
done. It's now a 1-kill game here for FaZe. They should be able to find a trade here, but the only saving grace that Optic has this moment is they do have that shock rifle. Well, these members of FaZe, they can hide around tight corridors. They'd be happy. No one wants to charge suppress, even though they have an advantage.
FaZe Clan answer back.
GG, bro. GG. One-on-one. Or one-on-one. 1-1.
U-turn and are able to get that 50th kill. I thought it got scary when Formal hit that double with the chain damage paired with Renegade's damage, and then all of a sudden slid into Yard and got the third. I was like, oh no, but that one grenade that honestly killed the guy that was falling from Yard, no shield, that trade is everything to give you what it should be a 48-47 game rather than a 49-46 game.
But I love the mixed aggressiveness from FaZe. Some teams, when they get in that position, they say, other team has snipe or they have shock rifle, turtle up for a little bit. And they just turtle and they never make a move from there. The correct play there is to turtle up for a bit and then you make an aggressive push in one of the directions where the other team isn't perfectly set up for that.
Commit to something, right? Like,
gotta make a move.
So often do we see the team that sits back often is the team that gets punished the hardest and the team that slips up and loses the lead. But FaZe Clan, we talked honestly at the start of the broadcast, we talked about this FaZe Clan roster and how strong they were at Slayers. Slayers keep them in this series and bring them back to life here in the elimination bracket. Slayers tie this one up, and everybody knows game 5s end or best of 5s always end in a Slayer. And wouldn't it be something if FaZe Clan can just figure out a way to get one of these objectives done and find themselves on Aquarius, and they know that they have what it takes to win these Slayers against a team like Optic Gaming. We're talking Oddball Live Fire is game 3, and Assault Fortress is going to be game 4. So which of these two can FaZe Clan figure out a way to manifest some success is the big question. What we've seen from Optic, let's talk about game 3. Let's focus on the here and now. What we've seen from Optic Gaming on Oddball and on Live Fire has been unbelievably impressive, I feel like, all tournament long. So this has got to be a strength for them. How do you feel about FaZe Clan's chances going into this map?
It's going to be tough. I mean, there's so many times where you see an individual on Optic, and it feels like they can turn any of those positions into a power position. Like Tower, they're over at Tower, and it can take so long just to flush out someone like Renegade, who could be jumping up around any of the boxes, going over towards back mud.
You give these guys a pillar, and all of a sudden they're unkillable.
But even same, when you look over towards back green or something like that, someone like Legend can stay alive for so long and buy time. And so there's different pockets here where members of Optic can just really shine. On the flip side, though, you look over at FaZe. I think the most impressive clip we've had all weekend is Trippy.
By far.
That
clip of the weekend
spree.
for sure. The fact that he pulls out the snipe as the guy's no shield just for bonus points. Oh yeah, that was awesome. That's something I would do, and then I would get yelled at for putting my snipe out as I missed that shot, and 2 one-shot guys just live. But Trippy, obviously we've seen the success he's had. The S7 is obviously going to be an extremely vital piece to the puzzle when trying to have success. And as we look at the stats for ball carriers, it's, you know what, the same 2 guys that we showed with the Stronghold stats.
You know, always picking up that OBJ. But one thing that's surprising here is Legend, 40% of the team's ball time. Doing so much OBJ work here. I mean, it's tough to choose who is going to be the OBJ player or who's going to do majority of it on that roster. I don't know why I'm more surprised that it is Legend.
I think it's a player that plays as fast as possible and then is usually progressed on the map, especially if you're playing with the likes of Renegade and Bound. They're off usually doing side quests on the map, but I mean, they go on some exciting side quests, don't get me wrong. But it's probably like, yeah, somebody probably needs to rotate towards the ball as that's going on.
Now, the benefit and the downside of this is, whereas you look at Falcated, 27%, that's maybe arguing if the rest of his team is on a similar amount, they're almost all doing an equal amount for this FaZe roster.
That's ideal.
Now, the benefit and the downside here for someone like Legend and Optic is if Legend's getting that ball, he is going to be well practiced and knowing exactly where he needs to be rotating and prepared to make those moves. However, if Legend is not in control of the ball, they're going to have to rely a lot on Lunchbox and crew to clear that path and know exactly where they do want to move that. But you know,
yo, Lunchbox, hold the ball, bro. This guy's the coach.
And being able
Someone's got to hold it, bro.
The skill set and being able to read that in real time before you're a second late, because if you're a second late in Infinite, somebody's already in your face.
Yeah,
Like,
it's too late. You have to be making the rotation before it even is the rotation. You almost have to be faking that rotation, saying, hey, I'm going to start to go towards tower. All right, we're actually going towards tower now.
Right, and exactly. You have to lean towards that. But being able to, like, the skill set behind being able to read those situations just based off your screen, obviously, but the comms are more important because a lot of the time, nothing's happening on your screen as the ball carrier. Nothing, you're listening and you're getting info that 3 are going this way and like so-and-so's been spotted going in this direction. So you're having to process all of this information and make sure that it's your responsibility that this ball doesn't end up, if we are to go down, that this ball ends up in a contestable spot rather than you just gave them a full setup that anything positive we just had and had achieved is immediately removed and honestly overcome on the other side.
We will have to see which one plays out here. Is it going to be Legend grabbing most of this ball time here for the Optic roster? Are FaZe going to be stepping up here in game number 3, going to try to get their first lead in this series?
And I know that this has been what feels like a long series already with what's taken place. But when I looked at the map layouts and I saw...
I hear the guy with the whistle.
And then I saw Solitude Slayer. I said, 2 pretty fast games. 2 games that you could find yourself down 2-0 very quickly, or you feel like you haven't played a lot of Halo in order to determine your elimination finals. Finally, here in Game 3, Oddball is going to make sure that you felt like you played some Halo.
Game 3 and Game 4. A Fortress Bomb, that's going to be taking a minute.
Yeah, you
Suppressed.
You
also,
will be
pushing towards pillar sides, not seeing a single player. I like this play from Suppressed. Rather than take the long flank, he's like, I'm just going to join right back in the fight. We don't have to worry about any flankers, and we also have to know we're fighting against an even amount of opponents.
And it pays off. He forces Renegade to drop out of middle with that snipe. Renegade still has that snipe. Renegade actually then
he's so
replaces
tough to
himself.
kill here. He's got the repulse.
Yeah, when you get repulse and snipe, Renegade's so good at whatever he does at the start of games to end up in this situation so often. Doesn't hit that shot onto the camera. Doesn't matter, as all 4 players for FaZe will go down. It will be a member of Optic, not only with camo, but one of them has snipe and one of them has the ball. This is a perfect start for Optic Gaming.
Yep, and it's going to be Formal with the ball this time. Setting up his team. See if he's going to make a rotation or if he's just going to play this in the back of tower if he receives too much pressure. Looks like he's going to be dropping the ball and slaying.
How awesome is it right now that just two members of Optic Gaming are forcing all of FaZe Clan to have to rotate towards house. Meanwhile, the ball is cuts. Like, you would think that you could maybe leave these guys behind house, but Optic Gaming are too strong. They will figure out a way to flank you. Renegade now, as his teammates have gone down, it's his time to shine.
Wow.
Love this play by him. He leaves that player, cuts, gets the ball all the way to the tower, and this is an objective, efficient play out of Renegade, who is not known for this special occasion, but this is an awesome way of showing that you can adapt and evolve as a player, because that play just got them another 20 seconds.
Yeah, Optic throwing all our talking points out the window. Every single person picking up this ball, putting time on the board. Every single person except for Legend.
Surely he'll get some points eventually, but I mean, Renegade's still yet to die. Just 2 kills to his name, but his presence alone is a problem. Trippy can't get the last shot off as the body head with the snipe connects. Another body from Renegade. Another toe shot, we'll call it, but the job gets done. FaZe Clan get fully put on a reset, and it's a 40-point lead already.
40-point, and Renegade still holding on to all this ammo. He eventually dives with that very first sniper of the game and only gives up 1 bullet.
A recipe for disaster if your FaZe Clan is letting Renegade live for that long with the snipe. The damage done is going to be difficult here in round 1 to overcome. Legend trying to play his life back pillars. He gets taken down. It feels like FaZe Clan have finally got some footing here in this first round, but what can they do with it? They still have reinforcements. Renegade is already off spawn in front towers. Such a fast player in order to get into that situation. Camo just went into the hands of Formal. No, Camo actually fell up in front. Formal not able to find that camo just yet, and as FaZe Clan start to win the fights over here, maybe they will be able to get this camo. Maybe they will be able to get a ball as well.
Okay, now it's FaZe's turn. They have the camo.
Ooh.
They have ball control.
Well, they did.
I love that play from Falcade up until the point he got taken out. I love the point that he was such a factor in fighting for that camo and then just going straight for the ball pickup to make it as efficient as possible.
Trippy finds one, and camo snipe. You need more than one, in my opinion, to stop or come back in this game. And right now, being top middle, he gets caught out immediately. A good job by Optic to eliminate him, even though he caught the first player off guard.
Wow.
Penguin gets his head ripped off. Jesus Christ, Formal, what was that shot? The ball is being rotated, however. So even though 3 members of FaZe go down. They will have to slay again because of the rotation of this ball. It's beautiful by FaZe Clan.
But here's the thing is, Optic are aware of the situation. They know there's got to be somebody flanking through. Somehow they don't spot out Suppress. They eventually get the pick on him. But throughout this entire time, FaZe only had Sniper for that short little bit with Camel, getting that first pick. The rest of the time, they've been scrapping up time with this ball. Even if Optic are able to secure a few of these kills, they aren't in the perfect position to grab this ball. We don't even know exactly where the FaZe Clan spawns will be. I'm guessing it's going to be Big Door.
They're going to spawn. They should be spawning back house right now, and they will. And although FaZe Clan made this a 20-point game, it's going to be another 40-point game by the time FaZe Clan are able to formulate some kind of a push. Now, Quantum Snipe in the hands of Formal, and in all honesty, that's the first shot I feel like we've seen Formal miss with this snipe. You do not want to test him. Trippy does just that, and doesn't have to pay for it this time around. He is getting shot in the back. One player overextending towards green is Suppressed, and Formal now stuck in really a difficult situation to deal with. FaZe Clan break the setup, but like I said, back to 40 points goes the score.
Yeah, that was just the benefit that Optic had in that situation where they were able to hold that ball so far away. We get them spawning all the way across the map, especially when we have something like Snipe. You can watch one whole lane of the map. The time is going to be racked up. Can FaZe answer? Can they close this gap a little bit? I mean, 35 points is almost a full setup time. So you almost need 2 full sets for FaZe to really get back in this game.
Yeah, but the issue is Camo just came up and the fights were lost by FaZe Clan. Suppressed and Trippy both get taken down on the Camo side of the map, so they do play the ball, but with this camouflage that and multiple deaths going down for FaZe Clan, that ball gets immediately brought right back to tower.
And let's be real too, play balls are not all equal. If you do a play ball at the incorrect time, or you do a play ball as your team loses full control and no one's really there to guard that new play ball, they can just take that ball right back to tower and those positions.
100%.
So I did feel like there wasn't really an effective play ball from the FaZe side. We're at the 94-point mark. I don't see anyone from FaZe who can really stop this. That's going to be round 1 going in favor of Optic.
And in all honesty, a dominant round from Optic Gaming here in round 1. We said that they've been looking great on live fire. They just showed you that they are great at live fire no matter what the mode is, and this is where FaZe Clan need to find some momentum here. Bound taking his time, waiting for the grenades. Such a patient play. Knows they're coming in. Unfortunately, the second one is going to hit him no matter how patient he was. And at that
I like that play though. Most people look at that garage door, big door, and they say, nobody there, okay, don't gotta worry about it over here. And then all in 1 second, you have Bound flying all the way towards that command door BR and able just to lay down shots in someone at pillars.
Yeah, how often does that work out? Probably pretty often. When the second you whack the, or you're given the information no one's there, you kind of overextend and find yourself out in the open. So that's what Bound was playing for. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time around. Somehow, like the start of every live fire game, Renegade has Snipe top tower. It's almost like he spawns here with it at this point. The battle for Camo is definitely the focus of Renegade for now as he approaches this cut. It's a dangerous place to be with Snipe, but he lands a body, and that's going to back up that one member of FaZe Clan in a 2-on-2 situation. He's going to choose to go top mid. He's going to choose to rip faces.
Yeah, just playing this so good. I didn't see what ended up happening with that Camo. Can't tell if someone from Optic grabbed it or if it ended up being burned off some of those trades taking place at scoreboard. But ball time being racked up here for Optic, but they have to get these kills. One dangerous part about this ball over at scoreboard or house is there's no real good way to play ball here. You have to slay out or the other team gets that setup.
Renegade can't hit the no scope, and Falcon able to finally take him down. Snipe is going to be out, however. This setup only lasts for 14 seconds for Optic, though, so a good job by FaZe to break it fairly immediately. Unfortunately, you don't get any of the S7 to play around. Not too much damage done here in round 2, and FaZe Clan will have control as 2 members are coming off respawn. How do they play this inside of the house setup, though, is the big question. We didn't see much of this at all in the first round.
Yeah, Falcon had been staying alive for a long time there. Unfortunately, does a premature reload, ain't able to get that finish there. Formal, relaxing at the window with the ball.
I was going to say, adjusting the volume.
I was like, is something wrong? But no,
yeah,
he doesn't have time to take a hand off the wheel.
My heart sank as I thought something was going on. Just Formal's on him. You know, I kind of want a little bit more, says Formal. 28 points now and still climbing. Renegade forced to quantum back towards green. He's going to have assistance from another player, but that leaves Formal by himself with the oddball. I guess it did get rotated towards Big Door here, so that's massive to be able to play that ball if they are to lose this setup. But Falcon going down there tells me that Optic are going to be able to hold this setup potentially. Trippy and Suppress both getting back down from Renegade. He is everywhere on the map with that Quantum. A little bit of an overchow, but you'll take the damage done from Renegade here in that life.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling himself too. He just figured, if they're fighting one of my teammates, I will also get involved in this engagement. But it's just such a challenging kill to kill someone like Renegade. He makes it so difficult, and he's not afraid to reach-out at times to get that extra damage.
You never know.
Your toes.
You never know when he's reach-outing you. You never know when he's relocating. It's such a difficult player to try and flush out of situations, especially when he's given the Quantum Translocator. So good luck if you're FaZe Clan. Luck is something that they're going to need. They're able to take down Legend. That's a good start to maybe a potential comeback here. It was a 40-point lead, but here comes FaZe Clan. Two snipers in a row getting taken down, so Trippy opting not to go for that snipe, but able to win the battle against both of them there. That's massive for FaZe Clan as they still attempt to hold this setup, but can Penguin get near his ball carrier? Multiple players of Optic are in-house, and they're coming for that ball.
Yeah, I mean, getting close to the ball carrier is important, without doubt. But the bigger story here on this one for FaZe is they're just getting outslayed too heavy to be able to compete with Optic here on this game. You look at a couple of these score lines, Penguin suppressed, -7, -9. They're just getting outslayed too heavy to make that up in objective efficiency. At some point, you have to get past a critical mass of kills.
All right, my sister's gonna be here soon, so I should probably go grab the food and vibe for a second.
Traditionally the main
BRB, guys.
squad, so having maybe not his best game 3
BRB with food.
so far, but there's a lot of time left potentially. The ball is going to get played. I believe, no, it just drops down back tower. It's actually a good no play ball. That kind of worked out better. Yeah, because they were on top of that play ball. Because it stays back tower, it's going to be a couple of seconds denied from Optic Gaming, but you still have Formal with Snipe to deal with. And in all honesty, if you don't break this setup right now on this push, you're going to have one more, or game 3 goes to Optic.
Yeah, and Optic just letting FaZe make their push, and FaZe taking a little too long with their push here. Eventually able to take out the ball carrier, but all that traveling to Trippy, going all the way from green, all the way to sneaking towards front C, to back tower just to receive no scope, and that's so frustrating because you take these right routes, you avoid these long sight lines, and in the end, you still just get taken out by a no scope.
I mean, the worst part about it was you had Quantum, so if you get bodied, you're just Quantum back to your original place, but you got headshotted. Like, what do? Formal doesn't miss. That's not fair sometimes, Trippy, I'm sorry. But this ball's still in the hands of Optic Gaming. Need just 10 points, and then Penguin has to go. He feels the need to go. Bound picks up an easy triple, or a double. Maybe it's a triple. And FaZe Clan go all 4 down. Optic, dominate. And I said dominate, Dave. Game 3, and take a 2-1 lead here in the elimination finals.
FaZe have their work cut out for them. I was trying to praise them before, saying that these FaZe boys, individually skill-wise, they're able to go toe-to-toe with Optic. They're able to win some of those individual fights, but some of the stars I'm looking for, and especially in the form of Suppressed, was not there exactly on game 3, was not able to match Optic, was not able to break through.
I think when you look at that game 3 and you compare it to games 1 and 2, games 1 and 2 felt like they were a little bit closer. Game 3 felt like a bit of a blowout. You look at the power weapon control, look at the power up control. It was pretty much all Optic in that game 3. At all times they had snipe, at all times it felt like they were in better position for the camouflages and whatnot. And that's what it looks like when Optic's getting power-ups. You might not be doing much with the camos, but at least they don't have them.
Yeah.
And when the second Optics start to get those power-ups, those power weapons, the second this series starts to get a little bit uglier, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, we even highlight a couple of those examples. You've seen Renegade off the start of each of these rounds, getting sniped, bringing it back towards tower, and being such a nuisance to kill. Whereas on the flip side, I feel like the limited amount of times we saw Sniper in the hands of FaZe, you saw a play like Trippy had like a camo snipe and was actually taken out after just getting that one kill. Like you said, one is not enough when you have Sniper and camo.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You're trying to find that opening pick, you're trying to create a staggered respawner, create a 4-on-3 opportunity, but the second he shoots that guy, he gets melted. It's great positioning from Optic to be close enough, but have different angles to be able to trade each other out. Optic's teamwork starting to figure itself out through the elimination bracket run they've on. And this is a product of the entirety of their LAN tournament here now. Starting to figure it out along the way and play better and better every series. I believe that this is the best Optic we have seen, especially after that game 3, because this is the highest competition we have seen since them entering the elimination bracket. This FaZe team, I know that game might have looked easy for Optic, but there's not many teams that can do that to FaZe. And right now, they're going to be backs against the wall, tournament life on the line, Fortress Assault in their hands.
You know, you talked about that entire game, how often Optic were able to get control of that sniper. If that same story happens here on Assault Fortress, I foresee Optic just closing the series out 3-1. However, if you can see someone like Suppressed, keep a hold of that sniper. Do some work here. Give his team a chance to play that neutral game. Play it on even footing. FaZe can absolutely work their way back to a Game 5.
Optic Assault, looking at the leaders for the KDs on this side, and it's Renegade and it's Bound, and it's probably the two last guys you want in your base on a map like Fortress to try and flush out, because these guys, we talked about how good they are at staying alive, like in places that they shouldn't. Well, Fortress is a map made for players like these two right here.
Yeah, they are going to be doing some nasty work over at that BR/Spiral side. Both these teams vying for control of that half of the map. But I'm excited to see what happens with these snipes. That could set the tone for this game. We're gonna have to see what goes on with that initial OS, those initial snipes. Is anyone gonna be trying to make any initial push for a bomb arm? Or are we gonna try to set the tone of this game? Outslay for a little bit, get them on the back foot.
Optic Gaming entered the elimination bracket in round 1. They are now one game away from a grand finals appearance, a rematch against Shopify, someone they have been battling all off-season long for the #1 seed, and they want their revenge. They can taste that revenge, and one game away. Can you put FaZe Clan to bed? Can you send them packing and focus on a championship? Neutral Bomb Assault with 2 S7s and Overshield on the map, and FaZe Clan on the ropes right now. Let's see how Formal treats the kickoff of this map for.
Renegade getting the first pick on the Falcade with the snipe. See where he decides to move from there, and that's gonna be 2 picks. That's also gonna be OS in the hands of Bound. First 2 kills going in favor of Optic. Can they make anything more of it?
Renegade not missing with snipe, hadn't been all weekend long right now, and that body shot onto the player and Suppressed had the FaZe Clan snipe. So FaZe Clan snipe now also in the hands of Optic Gaming. I believe it's Formal and Renegade, worst case scenario if you're FaZe Clan with snipes, and Formal is at your base. You have so much to worry about. These sight wins are so difficult. The bomb is gonna be underneath, not being able to be played.
An interesting grab there from Trippier FaZe, because the bomb was already up to what, like, let's say 15 seconds before resetting, and they tossed a little bit out towards courtyard. I can't tell if they want this just to buy a little more time for their courtyard, or if they want this to reset in the bomb center, but I feel like Optic is fine with either one.
Yeah.
The fact that they just got a touch there means that they're bringing in, that's gonna be 2 down. That's Formal's go sign to go take over the BR side and spawn FaZe over at the elbow.
Formal was gonna snipe you Suppressed, but he'll let Renegade do it this time. He's gonna get the bomb. He's gonna be able to gain the lead here. I believe nobody on FaZe Clan looks like they're in any position. And we warned you, FaZe Clan, if you give them both snipes, bad things will happen.
Only 2 members from FaZe at the start of this game. Penguin and Trippy able to secure a kill. Just not able to find those angles. It's so tough with these sight lines. When you get stuck in your base, it can be so difficult. Able to eventually take out Formal and grab the snipe. Can they do anything with those last couple bullets, though?
But it's a 1-0 lead. Everything from Optic getting to play from the lead from now on. We've seen how long some of these Fortress games have been throughout the offseason. Sometimes it ends 1-0, and now Optic Gaming get the comfort of playing with that lead. The pressure, building on FaZe Clan with their backs against the wall. This cannot feel good, and it definitely doesn't feel good that Legend just snuck away with this overshield.
Yeah, Legend bringing that OS towards the basement. Unfortunately, each one of those melees, but still doing such a great job on a killing spree. That's 3 down for FaZe. Almost all 4 down.
All 4.
That kill from Falcade, we'll see if that is enough pressure relief to stop this arm.
Yeah,
Bomb is coming in, but not having Legend still alive there could be everything.
Optic won't have Legend in order to try and deal with these respawners, but they're doing a good job. They've already found 2 of them. One of them is gonna have to kill this player backstairs. He's able to do just that. 4 go down again. Bound in the arming circle is gonna guarantee a 2-0 lead. What you thought was gonna be 12 minutes might be 3, Dave.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're about to see a lot of Halo being played. We talked about games 3 and 4 going the distance. I don't see much distance in here. This might be a sprint, Wes.
Neither one of these feels like long games right now. Snipes are coming up. The saving grace may be some potential, but look at Renegade's position behind enemy lines. The Suppress now he's here. Suppress is going to have to hit a shot. You're going to have to hit a shot, but your tournament's going to get over. Renegade can't quite finish him yet. Oh, no, shots were missed, and Renegade will have the FaZe Clan snipe once again on their back stairs.
Gonna be sniping, and yes, you ideally would like the BR or Armory side of the map, but same time, if you have a sniper, just as good. Takes out one base. They're pushing in for the killing blow here. 1 or 2 more deaths here from FaZe could spell disaster for the final arm.
Oh, they're just not missing at this point. The flow state is occurring. Bomb in the arm circle, forced to drop it, and it's the other sniper, Legend, right now.
But now they got the spawns they want. So they're happy to trade out a couple kills there. Optic now have Spiral side, and they just have to let a couple kills flow in, especially from Brown, supporting from tower side, and then they can start the arm. Penguin panicking, fighting against his former teammate.
Oh my God.
Renegade clutches it up and starts the arm.
That's game. That's game. That's series. That's match. Go home, FaZe. Optic Gaming. Oh, the nade comes through, but Bound is there, and they let him hear about it. Optic Gaming, in the most impressive Fortress bomb I have ever watched, will be on their way to the grand finals. From elimination bracket round 1 to the grand finals. A date with Destiny and Shopify Rebellion is up next.
They just outslayed so hard right there. That game was less than 5 minutes. I saw 42 kills on Optic side. Every single member on FaZe combined, they had, I want to say it was 13 kills. 13 kills to 42 kills. Just a massive outslaying. Getting 3 arms. It's the first time I've seen them really chirp this weekend.
Yeah.
Optic got humbled early on in the event. Worked their way brick by brick through this lower bracket and made their way all the way to the grand finals where they'll be facing off against Shopify Rebellion.
They believe. You can tell they believe. They're all of a sudden starting to play like Optic Gaming is supposed to play. Those last 2 games were absolute slaughters, and that was the most impressive way to enter into a grand finals from the elimination bracket that I have ever seen. FaZe Clan gonna be left kicking their feet a little bit, wanting to play it a little bit better, but how hard is it to stop this Optic train now that it has gone from elimination bracket round 1 all the way to this point? And when you started seeing them in oddball and in assault, that is insane.
Taking a look at those kills. 14 kills total there for FaZe.
And it's everybody on Optic.
42 for Optic.
It's everybody. It's not just one.
Every single player on that roster.
It was perfect.
6.0 KD is the lowest.
Legend, you got to step it up, bud. It was perfect. It was perfect. That's textbook Fortress bomb. I mean, it's obviously to say when you get both snipes and every overshield, like, game's a lot easier, but
winning every single challenge.
They're hitting every shot.
So many times, Renegade just in that last shot fight, taking out one of those members. Times where I expected, and you need someone like FaZe to ice up. They're just falling just slightly short. So huge kudos out to Optic. Starting this tournament with a lot of questions. People being curious, are they the real deal? Well, we got a finals match to find out, Wes.
They're
looking good to me.
I think if I'm Shopify, I'm watching that and I'm wishing it would have been a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's lock in. The battle of the Titans that everybody wanted coming into this weekend. You wanted a grand finals with Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. Guess what? You get a finals with Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. And if we've seen anything between these two when they play in every single series, it feels like it goes to game 5. It goes to game 11. We might have 2 best of 7s. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your popcorn, get a beer, sit back. It's going to be one hell of a show. I can't wait to be a fan in these stands watching this thing go down.
No, we got some incredible games in front of us. And if Optic are playing anything like that, there could even be a reset. Who knows? I don't want to predict it too early. But the way that they're playing, they're going to be a difficult squad to beat.
All right, Dave, it's been a pleasure all weekend. You're an absolute legend. It's an honor. We're signing out. I'm throwing this back up to LVP on the desk and the boys to crush this one last death segment, and let's get this grand finals underway here as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Wes, Walshy. Wow. Green Wall, keep your heads up high because your team are doing the unthinkable, the impossible. What a run through the elimination bracket that was, and what a statement on that main stage. 3-0 FaZe Clan Shurs, Goofy, my goodness me. Optic Gaming, they are coming out to play, but they're not playing around, excuse the pun. Shurs, what do you make of the Green Wall right now?
Yeah, I think you said 3-0 in that assault game. I think we were looking at, excuse the assault pun, but it was a demolition job. I think we've seen a completely dominant Optic Gaming side and FaZe Clan just not having the answers. Something we asked the questions before the series started is, if these teams give you opportunities, can FaZe capitalize on them? And they just didn't do enough when the opportunities did present themselves. And you're having players like Renegade pop off, but all of a sudden all 4 players on that Optic Gaming side popped off at the exact same moment, which is so rare. So FaZe were in big trouble, but something that is a little bit of a concern for me for Optic Gaming is their Slayers. They're not winning their Slayers enough, and Shopify Rebellion do just that.
Yes, they do just that indeed. But I think they're picking up the pieces, and I think teamwork is the dream work. And Goofy, when you're seeing stats that are very even across the board for Optic Gaming with 4 absolute superstars Slayers taken from every corners of the HCS the past 4 years, and you're seeing them work together efficiently, that is extremely scary to play against. How are you feeling about the teamwork going into maybe the best teamwork that we see out of Shopify Rebellion in the HCS?
Optic is looking like a well-oiled machine going into the grand finals, and if we learn anything from last season, Optic is no stranger to the grand finals, but the question is, can they turn their fate around and actually take home a chip this time around? It's like Wes said, it's the clash of the titans right now. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, and I don't know who's going to be the best player in this grand final. Is it going to be Frosty? Is it going to be Last Shot? Is it going to be Renegade? Formal? There's so many superstars on our screens that are about to come up, and I'm so excited to watch this final series.
Now, Shurs, when you're looking at Optic right now, who are you looking at to have a really big series? Are you looking back at Renegade with how well he's been playing all tournament long? Is there a specific person that you want to see start to really make some noise against Shopify Rebellion and kind of counteract what we're seeing from Frosty right now too?
Well, there's a player that I have my eyes on. That's going to be Formal, and for good reason. He's the only real common denominator between the old team and the new team. He was the reason that the changes happened. He was second places all last year. He has this new roster. He has the team that he wants. Is he going to be the difference maker when it matters most in these grand finals to make sure they turn silver into gold? And that's exactly what this Green Wall wants.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure coming on the shoulders of this God squad. I mean, it was created for a reason. It was happening behind the scenes even during last season towards the end of it. And I think after the Ksan tournament, you know, they were looking at themselves thinking, we've really got to get this done here in Arlington because there's a lot of people hoping that we are this squad we claim to be. Right now, doing an elimination bracket run the way that they have, so cleanly, so well, and honestly progressing as a team to this very point against FaZe bodes very well for their chances. Now, Goofy, we talk about momentum a lot here on the desk because it does play into certain factors. How much do you think it's going to play into Optic Gaming here, going up against Shopify, considering Shopify have been waiting in the wings, they're watching, obviously staying warm, but not quite as warm as a beautiful 3-1 against FaZe Clan?
No, you really couldn't ask for a better situation for Optic, like we talked about earlier. Coming into today, taking down a team like Space Station Gaming that was looking really scary, and now beating FaZe Clan handedly 3-1. Now, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm feeling super confident because it seems like every time these two teams match up, they always have that slight edge, and it's because their play style, it's because they always press their advantages and they give the other team no room to breathe. So if you're Optic, you have to control the power weapons, give Renegade the sniper, control the power-ups, get map positioning, flank the other team like we saw Legend do in these series. It's going to be a big opportunity for Optic to finally shut down the haters and get a championship here in their hometown.
Yeah, I think the longer the wait goes on for this championship, whether it's here or whether it's further down the road, every single time we show up to this land, we're always going to have the same conversation about when the roster was built, why it was built, and until they get the chip, those questions will remain unanswered. I think, Goof, I'd love to pick your brain a little bit. You've been in this situation before, you've gone on deep runs. With us being so early in the season, there's still a lot of reps that these teams are going through. The fact that Optic Gaming have had an opportunity to play even more games than Rebellion and are coming into this thing really hot. Do you think that stands to give them a little bit of an advantage?
Yeah, it's going to play in their favor big time, right? Momentum is totally in the side of Optic Gaming right now, and they need to come out strong in this series, Shurs. Optic Gaming, and their recipe for success is win game 1, win game 2. Like you mentioned, their Slayers are weak. Don't fall down in the Slayer game types. Really keep your foot on the pedal and start the series off hot. You don't just have to win 1 series to win this tournament. You have to win 2, right? So I think momentum is definitely in Optic's favor, but on the other side, it's a sleeping giant. Shopify Rebellion have not lost a series all tournament, and they don't plan on losing one tonight.
I just want to give a quick GG's to FaZe. It wasn't the Championship Sunday that you would have wanted, coming out of the bracket looking so good, 15-0, so clean, meeting Shopify Rebellion, falling flat there, and unfortunately meeting a red-hot Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd is never easy. I think there's so much to progress on, though, for FaZe going into DreamHack. I will say, though, that oddball for me was the catalyst. I think it was a big concern for the rest of the series, and just not really seeing players like Penguin and Suppressed really push themselves to the limit and step up for their team. It was a little bit quiet from them. I just don't think you're going to get the job done against any kind of top roster if 2 of your players are kind of going missing in action for the most of the time. But lots to progress on. Shurs, what do you want from FaZe coming into DreamHack to kind of hold on to and push forward with?
Yeah, I think a lot of cause for optimism for FaZe Clan, it has to be said. There was a lot of good work being put in. They went unbeaten until they matched against Shopify Rebellion, so there is obviously things they have worked on in the offseason that they have improved at, and all the reps they have had to get to this point. They've made it to Championship Sunday. They've fallen short twice when the call has come their way, and I think for players like Suppressed, again, he finds himself in the same situation where he's losing in winners finals and Ilium finals. So I need players like you said, Suppressed and Penguin. When these moments come knocking, you really can't stand on ceremony. So players like that need to step up. You see, we're already seeing 4 players from Optic Gaming firing on all cylinders. You can really not have any passengers in series like this.
Well, if you're a FaZe fan, folks, don't you worry. They will be back with a vengeance soon at DreamHack. And if you're an Optic fan or Shopify Rebellion fan, I got great news for you, because our grand finals is coming up next, and both will be on that main stage. Go get some snacks. You're probably in for a long night here at Arlington. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a 1-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year.
My sister just brought me curry chicken on rice with a biscuit, bro. Shout out to Easter, man. Happy Easter, everyone.
S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Nice.
I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. And we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Nice, there we go. Oh, there it is.
Well, here we go, folks. It is Championship Sunday. This is the moment we crown a champion here in Arlington, Texas. This is the first major of the season here for the Halo Championship Series. And this is going to be the first time that we see these two in a grand finals. Will it be the last? I'm not too sure. Both are exceptionally talented. On one side, we have Optic Gaming coming from the elimination bracket with an incredible run under their belt. Flawless, to say the least. And then on the other side of the stage, we have Shopify Rebellion, who are really out for blood. They want to get things done. They have done it the right way in the championship bracket and haven't let up so far. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I am joined by Wes, Clutch, Price, and Tony Why Not Be Casting to talk you through this grand finals. Now, before we get into all of the business on the main stage, I do want to let you guys know that we do have an amazing season coming your way. And up next, we have DreamHack Dallas, and tickets are available, so make sure you go to the DreamHack website May 23rd to 25th. If you're free, which you should be, mark your calendars, make sure you get down there, support your favorite teams, or even if you want to go and compete yourself, there's team passes available as well. Can't wait to see you guys at DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you do come along for the ride for some exceptional Halo Infinite. Right, back to business. On the main stage, Wes, we have two incredible teams. One of them, Shopify Rebellion, have, I think, a lot of pressure right now. They are the favorites coming into this tournament just in terms of online play. Every single open, every single scrim, they haven't let up so far this season, including the Ksan Invitational. Granted, only 4 teams were allowed at that, but they got the job done. They're in the winner side of things. Can they get it done here today?
I mean, they have 2 best-of-7s to get the job done, but this Optic team gives them everything they can handle every single time they play. But what we have seen from Shopify is a mix of veterans that have been there before and done that, having played at the highest level, and the young guns stepping up to each occasion so far thrown at this team. And this is a first grand finals for Last Shot and Cycle, and what a moment it would be in their careers. A moment for Shopify Rebellion, the organization, for them to lift and hoist that trophy at the end of the day.
It's career defining, Clutch. It really is. For these guys, this is the biggest deal in the world. Just for everybody at home to understand this a little bit further, this is what they do for a living. This is the job that they have decided to take, and they are awfully talented at it. But it really does come down to this situation right now, this series, this moment. And it's a lot of pressure for 2 young guys to shoulder here. But with the likes of Frosty and Royal 2 on their side, they're willing them into this championship. They have been here, gosh, Wes, how many times? Countless, way more fingers than we have available, even on this deck.
The second I run out of fingers, I stop counting.
And honestly, mine and Tony's combined either wouldn't do it justice. They are willing these guys along, and I think that says something, Tony, about this team. They know how to win a championship. Do you think they can do it here today?
I really think they do, and luckily for Shopify Rebellion, although it is the first time, like you said, Last Shot and Cycle have been in a grand finals here in a major, well, that's why they started so early during the off-season, during the early season, and even the FaZe Ksan event. You know, they have a lot of tournament wins under their belt so far, but this is a major.
Wes, it seems to be Optic that always pushes them to the limit. It's the only team we've seen manage to do it to Shopify Rebellion. You got any notes for them?
Any notes for Shopify? I think when we watched Optic and Shopify play earlier this tournament, Optic kind of blew it. Shopify are going to have to play better Halo than they were against that Optic Gaming in order to beat this Optic Gaming that is currently on fire right now with the journey that they've been through. I need to see Shopify weather the storm that is going to inevitably come early in this series. With the way Optic are playing, you're going to have to read the pace that Optic are playing at, catch your balance, and then let's go play Shopify Rebellion Halo. And when they can do that, they can lift that trophy.
Tony, who are you spotlighting in this series for Shopify Rebellion?
Well, you know, Wes, when you're right, you're right. You came into this tournament talking about Frosty and him being that #1 player here on Shopify Rebellion. You said #1 player in the league, and dude, Frosty has been that guy. When you talk about what he's been able to do on the stat sheet, as far as intangibles, the play calling, he has been the full package. I'm looking at Frosty.
All right, we'll have to keep an eye out on Frosty and Co. to see if they can get the job done this time around here in Arlington. But on the other side of the stage, we have Optic Gaming. They have quite a few things to take into consideration here. This is their hometown. This is their major. This is their green wall. They're doing this in front of, and not only that, a journey that would be historic. Elimination round 1, folks. That's right, they got upset very early on in this tournament. Wes, you mentioned something. Heating up. How much weight do you put into momentum? How big is that going to be for a roster like this?
It depends on the team, but for a roster like this, it's everything. I think throughout this offseason Ksan event, there were doubts that were kind of creeping in this Optic Gaming's team. They weren't the God Squad we expected this team to be. The run that they have been on, what they have accomplished this weekend, going into this series, this is why this team was formed. They are starting to believe that they are the best team in the world. They are starting to handle business. Everyone's starting to individually be great. And when these 4 players are great, they're going to be impossible to beat. I'll be the first one to tell you. If Optic Gaming can keep up their momentum, they're not going to lose this series or the next best-of-7. I truly believe that they grew throughout this process. I'm not a big fan of saying that loss was a good thing, but maybe that loss to Nemesis early on and the loss against Shopify, the growing pains that we've watched this Optic team go through this weekend, the fact that they have showed so much maturity throughout this game and the way that they entered this grand finals against FaZe Clan on that bomb, good Lord, they look prime and ready to do what this team was built to do
and that's win every championship this year. Obviously, you got to start with road number 1. It hadn't gone the way you planned, but you're here now. Let's get this job done.
It was a very different journey for Optic Gaming than it was for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion getting into the grand finals through the winner's side, but as you saw on that graph, from elimination bracket round number 1, you said you're not a fan of it. I'm going to say, I think staring down the face of adversity, a little bit of adversity for this squad, actually helped them out a lot. I actually like saying that. I like what I'm seeing from Optic Gaming, and I'm excited to see them here in the grand finals.
I might be pulling something out of thin air here, Wes, but I know you'd be the one to tell me if I am or not.
Oh, I will.
I know you will. Do you think there was an element of Optic putting together this God squad, which I think, on paper, you're wowed by? These are superstars from every corner of our seasons, every single one of them. Do you think there was an element of kind of like complacency, putting this together, just thinking it would work and not having any kind of problem or competition along the way, and suddenly they just get hit in the face with Shopify Rebellion, the likes of FaZe, all sorts of teams coming out of the woodwork because of the disruption of rosters that they had caused, and suddenly they're realizing actually they need to start putting in some work?
No, I think you're on the money here. I think Optic expected people to fall over and bow down to the kings that they believe they are, and I think that struggle that they had to go through, the growth, the learnings about, hey, it's not going to be picture perfect, but what happens when our back's against the wall? What happens when we go down 2-0 to a team that has already 3-0'd us in this tournament? What happens when we have to go through the gauntlet of SSG, of FaZe, of the team that we lost to previously? Can we do this? And now there is the belief. Now they have been there, they have done that. The only monkey that is still on their back is Shopify Rebellion, and arguably a series what they know. They made the mistakes. They feel like that series against Shopify in winner's bracket, Shopify didn't beat us, we beat ourselves, and let's not let that happen again. This team is locked, loaded, and ready for 2 best-of-7s.
They certainly are indeed. I actually want to look at the entire journey of Optic Gaming just because of how impressive this truly is. And when you look at the entire bracket as a whole, there is a difference between the Optic we saw coming into this weekend and the Optic I think we're going to see coming out of this weekend. And I think it is down to the fact that they are putting work in and they realize how high the level of competition really is here at Arlington. It's pretty incredible. Now, Optic Gaming start things off, of course, in the upper bracket, and it was very, very difficult from the get-go. They had to face Shopify Rebellion, and that's because they were second seed in their pool, obviously not getting it done against Nemesis on either day that we had to see that series in the morning as well. And then as they push down into the lower bracket, things start to get a little bit dicey and hairy for them, especially in lower 7, where they see Nemesis once again. And I think that's where we truly
Bro, 3-game vibes? Holy shit.
That's when we started to see everybody have to push together. Everybody has to be doing what they do best. And the teamwork is certainly coming forward, Tony. What is it you love about this Optic Gaming in the second half of the weekend, especially to do with the teamwork, that's impressing you so much?
I mean, for me, I think we saw a very disciplined Optic Gaming. We saw Optic show that they can be that fast-paced team that we know them to be and play that bully ball. What really started to impress me was their ability to slow the game down. I talk about that series against Space Station Gaming specifically. It was that King of the Hill on Recharge where they pulled out of that hill for a few seconds, but they literally could have capped it, forced SSG to make a move, forced them to push that back A side when it was at Whirlpool, and then got a head start over toward the C. We saw disciplined play coming out of Optic, and when they're playing like that, they might be the most dangerous team in this tournament.
I love that your answer was pacing, because that's exactly what I was thinking, and it has been the biggest thing for Optic. Wes said it first, literally on day number 1 about Optic, and that's what he needed to see from them. That hybridness that Shopify Rebellion do so easily, and it comes so naturally to them. Are you starting to see that from Optic, Wes? Is it enough for you to go up against Shopify Rebellion and really give them a run for their money?
It absolutely is. At the start of the tournament, we did predictions, and I picked Shopify to come out on top over Optic Gaming, but I would go back and change, I think, right now. And I got boys on Shopify. I would love for Psycho and Last Shot to get their first championship, but if they stop this Optic Gaming roster, they deserve it. But stopping this Optic Gaming roster, I've seen teams like this in the past. When you come in this hot, it is very difficult to slow this train down, and I'm not sure what it's going to take to stop it. Optic Gaming look like they are min-maxing, playing big picture Halo better than I have ever seen this roster play. And then you talk about pacing, and I think when this roster formed, everyone thought this will be the fastest brand of Halo we've ever seen. I think that Fortress Assault, I mean, I'm scarred from that game against FaZe because that game was perfection. Everyone clicking on all cylinders, max damage, everyone staying alive on an assault game. We all thought it was going to be 12 minutes long. It wasn't. It was about 3 minutes long, and it was utter domination from the green wall. That was eye-opening. That was a different level of Halo, I feel like, that we've seen from anybody. Shopify can answer, but it's going to be very difficult.
Tony, do you think, obviously, with this grand final, 2 best-of-7s, that's what Optic has to get done here? That's a lot of maps. There's a lot of maps and modes, a lot of combinations. We heard on the Optic Gaming podcast that there are some they do not like very much. Yes, we have seen for sure progress and discipline on the ones that they don't like, and we have seen some success on them too. This is Shopify Rebellion we're talking about though, and they're going to be buttoned up on pretty much everything. How much weight is this series layout going to have in this series, in the grand finals? Because I'm looking across here, it's a lot of maps, it's a lot of modes to get through. What are you thinking in terms of stat-wise? I know that you're a stat man, you always have the answers for me. You know, how are they faring here?
Actually, I think this series layout actually works out a lot better for them than expected. I know before they probably didn't want to see Fortress, but as Wes said, their Fortress game has been very good recently. Origin hasn't been their best, and in fact, we saw them lose a Slayer to Team Nemesis on that very same game mode and map combination. But when it comes to the Strongholds live fire, and even specifically that oddball recharge, I like that for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I see this map poll, and I look at live fire Strongholds, and I know it's game 1. Optic have to win this game. Origin Slayer is something Optic have been haunted by Shopify 2 times now in game 5s, Kason and winners bracket throughout their journey. And then you look at CTF Fortress. I'm not convinced. I mean, Optic looked great at Fortress Assault against FaZe. Shopify Rebellion are the best Fortress team at this tournament.
Yeah.
And for them to have some strengths earlier in this series, in this map pool, I love the idea that Shopify, even if Optic do win game 1, they're going to be able to weather this storm. They're going to be able to extend this first series. If Shopify get the house money that live fire Strongholds might be, this series all of a sudden could go in their favor, and we could be talking about Shopify as the first champions of the year.
I do kind of like oddball recharge for Optic Gaming here as well. I do think recharge typically with the toys on the map feeds really nicely into the members of Optic Gaming. They all love that shock rifle, and I think Bull has been pretty decent for them, Tony.
It really has been. I mean, just in this tournament alone, you're 5-1 right now. Only dropping 1 oddball is actually an amazing map record for Optic. So yeah, I agree with you. That Strongholds live fire is going to be strong for them, but that oddball recharge could be a bounce back game just in case they lose Slayer Origin.
Now, I do love this first series layout, but you know what I love more? A second one. And I really want to see what we've got coming our way, just in case, you never know.
There's no way. This has got to be bad juju.
Hey, we always look at both of them just in case, because you never know what we'll be talking about up here. But funny enough, the second series is Assault Fortress, something we just saw Optic Gaming demolish FaZe on. How are you feeling about this series layout?
Shopify is the best Fortress team in the game, so I think if they are to have the bracket reset on them, I think it's a good thing for them to see that as game 1, because you've already lost a best of 7. How do you rebound? You want to rebound with one of your strengths. I think even as strong as Optic looked, I have to see them do it against Shopify in order to convince me that they are now the best Fortress team in the game. So right now, I actually love the way that this kicks off for Shopify to be able to get back on the saddle if they do fall off the horse in the first series.
You know, I had to really check my stats for a second, because my man Austin in the back said it to us. I was like, but there's no way this could be true. Both Optic and Shopify Rebellion here in this tournament are undefeated on Assault. That is actually crazy to think about. That is great. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, 4-0 for Optic Gaming. Wow. I was surprised seeing that, especially with how much we talked about how Optic, one of their weaker game types was Assault. Clearly, they've been working on it leading to this event.
That's actually crazy to think about. No, you're right. I'd be like double checking everything as well. But do you think that might lead us to, when it comes to the mode Assault, an absolute grueler, a battle up against one another? Do we see a long drawn out back and forth Assault from these guys then?
I think on a map like Aquarius, I would say yes, but on a map like Fortress, it can come down to just who gets the power weapons. I think a lot of it has to do with, hey, if they got both S7s and an overshield, every single one of those players on that stage is capable and more than wanting to pop off in these moments. Give them a reason, you're going to end up on respawn back to back to back, and the score could get ugly quick, as we saw against FaZe.
It certainly can, indeed. We're waiting for a few things on the main stage to make sure that we are absolutely pristine up there for all of our players. So you're going to listen to us for a couple minutes more. Hopefully that's all right with you guys.
That's all right.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about power weapons and power-ups, and we harp on about this, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we get it. Yeah, you got to get them.
I know, it's important.
It's important.
I'm saying it's important, but I'm not able to translate how actually important it is.
I know. It really is the difference maker in a blowout at the top teams, even. I mean, and I know it sounds silly to say, if you just cannot get your hands on a weapon that completely converts a map into your control, that's where you start seeing blowouts. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of fans and people at home walk away thinking, wow, that was terrible. That wasn't close at all. And it's like, no, it was down to one thing. They kept that weapon out of the hands of their opposition and wouldn't let them get back in it. And it's funny because if it's shared, if you're able to get a little bit of both and it's kind of even in terms of power weapon control, that's where you see those tight maps, those tight series. And it comes down to the wire. But it's so funny that we're not really seeing that right now here in Arlington.
Well, that's why you've seen over the years of Halo Infinite, you've seen this new strategy of wasting snipe ammo, throwing the snipe off the map. I think Snakebite probably started to do that and create that meta, and the reason is because he's very aware of what happens when Renegade and Legend both get snipes. Bad things happen. If you can eliminate that snipe by just wasting the ammo or throwing it off in a situation where you are 80% gonna die, 20% of you might hit a random no-scope and keep the snipe, you gotta play towards the percentages and get that snipe off the map. It is worst case scenario that they get the snipe rather than it gets deleted from the mathematical equation that's going on as the game continues.
And as much as we've been talking about the sniper, when I think about specifically how many times we're going to see maps like a Fortress or Forbidden, what are teams like Optic's win condition when taking over and dominating on those type of maps, specifically on CTF? It's grabbing both snipers, having them in two sides of the map and completely locking down your opponent's spawn. Those snipes are going to be important. We can't undervalue how important the snipers are on the map.
Yeah, I want to say a mistake I've been seeing against teams playing Optic. I talked about it with Dave on the cast last series, but how in the world is Renegade able to we start every single live fire game off with some point of view, and then 10 seconds later, Renegade is top tower with snipe. How does this keep happening? Someone's got to counter them. On these live fire games, I have to see Shopify stop Renegade from being that comfortable, because it is so difficult to get him off that tower. When Renegade has snipe in a power position where everything is in front of him, the game is going to shift in Optic's favor. I'd be shocked to see Shopify make the same mistakes we've seen just about every single team it feels like we've seen Optic play against so far this tournament. Keeping the hands out of specific players' sniper, or the weapons out of specific players' hands has got to be a win condition for these guys. And it's the same thing with Frosty, obviously. It's the same thing with a lot of these guys. But make them work for it. Make them uncomfortable. If they're going to get the weapon, do not allow them to get the weapon in the place that they want the weapon. At that point, you're asking for a disaster.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's imperative, and I think also between specific teams, and usually it is between the top four, because that's where you see the absolute monsters on a roster start to come to life. And I think it's all down to momentum too, right? It's like you start feeling yourself with the power weapon in your hands, you feel unstoppable on a map. You feel like you are literally God when it comes down to it. And it is so scary to play up against that. You start just losing all kind of flow and feeling or structure if you're the opposition. It's so, so important. I want you guys at home to make sure you're really checking that out, because it's going to be the make or break of both of these teams here as well. We are waiting for the stage. We are so, so close now, guys. I promise you, so, so close. While we are getting closer, I kind of want to know if you think we're going to be seeing a second series here, Wes.
I absolutely think we are. I think if Shopify are to get their feet on the ground in this grand finals, it will be throughout the middle of this first best of 7. I think Optic are going to come out hot. They could prove me wrong, obviously, but I think when these two teams play, it goes to game 5, it feels like every single time. At the case on LAN, they split maps, but yes, Shopify come out on top in the grand finals. These teams trade games every single time they play. What in the world would make me believe that they're not going to continue to trade games? At least get me to a game 7 in the first series, and I would be rooting for Optic just because I want more Halo.
All right, he wants more Halo. Tony, what about you?
I mean, I love more Halo as well, so I'm definitely going. Let's get a bracket reset. I will say, I don't know if we're going to see that Game 7 in the first series. After looking at the layout, I do think it favors Optic, and I can definitely say I think Optic can get it done in 6 games. But then going into the bracket reset, that's where things get a little bit mixy. That's where Shopify Rebellion starts seeing some map and game mode combinations that they really like. So I'm going to say this goes to 6 games in the first series. We get a bracket reset, and then let's restart it.
And then let's restart.
We should make
it.
Tony pick the games.
I'll pick the games right now. I'll pick the games right now. Go ahead, test me.
Actually, speaking of picking the games,
okay.
do you have a favorite game from Shopify? Like, if you could pick a map and a mode for Shopify Rebellion to go to town on, what would you pick?
Origin Slayer. I mean, you've already rocked, and Optic have nightmares on Origin Slayer against Shopify. If I'm Shopify, that game too, Origin Slayer, get that loaded in as fast as possible. Get me on the server. We have beaten them in multiple Game 5s on this. They know we're better than them on this game type. So when Origin Slayer shows up, I mean, if Optic are able to win that, that'll tell you a lot about how this Grand Finals is going to go. But right now, I think Shopify loves seeing that as early as possible in that first best of 7.
What about you, Tony? Do you have a favorite to watch for either of the teams?
I hate that I'm going to sit here and copy on that one. But when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'm going to say Origin Slayer. Back in Halo 5, we used to call it frosting the sniper. Grabbing that snipe, going in for the thrust slide right off the rip, and trying to mimic that same play that was so famous from Frosty back then. But I will say, on the Optic side of things, I will say I'm going to switch it up a little bit, and I'm going to say that Strongholds. I think if you can beat Shopify Rebellion on one of their stronger game types, and it's still one of yours, give me that Strongholds.
All right. Okay. I see where you both are coming from. And hey, Tony agreed with you. That was a huge compliment.
It's Tony.
Ah, unbelievable. It is Tony,
Yeah.
and we love Tony up here. We
It
also
means
love
nothing.
you, Clutch. There's a couple of other faces in this arena that we also do love, and why not bring them in on the conversation while we're waiting for things to go on the main stage? Hello, lads. What's up on
Hello.
set, bruv?
How we doing?
How are you guys doing? You waiting patiently for this incredible grand finals?
I'd argue we're waiting impatiently.
yeah. Right,
we
that's
want to
true.
get it going. We want to see these two teams throw down because, I mean, every single series we've seen between these two teams on LAN has gone the distance so far. It's been Game 5s, Game 7s. It has been a spectacle for everybody, and you get the feeling this is going to be something pretty similar.
Yeah, and like you guys have been talking about in the desk, there's clear favorites across these two series, and as we've seen, they're very different depending on if you're talking about Series 1 or Series 2. I couldn't agree more. I think you guys nailed it on the head. There's a few swing game types in this series, really that Game 1, that Game 3, that are really going to decide whether we see a second series or not.
Indeed. I'm kind of curious as well to know what you two think. You know, you are right.
Let's go. I'm nice and full
They
now.
always go the distance. It's always
Feeling good.
incredibly close. Why do you think that is? What is it about Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion that allows them to have these insane, intense series?
I think it's just to bring the best out of each other. It's something that I notice. Everybody realizes how much weight is on every fight, every decision that's made, and they respect each other. Even though there's bad blood in this series, we know they want to beat each other more than anything. There is that professional respect in, if I make a mistake, it can cost me. So I think there's just this back and forth, and everybody wants to beat each other, but there's the respect which makes them play at their best.
Yeah, I think at this level of Halo Infinite, what we're seeing, and we started to see it develop last season as well, I think you're seeing that, for example, the last player alive, they won't force those 1v1s, right? They're going to play a little bit cautious because Mark said, like, there's a level of respect here. So you're seeing kind of one spawn rotation for one spawn rotation, and with how evenly matched they are, those tend to be about 50-50, and that's about what we've seen in this series so far in terms of the entire season.
And do you fellas think we're going to go the distance? Do you think we're going to see a second series? Are you guys strapped in, ready to go for a second series to cast?
Oh yeah, that's all I'm giving you.
Ready to
okay, that's all I'm giving you.
The cross fingers, no one has a clue. It's okay. If everyone's listening at home, on the radio, on their way to or from work.
Mark
then,
crossed his fingers.
Mark crossed
I'm
his
not a
fingers,
good poker
guys.
player.
Indeed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We will literally be back on with you very, very shortly, hopefully, making sure everything is good on the main stage. We'll catch them a little bit later on. But while we're up here, we're just chilling. You've actually done this for an hour before.
Yeah, you guys want to hear about my national championship again?
I do, actually. I do. Honestly, for
Just a
viewers at
joke.
home, what was the actual difference between a national championship to world championships that are coming in more modern times? So Halo?
A lot more money.
Yeah.
A lot more money. About 4 times as much money.
Feeling
No, about
salty?
10 times as much money, something like that. I don't even know. You guys are rich nowadays, and I'm Just a man of the people.
You're a man of the people, that's all right. Do you know what, we're also, I was gonna say men of the people, women and men of the people.
That'd be news.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you guys have a quick bathroom break because of course we are rambling on up here, but we are waiting very patiently for this grand finals. So, head to the toilet because you don't wanna miss any of this action. Go get a snack, get a drink, whatever you need to do to prepare for this incredible series. We're gonna see you guys right on the other side of this.
All right, she.
Texas, and we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect with his old shield APC. Oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking.
Bomb armed.
Nice, looking good, looking good. Oh, totally biffed it.
Party's over. You belong to me.
All right, guys, grand finals coming up. Let's get it.
Satisfactory.
Uno momento.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Nora picks up another one. The triple kill killing spree comes in as well.
Two dead, three dead.
Yeah, let's go. Maybe
Just pushing you, pushing you.
It's 19, make it 20! Against his own squad! Oh, legend is him!
Right now, backs against Bout hits another one.
He's hit two though. Oh, my goodness, Bout!
This is your Championship Sunday, Optic versus Shopify Rebellion on the main stage. Everything to play for, so much on the line. And Clutch, it comes to moments like this where we see the best Halo played in the world. The step up of every single player that is required to get the job done in this one series, or even maybe two, is so imperative. And you're about to see some world-class Halo.
Best in the world, best two teams. The 1 and the 2 seed end up in the grand finals, and this is the tournament you love. So much hype has gone into these two finding themselves in the grand finals this weekend over the offseason, from what's transpired from the qualifiers to the K-Son event until now. And I love the idea that it means so much. This is a rivalry already, and it's literally the first actual tournament that these guys are playing in on LAN, but they hate each other. You can tell. Watching the K-Son event when Optic Gaming won and what Legend yelled, standing up, the emotion that it meant to him, and we're at a show match, by the way. It was very breathtaking to watch and very obvious that it means something to Legend that this Optic Gaming team gets the better of Shopify Rebellion. You saw the pop-off the Shopify had in the grand finals of that K-Son event as well, and you could tell just as much how it meant to Shopify Rebellion as well. So I expect a lot of passion here on the stage as this series goes on. I expect the trash talk to be there, and I expect the big moments to be met with more energy. And I think both of these two teams, they have players that feed off that energy. You see Renegade, you see Legend feeding off that energy so often when big moments happen for their team. And then you've seen when Roll 2's popping off, that's a fun team to be on, let me tell you. And Last Shot, he's got a little pop off in him as well. So I'm looking at those 4 players specifically to give their team that extra bit of energy that's going to make Sunday night a long one, but feel like you were there, like you weren't exhausted along the way, because with how long these days have been for these guys, they're going to need every bit of energy they have.
Indeed, they are going to need everything. It's going to require so much. Tony, are you ready to see this new rivalry blossom?
I am ready. 2 teams enter and only one can be crowned champions here. It's the first major of the 2025 season, and let's get this grand final started, baby.
All right, folks, it is that time. It all comes down to this. It is one weekend, 8 teams, 1 or maybe 2 series, 4 chips, 1 trophy, and 1 moment to get it done. Folks, this is your Arlington Grand Final. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming.
Thousands of players that came into this weekend with one goal in mind: to grace this stage on a championship Sunday. Now 2 squads have risen to the occasion, but only one can stand atop of the summit. that is the Halo Championship Series. Now, Texas, are you guys ready to crown a champion and see who's gonna hoist this trophy? Get ready, because here comes the rebellion. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. We got Frosty, Psycho, Last Shot, Royal 2, and Coast Bestman. Ready to get it done. One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. All right, now it's time to bring out their opponents. Can you guys help me out? Green! Green! Getting ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes Optic Gaming. Give it up for Bound, Renegade, Legend, Formal, and Lunchbox. Optic Gaming ready to get it done and get another chip. All right. Texas, it's time to get this thing started. Time to throw it to your casters, but before we do that, are you guys ready to get this grand final started? That's what I want to hear. Brav, on set, let's go.
That's the energy we need in the building, because this series is the one that everybody was waiting for. We already got a little bit of a glimpse of it earlier on. It went all the way to a final game of the series, but now is the biggest stage. Now is the grand finals of our first major of the year. And I tell you what, both teams have had very different roads to get here.
They really have. The rivalry is alive and well, but we didn't exactly expect it to go this way. Optic has had an absolute grueler of a weekend, drama-filled weekend to get here. But at the end, it was always going to be these two that found this way to the grand final.
Think about Optic falling to Nemesis, get revenge. They take down Space Station 3-0. They look dominant against FaZe 3-0. And now they come back for revenge against Shopify Rebellion. This is your grand final series layout. It's a best of 7. And remember, Optic will have to beat Shopify Rebellion twice if they want to become a champion.
And it has to be said, the question is, how would Optic Gaming find their way to the grand final? And how will they break the second place curse of last season? We haven't mentioned it yet, but now that we are at the grand final, it must be said, this brand new Optic Gaming was formed for one reason: to win a Halo World Championship and to stay ahead of the pack. They have received so many second place finishes over the last 12 months that is the last thing they'd want to do in their own hometown arena. They're going to need to win 2 back-to-back series to make sure that isn't the case.
But the team they have to go through is the team that's just had the best of them so far. Now, we've got a small data pool. Of course, not many times these two teams have matched up, but when they have, it has always gone the distance. In the K-Sound Invitational on the build-up to this event, it was a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming. Then in the grand finals, a game 7. We get on the main stage here in Arlington, it's a game 5. There is so little between these two teams. They bring the best out of each other, but when it's said and done, so far, it's been Shopify who have stood tallest.
Yeah, they got the slight edge, and just like you said, every single meeting between these two has gone the distance. They've come into so many series, whether it's online, whether it's at the preseason event, or whether it's here, splitting games down the middle, closer than maybe any teams in over a decade of competitive Halo. It's amazing the speed at which this rivalry has formed, and it's not surprising given, as you said, the bad blood on the sides of the stage following the off-season team changes. So much riding here. Let's also not forget a chance for Cycle and Last Shot on your screen to record their first official LAN win here. They know what's on the line as well.
They certainly do. It's an opportunity that doesn't come around very often for very many players who compete for years and years. Think of the names who have not got that chip, that have been competing for so long. Well, this is an opportunity for one of those gentlemen you can see on your screen right now, alongside his teammate Cycle, to put that to bed, to get the first one in the bag and think about moving on to maybe go on a run.
Also, you heard a lot of game type talk from the desk, and I think they nailed a lot of it. I think we should also mention that Best Man, we talked to Best Man earlier, he said the game types in the first series that they had against them really favored Shopify. However, here we have a lot of back and forth, a lot of things to like for both teams, and as you could tell by the analysis from the desk, it's hard to pick in this first set of games exactly where it might go just using the statistics. I think there's a few things to talk about while we load into map number 1. First of all, no bomb up front. You could say good for Optic, however, they have looked good in Arlington. Also, 2 new game types in the first 4, which could be a concern for Optic, but Mark, you and I were talking, and I think you pointed out really wisely, they are very straightforward game types in that first 4.
They certainly are indeed. The first one going to be Slayer Origin, and then the second one's going to be CTF Fortress, so no bomb to worry about in those newer game types in this first series. And more linear game type. Slayer, we know you got to do. You got to kill your opponent, right? You go to CTF Fortress, you cap the flag. It's something that everybody is comfortable in doing, and we'll have to see if that benefits Optic Gaming in this first series. Well, the players are loading in. The rivalry is set. The fuse has been lit even before a bullet was fired here in Arlington. But at the first major of the year, we reach our grand finals. We have Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. It's time to get into our first game.
It is time, the final that everyone came here for. If you've been watching off-season Halo, if you've been following the drama, all the team changes, all of the bad blood, every single online qualifier, every single match this weekend, you know that it only led to 1 point. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, we're underway.
Here we go then, everybody. This is the match we were all desperate to see coming into the event, and this is the match we're gonna get. However, it looks like we might have a little bit of a restart.
Clearly not something that they wanted to see in terms of settings on the stage. An immediate stop there from Last Shot's POV, telling us that whether it's a specific game type setting or what it might be, looks like we're going to go ahead and restart this one.
Does mean that we get to talk about the little stat that you saw at the bottom of your screen, though, which is an interesting one. Both teams undefeated on this game type to start off the series, which is kind of what you want as a game time, right? Where no team has the advantage, where both teams have that unbeaten record, and it really will be an opportunity to see 2 of the biggest teams, 2 of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series really slug it out to see who even goes up by 1 in this first series.
I mean, it's perfect, and it's not surprising given the pedigree and kind of the level of competition between these 2 teams that they come into a game number 1, both undefeated, and so tightly matched even in just game number 1. Shopify, as we saw, is 2-0 in this game type. Optic is 3-0 already in this game type on land play. But it's such a pivotal game 1, like Clutch was talking about. It's such a pivotal game 1 because if we look at the first 4 game types, as we would in a best of 7, that Slayer Origin, Shopify currently has Optic's number. CTF Fortress also Shopify having the number. We'll take a look at the series layout in just a second, but really games 1 and 3 are the swing games of this series that Optic needs to make sure they're taking just because of how good Shopify has looked in Slayer Origin and CTF Fortress.
Yeah, still one of those away, and all of a sudden you send the series a little bit deeper, then it starts to get a little bit more favorable for Optic Gaming. You start looking at game types like King of the Hill Solitude. They've looked very, very good, whereas Shopify, not so good. You get to that Slayer live fire at the end. This is the game type that Optic won 50-47 to complete that reverse sweep. So all of these good feelings, these good memories, they're at the back end of this series, but to get there for Optic, to send themselves into even having a chance of resetting the bracket here and going into that second best of 7, they need, like you say, to be involved in these first 4 game types or so to get some of those on the board to make sure they get the chance to have a go at some of those game types later on.
Certainly, and we cannot write off Optic out of games 2 and 4. Just to be specific, that Slayer Origin, there was a lot of talk about it on the desk, but also let's not forget, Shopify lost Origin Slayer to C9 50-40. That's a pretty big blowout at this level. So for them to have lost one of their kind of prize and favored game types with a margin like that, certainly they'll have looked at that, and I even got to talk to Frosty and Last Shot about exactly what was happening in that game type. So they'll have had a lot of time to think about that since Friday. However, Optic can certainly steal one of these early game types, and if they start to split games around the middle of the series, as we said, once we get late into the series, they do start to favor Optic more and more. Optic Gaming wants this to be not only a long series number 1, but to send us also to a second series.
Also to get the crowd energy high, right? They want the crowd to be behind them. Optic, for Shopify Rebellion, it's about keeping the Optic crowd quiet. We're now back into the game. This one looks pretty good to me. Shopify versus Optic. Let's get it on.
Underway here, and man, like we said, the margin's so slim between these 2 that it feels like every opening rush, every pair of kills is going to be so important. Frosty's starting to burn a little bit of ammo early on.
So Optic of the beating of Shopify towards B. Legend is already trying to cap that one, and it will be B and C early on. That's going to be captured by Optic Gaming. There's Bound. And there goes a body for the first time. Frosty with the no-scope beat down, and expect a lot more of that from this POV.
What a way to start. And for Frosty and so many players this weekend, it feels like as 2 fall for Optic Gaming. It feels like there's a new life for a lot of the best players in the game, just redefining themselves and what they are capable of in-game.
However, it's going to be an early triple cap actually coming in for Shopify Rebellion. There was a momentary 3 dead, and we will talk about 3 deads and how devastating they are, because that kind of thing can happen.
Frosty says, you keep the POV right here. I'm the one with the snipe. And he absolutely rips off Bound's face, who thought he was going to get away with a little bit of a C-plat jump.
Big win from Formal, though. Big confidence booster for the man who put this roster together. Winning those 1v1s, we're going to talk about it a lot throughout this series, because pivotal moments will be decided by pivotal battles. A and B in the control of Shopify Rebellion, but barely a point between the 2 teams.
Very good damage from that entire life from Formal. That'll pave the way for Renegade to clean up the scraps. They do find themselves with a momentary man advantage. We'll see if they can turn that into control. A starting to flip as well.
Well, the 2 with the repulse bottom middle means that he gets away from that battle without trading. Formal finds himself sacrificed by those frag grenades. Royal 2 shoots on the floor to get those shields down and take him down as well. Optic will flip B, but you can see the end of the map here. A and C control. There's a really smart flank coming in from Optic. Royal 2 going to fall into Formal once more. He picks up another kill.
3 dead. Cycle was the last player alive, so all the momentary lead there for Shopify will now be switched. Optic Gaming takes the lead narrowly here, but very well timed 3 kills in succession paves the way for this hold.
One thing I loved about that from Optic, the timing of it, right? The timing of that push onto A. The cap comes in, yes, but it felt like Shopify felt like they had an extra few seconds that Optic didn't give them. A little bit caught off guard by the double push from the scoreboard side, and Optic were able to get the kills, flip A, but again, it's Optic who have the lead at this point. It's Shopify now try and transfer A back into their hold.
Legend waiting and baiting. He does have that QT back at Crane, so he will be able to disengage if he needs. However, with an AC hold, that QT agrees not going to be that much of a help. Kills traded out. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Their Shopify responds.
Perfect time to get those kills as well, because it means Frosty can collect that first camo of the game for him. And he should be able to deal with Formal, but Formal, a little bit of pole dancing from him means he caps A, and that forces Frosty back now to rotate to capture as well as look for these slays. He does have a little bit of help alongside him from Cycle, and that's going to be those kills picked up, and A flip back into the possession of Shopify Rebellion. Bound with some shots in the back of camo, but might have given his position away because they're 3 dead now. Optic, 2 players just come off the respawn.
Yeah, Formal top tower here, and even though Bound is able to eagle eye, he should be able to now grab the camo, and luckily for Optic Gaming, the camo will dissipate. Look at Frosty very wisely, once again, starting to burn a little bit of ammo off the rip. Wants to make sure it does not go into their opponent's hands.
This is very interesting from Frosty. He's not even trying to take angles. He's burning ammo immediately while not being under pressure, and I think he's just saying, we think we can beat Optic if there's no sniper on this map. We think that is such a massive swing for Optic Gaming. We can get it done without it. And you can't really argue considering they're going for a triple cap right now.
Yeah, it's just really interesting risk management coming in from Shopify, right? They know that, sure, you can start to burn ammo once you're under pressure, but why not control all of the risk? Why not know exactly how many shots are left and make sure your opponent is not able to use any of it? And just like that, they're up 84 to 44.
Optic do manage to make a play onto B, though. They will flip that into their control. A couple of kills will go in the way of Optic. It is aggressive. This push across top middle. Formal will collect what's left of that sniper rifle. 4 bullets to work with. A little bit of pressure coming in on him, and it's going to be Last Shot who gets that kill on Dice and will be able to reset C.
Just like that, he gets picked off, tries to get a little bit of extra damage on Nestbridge here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer, but let's get to an early listen and hear how the comms are on Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, three watching the tires, backing up, tires. It's 2B. Yo, one's look right. Yo, he's Quantum hitting big door. Yeah, Quantum going big door. I'm going cuts. I'm getting shot from small. Yo, Camus one. Screens in an A. All you bet. Solo bet. Yeah. Big door. Yo, Camo. Man, we're going in. Yo, hey, Tommy to beat. Camo 15. Yo, one shot in vent. Two Tommy, A fly. Cuts. Yo, Camo guys. I got the Archer. 3. Yo, big camo. Yo, dice. Yo, it's screen scamming. Hit him 3 times. One shot. Cuts down. In A, Matt. In A, for sure. I'll get screen. Screens. Get camo.
All you pressing.
Okay, elbow now. Elbow now to see. I'm going C. Yo, cuts in. Small weak, guys. 3 shots. Small weak. He's outside small. Nice. Cuts me, win it. Top cuts win it.
Inside CB.
Top cuts so tired. Hard on me. Can you live by?
Yeah, there's a guy around wide.
In B weak. Yo, back B, watch out.
Push it, guys.
One guy, one in. Watch out B. Watch out. Two there.
Watch out. On the wing.
Light side. One guy getting game. 3. One guy. I got one more.
Well, out of listening, we need to talk about Bound. How did he just stay alive that long and didn't last shot regret not going for that kill?
Unbelievable. Last shot tries to engage Bound, gets him to one shot and cuts, but Bound has a perfect little pre-nade off of C Plats to stay alive long enough, and not just that, they don't even trade out the camo. And as a result, it's Optic Gaming with a trip cap during that listening, and then they maintain the AB hold. And now, just like that, in what feels like no time at all, they are leading 160 to 84.
And they're looking for the triple cap. It will be Shopify who should be able to flip A, but no, they're flying in. Bound will get the reset on A. It's a triple cap here for Optic Gaming, and look at where Formal is. He's up on the tower, and we've seen him hit this shot from this angle before.
It's still 3 dead. Cycle needs to make something happen here. He's got a little bit of help from Frosty. That sniper will not play. A few shots left in it. And Cycle makes it happen immediately. 2 shots left and connects with the first shot instantly. A lot of work to be done. All 3 of them flipping simultaneously.
Yeah, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. That's why they can do exactly that. And a triple. Simultaneous traversed into a triple. Like you say, everybody from Shopify won their individual fights across the map, and all of them were around strongholds.
What a response from Shopify. That's unbelievable. Let's not forget, moments ago, Cycle was the only player alive in a 1v1 on tower, and they immediately flipped. So down by about 100 points right now, but the game is far from over.
Frosty pushing in to clean up the kill onto Bound, but immediately that's traded out as well. Optic working on flipping C back into their control. It's 204 points to 112. It's a commanding lead here for Optic Gaming, but they find themselves 3 dead, and Renegade finds himself as last alive.
Yeah, exactly. Last player alive here. We'll see what he does. He's going to try to hold tower. They do get 1 pick, which is going to even up the tide a little bit. They're trying to flush out tower, but easier said than done because Renegade is still alive at the tower. And Frosty's your only player alive for Shopify, which paves the way for a formal camo grab. Game in his hands right here. They're about to trip cap again.
That spawn is not nice for last shot. He just got absolutely melted, and it's a triple cap again here for Optic Gaming. Formal with camo, Frosty in his sights. It's perfect shots from Formal. It's a perfect first game from Optic Gaming. They will be up by 1 in your grand finals.
And how about that for a start for Optic Gaming? We said that game number 1 was a swing game. Could go either way. Both teams undefeated. And Optic Gaming makes quick work of Shopify Rebellion, taking game number 1.
Such an impressive run from them. That triple cap they had around the mid game and then towards the end game as well. That was where things got out of control for Shopify Rebellion. Looking across the statistics, there is a very quiet game for Frosty. We'll talk a little bit more about that decision to waste the sniper ammo and the effect that had on the game. But here are your statistics. On the Optic side, everybody breaking double digits. And Renegade the man again. He's led the way for Optic, and he's leading the way again in the grand final. He is on a streak at the moment, 15-11 for him.
A lot of people have been saying the Renegade looks different than he has in quite some time in terms of the level of consistency and excellence that he's bringing into this tournament. And as you say, he picked up exactly where he left off. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, but it was an early Shopify lead. When we got into that listen, and let's not forget, they were up not only by, I would say, 20, even 30 plus when we got into that listening. Tied around the 22 mark. They started to run away, but man, it was all Optic Gaming during that listening and then thereafter as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's this triple cap that came in around, I think Shopify hit around 100 points, and then Optic got control. There was a 3, a 4 dead, and off the back of that, they were able to continually keep that triple cap locked in, cycling those spawns and managing to keep numbers on the map, whereas Shopify just couldn't spawn. This is the moment here. You see 142 points on the board and another 4 dead situation that just occurred. 158 and rising, and you can see that Shopify, when they're spawning, everybody has an LOS. That's how well they were splitting those spawns. You've got multiple members of Optic looking at you.
And even though we saw some really good pressure there, right, like we said, immediate response from Shopify to get their own trip cap in the game. Optic Gaming just not slowing down whatsoever. in the late game with really impressive late game composure to come out of that triple cap, making sure that Shopify does not put a rally on the board, and they ended 250 to 112 in game number 1, which sets us up for a rematch on Slayer Origin. As a reminder, it will be the 3rd time these two play this game type on LAN. It was a 50 to 44 win at the Kason Showdown. Game 7, by the way, that Shopify exited that tournament on. And then earlier this weekend, a 50 to 36 Shopify Rebellion win in the winner's bracket quarters. So it goes without saying that they have the statistical edge. The question is, what has Optic done? We've been talking about their Slayers now for weeks. What have they done in the days since the opening of this tournament to make sure that they come into game 2 just as hot as they came into game number 1?
So much weight on these Slayer game types in the series. There's 3 of them in this best of 7. So if you can find a bit of form when it comes to this game type, you get closer and closer to closing out one of these series. It's going to be Origin, one of the newest maps that's been added for our Halo 5 fans. And it's going to be conversations again about the sniper rifle.
Yeah. There's a few things to watch. Obviously, the sniper rifle and rocket control. You're going to see on the side of Optic, they want to get it out of the hands of Frosty. Also watch players having presence around the silvers to cut down angles. We'll see which team can get it ahead early.
So many creative angles can be found here on Origin, and it's about not just recognizing that you can take them, but where you might be shot from as well. And Formal, to start this game, there's creative use of the silvers. That's a double for him. Make it a triple, grab that sniper rifle, and Formal goes to work.
What do we say? Control of those silvers, control of those angles. That way you can easily get in and out of fights. Formal right away puts it to use. 4-0 off the opening.
The very essence of a perfect opening strategy coming in from Optic Gaming. Now the attention moves towards the Rockets, which are still up, I believe. Cycle has a little peek. Lets Formal know where he is and just waits for the pressure to come in.
Once again, look at exactly. Shopify goes to control the silver first before they push out to snipe. Keep an eye on that part of the map. Finally, they get shut down, and just like that, what was a 4-0 lead is now 5-3.
You can see Formal just not quite sure where he's getting shot from. That's what we talk about. Creative angles. Wow. Bound G sliding at max speed towards Royal 2 and gets the trade in a situation where honestly he had absolutely no right to.
Yeah, cuts down that distance so quickly. Now Formal trying to make the push. Not going to be easy, but stays alive even longer, trying to keep teammates alive as well. Getting really scrappy there in the back of the base. 10-7, still a 3-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
2 dead for Optic. Numbers on the map here for Shopify, trying to be aggressive. As the trade goes down at the bottom of the snipe tower, Rocket's still up, by the way. Nobody's got their hands on those yet.
Got to be one of the longest times we've seen in competitive play, in official LAN play especially, that the Rockets would still be up, finally grabbed. And they will fall without one being fired. Still a 4-kill lead for Optic. They've done well to hold this on and hold off Shopify.
And you can see the risk, right? You can see the risk in front of you. Frosty goes, I think I've got a timing window. I'm going to try and force this. Not only does he die, but he falls bottom middle.
Boy.
Renegade collects them. And that's a double. It's the second triple of the game for Optic Gaming. And this time it's Renegade who lights it up with 3 stars.
Oh my gosh, the discipline from Renegade. A Renegade of always tries to finish that battle. Cycle somehow comes out of nowhere through the maze and gets the kill, but you could just tell how disciplined Renegade is right now, because I think 99 times out of 100, Renegade from the past few years goes for that over. In the end, he has triggered discipline to try to let the team finish it. Still a 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming. They look good here as we get closer to the mid-game.
One of the keys for Optic and Slayers, we were talking about before this tournament even got underway, was not letting a lead be gathered on you, not letting it go 7 or 8, or having to crawl out of these tight holes that they find themselves.
Yo, Audie with the prime.
And kind of, it's usually around the 20 to 30
Yo,
mark.
appreciate you, Audie.
Got to that mark with a lead intact. They're starting to win some fights, but as I say that, Frosty wins a fight of his own and takes on Legend 2.
Very good damage there. Legend, though, going to work with Renegade and Trench to make their way across the map.
Damn, first sub of the day.
But Renegade with some beautiful
Love that,
shots
bro.
from the disadvantageous angle to shut that one down as well. They still lead by 5.
Another 1v1 here. Somehow last shot
Always
gets the
with
stick.
the stick. His sticks are crazy, man.
That man's got one of the best sticky games in the game. Sniper rifle just dropped, by the way. Have to see where that has gone.
Big moment here.
Doesn't feel like it's in the hands of Optic, as Formal will take a lot of damage from what you predicted was a sniper rifle bullet.
Yeah, what up, SL? And I've been chilling, bro, chilling.
Let's see him yet. 180s there on Renegade.
Man, my sister brought me a plate of Thanksgiving food. I'm fucking so blessed for that.
Getting a little nervous there. Some vertigo as Legend just stays alive on the sneaky with only 2 shots left in the snipe. And you knew he was
What did you think of the Lucid Teabag against Cloud9?
Going to give Legend way too much time to hit that. One more bullet left, and they still lead by quite a margin here. They've extended it to 6.
I don't know if I saw that exactly, but that's lit, bro.
Jumped up and saw Legend leaping towards him with that
Little
sniper in
shit
his
talk.
hands. No more ammo to play with for the Frenchman, though, but he's going to take a new angle towards top rockets.
Let's go, Audie, big homie.
Formal's playing very, very sneaky on the elbow, waiting for damage to come in before he's going to flank in on these Shopify players.
Optic doing so well to slow down. And as you say, also just stay in their pesky corners. 3 dead yet again. Last shot's the last player alive in grass. He will be flushed out immediately. It's a beautiful collapse without forfeiting any trades whatsoever here. They lead by 11.
I love the pace that Optic are playing at as well. They are not letting Shopify.
You guys yo, thank you, Badger. Appreciate that.
36 to 25 is 11.
And yeah, that's funny.
And I have to say, the second night, Shopify a little bit surprised at the
There can
pace
only
at
be
which
one
Optic are
winner.
playing the gates here. They are flying at them.
Yeah, 10 kill lead here. And for a moment, Shopify was able to bring this game back within 3, but Optic is just playing way too fast. They're just immediately engaging on the spawners, collapsing on the last player alive so consistently, and that's given them this 10 kill lead.
10 kills to go for Optic to go 2 up in this series. Royal 2 will win his fight against Renegade, but it's 2 dead for Shopify. 1
Yeah, it's kind of looking like that, Badger, to be honest. I would bet money on that for sure.
Formal, by the way, 16 and 8. At this point
They really want to win every tournament, bro, so we'll see what happens.
Online about Formal's Slayer game, and I think he's silencing the critics without a doubt. Like you said, 16 and 8 to be double positive in a grand final like this is going to silence just a little bit of the chatter around this Optic Gaming squad.
Well, if Shopify want to make a comeback, a lot of it is going to be on the shoulders of Frosty here. Has 2 rockets to work with. It's something for Shopify to get a pick, but that grenade from Bound out of nowhere takes down Royal 2, and now the mistakes are almost 0 for Shopify Rebellion to make the comeback in this game. Frosty finds 1, but Bound gets a trade onto Cycle, and now it's just 5 to go.
Yeah, we'll see, Badger. We'll see, man. They might win a couple, but their goal is to win, every single one. It's got to start right now.
Will not be easy. Blind fires the rocket, which will not connect and gets punished by a beautiful rocket bait from Optic Gaming. 4 to go.
Royal 2 will find 1, but as you say, it's only 4 to go here. Formal hunting down some damage that's gone in bottom middle. But he finds himself now against last shot, and I tell you what, Optic are starting to get cycled a little bit here. All of a sudden, this is a 7-kill game with Optic on the respawn, on the back foot. Bound gets 1 though, which could be massive, just to make them comfortable. Legend flies in, shows no fear, grabs that sniper rifle, and now has the game in his hands.
Yeah, exactly. Two more kills to go here at the 49 mark. 1 more to go for Optic.
Legend gonna try and line it up. Oh! An absolute beaut of a no-scope coming in from Legend. That's how you win games of Halo, and that is Optic up by 2.
You get the feeling that that shot was more than just a 50th kill.
That gave me chills.
Full-body chills here as well, and how about Legend not even reacting? That might be even more terrifying.
He reacted a little bit. He reacted a little bit.
That man pop off many times before. Instead, he just hits that shot like a stone-cold assassin.
This guy's a beast, bro.
And he's ready to load into game number 3.
I hated playing Legend in 2v2s online in Halo 5, bro, and in matchmaking, bro. The guy was just something diffy, bro. And to see him just do crazy magical shit on main station, I'm like, all right, it wasn't for nothing.
It's terrifying. And Optic Gaming look terrifying. They lead 2-0.
We got to talk about the pace that Optic are playing at. It is different to what we've seen so far from them. It's showing a new gear. We'll take a look at the stats before we get into that conversation. On the Optic side, we mentioned Formal 17 and 10 for Matthew Piper. Big performance in a Slayer. If he does that consistently for Optic, Optic are going to have a lot of success.
We already talked about how game 1 was a swing game. As we take a look at some highlights from that, as you said, unbelievably fast-paced right away. Look at Formal, takes to the silver. What does he do? Picks up a double and a triple to open up the game. That set the tone for them. But for any Shopify Rebellion fans in the building, in the chat, you knew game 1 was a swing game, but you probably had your money on game number 2. Now as we look at the series layout, Shopify needs to start putting wins on the board. Otherwise, we're going to get deeper into the series where Optic Gaming is just going to gain more and more momentum. Another triple.
Yeah, what up, Funks? Facts.
Momentum swing in that game was, like you said,
That's what I'm saying, homie.
Off the opening break, and on Origin, that means sniper rifle goes to you. That means the rockets you have access to. Eventually, it did take quite a while to get there, but it gives you the chance to build the lead, and that was what Optic has struggled with before. They always felt like they were chasing their tails a little bit, but now they're establishing some of these opening strategies. They're getting the better of Shopify, and from there, they can piece by piece build it up. That is absolutely disgusting. Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember SLG at Wembley did something very, very similar in Halo 5, that kind of shot. I think Strong Side was casting that. Very similar kind of moment for another Frenchman, but that one from
Don't
Legends
remember
is
that,
just,
bro,
like you say, it was
unfortunately.
a
But,
punctuation mark of what was a
hey,
fantastic Slayer performance.
that
It really
shot
was.
there
And
was
I feel
sick.
like
If you're on the Shopify side, that game almost ends differently when you watch that either from a third person or on a death cam, when you see, or even, heaven forbid, from your own first person. That is just, like you said, it's a
Yo,
statement.
Impulse, thanks for the Twitch
And
follow,
Optic
homie.
Gaming is coming into this. Let's not forget,
129 Twitch follows away from
exclusively
40,000.
to
Holy
Shopify.
sheesh. If you guys are new in the
Take a look at
Twitch,
this one more time, which I
follow
think
the
is only
channel.
right. And look at this, Royal 2 on the beat. Doesn't have it. Unbelievable. Just pops up, doesn't waste any time, and hits a fantastic shot to close out the game. But let's not forget, not only had they lost that game type exclusively to Shopify, they were 2-3 in that game type this weekend. That was not a winning game type for them. And if they're digging that deep, they're kind of suggesting, hey, whatever stats you might have in the back, we're not really interested in those. We're here to play 2 series of Halo and take a championship.
Now we get to see a game type which is going to really test both teams here, and it's certainly going to test Shopify Rebellion being down 2 in the series. We are heading into an oddball game on Recharge. There's a head-to-head of 2 of the players. You can see the statistic for yourself who have been the standouts when it comes to this game type for their respective teams. But I mean, for Optic, they took a moment, stepped away from the stage there, maybe trying not to get caught up in the moment. Know that there's a long, long road ahead. They have done a great job to get 2 up, but 2 up means nothing. We've seen that on either side of the stage when these 2 teams play each other. They've got a long, long way to go.
They do indeed. We've seen many times before, like you said, we've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen big swings in series. There's a lot more to play, but Shopify certainly must be thinking, okay, we need to lock in right here because Optic is bringing a different tier of gameplay, and I think it goes without saying that Optic has looked not only the best that they have this weekend, but I would say in terms of all online qualifiers, the case on Showdown, and this entire tournament so far, they are playing at a pace that we maybe haven't seen them reach just yet.
For Shopify, the memories of beating Optic a little bit earlier on maybe starting to fade. They realize they're in a series now as we head into game number 3. Oddball Recharge, first of 2 rounds. Will be the team who takes this game away, and if it's Optic, they'll find themselves 1 game away from resetting the bracket here and sending us to a second best of 7.
Both teams with great records in this game type as well. It is identified, as we said earlier, as another swing game in the series, which really could go either way. And what a different series layout, as you allude to, we would have, depending on how this game goes. This one could tell us whether we're going to see a pretty quick first series or whether we might go the distance. Shopify needs to dig deep. They need to find something special now to get back into the series.
That's been what Optic have been doing all weekend, digging deep, finding something special, finding a way to keep themselves alive. Well, now, boy, are they alive, and certainly this series is alive as well. This grand finals is alive. Legend, the man who no-scoped Shopify Rebellion into a 0-2 series, will be the first POV that we check out. Last shot inside of the tower now. Camo is going to be still available down bottom middle, as he's now turning his attention to keep his teammate alive.
Very conservative start from both sides here. 2 do fall for Shopify, which means Optic is probably going to try to go on this pressure, but once again, the kills are traded out perfectly 2-2, and there's no ball grab yet. Finally, it's a late camo grab, 36 seconds in. Very, very late, and that indicates to you just how conservative the opening was from both sides.
The timing on that grenade, by the way, from last shot was just superb. Made it look so easy. That internal timing we talk about with some of the best in the world. Oh, speaking of which, Peekaboo! Formal's got the camo. It's going to be
shit.
Optic grabbed that up ball immediately.
We talked about how the teams have so much respect for one another. That's why you see a kind of dual conservative opening from both sides. But as soon as they get the
I'm saying every
they
time I
bounce
watch these
perfectly
tournaments, I
forward
want to
with a
play,
great
man.
round. Great timing on the back wax. That's
Probably
gonna
play
be
some
early time for Optic.
matchmaking after this, especially because it's still early. I'm not like too tired. Like some of the nights yesterday, I was shot, bro. It's like a 15-hour fucking straight tournament. I can only imagine the homies playing.
Optic have that lead. And that means, like we said before, in these game types with an objective in mind, if you can take a lead, you control the game. You don't
Did you get all your all the drops, Badger? I know you were like going for them
So
all.
much damage from Legend over the past 30 seconds. Just poking and peeking, and Frosty with a very well-placed green gun. Going to make him retreat for just a second. And what a 1v1 between those two. In the end, last shot comes to help as well. Now 3 dead for Optic Gaming. The reset. The reset is very unfortunate. That would have been an easy pull back to gold. Instead, the ball will go bottom middle. Now camo popping as well.
Camo's coming up. Look at the sports as well. They're over at back blue. That reset is an absolute lifesaver for Optic Gaming.
I'm just not on a team right now, Spades. That would be dope though.
Back in the pipes. They've got time on the ball, but instead instead, they're forced to fight for the camo. Optic don't have to worry about that Opal getting away for them as Renegade adds another triple kill.
I
to
would
the
be
collection.
down.
2 in 2 games for him.
Born to rack up time, forced to fight for camo. Unfortunate there for him. Optic Gaming will continue.
Yeah, we'll see what
scoring
happens
based
in the
off all
future, bro.
chaos. They'll bring the ball bottom elevator.
Ball is down though, so Shopify don't let Optic get it comfortably. And now you can see.
Oh, nice,
from the
Badger. Yeah, I
spread
think
on
you
the
did tell me
map, the way
that,
the
actually.
Formal's playing, the Shopify have
Yo,
this
thanks,
setup
Spades.
in and around the elevator. Forward just waiting for damage. And now that the damage has come in, you would expect to see the likes of Bound Legend flying in front of Formal. Clean up these kills. Royal 2 picks up 1, but it's 3 dead. There's the break. There's the damage from Formal. It's played off of perfectly by Optic Gaming. They break the setup from Shopify, and now they have that ball back in their hands.
Let's see what Renegade can do as well. They're going to be looking for opening damage. As you said, it was an easy 3 dead. Now we get to hear how they're going to hold here. Let's get to a listening with Optic Gaming.
Ready, bottom here, I think I saw bottom here.
Do 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 do. If you want to look at any of my land placings, here you go. The tournament I got second place, I actually beat Formal, bro, in the losers bracket finals in his team. It was like Formal, APG, Lethal, and Hines, and we beat them in a best of 5, game 5 pit slayer, bro. Formal was on a killing frenzy, and we ended up winning 50-48. That shit was crazy, and then we lost to Ryan in the finals. But we still got second place that event, so that was pretty lit. Got second place that event, baby. It might sound like they're speaking gibberish, but they're actually just really, it's like a chaotic, organized chaos, you know? They all are just listening and giving information to each other that's like actually really helpful. It just sounds like gibberish if you're just like listening without trying to take in information. But these guys are like actively on the battlefield, and it, like all this information helps. They're like making plays together.
He's taking the time. Yo, trippy.
Do 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 do
He's pipes now. Pipes going back to turbine. Going back. He's pipes now. He's pushing pipes. Pushing pipes. Good. Yes, combo. Yes, combo. Yeah, I'm gonna separate. Go right. Separate. Go right. Check corners. Check corners.
One shot, go stairs, guys.
What's the goal?
One shot, go back out. Up, gold stairs 1, John. Up, stairs 1 now. Gold stairs 1. Gold stairs 1. He has combo, John. He has combo, John. He has combo.
Let's get pipes. Let's get pipes probably. Probably pipes. Probably 100%. It's one away. I'm gonna John. I'm gonna
There's 50 seconds.
Look at the time, guys. Look at the time. We're not the first.
One shot, roll 2. Yo, single sack just sitting behind it. If it doesn't say that,
Well, enjoy this life from Renegade. Enjoy this round from Optic. 38 seconds left in the round before they can close it out. And Shopify can't get near the Opal until now. They're starting to get desperate. But we need to talk about 2 lives in particular. Last one from Renegade, and then Bounds previously with that camo. So much damage, and the shots as crispy as you like.
Unbelievable damage, unbelievable movement. We'll have a little bit of time to talk about that shortly, because as you heard Lunchbox say in the comms, only 20 seconds left. Amazing game management from Optic Gaming. They're going to continue slaying here.
Last shot trying to fight, keep them off of Frosty here. That ball is down on the trippy corner, so difficult to access, and it's even more difficult with Optic picking up kills on both Cycle and Royal 2. And now they get an LOS on that ball. Now they get a camo in the hands of Renegade as well, and it will be the first round of Oddball here. On recharge, going to Optic. Boy, they look up for this one.
And I think we could say they picked up exactly where they left off. Feels like they came straight from Origin, and they landed right here on recharge, playing the exact same way. That was once again a suffocating round, and it feels like that has really summed up how Optic Gaming has played each of the games in this series so far. Such a clean round 1 win. We'll see if they can do it again.
Frosty wins his fight bomb middle. The camo is in his hands as well, and it's going to be 3 dead here for Optic. Now Shopify need to get themselves together here. Need to dust themselves down, because they've been battered, by Optic Gaming in the first 2 games. And the first round here at Oddball. They need to find something, but no! When things just aren't going your way, you get a green gun in the backside from Renegade.
I think we're all thinking the same thing. Of course, with the benefit of observing observer view, there was a player coming gold stairs, and Frosty gets back whacked there with camo and shock. And what could have been a pretty solid hole gets blown wide open. Formal does not get the trade against World 2, somehow stands strong top 8 and will continue holding the ball. So a rotate opportunity coming in here towards teammates.
Manages to just about make the cross. Optic will have to wait. And it's going to be a lead here for Shopify Rebellion. Legend flies in. Play ball is going to happen. As the fight goes down on the back of the spirals, Last Shot versus Renegade, and Last Shot will start winning some fights. But as we always say, if you can get that play ball over by blue and you take a couple of kills down, the likelihood is you're going to spawn across the map of pipes and you can grab that odd ball, and that's exactly what Optic tried to do there.
Important first kill. Also, Frosty gets the second kill, so this should be a clean break overall. They've made their way very difficultly across the entire map, but based on the spawns, it may be for nothing here. We'll see if Bound can spawn his teammates and hold down pipes.
Bound 13, make it 14 and 12 as he goes on a killing spree. And Optic have that ball back at pipes, and Optic looking like they're going to be able to turn this early advantage that Shopify had over. Last Shot, last alive, he's just fallen as well. And even though the odd ball is going to drop off, everybody from Shopify Rebellion is just coming off of the respawn screen. So Bound's going to move this one away from that LOS. He's going to get it back towards his respawning teammates, and Optic will go into a lead.
Very nice rotate. Notice how he doesn't go gold. He immediately goes long haul to cut down the angles. Much less sight lines that he's vulnerable to, and he comes away with it. What a beautiful set of plays from him. It also paves the way for Renegade to grab camo as well. Renegade is 23 and 10.
Just let that sink in for a second. 23 and 10. And we're in the second round of oddball here with only 40 points on the board for Optic. You get the feeling that another one hits. Perfect shots for Renegade. A killing spree for him. One for Bound, one for Renegade. Last Shot trying to fly into the pipes, but the oddball still being held by Optic. 50 points on the board for them now.
I mean, look at the total slay numbers. It's suffocating is the only way to describe it. Amazing slay control and overall map control coming out of Optic Gaming yet again. They find themselves 2 dead, but it's immediately tied up by a key kill from Renegade. He's now going to watch C-Plat.
Cycle's going to be flanking towards that oddball, so I wonder if it's going to be a game of get the slays before we get that oddball, but I think Shopify just starting to recognize that they need to get some time on the board here. And Cycle going to wrap this one away before playing it down bottom middle. Bound flies in, Cycle deals with him. Renegade now trying to clean up the damage, but recognizes there's multiple members and has to just escape and play his life.
Let's not forget, this one's far from over. Even though we've seen dominating play from Optic Gaming so far, it's still just 55-25, a 30-point round. And anything can happen from here, but Shopify's going to need to find the ingredients that they need. Psycho, last player alive, he will be ready to play the ball momentarily.
One player that needs some more from is Frosty. We talked about him being an X factor. A lot of talk about him being the best in the game right now. He's 8 and 18 in this game number 3, and he's been relatively quiet throughout this series so far. So Frosty obviously has a lot more to give here for Shopify Rebellion, but it needs to be found sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's still time for him to turn this game around, for the entire team to turn this game around, but I agree, a pretty rare stat line from him, especially with low OBJ on the board as well. You have the feeling that if he starts to turn things on, this game can get a lot closer.
Optic still with this lead, 56-33. Forward knows that Cycle's close. Also wants to try and help out with some angles that he can hit with his shock rifle. Plenty of ammo to work with as well as he hits the reload. And Optic just waiting for Shopify to make their move. And with the shock in their hand, they can do this, Andy. They can wait. And then they can hit straight.
Notice just baiting the ball there as well. Not even trying to hold. They're going to see if they can get the kills. Then they'll start to hold on a solid 3-4 deads. Ball will reset. No time there, but still a 20-point lead. Just over that for Optic Gaming. 2 dead for them.
2 minutes on the game clock here. Shopify will grab that ball as Optic will still have 2 dead. Cycle can be pushed here. Has to avoid that sticky grenade. Manages to do so.
Ball dropped.
A lot of pressure on him with this shock rifle to hold down this pipes, look and keep his ball carrier alive. Formal's going to poke.
Oh boy.
Cycle's going to tease. Now he's going to slide out and look for more. Bound is pushing. Bound should be traded out in this situation. Cycle's done his job perfectly there.
2v2 for a second here, and where these next few kills fall will really determine if we're going to see Shopify get back into this. Good gold pressure though. It's going to give them an opportunity to try to get a grab, but with the ball still down batteries, Renegade's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, frustrating moments here. Shopify Rebellion, they're winning some fights. But Renegade's starting to win his even more. 29 and 15 is 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. The oddball's still down on the batteries as the reset comes in, but Optic don't have to worry about that. They have the lead. They could just pin Shopify back.
Even with 3 dead there, that ball's sitting batteries meant that Shopify could not get time on the board. They're also still 2 dead. Risky push! A risky push solo there. Last shot tries to make something happen, but it's going to continue to stagger their spawns even further. 63 to 36 with 108 left on the game clock.
How many perfects have we seen from the POVs of Optic players in this game? You've seen them from Bound, you've seen them from Renegade, you've seen them from Legend, and of course you've seen them from Formal. Win your ones. That was the name of the game when Formal put this roster together, and that's exactly what they're doing.
1 minute
And it's Shopify who are reeling. Less than a minute left in this game. Camo burnt bottom middle, and Bound last alive.
Yeah, Renegade might have burned the camo, and also way past the 30 mark now. 30 bomb has been cleared, 31 and 17 with 47 seconds left on the clock.
Shopify needs to get that ball. Let's get it in their hands. Still time for them to play with here. Frosty picks up 2. Frosty trying to push on that long haul as well to keep Optic trapped. So we're going to move this one back to the elevator. Renegade might have a little timing window here to fly towards.
Yeah, Wooby, now they're in the grand finals. Think about that, bro. Nemesis, like, beat them 3-1. I swear they beat them more games. They beat them 3-1 and then lost 2-3.
Is it enough? Bounds your first spawner.
So if we go Optic, Nem,
Here comes the 4-man Optic push.
and we go Optic 1-1, they won 3, and then the next series, Optic won 3, these guys won 2, Optic won 4, and these guys had 5. Just saying, bro. They lost. Imagine being Nemesis and you beat Optic more games, and now you're sitting there watching them, bro.
Renegade though, Renegade, this is his game. He finds a kill that shuts it down. Cycle last alive. He can't get his hands on that ball, and Optic are up.
Now, how do you feel if you're Wootum sitting there in the crowd, like, yo, we just fucking beat you guys 5-4. Now they're up 3-0 in the grand final. I'd be vomiting. You know what I mean? Nah, I'm just kidding.
Us for the first time this weekend, you might
They
be
put on a
thinking,
great performance.
how on earth did Optic Gaming lose that first series? How on
Let's
earth did they have
go,
to
bro.
fight
This is
through the
hype.
elimination bracket all the way here with what they brought on Championship Sunday? But guess what? The championship lights are on, and it is very clear it's a different Optic Gaming that has arrived here.
4-0, then we lose 4-0. Watch.
67 across the 2 rounds, and Shopify is shocked.
Why did he say
Shopify are shocked. Shopify are shook.
Dude, Renegade is MVP this tournament for sure, bro. What the fuck is going on
It's
inside?
a long way to go for Shopify Rebellion to do that. And we are looking, if this continues, this pattern, like a bracket reset is going to come in almost what feels like record time for Optic Gaming.
Man, taking a look at some of the highlights from that, it was once again a masterclass from Optic Gaming. I think we saw some solid exchanges of play from the side of Shopify, but they have largely been silenced this entire series, and it's a completely different.
Yeah, Nem was fun to watch though. I can't even lie. The #1 EU team, they're going crazy with it.
And we talked a lot, by the way, this from Renegade. It was just punishing everything we saw from his POV. He gets a double here as well. Everything we're seeing from Optic Gaming looks to be flawless. They are not making any mistakes. That's why you're seeing the score lines that you're seeing. Make no mistake, these are blowout games.
Yeah, Wootum's mouse and keyboard king right now, bro.
How these teams are exchanging
He's the dude.
back and forth so close. Guess what? Optic Gaming
He's the guy.
This is not close.
Yeah, 250 to
If
112
you're a mouse and
first
keyboard
game,
guy,
50 to
watch
41
that
second
guy.
Game 2-0, and it felt like a big 2-0 in that oddball game. Optic are dominating this series, and the way that they are shooting is so standout to me. And you're seeing some of those fights with bandits in hand. It's 5-shot max. That's how it feels at the moment. It's maximum damage output. And when Renegade is running around and everything seems to be kind of falling into the way that he wants the game to go, single kills turn into doubles for him. Then he gets involved in the next fight. Renegade playing like this means Optic are playing like Optic need to.
What I think is so tough as well, every time we're on Bound and Legends POV specifically, notice the G-slides that they're hitting, and the second they are in mid-slide, they're hitting not just the first shot, but all 5 shots to get it perfect while they're moving exactly where they need to be on the map. And man, is that ever impossible to play against if you're on the side of Shopify, even with the talent that they have. As we talked about on the desk, CTF Fortress an opportunity for Shopify to get back in the series, not just because their backs are against the wall, but specifically, you heard Clutch talking about it. Fortress, one of Shopify's best maps. They've been putting up numbers on this game type, and Optic comes in with a losing record on this game type. Shopify needs to take a breath, find a way back into this series. If they want to win the finals here, they will now need to reverse sweep the first grand final with 4 straight wins in a row.
Optic 1 game away.
Yeah, it's really looking like Optic's gonna win this series for sure. Because like, even if these guys win like 1, 2, 3, like Optic can just win the next game and reset the bracket. It's looking like it.
2 sniper rifles on the map. And of course that
It's like an
overshield down
eyelash in my
bottom
left
middle
eye.
as
What
well.
the frick?
And this is almost the perfect playground. This is it. To see
Damn.
if Optic can close out now, or is there going to be something in this for Shopify? Are they going to find their stride here? We have to. It would be rude not to. It would be disrespectful not to start off watching Renegade.
This is going to be an absolute blender here with 2 snipers in play with a map this size. 2 flags on the board. It could be a quick one, or we could see quite a lot of gameplay here. Kills exchanged each side, 3v3 on the map, but Renegade doing some early damage here. 2 dead for Shopify.
Well, 2 somehow staying alive in that situation. However, to keep that sniper rifle in his hand. Somehow peeks back out and hits the shot. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but look how far up the map Bound finds himself. Right now, the confidence we are seeing from Bound. We know he loves a challenge. We know he likes to take the fight, but he's hitting the shots as well. And Legend now says, remember me from Origin? I can do it on any map.
Bound and Legend are hitting a certain amount of damage efficiency that is scary to watch. And I think anyone that's played or watched enough Halo Infinite knows exactly what we're talking about when we say that. Just not wasting any time, any frames, as they move across the map and deal damage all at the same time. 2 dead, however, for Optic Gaming at the moment.
Let's get taken down, though. There's going to be a snipe picked up, and there was Optic members falling all around.
I mean, there's bomb on this too, Badger. You might have just missed some matches.
3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Bound is last player alive. He's down bottom middle. Somehow managed to get the kill. An important one as well. Room 2 cannot find him. Wow. Finally
Look at this
does.
from Bound.
Look at the damage he's taken.
Bound kind of reminiscent there.
Yeah, I did, Badger. Yep, yesterday around when you did.
There's 1 player alive, guess what? There's a whole lot still to deal with, and Bound not only gets... Oh! I can't even finish the sentence.
Seeing it from the other guy's POV, bro.
That's a kill bottom middle, deals the damage, then picks up a 3rd kill. That's what I'm talking about. Just because Bound is the last player alive does not mean your problems are solved. In fact, actually, you have a whole other slew of problems, and Bound reminding us of that.
From being last alive here, Bound finds 1 kill, stays alive, does damage, comes back out, no-scopes another player, and then, all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion are 3 dead. Overshield now, coming up bottom middle. Shopify Rebellion in a good spot, but it's going to be stolen away. Legend,
No!
is he going to pop it?
Almost. That would have been...
Almost, but not quite. But last shot does pop it. And Shopify is starting to move that flag as well.
Talk about almost being robbed blind. Highway robbery. It was 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and now you're overshielded. Last shot's going to get this across the sideline. Still with a lot of overshield to play with. Nice little slides all the way back. 4 players alive, but he should have the timing here, especially with the overshield. Goes wide, actually. Flag's going to be away, so he has to wait.
Love that timing window recognition there from last shot. Knew that even though there was a couple of players coming off respawn, that he had the shields to deal with the bullets that would be coming his way. But like you say,
look at Legend.
Flags are away. Take a shot trying to hunt him down. It will be a trade inside of the base from Frosty. First time we've seen a flag standoff in quite some time.
Yeah. And this is a high-stakes flag standoff because you already get the feeling that if Optic Gaming wins this flag standoff with the way that they tend to play objective game types, they will play the most obnoxious, annoying, control-based rest of the match. 3 dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive.
Where's that flag? Cycle is near that flag. He's trying to get
boy.
some spawns, but is there anyone close enough to help Cycle with the situation? Bound flies in. Bound with another killing spree. He's going to go for that return. Former with the sniper across map, and Optic should be able to send this one home, but can they cap?
Should be able to. Flags right there on the stand. Going to delay for just a second. Formal once he gets the shields, you know he's not going to waste time. Roll 2 though in a 1v1.
Formal bodies him. Formal now under pressure. 2 dead on either side. It's last shot who stands on that flag, trying to force this return. Optic can't cap quite yet.
Last shot forced to the bottom of the base. There's going to be a touch here from Renegade. He gets the cap indeed. Last shot could not fight off the players that are dropping on him. And Optic Gaming, they stay cool. They stay collected. They get the flag in. They now lead.
Yeah, I don't know why last shot didn't pull the flag there. No cap. Oh my gosh. But like, someone in the chat just said pull the flag, but
Renegade is
that's
on
actually kind of
another
true.
planet today.
Maybe he couldn't?
Last shot, last alive once again here for Shopify
Tried to
Rebellion.
like keep his
Formal will
life.
not need to be asked twice to start moving that flag.
How about
Wow,
Casual
bro.
triple positive right now at 12 and 4. Just another day's work for Bound. 3 dead, World 2, your only player alive. Formal's gonna hit the slides without a mid.
Here comes the second one. Formal's moving. Formal schmoving. And that flag is back inside of his base. It's going to be 2-0 as Formal gives us an exhibition of how to
Holy, this is actually insane, bro.
Optic Gaming saving the best for Championship Sunday. 2-0 here. Quick work, 1 flag away from 4-0ing. Shopify Rebellion in the first grand final.
Another kill goes the way of Optic Gaming. Cycle does manage to trade out, but it's a numbers advantage momentarily for Optic as they get equaled out by the end of the sentence 2v2. Shopify need a snipe. They need an overshield. They need something to go their way here.
Once again, Bound and Legend are not even, it feels like in every battle they're not even getting down a shot, let alone losing battles. So difficult to challenge them with the way that they're playing. And I think the numbers tell the story here.
Let's go Optic! Doom, doom, doo doo doom. Let's go Optic! Doom, doom, doo doo
Maybe
doom.
thought he could get the better of Frosty there with a cheeky little re-peek, but the grenade from Frosty was good.
I can't believe this,
And
bro.
Optic again.
Oh, she allow me.
Inside of their base, 3 pops comes in from Royal 2, but the damage still superior on the
We'd
side
love
of
to see
Formal.
Cloud9 in Grand Final. That would have been cool, bro.
Royal 2 finds one under the base, and all of a sudden, Optic just under
You
a
like
little
that
bit
Team
of pressure
Badger or
here.
what?
2 dead. That's 3 dead, and
Bro,
is
this is
this the
insane,
little
bro. We're
window
about to
of
get a
opportunity
fucking
for
Grand
Shopify
Finals
Rebellion to get
reset,
something
bro.
going? The flag is away.
Frosty's on top, maybe some initial good
Ooh,
shots as
she
well. They
allow
get the
me.
help, and I was just about to say before that flag was pulled, this one's not over just yet. With 6 minutes left, Shopify Rebellion on the board, only down trailing by 1 flag.
On the board and controlling ring. Now
Of the colors, yeah, their jerseys were sick. I can't even lie.
Problem cycle. On the jungle gym, manages to find himself an opportunity to get that flag back, but the overshield did go to Frosty. It's 2 dead here for Optic. There's a sniper in his hands, and Royal 2 is running that flag as well.
Numbers still on their side here. They get another kill, and they might even get the kill A1. If they do, this flag will be guaranteed home free. It's still 2 dead. Big shot, though. Coming in from Legend.
Legend gets 2! Legend might get 3! The triple kill from Legend. The Frenchman is going nuts!
What did we say?
Ooh, yo, Lithia, thanks for the Twitch follow, bro. We're getting closer and closer to that 40,000 on Twitch. It's the Hype Grand Finals, bro. Thanks for the follow, G.
Absolutely ridiculous from
I
Sabri.
can't believe he fucking pre-shot that, bro. This guy, all the practice of him playing on EU connection, bro. Led up to that moment of him hitting that shot, bro. Holy sheesh.
Unbelievable stop there. Still a lot of time on the clock, but plays like that are really going to be morale hits there as Shopify thought they were home free, and Legend picks up a triple kill, and it's still 3 dead. Cycle, last player alive bottom base.
And he's no shields as well. He gets cleaned up. 2 snipers in the hands of Optic Gaming. They get the return, but now the worry for Shopify is with that chance falling through their fingers. What can they do against this onslaught from Optic?
Every time it feels like Shopify can take an inch, it feels like a player on Optic steps up and hits an unbelievable shot.
I mean, Shopify can't get out of their base at the moment.
Oh my, he almost hits that too.
Shopify 2 dead once again. Now Royal 2 has overextended here.
When's that next OS up?
But it looks like Optic know where he is.
Looks like it's
Renegade's gonna try and hunt him down.
30 or
Optic
so
do get that
seconds.
toss of
Oh.
Once again, everything can slow down. So much on this flag and so much on this overshield. Renegade should be able to get it for free, and he does. Kills traded out initially.
I just wanted to see what Scumpy's thing was saying.
Overshield. Now he's been a nuisance. But Renegade will hunt him down and use that advantage in the shields to win that battle. It's 3 dead for Optic, and I tell you what, Shopify have got that flag out once again. Now, is there anyone in position to do something
big
similar to what we saw Legend do a few moments ago? I'm not so sure this time, but look, the overextension's coming. Formal somehow got this flag running for Optic.
It was 4 dead. Somehow Formal pulls that flag all the way to Arches. I cannot believe it. We'll see what Bound can do to stay alive in Cave.
And all of a sudden, both flags 50% of the way across the map. Frosty will be able to get this return by the looks of things, even though Formal will get that kill, and all of a sudden they get the return, they win the standoff, and we have a game on our hands here. It's 2-2 with just over 3 minutes left.
My God, high stakes, sudden death, of course, and a lot riding on this flag. More than just the game, the entire series riding on this flag. Shopify has rallied back after trailing 2-0. and found a way to tie the game. 3 minutes left here in regulation.
Former with a sniper in his hands. Last shot, almost with a bullet in his visor. Just managed to step away and slide to his left to keep himself alive. 2 dead here for Optic in Shopify, who are starting to win some battles now, Andy.
Let's see what Formal can do. He knows he has you can tell by the way he's angling and isolating these sight lines. He knows he needs to get the right damage, ideally a pick, to help his spawning teammates make sure they can push out.
Scary moments for Optic. You can tell they're just a little bit worried about the pressure that's starting to be applied by Shopify. In the back of the base, you have to hit shots. If you lose these fights in the back of the base, that flag is away. Big. Legend finds one off the body. Shot coming in from Formal. Shopify is starting to swarm though. Overshield coming up in a few moments time. Formal, the patience starting to pay off though. There's one player flanking through the snipe side. I'm not sure if he knows. Cycle's going to challenge. Frosty's got a sniper rifle elsewhere. Formal just trying desperately to stay alive. Royal 2 finds another. Cycle going to challenge. It's 3 dead for Optic. It's 3 dead again.
Most importantly, there should be an overshield in the hands of Shopify on this push as well.
Royal 2's got it.
This is big here. They got 2 dead again.
Yeah, if they slay him out again, it's probably game, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, sheesh. Oh, I mean, Renegade got a pick. Oh, GG.
That flag is not running though.
The run is so staggered. The run is so staggered despite the fact they got the kills. Finally, they're running in here. They have some.
All right, now, all right, I guess one more slay now. Like, what the fuck?
He's overextended here. He comes back through the arches and manages to slow this run down. It's 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Legend, maybe not just thinking about getting some kills and stopping the flag, maybe thinking counter cap.
Oh, the flag is still out though. Let's see if that flag returns. Top mid.
Royal 2. Royal 2. Royal 2 gets the touch. Royal 2 gets the touch at the last possible second. And Legend finds himself having to go hero mode again.
2 dead though. Flag standoff here. Flag is now down ring 1. And you have the Shopify flag down here on the porch.
I mentioned the overextension from Bound. Well, that stopped the initial run. That was why it was so staggered. And now we're seeing the counter pull coming in from Bound. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Bound gets another one. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty trying to fight forward.
Flag is returned. Frosty's gonna get taken down. Flag is back here. They should have the home stretch.
Bound is gonna run this one the safe way. He runs down to the base with Royal 2 now. Puts pressure on, but it's Formal. Who else but Formal? Who grabs that flag? Who runs it home? Optic have reset the bracket here. We go again. Here in Arlington, 4-0.
But why are they standing up? I mean, hopefully they know, like, oh shit, last series too, we're thinking all that, bro. Oh, they're like, all right, taking a quick break. Oh, they sat right back down, right? I was like, where are they going? Where are they going?
Absolute carnage in those last few Slayer exchanges.
They're like, wait, we gotta do that again? Imagine. Nah, they know.
Through the smoke. Identify what they need to do. Get
your ass down, boy.
By the way, Royal 2 running flag with overshield with 3 dead, and somehow Optic Gaming off the respawn.
Yeah, I literally said GG. I was like, bro, like, and he blamed the guy court. I was like, bro, they're running it.
Right next to the repulse there, next to ring 1.
Uh-oh, broken controller.
It felt like Shopify had everything they needed.
No way he smashed his controller, bro.
Instead, it's Optic Gaming that gets much more than
it's like, let's go! Boom! Smashes the controller. Series 2 running back. So shit.
Amount of momentum.
Alana!
Reset the bracket here for a second best of 7.
I think if you were to ask, and I'm
no
the
way,
fans,
bro.
Respectfully in this conversation.
Yeah, they gotta take a break after this, right? Like,
what
surely,
do you expect
man,
to see in this
surely.
grand final? What do you think the score is going to be? I don't think many of them would have said 4-0.
Right. Even the boldest of Optic fans.
Exactly.
I don't even think Optic would have said 4-0.
That's what we see in front of us, though, and it's a 4-0. Those first 3 games aren't close at the top level. They are dominant performances. Then we see the steel that has been on display all weekend long from Optic Gaming in that game 4 to close it out.
Also, how about Legend?
That triple?
Legend last player alive, and he gets a triple kill to stop the flag run.
Immeasurable impact on that game.
Yup, that's the lane you already know. Get those orange slices in. Yo, someone, LVT, no, who was it? Tools was shaking the camera so hard yesterday. Someone's like, get this man a banana. I don't know why that reminded me of that right there. Guy said the orange slice break.
I'm excited to watch this because, man, that felt like an absolute saga of gameplay.
Orange slices, bro. Oh, man, orange slices during a soccer game was the best, you know?
Instead, Shopify let this one go, I mean, to a fantastic rally, but
I mean, between Halo games, I'm sure it
Game
hits
4,
too,
and
but
I'm blown away by what we saw from both sides.
I mean, even this return here, look, Legend plays that corner, gets the kill, keeps Bound alive. Like, all of these little moments start to stack up. And there was something kind of, it almost felt like the script writers were out. It was Formal who runs that final flag in, right? Just marches towards that capture point to get that final one on the board. Optic up by 2. You have to give Shopify a lot of credit for the way they fought back in that game. A lot of teams would have just capitulated and thought, you know what? Let's think about next series. That series is gone.
Here it is, Legend. Look, stops the flag run, hits the brainer, no scope for the double, and this, not easy. Has to hit the perfect triple to stop that run, and does exactly that.
It's generational talent. That's all you can say about Legend. Those kind of plays are almost instinctive, right? It's just individual brilliance that leads to Optic staying alive in the game. It could have been very, very different at that point. Formal starts getting involved as well. He's like, that looks fun. I'm going to have a few quick scopes go my way. But when it's all said and done here, bro.
Look at this one. Excuse me, Formal gets brained as well. There's 2 players to A1. How does this flag not go back? How does Optic stop this?
Oweska needs to fucking be running that, bro. What's Royal 2 doing?
That flag is gone. And somehow they find a way. And that's what
Nah, man, they got to tee up this second series if they want to win. 4-0, bro.
Whether you have a camera or not, that Optic pit, that green wall's getting dangerous. The series layout tells the story. It is a clean 4-0 from Optic Gaming to send us to a second best of 7.
You said the green wall pit.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable from Optic Gaming. It's something that nobody really saw coming. But Shopify Rebellion, they've got to take
Wow, what do you guys think? What do you guys think, bro? Jeez.
of course, that winner's bracket matchup, which means they have a chance to still be crowned champions. Now, obviously, after the K-Sun invitation, there was a lot of conversation about winner's bracket advantages and the format there. Well, Optic Gaming will be happy, of course, just to be still in this final with an opportunity now with one more best of 7 to turn things around, to call themselves champ. This is the triple kill, though. It is just, I mean, firstly, great work from the production team in the back to show us that in slow motion, to show the level of ability, skill, and presence on the map that Legend had in that moment.
How about only Cycle going positive and barely positive by 3 kills? Everyone else being shut down on the side of Shopify.
Look at Frosty stats. Says everything you need to.
Damn, and then just silence. Look at Frosty stats, and they're just both like.
Certainly didn't have it on that one, but this is a new one coming up, and he will want more than anyone.
Why is it not done? Because Shopify was in the winners bracket. So every team has 2 chances in the tournament. You know, if you lose, you go to the losers bracket. Well, Optic just beat Shopify, so they sent them to the losers bracket. Technically, you know. Now they got it. Now it's like the grand final. This is it. But there's always a winner's advantage in Halo. Like, if you go from the winner side, you have to be beaten twice. Because everyone in the tournament, that'd be kind of unfair if you go through the whole tournament and when everyone has 2 chances at the tournament and then you get to grand finals and you lose once and you're just out. Kind of shitty. So, like, even you get 2 chances, bro. You just saved your 2 chances for the end.
There's only one story in that series, and it was Optic Gaming all over every
Everyone gets
page,
2 chances in the tournament.
Everything.
So if you make it to the grand finals with your 2 chances still, it's pretty nice, bro. And you have a backup. So Shopify has a backup. They lost. They're like, hey, but we made it through the winner's side, so let's run it back. You know what I mean?
We saw a little bit more life.
Yeah, you got it.
It was all Optic Gaming. You mentioned how on fire they were and that you can kind of see another series coming our way. And that was for one reason, momentum. They had so much momentum heading into that. And my goodness, they did not slow down whatsoever. What did you make of Optic's gameplay there?
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. This is an on-fire Optic team coming from the elimination bracket all the way back from round 1. We keep saying it. But this is a product and a result of everything that they've gone through this weekend. Shopify were not able to catch their ground. I thought it was going to be Origin Slayer, but the second they fell behind early in Origin, they kept trying to play catch-up, and Optic kept their foot on the gas pedal the entire time. Once that game went
gas pedal,
and this 2-0 to Optic, I knew the series was over. It was a matter of what time. How fast are they going to end it? Fortress CTF map that we know Shopify is the best in the world at. They still lose that. It was scrappy, and there were so many plays made to really determine the very end of that game and go into Optic's favor. But you got to worry for Shopify. The hotter this Optic team is continuing to get, the harder it's going to be to stop it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I said along with you, like that. This journey so far to get into the grand finals has been absolutely amazing for Optic. They look better and better, but here in the grand finals, they hit a flow state. They hit a level that's been even beyond what we've seen so far in this tournament, and so far what we've seen in this year. The way Optic are playing right now, they may be your champions here in the first major of 2025. That was scary.
No, incredibly scary. I don't know how you stop that. And I think maybe the only way you do stop that and kind of interrupt that flow state to cancel it out is by having a game type in the next series that is going to cause them a lot of chaos, something that they don't love. And let's take a look at that second series layout, because that map number 1, that is going to be Shopify's way back into this thing. This is going to be a piv of a map for Shopify Rebellion. Wes, we did see a little bit more from them in that final map, again on Fortress. CTF, they were able to kind of mix things up a little bit for Optic Gaming, although Optic didn't slow down, to say the least. Even though they were starting to see a bit more life out of their opponent, they weren't fazed by it whatsoever. This Assault Fortress is going to be huge for Shopify. What do you need to see from them?
It's everything, and I need to see more from Frosty. Let's call him out. Those stats are not Frosty. Like, we've been saying that Frosty's the best player in the game, has been throughout the offseason. Well, Renegade says otherwise. That series, this tournament has been Renegades up until this point. Frosty has got to get involved, and it's got to start changing the impact of some of these games. It's brutal, man, and we've all had series like that. Even the greats, even the Frosties of the world have series that they want back. Fortunately for him, he's put himself and his team in a position where they get a second chance at this tournament, a second best of 7 to right some of the wrongs that just occurred. And I can't think of a better game type map mode combination for Frosty to get back in this series, to make his name a pivotal name in this moment.
Seeing Optic win would be cool, because like they created that God Squad, you know what I mean?
I'd love to be able to start it with Frosty if we're able to, and I need to see him.
It would kind of suck for them to like go put all that work in and then lose. Like I would just feel kind of bad, you know? Like, man.
To make a play, they are making plays.
So just to like, you know, so everyone's happy.
Legend with the most disgusting triple kill of the tournament. Renegade.
Just so the storyline kind of goes how it should, you know. So just get Optic to that win, bro. I don't know why. I feel like if Shopify win, it would be nice. I just feel like I'd feel bad for Optic. But if Optic win, I like wouldn't feel bad for Shopify. I don't know why.
If you look at how to take down Shopify,
I feel like that's just how it has to go, bro.
Their star players, a player that
But that's just my guess, you know.
Constantly throughout the entire weekend, which was Frosty. I mean, Tony, do you think that's a targeted hit? Was that something that they needed to do in order to make this a not close series, to just get the job done in this first one and reset the bracket?
I mean, with the way they were able to lock him down.
How about you, Funk? What do you think?
They could have been calling him out by name and trying to find out where he is, make sure he's the first one to go down, so that they can ultimately activate through that. The good thing for Frosty is, you have outside of that one series, he's had an MVP-like tournament so far. So I could imagine we could see a huge bounce back. And then from there, what do Shopify Rebellion look like? That could be exactly what they need to turn this train around. A huge pop-off from Frosty.
I do think there's a lot of promise in how that CTF kind of ended. If it had gone 3-0 in Optic's favor, like it looked like it was going to when Optic got an early 2-0 lead throughout that last game, and it had just ended there, it would be a pretty sour taste in my mouth to be going back to war here in the second best of 7. But the scrappiness of Shopify, the plays started to happen. Last shots started to make some noise. You started to see them match the pace of Optic Gaming throughout that game. That's why they were able to tie it up 2-2. And it was pure chaos in order to try and get that last cap in. Optic got it done, obviously, but I think Shopify feel a little bit more comfortable.
I think Royalty needed to run that flag, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Those last moments of that CTF game that give you a lot of hope if you're a Shopify fan to say this series is not going to be a sweep. It's going to go potentially the entire distance, so let's buckle in.
On the other side of things, you look at Optic Gaming and how they played throughout that entire series, and we're talking about pop-off players across the board. What Formal and Legend were able to do, not only in the KD department, but also in the objective department. What Bound did consistently in the damage, and how we've been talking about all tournament long. Renegade has been the main slayer. When he's popping off, this team is winning. This whole roster really was playing at their absolute best.
You couldn't have asked for a better start in this Slayer, by the way. Formal just doing everything he needed to do to just get the leg up here over Shopify Rebellion and getting
Yeah, exactly, man. The only thing I'm giving it is like new series energy, but if these guys are playing the same, Optic are probably just gonna take it, right?
They are
Damn.
so good at Collie, but Optic Gaming, it was like they just had their number every single time. And it's the first time, I will say this, I've ever seen Shopify look lost on the map.
Formal having that game 2 is incredible, strictly because the game 5 on the same map mode combination earlier on Saturday between these two, Formal had an abysmal statistical game. So for him to really step up in game 2 and continue the momentum for Optic Gaming, I think was everything for this team to put like their feet in this grand finals and really start to run away with it. I think as soon as that Origin Slayer was where Shopify was going to turn it around, Formal said absolutely not. And now Optic reset ground foot, first of 4 games, we will claim a championship here. And for someone like Formal to be the one that steps up, I mean, we haven't mentioned it really all this weekend, at least I hadn't heard it, that anybody remember what Formal placed last year at any of the events? Second, and a couple more seconds, I believe. He's got to be tired of it. Someone that's used to winning championships, one of the most prolific FPS players of all time, to have that many seconds, the fact that it didn't break him, the fact that he is still out for blood, still wants more. This grand finals cannot be a second for Formal. He stepped up, but it's not done yet. Optic Gaming have to assure that they get this championship to rewrite what's already happened in this Optic Gaming franchise over the past year. It was a year of hell from a second place finish perspective, and that can't happen again. They have to win this series.
I think looking right now at the stats based on the upcoming map set, you're looking at a 7-3 overall for Shopify, a 9-7 overall for Optic. You look at that and you just think to yourself, okay, this is a really great comeback opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. But I really do feel like this is a different Optic Gaming that we're seeing based on those statistics. I really think that Optic have just stepped up to the plate and have probably learned from every single game, every single series they had to go through the elimination bracket. Just to remind you, from round 1, by the way, that's an awful lot of Halo they have had to play this weekend. They probably learned a thing or two about how to step up to the
Yeah,
plate
these guys
when
are
it
on
matters
fire,
most
bro.
with your
But yeah, they
tournament
just came from the
on
losers
line.
bracket.
It
They
is
have to have
huge.
they have to have
This
any
map
team
is
coming
going
from
to
the
mean
losers
so much.
bracket.
If Optic take this
Losers
first
round
tournament,
1 are gonna have a record like that,
I
bro.
don't know even what to say for
Right?
the rest of it, because I think we could also be seeing a clean sweep across the board. This map 1 is everything. It's the biggest piv I think we're going to see in this grand final.
Yeah, man, I feel like we say it often how important these map 1s are, but think about it like this. Both of these teams are undefeated in Bomb here in Arlington right now. It has been known that this is a specialty of Shopify Rebellions on this very map. If Optic come out fresh off of 4-0ing them in the first series and come out and take map number 1 in Shopify Rebellion's house in Assault Fortress, I don't know what to say. They're winning. If they win map 1, they're winning.
I keep saying it. How do you stop the momentum that Optic has built? And Shopify doesn't have an answer. Nobody in the elimination bracket has had an answer. I don't know if there is an answer. This team is too hot right now. They are playing the best Halo. It is up to Shopify to come up with something the rest of the bracket could not in order to win this grand finals.
I have an answer. You got to rip faces off Optic Gaming. And there's only one way that you can do that, is stepping up to the table and having a very steady reticle. It's going to be very difficult because Optic are going to make your life incredibly hard. But if there is a team that I know who can take faces, it's Shopify Rebellion. They have shown us every single series this weekend how good they truly are. They have put together a highlight reel. Not only have they won series, but the way they have won series, it's just like stunning. Everything that they have managed to do is beautiful. I need to see more teamwork coming forward. And I know it's easier said than done, but teamwork is going to be what makes this roster shine in this series. And they have the best teamwork here, Wes.
They did, until this Optic Gaming team caught fire. No longer are you seeing Frosty be able to stay alive, finesse his life, and then impact some other combat loop that's going on across the map. We need to start seeing that again. How do you slow down Optic? How do you feel a little bit more comfortable in these maps and get away with robbery like you were in the past? I mean, these players are some of the best in the world at it, obviously. Being the #1 seed, coming from winner's bracket, already having taken down Optic. We got to get back to that form if we're Shopify Rebellion.
I'm kind of happy you asked that question, though, because I feel like it's very easy for me to become a prisoner of the moment. After seeing what Optic just did, it's like, wow, it's all Optic, Optic, Optic. But you kind of put these in perspective a little bit. You know, what if Shopify Rebellion been up until this grand finals? They have been the hottest team in the league. They have been a tournament favorite. And if there's any team that can come back, is the last shot. Frosty.
Yeah, I think it does, right? The 3 losses.
These boys right here, they're going to have to brush this off, and they have to bring their A game.
Well, I've heard the Green Wolf fans screaming their lungs out in this arena, but 2 other guys who've also been equally screaming just as loud are our casters on the mics, and rightfully so, because
That's
some of the
exactly
things we're
right,
witnessing,
Funk,
lads,
bro. You got
are
it.
Just insanity. The triple kill, just so much dominance across the table here. You two must be lapping it up. Are you having a good time?
Having a great time. How could you not, right? We can't help but scream in these kind of situations. The plays that we've been seeing made in that first series, the fact that we get to see another series between these two is just a special moment in itself.
Yeah, you made a great point as we were just watching the replays there. It feels like every single player on Optic Gaming was popping off multiple times in those games, and it feels like with the score lines they had, it was almost required, but putting on an absolute show. And I think, as we said at the end of the series, no one, even Optic Gaming themselves, I would say, would have placed a bet on a 4-0 that was that dominant. And
currently on a 3-day streak, baby. What a fucking weekend.
A little bit of deja vu. Feel like they're maybe
what a weekend, man. I appreciate all your guys' support this weekend.
Maybe a little
It's been
bit
litty.
of redemption.
Thanks for hanging out with me.
Who knows? Well, on set, you cross your fingers. You got your wish. So enjoy, fellas.
Now we got one more series of Halo, and then the grind continues with some ranked. Get it.
We did mention, of course, that the first game type is going to be Bomb on Fortress, which is a little bit different because we always talked about Shopify Rebellion, how they just seem to be a little bit ahead with the newer game types, but it's different. It feels different. The fact that we've just had Fortress played, and that's the one where Optic reset the bracket.
Yeah, and it feels like there's 2 sides of this, right? I think, first of all, as you heard the desk just say, I think rightfully Shopify is going to think, okay, right at the end, we're starting to find our groove. It came late, but we're starting to find our groove and starting to find our form. I think they can bring that momentum into Game 1. They'll certainly try to do that, but I mean it when I say loading back into Fortress is going to be a little bit of a mental hurdle, just a total brain blender to be like, okay, we're playing the same team on the same map in a oddly, similar game type. And we're going to have to see what we can bring together in this series. You and I did catch Shopify backstage. They seem to be in I would say,
pretty jovial.
Given what we just saw, high spirits. I think they seem focused. They seem serious. Don't get me wrong. We didn't see smiles on their faces, but it does seem like they are ready to lock in. It goes without saying that the team you're looking at here, Optic Gaming, they are ready to keep going. And Shopify has to find some way to get just a little bit of a foothold of some sort, right? It cannot simply be that they're getting 4 dead and some initial control. We need to see minutes of play here, exchanges of play where they are controlling the game. Even if it doesn't mean that bombs are arming, they need to find some way to just remind themselves what they're capable of and what they've done in the preseason and the weekend so far. But Optic Gaming have proved themselves not just formidable, but right now looking unstoppable. One more best of 7 to decide who exits the Optic Major as your first champion of 2025.
Well, I don't know how you feel, buddy, but I feel like I'm ready for another best of 7. You
Let's
ready to
do
get
it.
this going? Arlington, we ready for the second best of 7 here in our grand finals? Optic have reset the bracket. We are here, 1 series to decide who is going to be your champion, who is going to get their hands on that trophy, sat in the middle of the stage, and who will call themselves the first major winner of the Halo Championship Series season. Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming, 4-0 in the first series to Optic Gaming to send us to this second best of 7. We're back on Fortress, but the game type this time around is going to be Assault.
And let's not forget, Formal and Optic Gaming assembled this roster for one reason. They split up a World Championship winning roster. They caused the craziest roster mania in over 20 years of professional Halo. And Formal on record as saying he would not compete this season unless he had these 3 players next to him. And you're starting to understand why. We got a second best of 7 to decide the tournament.
Well, it's a good start here from Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 getting very aggressive.
They knew exactly what Renegade. Renegade did the exact same thing, bro, and they caught him out this time. He went snipe to basement, and this time they caught him. Last time he got a Blaine. Wow.
They're already starting to move that bomb under the base here, Shopify Rebellion. Last shot will find one. 3 dead for Optic. That bomb is already moving in. And if you peek, Royal 2's going to take your face off. It's a double kill for him. And almost immediately the first arm for Shopify Rebellion. They are back in this series.
What an enormous deal. We were all wondering how are they going to mentally respond to what they just received, what they just saw. A decimating 4-0, but they're right back in it. Already leading. It only took about 40 seconds of play to get the first bomb in on a game type which often ends on time. Still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Be careful they don't go back to back here with these bomb arms. Renegade's going to push Royal 2. Royal 2's going to stick him and stay alive. A killing spree off the rip. He might be able to stay alive a little bit longer, but no, finally they flush him out. And my goodness, that's an electric start from Shopify, and boy did they need it.
They needed it exactly. That is the start you want to see if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, because they are showing signs of life. And like we said, early control as well. And what a time. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Guys, get up to that. Fall left the bot. Behind me, White. I'm sorry. Yeah, item once. Ring. Holy shit, after the bottom. After the boys, guys, after the nice. 3 plus penny. One's up on the tower. One guy from base. Our tower. Zoe. One get there. Owen right was bomb. They're winning the porch one. So yo, porch one after the base. Yeah, almost out of us. One's our flag. Watch up here, guys. Watch up here. And Spiral. One shot. After our base. One shot to Spiral. Red bar on our base. Another one on Preston. Looking for him. One that's up there. Flashers for. Make flags. I'm here. They're both side right now. Both side one enemy. Chasing.
He said, "Oh my God!"
Audio. One shot down elbow. You're good. One spawner now, one spawner down. Might get off bottom. It's spawn fly, going snipe right now.
Hey, this got me. This is spawner.
All snipe.
They're tower.
I get back. Tower hit him twice. Tower win. Last two on Matt. Watch the side.
And the flag stairs.
They're flag stairs again. Two stairs side. Yo, Jod, right. To top side. They're porch. They're bond. They're bond. Snipe down our left side. On me. John is snipe. Going back to their bond. Going bottom spiral. Nice, let's go. Bomb is their bomb. He live for. Yo, Matt. On me. Both shields, he's spiral side. One is spiral. Yo, sniper's down spiral. Yeah, running right. Running right. No, wait, we got the top tower. Yo, snipe drop those. Yeah, wait, sniping there. That's spiral. One guy's RBR. Two to the base, John. He's sniping on the base, it's challenging. Is that the base sniping suburban?
Yeah, bombs
are there's two in their base doing nothing. One guy. Oh, yo. Can you guys go to run in range? Yeah, run in range. Watch out. One shot there. Watch out. Yeah, two on it. Watch out, scamming. Nice. What's down? I'm helping you. Yo, sniper down 2, man. Yo, Preston, that's your bomb, okay? You can let it read. Yo, I'm getting up there. One guy's size one. Yeah, they're snipe going elbow. Yo, Matt, they love hiding under the base, okay? Elbow right now, weak.
There'll be one S1.
On the base, 100%.
S1.
Yeah, under the site. Watch out. Another, behind you, item once. You got there. Watch out. One shot,
Our wood.
Our wood now, in range. One spawner. You're going stuck ring one the cubby. I'll come. Got him. Oh my god. Yo, man, watch you. You're little. Top tower.
Yo, Matt's still owning their base.
Yo, no, they're porch, They're both. Got one. That's time. I think he's here. Size one. I think he's still sniping. Still sniping. Either side, I got one. Wing 3 shot. They're charged. One guy tower, one is on the base. They're tower, they're wing.
Well, Royal 2 is the best armory player in all of Halo Infinite. He just does not die here. He's on another killing spree, and Optic cannot get him out of this position.
I think the best man comp for something like Matt's still alive, just dominating their base, and he is indeed. He's 13 and 5, also leading the team in assists, 13, 8, and 5 right now. And it is safe to say it is a different Shopify Rebellion here in the second series.
They've got that bomb under the base as well, so bomb has been progressed into the Optic Gaming basement, and Royal 2 off the back of these 2 kills that have just come in from his teammates is going to keep it alive, keep the focus there as the overshield pops in 3 seconds time.
Formal's already there, Bound's already there as well. Optic with a very good presence around Ring. We'll see who snags this overshield though.
Formal was taken down. Renegade might fall as well. He goes, but Legend gets the important kill and finally cleans out Royal 2, but it's not at the cost of an overshield. Cycle now finding a sniper rifle of his own. And Optic Gaming have been peppered so far in this game. They've really spent very little time outside of their own base.
It's really impressive to see the resilience and the bounce back from Shopify here. Not easy to do after we just saw what happened in that first grand final. Cycle stays alive on the elbow as well. Bomb might reset here. World 2 maybe trying to get a touch if he gets a kill. But for now, a little bit of a standoff here. A lot of time has elapsed though. 5:30 left. Cycle still alive. Takes down Formal as well.
Yeah, Formal says I can't really do much about that. Legend finds it even harder. It's a double kill off the spawn. Legend just gets sent immediately back to the black screen, and Bao might be next.
It was 4 dead there, and they even got essentially the follow-up kills. Nice shot still. Cycle still alive on the elbow. Might finally be flushed out. Almost trades yet again, but amazing numbers from him as well. And off of that spree, Cycle stayed alive in the elbow for so long that he's 18 and 8 in the game.
One thing you got to give Optic credit for, though, it's still only 1 bomb that's been armed. It's still within 1 play on that objective. And for the first time in quite some time, we see Legend and a member of Optic on the Shopify Rebellion side of the map. Bomb will reset in around 10 seconds time, and with the kills going down in the Optic base at the moment, it's going to be up to Legend to have to flank and come back to his side to just stop that bomb progressing.
You bring up a great point. I mean, what kind of heartbreak would it be if Optic starts to put some bombs on the board here and steals this game #1 after what we've seen off the opening 7.5 minutes from Shopify? They look fantastic, but the game is not over yet. Might see a bomb reset here.
I think Frosty wants this touch. Frosty will get that touch on the bomb as well. He's going to keep it going. He's going to keep it in the LOS of not just his team, but also with an opportunity to move it to the bottom of the armory through the basement. And if he can do so, then Shopify Rebellion, having just picked up on Overshield as well, might be able to go up by 2.
Look at the timing there. He does not take any damage from Formal whatsoever. So, oh no! World 2 with a little bit of Overshield left. Back whacked. That's going to stop that rush. And now they're 2 dead, just like that.
Maybe just a little bit over-aggressive there, not playing off of damage, just trying to take space, knowing they had that Overshield. And Optic, deep breath for them this time around. They will be able to survive. That bomb is still under their base, though, and the longer it's there, the more they just have to play around it. They can't make progress up the map. They can't even think about getting that bomb towards where they need to in the Shopify half of the map.
Yeah, reset now here. Presumably, no, it's a touch. A player. And bomb's arming. Bomb's arming. A player gets a sneaky touch there. They're already in the armor. Can Frosty finish? Not yet. Who else is there?
A lot of arming has been done. Renegade will get that throw out, but as we know, that fuse is still essentially lit. And if Renegade doesn't pick up the kills onto Royal 2, then Optic might be in a little bit of trouble, but finally, Renegade will be able to get that one away. It is a scary, scary few moments there for Optic, but upon reflection, in conclusion, you have to say they've done a pretty good job.
That was wild to watch from the tower POV because we saw the bomb resetting, and Shopify knew it. Frosty flew in to get the last second touch after they had pushed up, and then almost, I mean, a moment away, less than a second away from getting that second sneaky arm, which could have sealed the game. Instead, we will continue. Just under 3 minutes left to play.
And Optic have that bomb onto the Shopify side of the map. Not by far, but by far enough. Frosty trying to take down 4-1 will be able to do so. Not sure he had any sniper ammo left to try and hit a no scope, and Frosty does the responsible thing here for Shopify Rebellion and gets that bomb back onto the Optic side of the map.
Once again, goes all the way to A1 without taking any damage. Really, really nicely done, and now they need to work around each other. But a lot of pressure on Frosty here at the bottom of the armory.
Optic a little bit trapped under their base though, in and around the spiral, and if they pick up kills here with how far that bomb is up the map, then this is a scary proposition for Optic Gaming. Frosty will find one. It's 3 dead for Optic. Last alive is going to be behind Frosty. He gets the beat down, doesn't get the kill, but the info should be enough. The bomb is being armed. Last shot is there to protect. Cycle's got it in his hands, and it will be 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion. The regain is coming in.
Amazing patience, amazing resilience, and continued dominance now from Shopify. And it feels almost unbelievable after what we saw in that first series, but as you say, they have regained not only a foothold in the series, but a firm control of the scoreboard. 2-0 with less than 2 minutes left to play.
And Cycle is making Optic chase shadows. They cannot find where he went. Such a smart route, and now he's going to come back to backstab. He finds one onto Formal. Legend's going to be in front of him as well. The footsteps will be heard, and the shots are true as well from Cycle. Optic 3 dead yet again.
Your elbow belongs to Cycle. Sometimes you just got to accept that this man has been here all game. And look at his numbers. He's 26 and 12 with 10 assists, way past double positive. Unbelievable performance from him. This is the home stretch for them, the last 90 seconds of the game.
Another death hit for Legend, another kill. Make it almost 2 for the man on your screen. Cycle 27 and 12. Formal not got enough shields to really trouble Cycle in this position. In the form that we're seeing from him, it's a killing spree from Cycle.
Man, this is his jungle gym. All your elbow are belong to us. Cycle cannot be flushed out of elbow. Now 1 minute left here. And this should be once again a victory lap for them.
This series feels very, very different. This game feels very, very different. But this is a reminder that Shopify Rebellion, when it comes to Assault, seems
Facts,
to have something
SLM.
a little bit special. It's a game type they would be very happy to see. But they won't be too sad to see Cycle no longer on their elbow.
Finally.
And maybe when this game is done.
But not before he records 29 kills. He's 29 and 13. 30 seconds left to play.
Another one here for Frosty, who started to come alive a little bit as well. 25.
Now we'll see how the rest of the series plays out here. Let's get it.
Bradley Bergstrom. A quiet first series that we saw from him, but certainly announcing himself to the grand finals in this one. Larshot gets yet another camo, and it will be another double kill for him.
Gets taken down. A whole lot of stat padding, if I'm honest, in the last 2 minutes of play, but hey, all that will matter is the scoreboard. 3 seconds left.
Shopify Rebellion swept aside in the first series, but they strike first in the second. Fortress Bomb belongs to them. They get their first game on the board in our grand finals, and they are up by 1 in the reset.
And my oh my, did they ever need that? Not just the game on the board, but to break that streak from Optic Gaming, which was, as we said, one of the fastest bracket resets in competitive Halo history. And the momentum starts to shift, despite being on the same map where they lost a devastating 3-2 flag. They instead turn it around with a 2-0 win. And every player on Optic, aside, I believe, from Renegade, no, actually every player in the end going negative based on those last few minutes of absolute spawn cycle torture.
Spawn cycle, which is a very good way to put it.
Spawn cycle, that's what they should call them. 30 and 18, he ends the game. We'll take a look at some highlights. And it was Shopify all the way.
I mean, the opening strategy, the first few minutes belong to this man, though. Royal 2 on the Armory, just spawn killing consecutive Optic players as they tried to get back onto the map. And that's where the first arm came from. And he was alive for what felt like a lifetime, an eternity, down here on the bottom of the Armory. Just when you thought maybe he's going to take some damage and get taken down, a little repulse keeps him alive for a little bit longer than Optic fans would certainly have wanted to see.
You saw Lash out there and the player cam also pop off. And if you're a Shopify fan, that's what you want to see, is them getting loud. We know from experience watching this team.
Oh, you really like those colors, huh, Badger? Hell yeah, man. Enjoy that.
When they're all hype, when they're all loud, gassing each other up. And there's no doubt there was a whole lot of that you heard during the listening. And unsurprisingly, based on the numbers, based on the control, Shopify is right back in this grand final and now find themselves only 3 games away from still taking the tournament.
It's just a lot of good for Shopify Rebellion to take away from that game. Not just the win, which is obviously, you know, #1 on the list of things you've got to do, but little things like controlling snipes, hitting good shots, getting overshields. How many times did we see a Shopify Rebellion member with an overshield in their hands? Poor old Legend, by the way. It's like, that one's for the triple kill. I remember that.
We should mention as well that they were able to pair this. They weren't just simply keeping their teammates alive in Spiral and Elbow, which, you know, that has a certain kind of science to it. They were also timing the overshield so well, getting very, very important multi-kills around ring just before the overshield was popping. Excellent snipe control as well. They were really, as you say, doing every single piece correctly.
Another thing I love about the way that Shopify play Assault as well is they're consistently moving that bomb. If they get 2 dead, someone is throwing that bomb forward, making you think about where you have to try and deny one of those players from sneaking up and getting that bomb on. They're so smart at just making sure that kills mean something. Yeah. Whether it's progress, whether it's trapping you on a spawn, Shopify really do have a mastery when it comes to bomb. Now we move our attention away from that, though, and all of the good that Shopify have done onto something a little bit more straightforward.
Okay, you're gonna rock those colors, those months, Badger. Nice, man.
Let's talk about those records.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at specifically
Reppin'.
as we look at Key Slayer's first here, 17 kills. Slayer stats in the grand final. Formal 14 for Legend, and also quite a KD.
Might be some new styles this year too.
between
Never know.
these two on that first grand final. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable to be recording KDs like that in a first grand final, but it feels like storyline-wise and momentum-wise,
There you
all
go,
of that
Badger.
is put
Good
to the
stuff,
side,
man.
especially if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, because they're locked
Showing
in
the
now
support.
for the series lead.
Well, it looks like game 2 is almost ready to go. Optic have been testing, they've been bruised, they've been battered throughout this tournament. And it's just going to be another blow that they're going
Love
to
the
hope that
positive
they
vibes,
it's
bro.
just a
100%.
glancing one that they can add to the collection.
Let's
And
get
Optic
it.
back after a strong performance from Shopify Rebellion in that first game. We'll head into the streets.
And what a great
We're
fight
heading
it's
to
been
the
so far in
streets,
first
ladies
major of
and
the year,
gentlemen.
whether you're joining us here on Twitch, on YouTube, in the Scump Watch Party, the Maniac Watch Party, LVT, all around. Thank you for tuning in. It's been an unbelievable set of games so far, and there is still more Halo yet to play. We're underway.
Damn,
Number 2.
Scump,
Cycle was already on your pink streak.
Maniac, and LVT getting the shout-outs, bruh.
The final bullet to connect with Bound in that situation. Last shot's going to fly
Yep.
through. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal gets 1 though.
Beasts,
gonna
bro,
be 3
beasts.
Momentary 1v1. Formal trying to stay alive.
Scump has more viewers than Halo,
Wins
bro.
that 1v1 from benches. Camo still up bottom middle.
Camo just popping right now.
Imagine getting to that point where they're like, yo, if you're watching from Stress's watch party. You know, one day, bro.
Say, where's that Stalker rifle? Well, Frosty's got it in his hands, and he is a threat. He is a danger.
They got 20K homies in there, bro. Holy
Last shot, the Legend just did that too.
crazy.
You
The
get
grind
feeling
is
every
real.
single 1v1, especially at this stage, and especially in a pivotal game 2 Slayer, is going to be so important. That 1v1 secures the camo from Renegade, and as we said, a player with an
Close
unbelievable
game to
legacy
start
when
the
he's
Slayer.
introduction, but already defining a new era for himself this weekend in terms of consistency. What can he do with this camo?
We've seen some misplays with camo so far in this tournament where one player's gone a little bit early. Not enough damage being done, but that mistake is not being made. A one-shot cleanup. Elsewhere on the pink street, Optic are cleaning house, and it's going to be Formal trying to find the last player alive. He sticks him into PD in more than one way. A plasma grenade sends him to J when it's going to be 12-8. Renegade barely had to do anything.
Textbook from Optic Gaming. As we said, that single 1v1 at Cafe with the sidekick, pivotal in terms of securing the camo, securing the next few kills, and they slowly pick apart Shopify to now have a 4-kill lead.
Renegade finds another one, 4 and 2, double positive off the rip here for the man on your screen. Frosty's going to slow it down for just a second though. It's 2v2 as we turn attention back to bottom middle. And that camo is
Yo, what up, you Kiv? Oh, we vibing, bro. We vibing.
First pick there comes in from Legend. Once
Hope
again,
all
he's
is
in the
well
same
with you,
spot. A
homie.
little bit of deja
How's your
vu, no
Easter
problem for
Sunday?
him. This camo is going to be big as well. It's still a 5-kill lead as Bound picks up another one.
Pretty sure the Renegade just picked up that camo as well. Indeed, he does get away with it. No shields, but still with his life in his own hands. Frosty going to peek on the stairs here in front of him. Moves towards the B rail. A little bit of damage done to Renegade here, but again, he's trying to wait. He's trying to play off of damage. He's trying to see if he can be maximum effectiveness when it comes to using his power-up, but it looks like elsewhere Shopify Rebellion are winning those fights, and now they get flooded. It's 3 kills, the difference between the two teams.
See what Roll 2 can do. That's a big flush on that last camo, and it felt like they could really run away with that, but instead the camo doesn't get involved as early as it needed to. Still a decent lead here for Optic, but you got to think it could have been much more if they put that camo play together a little bit more evenly.
First few moments and minutes of this game seem to have just flown by. 21-17 the score, 9 minutes left on the game clock. Shot finds one onto Renegade, a couple of players stacked up on the arcade side, so Formal says, you know what, I don't fancy that quite now.
Lots of egg hunting, fun with the sun. How's your Easter Sunday? Nice, bro. Lots of Halo for me.
See what Formal's able to do here. He does have help. Red gun. Kills traded out in the back of C, and now it's just only a 2-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Let's get into a listen in here.
I was able to get a plate of Easter food though, so pretty happy about that. This has been a great weekend, man. Great weekend. An 8-hour plus grind today, man. The grind is real. Appreciate all you guys tuning in and supporting the stream all day. Almost at the daily sub goal streak. If you guys are tuning in on YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, hope the vibe's been great. Optics coming back with the game 2, baby. Damn. They really want to come back and win this show. Yeah, games have been crazy, bro. Games have been crazy. Yo, bless gamers with the kick follow. Welcome, homie. Hope all is well.
So as you would expect, Shopify sounding hype, sounding energized.
Should have stayed surprise attack.
Who have this lead, who are looking strong in this position. Big fights
You
going
love
down
that,
around
eh,
the camera.
Badger?
It kept getting traded back and forth, and it
Last
ended up
map,
being
I
one.
think Shopify's strongest map. I reckon opt to take this series.
As we said, it was just a 23-21 game.
Might be
and
right,
Optic has
bro.
done so well to make sure Shopify does not get back in this. It's 3 dead, Cycle last player alive here in PD.
8 kills the difference, 12 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
This guy got his own command and everything. Shout out to the homie Badger, man.
Good enough here for Renegade, but it's good enough
You
to keep
are the
himself
homie,
alive,
bro.
and here comes the reinforcements.
Thank you guys for chilling and vibing with me today, man. Let's go. It's been hype.
If you have a repulse sticky, you fly in. You have the option of dealing some damage, just getting out, and guess what? Your 3 teammates are going to fly in for you.
Be out of B, guys.
Kill lead for Optic Gaming. They're right back in this.
Renegade just
Little stretch break for me.
changing his last known location. Every time he's seen it in a fight, he backs down, runs away, takes a different angle. It's so difficult to track on the map. 8 kills still the difference.
Taking the Jason Bourne approach. Pretty hard to nail this guy down, 41-32, and he's right back in this series as well. He's 13-6 in this game.
Oh.
You get the feeling he's on that same form he was in that first grand final. Perhaps one more camo to play with 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Takes the moment on the last shot. Last shot, that's a big win. That's a big win. That's a trade that does come in. And Legend off the back of it will be able to secure another camo. Optic have controlled almost every single camo, and that is why this score is looking like it does.
Legend going to take his time. Absolutely no rush for him. They're going to call out the Royal 2's weak, and you have a feeling that's going to get flushed out in the L. It does indeed, and they will slowly, once again, pick apart these last few kills. Only 5 kills to go for Optic.
Now Legend has a little bit of freedom. Gets spotted out by last shot, but it doesn't matter. The help comes in. Cycle does get the back smack, but it's a kill that brings Optic closer and closer to tying this series up in our reset. Renegade will find the 49th. It's 1 to go here for Optic. Formal moving towards the pink streak. Picks up that threat seeker, gets some damage in. He takes the 1. Frosty will win it, but surely Legend will move in to clean up this damage. The nade goes down, the headshot comes in, and Optic tie this one back up. They answer back.
And now this is more what we're used to here. The back and forth gameplay between these two, where you have one team putting on a dominating performance, answered back immediately by Optic Gaming. They tie the series 1-1. We should mention they had also won that game type on land at the Quezon Showdown. They do it again, but not just that. It was a narrow 3-kill win the last time they played this. This time it was 50-39. A dominating win, and you have to think for the green wall as well as the Optic Gaming players themselves, that is a big win to now just be tied 1-1 again as we'll go into game 3 all knotted up.
And it's Renegade who leads the way again in those statistics. 16-7 for Renegade in that Slayer. A huge performance from him. A Legend again in Slayers just goes so kind of, it's always underrated. It feels like his consistency when it comes to Slayers. 12-8 for him, and a lot of the time, like we mentioned, he's not the one who's picking up a sniper rifle off the rip. He's the one who's doing it most of the time with the bandit and some stickies, just getting the job done. So Legend, again, a great performance in the Slayers. Mr. Consistency when it comes to being positive in those game types.
So impressed with the timing and the pacing of the kills out of Optic Gaming. As we said multiple times, we saw them just trapping that one single player in PD, for example, and then being able to easily flush that player out. And then keep in mind that those kills were often so late that they had the next spawn rotation very easily because they're killing the 4th player sometimes 5, 6, 7 seconds after the rest of the team. So their next collapse, they'll have a man advantage again. And they were doing so well, just kind of maintaining their own shields, maintaining the timing of their pushes and their collapses, and it led to a really consistent lead for the entire game.
And it led to consistent, like I mentioned, pickups of the camo. Every time we're seeing it on our screens in these replays, it's an Optic Gaming member who has that power up and is able to make a play off the back of it. And it's not just making a play with camo. You have to give up so much ground if you don't have it, trying to spot it out. You can't look at too many lanes. You have to play close to each other and try and get a trade. And if you're in a position where a team is pushing with a stalker and some grenades, you're so tightly knit that one grenade can do so much damage that opens up the map completely.
Right. Keep in mind, if you were joining us earlier today, around 3 p.m. Central Time, we were in the Elim final, thinking this could be a pretty quick day, maybe one of the earliest Championship Sunday finishes we've seen in quite some time. And Shopify and Optic, for very good reason, and we're grateful for it, had different plans for us. We're in our second best of 7. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming 4-0ing Shopify in your first grand final to send us to a second and tournament deciding best of 7. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're tied up 1-1 going into Stronghold's Recharge.
Now, good news for Optic fans. Not only are we going back to Strongholds, which looked pretty good for them on live fire, where they dominated Shopify Rebellion a little bit earlier on in the first series. At the Ksan event that we had just before this one, 250-39 on Stronghold's Recharge in the favor of Optic Gaming once again. So that is a very good sign for them.
I mean, anyone who watched the Ksan Showdown will remember that was a shocking turn of events. After Shopify was looking so good out of nowhere, Optic comes with essentially, you know, really a scoreline that shouldn't be happening at this level. 250-39 in Stronghold's Recharge the last time these two met on LAN in this game type. They'll be looking to repeat that. Let's take a look at some bracket kill death leaders here from the event.
He is miles ahead. 1.52 Renegade. I think you didn't really need to look at those leaderboards to know who was going to be up there, but a 1.52 when the next closest is your teammate Legend on a 1.19, that is how good Renegade is playing.
Exactly. If you haven't seen this whole weekend and you're wondering, okay, really, these guys keep talking about Renegade, it's a new era, yada yada, how good is he performing? How well is he doing this weekend? That should sum it up. To be honest, at this level, you shouldn't have players that are a 1.5 plus KD. But that's exactly what Renegade's doing. He's brought a new level of intensity to Championship Sunday, and it is shown.
And remember, this is just the bracket. This isn't including pool play. Right. So this is against the best teams. This is the teams who have fought out of pool play, who are going into that bracket play. And they've had to play a hell of a lot of series as well. This is the crazy thing. It's been that consistent across those games and series.
And look how close it is thereafter, right? As you said, Legend at a 1.19. Everyone else is within 700s, right? Yes, hundreds of one another, and then you have Renegade, the outlier. And like we said, we've known what Renegade is capable of through all of Halo 5, through all of Halo Infinite. But it feels like not only is he performing in these games, but I think the best way to say it is that he's brought a new level of consistency to every game, and the 1.52 KD explains that perfectly.
Yeah, just an incredible performance, but he's got to hope that it's a performance which pushes Optic over the line. It's just one of those tournaments where you look back upon it and it's like, if I'm dropping a 1.52, my job is to kill things.
Yeah.
And we're not picking up a championship. It's a frustrating end to it for him. I'm sure he'd trade it in for a 0.97 if they win it. He would not care one single bit. But it does show how important his contributions have been to the success, I think, the resilience of Optic Gaming. Some of the series where they were struggling a little bit earlier, Renegade dragged them through those.
He really did. There were times where they needed someone to go off, and he's putting in, once again, not just double-digit numbers, but double positive numbers often. That's the only way you get to a 1.52, is half the time you're going double positive, if not more. He's going to look to do it again here. Once again, Stronghold's Recharge will be your game number 3 and your go-ahead game in the series.
And Optic Gaming are certainly heavy favorites if history tells us anything when it comes to this game type, and even this game type and map combination. Like we mentioned, last time these two teams met up on this game type, 250-39 on LAN. Optic Gaming took it home.
And as you see, they have played Strongholds here at Arlington. Different map, but Optic did take that game as well, indicating that they are able to play at the pace that they need to. We're underway in game number 3.
Map number 3 of our best of 7, tied up at 1-1, just how you would want it. Eyes on Camo, no surprise, but look at this start. Look how quickly Shopify Rebellion are across the map. They double push tower, they take 3 members down. That Camo's there, and they're going to get C immediately.
Renegade was last player alive. Renegade also tries to go to B, which is going to cost them. He doesn't challenge at all, does not get the kill on Camo. Now Frosty here with Camo Shock. Big opportunity for him to start to pull away. They lose AC though, immediately.
Optic split across the map. They do lose AC, like you're saying, but they've got an element of control and a pinch going on here. Frosty has to take down Bound though. Bound's trying to play this one nice. He doesn't have any shields. This is the shot. Royal 2 says, I got you, buddy. You get warm.
We're still 2 dead. Renegade trying to peek Mount Ledge. BC will be flipped, but Optic doing very well from a disadvantageous position once again to now start flipping B as well.
Look how hard it is to hit Legend. Just G-sliding off of every single surface that's available. Frosty finally will cut him down as he decides to just take a more traditional route and just sprint in front of him. Just says thank you very much.
1v1 I will not tire of watching. Look at Bound wasting no time. Immediately gets the melee before Frosty can get the shot off there in long haul. It was 2 dead for both sides, and a small lead here for Shopify only because Optic has done so well to fight back. And Bound now 3 dead, and they're going to hold BC. And the game is still just within a few points.
One reflection of what we just seen in the first minute or so of this game. Optic got to be pretty happy. No camo, no shock, 4 dead off the rip, and now they're going into a lead. Shopify Rebellion were not able to cement any element of complete control on the map. Optic kept it scrappy, kept it messy, as Bound flies in for a trade. Trades when you're scoring, never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing, and covers a lot of ground in order to get that trade. Also blocks a few spawns in doing so. Legend deals some damage, but has no interest in pursuing further. Instead, will just take the grapple, which is dangerous to think about. They're going to start to flip A.
Looking for a triple cap here. 1 dead on either side at the moment. Legend going to fly out towards that camo, or is he going to say, you can fly towards me? Uses the grapple to grab it, to sneak it away without exposing himself and having to fight. Doesn't get traded out either.
Would have been a big trade. Unfortunately, grapples and gets stuck, but it is a triple cap for Optic Gaming. C will start to flip, but look at the score. It was just 18-7, and off of all that control, Optic Gaming now up 81-18.
However, 4 dead. Optic Gaming will fall, and now you're seeing the triple cap be reversed. B gets converted, A gets converted. Look at the spawns, look at the info. Royal 2 watches 2 Optic players spawn in front of him. Has to back up and stay alive, but complete control of the map here for Shopify Rebellion.
So well, manages his shields there. Able to stay alive and now able to fight at B yet again. And Shopify now with their own trip cap, and they're right back in this one. They bring the game within 30.
Optic looking on moving A back into their position, and B though. Ball does get cleared out by Cycle with that grenade, and the reset will come in. Legend now down a flank, but he gets taken down as well. 3 dead. Bound last alive for Optic Gaming, and he's not longed for this world. He'll fall as well. Shopify Rebellion starting to chain together. 2, 3, 4 deads, and it means complete control once more. The triple cap is owned by them.
Also Bound with a staggered kill with the man advantage continuing, so still 2 dead for Optic Gaming. They've gotten 3 kills, has Shopify, since that last kill, and more damage at long haul. The triple cap continues, and they will go into the lead. Perfect timing on the spawn cycling.
And not even that, they step inside of A Optic Gaming. They have to try and force A to stop the bleeding. It gives an indication of where they're spawning again. So those 2 players have been cut down. Optic have not had 4 on the map for the last almost minute of this game. The triple cap continues as Frosty starts to warm up with that shock.
Beautiful shot there to get that kill before getting taken down. Finally, C will flip for Optic, but not before a huge rally. Once again, it was 81-18, and Shopify goes on a 100-point stretch to take the lead narrowly. Camel not burned bottom middle. Frosty on the move.
Frosty will be able to get it as well, because Legend is last alive for Optic Gaming, and he's not in a position to commit to try and turn that one into their favor. Frosty going to be approached by other players. Whoopsie!
Beautifully done there. That's a little bit of mind games on it. Oh, not finished though. We'll see if they can finish here on B. Should be able to numbers-wise. It looks like a player going to fly out a Whirlpool. It actually is reset in the end, but still scoring at AC. Beautiful mind game there with the camo. Whenever you have a player dropping gold, they're going to traditionally be checking back left bat. He knew that. He goes instead to front left bat and gets a clean back whack.
The Optic fans trying to get behind their boys right now, getting a little bit of momentum back on their side, and with 2 kills falling in their favor, it seems to be working. The 2 turns into 4. Shopify Rebellion 4 dead now, and can Optic start to assert some dominance that we saw from Shopify in the last 60 seconds or so?
And as we said, this is the back and forth gameplay, that we're looking for and expecting between these 2 teams. And wow, Optic with very nice bit of control here off of that 4 dead. They might even pick up a few more kills. 3 dead yet again off the back of it. They will continue scoring at AB and continue to chip away at the Shopify lead. It was a 4 dead in the end.
Playing for the 2 cap as well, not overextending too much at this point here, Optic Gaming. So score is going up. They are getting closer to what Shopify Rebellion have already managed to log on that score. But they don't want to risk that triple cap because they know it's a resource-heavy play. And if it doesn't go well, we've seen the control that Shopify Rebellion can get. Optic will go into a lead off the back of the double kill from Bound.
How about the baiting and switching? A will flip. We'll see what they try to do here on C. Big decision to make for Optic Gaming if they continue to pressure A or not.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the numbers to really pinch this. Frosty's trying to get across to help Cycle out, who's managed to just about escape.
We're gonna do it.
Legend now is going to push in, and Legend does get that kill. Cycle, no shields, bottom tower, no nades to flush him out, but it will be Optic who flip A.
Wow, how about Bound and Legend there working together? They knew they had the right damage at the right angles. Legend was essentially pushing into a 1v2 for a moment. But instead it's Cycle who actually goes tower, allowing A to continue to be open. Double. Formal almost getting the triple there. One player left in the pin. That should be an easy cleanup. It is. That's 3 dead. And just like that, Optic Gaming will go into the lead here and look for the triple cap.
Yeah, Bounds inside of C. They want this triple cap, and Renegade has a shot. And there's not many better players in the world to watch here on Recharge with this shock rifle, especially when he's in this kind of form. 10 and 11 at the moment in this game. But that can change and look a lot more positive, like the 1.5 that he's had throughout this bracket play.
And this lead continues with the AC hold. Shopify needs to find a way to get the break. They do. They get the first 2 kills. Oh boy, but Renegade enters back. Momentary 2v2, 2v1 on the map.
And that stops the push. He gets the stick as well. It's 3 dead again. But it was 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Last alive on your screen is going to be Frosty, who will be able to flip A. But look at the flood. Optic get on the map first off that respawn. They are flying towards the pipes, but there's Cycle. He cuts them down.
A double. Beautifully done there.
And now Frosty's got 2 Optic players inside of the tower to deal with.
The reason Frosty kept engaging there on that angle was to get a very deep spawn in red pipes. They got a great spawn that they're able to take advantage of at Gold. However, Optic answers back. They get 2 dead as well.
Royal 2 just made a play and a half. He not only gets that kill, avoids the bolt from the green gun, but gets the kill and manages to convert C. Now he's just trying to back up. He knows that Optic still have members around. Bounds in front of him. He'll take him down, and now Shopify turn their attention to flipping A. The scores are getting closer and closer, but here's Formal.
Wow.
The trade comes in. 3 dead for Optic.
Somehow Royal hits that. Royal 2 hits that insta. Legend was your last player alive in B, and needs to try to hold off what will be a very strong push in the end. Once again, it's going to be staggered. If Bound dies here, this is trouble for Optic Gaming.
Bound does die, and they're spawning on the long haul. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Last player alive is Legend, who's just come off respawn actually at Elevator because last shot is inside of C. Royal 2 with the camo as well is going to finish this off, and now everybody from Optic is split across at Elevator. They are spawning all over the place at the moment, Optic, and the triple cap is back for Shopify. They could go into a lead in a few seconds' time.
Still staggered spawns here for Optic. They need to wait for each other. Formal goes in right away, and is still 2 dead. Continues slay control coming in from Shopify. They will go into a lead here.
Optic trying to wrestle C back. Last shot gets the kill onto Renegade. And even though C is being converted, the double cap of A and B is still here with 4 alive for Shopify Rebellion. If they hold this push from Optic Gaming, this could be them going up 2-1 in this series.
Watch the damage, watch the kill feed. It's another first pick coming in from Cycle. That could actually seal the deal. Let's watch these next few kills.
Oh, look at the movement here. He knows how important this kill is on Formal. It stops them getting anywhere near A. They had committed towards A. Elsewhere, they're inside of C. Shopify are looking for blood. Optic Gaming are 3 dead. Bound is the last alive, and Royal 2 is sliding his way in. Gets the reset, takes down Formal as well. Shopify Rebellion will close out the map. They go up 2-1. And I tell you what, we've got to stop looking at stats at this point, because Shopify, the way they played that, especially that endgame, was absolutely magnificent.
250 to 196 is your final score. It's a massive come-from-behind win several times in that game. Let's not forget, they were trailing 81 to 18, later 150 to 110, and they bring the game back, not just with control, but I think they also really, not only picking off that first spawner, didn't give Optic a second to breathe. Trying to make something happen, trying to get out of their spawn cycle, but always collapsing on the first spawner. Optic also not waiting for each other, trying to make something happen, and maybe needed a little bit more time. Shopify with a fantastic end game to take game number 3. They lead 2-1.
Royal 2, 21 and 12 for him. Also, most assists in the game. Most of the bullets felt by Optic Gaming members were coming from the guns of Royal 2 in that game. And I think you're right, there was a couple of moments where that blender was just devastating for Optic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion kept split spawning them across the map. They would pick up 2 kills on spawners, fly across the map as a 4. And keep that going back and forth for what felt like 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 spawn cycles for Optic.
Amazing back and forth here. You could just tell by the way that the scoreboard goes, right? Then you see Shopify off of a triple cap go into the lead by quite a margin. Shots like that from Frosty as well. Later on, it's still Shopify leading, and Optic is about to go on a huge run of their own here, and just really tug-of-war style gameplay back and forth.
this is a beautiful double kill here. This is the definition of target prioritization coming in from
switching
Bound.
was perfect.
Really,
like you
really
said.
good from them.
And once again, 192 to 168 at this point. Optic leading here by nearly 30, just around the 200-point mark.
A couple of decisions made by Royal 2 in that A game I just want to talk about as well. You saw Formal cut towards Turbine. He recognized the most important kill on the map with that grapple was Formal, because if a fight gets lost in tower, Optic Gaming can pinch onto A, and then they can fight back towards B. It's a problem. If he takes Formal down, he knows that numbers will be favorable to Shopify Rebellion, even if they have to scrap towards B a little bit later on. So it's, again, just brilliant decision-making from Royal 2 in that moment. And this is where we find ourselves. 2-1 up Shopify Rebellion as we head back to live fire, but this time, it's all about the oddball.
You saw that pop off from last shot, once again reminding you just how much this means to them. The only two players last shot in cycle looking for their first LAN win at a major. So there's a little bit extra on the line for them. Taking a look here at Oddball in the winners quarterfinal between these two teams and how that game type went.
Well, it went to Optic 2-0, so they feel pretty good on this. And looking at the leaderboards and the stats and all of that good stuff, it felt like outslaying heavily was what Optic Gaming were doing. Renegade with a 1.71, by the way, as if his average wasn't good. That one bumped the average up a little bit.
It certainly did, and safe to say that if you're on the Shopify side of the stage, now that you have this lead, you need to find a way to make sure that Renegade is not a devastating factor with a KD like that, anywhere near that, if we're honest, if they want to take this game yet again. Shopify with a big opportunity to not just keep this lead, but extend it. However, Optic Gaming knows they do not want to go even further down in this series. If they tie it here, excuse me, if they win here, we'll be all tied up heading into the latter half of the series.
Well, get ready for a grueler here. This is going to be, you get the feeling, a long, long game of oddball. Of course, that snipe is going to influence a lot of where that timer does go. This feels like a big, big game in this series. Massive, massive game.
A big game. We're underway here, and the one thing I'm going to be looking at between these two teams is at the end of that game, I think there was a few times where Optic Gaming needed to wait just a second for one another. They were trying to help the one player who was alive. In doing so, they kept themselves in the blender. Oddball, of course, a game type where you need to apply that similar philosophy as well. There are times to go, and there are times to wait. We'll see how Optic Gaming looks with their pacing here in ball.
Shopify get the sniper rifle, by the looks of things, off of the break. It's going to be Royal 2, the man who just had an exceptional performance in our previous game, who has been hot with this weapon all finals long. Think about the first game, that assault that we saw on Fortress. Royal 2 with a sniper rifle in the armory. Well, this time he's got a chance to go back and do some more work with it. He doesn't have to worry about the opposition having a sniper because there's only one of them here on live fire.
Royal 2 sets the record for the longest hard scope at the C-Plat quick jump in history of play so far. And once again, I think a lot of people will have noticed, if you've been watching a lot of Halo Infinite, especially this season, the conservative openings from these two teams, right? Really slow off the opening because each team just looking for solid control.
Well, Optic trying to scurry away with that ball back towards House and Garage. Renegade being an awkward kill, but last shot, seems like it doesn't matter how you move, that reticle does not move off of your body if you find him.
Amazing shots indeed. Still 2 dead here. Looking for a little bit more control before they rotate the ball back. Pressure going to be coming from Big Door in just a second.
Of course, you got to kill on ball. Just being sneaky in the back of the base there. That might have bought Bound enough time to get that trade and keep the numbers scrappy where that oddball finds itself. 2 down on either side once again. As if you needed an indication of how scrappy this fight has been.
Legend didn't see him in the back window. Royal 2 gets to pick a very, very nice bait. And like we said, there's going to be times where you need to make plays like that. And that's going to blow things wide open. Now 3 dead for Optic Gaming, all because Royal 2 sits in back A, sits in window, and catches Legend off guard. They will continue scoring.
The irony is, Legend was the one back on recharge in the first series. You're not listening. He said, make sure we're checking our corners.
Yes.
Sometimes you got to follow your own advice. 16 points have been put on the board, but Optic have managed to break. Optic have managed to get that odd ball into a neutral position. As the first kills are traded out between Renegade and Cycle. Formal looking for bodies at the moment. Can't really find anyone. Sneak someone through the QT.
You might have the QT, but you're not going to get away from that reaction time from Formal. What a way to handle a QT player. 2 dead from both sides yet again.
It's just trade after trade after trade after trade at the moment. Last shot though, he's going to win that fight. Camo pop in as well, and Shopify are going to be sat on top of it. Cycle will get it, and now they can move that odd ball away. They feel they have everything they need to get a little bit of time on the board here.
Formal saw him. You can tell Formal was able to eagle eye. However, it's good damage coming out. Cycle might get pinched here. Gonna try to stay alive. That ball essentially was played by Shopify. Ooh, Cycle trying to stay alive here.
He is staying alive here. Gets a beatdown when really he had no right to. Legend last alive, and he's just come off respawn as well. We'll have an LOS on this ball.
Really well handled there by Shopify. They only had one camo player alive around the ball. Cycle bought up a lot of time, and they essentially play the ball around scoreboard to maintain the 20-4 lead. And once again, it's low scoring for these two, low scoring for any level, because of how these teams are training, like you say, Mark.
Triple kill for Bound, or an unofficial one for sure, will open the door here for Optic to get that ball in the hands of Renegade. 20 points on the board for Shopify, 11 points on the board for Optic. Such a low-scoring game, and you can expect that with how many trades we are seeing in these team fights.
It's amazing, and honestly, as we talk about it a lot with the small margins, but you're seeing them perfectly displayed for you, that it is expected that each player will be able to get and at least do the expected amount of damage and kills, and you're seeing them just statistically hit that perfectly. Speaking of shots, Legend gonna try to burn some ammo now. Also gets a stick, of course he does, and that's what we're talking about. Every kill you have to work for so hard because they're gonna find a way to eke out extra damage. Optic Gaming now scoring about to tie the game.
I just give you an indication as well. Like, Legend has to do something like that for Optic to get 2 or 3 seconds of ball time. That's how tight this game is. That's how evenly matched these two teams are. 20-15 of 5 points. 1 minute 30 left on the game clock,
I was going to say, I think everyone's starting to watch the game clock now with only 126 left. This is one of the lowest scoring games, not just of the weekend, but ever probably in an oddball in a grand final.
It was 3 dead for Optic momentarily, and maybe this is going to be the biggest hold of the game. Coming in for Shopify Rebellion. Players flying through the big door. Bound doesn't get taken down, nor does Formal. Legend gets one, and just as I think it's going to be a hold for Shopify, it's 3 dead. Full Shopify, Optic break cleanly, and now Optic have that ball in their hands.
Frosty finally taken down as well. Royal 2 does respond though. Frosty stays alive long enough to get enough damage where the push is still coming here. Renegade still with QT, and somehow, with 70 seconds left, it's just 28-21.
Perfect shots from him, has the QT away, and I don't think he really wanted to, knowing where that odd ball is.
Camo up.
Camo is coming up, like you say. Frosty's going to find Renegade, and there's going to be 2 players in the death screen for Optic Gaming. I think Frosty and the rest of Shopify have recognized that if we just play Slayer for 50 seconds here, we win these fights, we win this round.
I think Formal has camo. We'll take a look if that's still the case. It's going to be a big factor right now with 43 seconds left.
Reset bottom middle makes it even more difficult for Optic to get access to it. Renegade gets that first kill though, Formal gets the second, and you're quite right. Formal does have that camo. Legend has that ball in his hands, and Psycho is the last alive for Shopify. 30 seconds left on the game clock, but Optic finally will get that ball for long enough to go into a lead.
They go back into the lead. What a huge use of patient camo from Formal yet again. We've seen him do it so many times, but the game is not over just yet. 30 seconds on the game clock, but potentially a lot more scoring yet to happen.
Legend will get the first 2 players going to be pushing the dummies, gives information to Optic Gaming about where this push is coming in, and it's 15 seconds to hold. 15 seconds to deny Shopify getting near that oddball, and they will be up by 1 here. He is 10 seconds into single digits now. Optic running that ball away from Shopify.
Here comes the push. Legend needs to try to watch this angle. He's going to see A-Bags players. That's a big kill. More damage. There's 1 player left here in green.
Not going to get that near that oddball, and it's going to be Optic who do close it out in one of the lowest scoring oddball rounds you will see in the Halo Championship Series, but Optic will claim it as their own.
Gotta say, it really is amazing to see. We talked about it a lot, about the current meta of Halo Infinite is, first of all, you need to be ready to play so fast, but there are times where you need to be patient. You need to be slow and get control. And these 2 teams are doing it better than we've ever seen here in the HCS.
Formal immediately getting a little bit of ball time, by the way, because he's wrapping it back towards green. That's where the players of Gaming find themselves. And Frosty, with this sniper rifle, needs to start showing us why he is talked about as being the form player. Doesn't get it done this time, and Bound will collect that bounty now with the sniper rifle in his hand. He can lock down that camo lane.
Nice little body coming in from Bound. As we said, so difficult to push him, and the team is there to clean it up. 1 dead for each side.
Another body, another kill. Doesn't get traded, doesn't get a beatdown landed on him as well. Spike grenade should keep him alive for a few seconds, but more importantly, it's allowed Renegade to move in, pick that camo up, and Optic picking up multiple kills, have oddball in the hands of Formal again.
Was 2 dead for just a moment here, but Renegade with the camo and the lead. This is very big in round number 2. Let's get into a listen and hear the hold.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
Just tires.
Watch your right, John.
You could go bottom mid.
The bottom mid. Over there.
We have ball. Watching right side. Watch out demi-tour. He's demi-tour still. Demi-tour. Go bottom mid. Get next. Bottom mid. Could be right on. Guys.
Bottom mid 20.
Could be right. Must one big.
I spent green, guys. He might be big.
We're coming to watch.
Yo, watch our screen. You guys are straights. Nice. Bottom is up. A plant, I think. We're watching him. I think Z plant has guy. I'm not here. Take A plant. Big on me. I'll see you soon. My play warrior. I'm here, Sabri. I'm going top mid. Top mid second week.
The short corner.
Watch me.
Two screens. Two man. Ready?
Two shot on the dom.
Cable's up now.
They're behind you. Nice. They're behind you on the west street.
On camera right now. One shot.
I'll
Trying to rotate ball.
Training one, guys, row 2.
He has camera on, man.
Training 1, row 2.
Yo, what's up? He's training. Guys. Missing Psycho camera.
Go training, row 2.
Do that, guys. Psycho camera. Sniper and 5, guys. Sniper.
Right here, tire, check. Right here, tire, crossing.
On camera.
Tire crossing. Tire top down.
Oh my god!
Go be top pick.
Keep good. Take our time here.
Top mid. Minimum shot. One can be white ball.
Not a ball, right? Yeah, bounce.
Cut cycle.
Fine, live here.
Shit, ball, it's fine.
Nice.
Yo, watch out.
Could be big man.
Optic Gaming, 60 points on the board here. You can hear the comms. They sound pretty good, as you would expect at this stage of a grand final with how much is on the line. But it's Shopify who in the last 30 seconds or so have just started to get a bit of ball time.
What is that, bro? Like, come on, man. This guy just 360s him. God damn.
Advantage and opportunity, and what a shot! Absolutely dances around Formal, and now just like that, we're back to around a 44 game.
Still the ball in their hands. Here's Shopify. Optic just got to be careful here. Frosty trying to fly out. Last shot's going to find a kill. Duty's back to 3. Grenade goes back towards Frosty. Renegade and Formal find kills. It's 3 dead for Shopify. Optic near that oddball bottom middle as well. Renegade is immediately on the case.
Roll 2 with a very important kill there to just even things up just a bit here on the push. You heard Lunchbox starting to listen and saying, let's take our time here, guys. They have allowed Shopify to come back within 30, but Optic Gaming firmly scoring once again. It's a 4v4 push, and the first pick comes in for Optic Gaming.
Cycle gets put in his back there by Formal. Such an important kill for him. Renegade now in an important one of his own, and he'll win that. 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion, 75 points and rising here for Optic Gaming. Already 1 round to the good here. This round would put them on even footing in this series if they could close out.
Not the first time that Shopify tried to go very fast, and it cost them again in this game. And that's why we see Optic Gaming leading 82-33. Still a lot of time on the game clock, however, so this one's not over. Legend is your last player alive here for Optic Gaming.
Last alive, trying to buy time, trying to wait for spawns to come in, and the spawns do come in. One shot finds one though. Legend, no shields. Cycle, no shields. Who's going to win this one? It's Cycle. And how important could that be for Shopify Rebellion? They keep the ball close. They keep themselves clustered up together with that ball in their hands. And they might give themselves a chance here.
And they get the late kill on Formal here in Rat as well. Formal is only just spawning right now, so the kills will continue to be traded out. However, Cycle's last player alive. He needs to have a very good rotation here towards teammates.
Tries to hit the G-slide, might have just missed that one. And down the chimney, it's not Santa Claus, it's going to be Legend who falls and steals that odd ball away. Now rotating back to tower. We haven't seen the odd ball near the tower many times in this game so far, and now he doubles back. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Optic getting closer and closer to a map win here.
Barring a miracle here from Cyclone Royal 2, this should be the round.
Legend has that ball in his hands. No one from Shopify is going to tear this one out of his. And Legend will hold that oddball. Optic will hold the dub. And surprise, surprise, we are all tied up.
And this is how this rivalry has usually felt.
Right.
Just when you think someone might pull away, no. Series is tied up. Tied up 2-2 here. Just like we saw online.
Yo, best of
like
3
on Showdown.
to determine the series. Holy sheesh.
For Optic Gaming, 133-73 in terms of total score, but 2 rounds to 0, and the stats did not lie. Speaking of stats, Legend, 27-16 for him. What a performance.
A lot of ball time, if I wasn't mistaken, for him as well in that game. This is just, this series, these two teams, just, it's an absolute pleasure to watch it. And I think everyone who's watching is kind of just taking it in and realizing how special these kind of series are. It's WrestleMania weekend at the moment, and there's a chant that goes down when there's a good match, like fight forever. I feel like play forever is kind of the motto when you watch these two teams going against each other. You could watch this series go on and on and on because it is so special. What we're seeing from them both, it is back and forth, it is fights, it is bullets, it's moments that completely change the games. And Legend again, in these moments, seems to be a player stepping up this time around for Optic.
Man, a highlight reel coming out of so many players on Optic Gaming.
Sticks him on the knee here, by the way.
In the 2-0 win, you saw that, also the stick on the QT player as well. You can't get out of dodge fast enough when you're going up against Formal. That was great camo play, by the way, against Formal. Really methodical grab of the camo and usage of it. And it felt like they were just firmly in control of that game yet again. Let's not forget, earlier they found themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 loss. Fortress Bomb, instead this time it was 2 rounds to 0 for Oddball Live Fire. Once again, we got that extended listening with the entire Optic side. It felt like it came at the perfect time because they were just putting together perfect plays, perfect control, perfect comms as well.
Very, very impressive stuff from Optic Gaming, and I think the impressive thing for Optic is the fact that it seems like what happens in the previous game doesn't affect the next, and the same exact thing can be said to Shopify Rebellion right now. This shot from Royal 2, by the way.
for the killing spree as well.
So many medals just popped up on his screen. I don't actually know what he did.
Unbelievable. Also, this return to sender from Legend was fantastic. It was all Optic Gaming all the way in our game number 4. As we get ready for game number 9 of the total series so far. Slayer on Solitude. Let's not forget we saw these two teams play this game type as well. Optic taking it 50-37. That case on. I've also seen them play this earlier this weekend. We saw that 49-49 Slayer as well. Some team nades on the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to be looking to have a very different game here.
Yeah, let's not do that again. That's not really how anyone wants to see this game end with a team nade. Let's hope the lunch has just whispered that in the ear of a couple of players before they get underway here, but we are all tied up. Game number 5. This is, just enjoy it, everyone, just enjoy it.
These two teams tied 2-2 head-to-head at Arlington here. Solitude Slayer, Shopify Rebellion with maybe a tiny bit of a statistical lead, but this one is going to go down to the wire as well. Just in case you didn't catch it in the winner's bracket earlier on in the quarterfinal, it was a 49-49 team nade coming in from Legend against Renegade, which gave an easy kill to Royal 2 to end game number 2, which, by the way, would have been a 3-0 Optic win in the upper bracket had things gone differently. So already a lot of history between these two. Cycle doesn't get the camo because Legend threads the needle over the pillar on the camo.
Mistake from Legend. He's going to look to right that mistake. And like you say, it's crazy that this game type is the one that decided if Optic went home 3-0, feeling good, nice early night, and instead they were here late after getting in early and have to fight their way through every single opponent that came up against them. SSG dealt with, Nemesis, revenge taken, and of course, FaZe in elimination finals as well, 3-0. They just kept picking up steam, kept picking up momentum, and I tell you what, that momentum's looking pretty good at the start of this one. 7-3 with Legend. 3-0 and a shock rifle in his hands.
Really nicely done. They're not afraid to continue rotating here. They've also trapped 2 players here on Yard and Glass, and they're going to start to pick up those kills as well. 1 more player here in the Yard VR. Should be quick work. It is indeed. That means 9-4 lead here for Optic Gaming.
As in trying to just pre-shoot that angle, thinking that Royal 2 might peek for a second time, and Royal 2 just not given that opportunity. And instead finds a kill of his own. Legend just outputting so much damage at the moment. 4-0, but influencing a lot of damage across the map for his teammates as well.
Moments ago, Renegade was 0-4 and 1. Big assist coming in from him. Bit of a brawl in Glass. Formal wants to pick up all 3 of these if he can, but in the end, happy to get an assist on that one. Now 11-8, so a little bit closer here. Shopify somehow fighting out of some pretty tricky angles.
One thing that's really notable is the pace of this game. Like, both teams just flying at each other so far. Everyone wants to just get the upper hand. They want to flex their muscles a little bit here, but nobody's seemingly getting too much of a lead going their way. Optic do, of course, have that lead, but Shopify keep trading, and now we find ourselves within 2.
Wow, Renegade last player alive. Bound gets trapped from a driveway truck angle. Didn't expect that one. Renegade last player alive. He has teammates spawning loop as well, so they might even get pinched here somehow. Once again, Teamfire allows them to trade continually. However, most importantly, what was just a 10-4 lead or so is now 16-13 off of a double kill coming in. He doesn't burn the camo either. This is a big moment in the game. 3 dead for Shopify. Camo does get popped by Legend. Cycle was your first spawner. It's a 5-kill lead for Optic.
Right now, Risky. Right now, brother.
Optic time those kills perfectly. Around that camo popping up on the map. They pick up the 3 dead, they get the camo, they back-to-back 3 dead. Shopify Rebellion, and that is why you're seeing that 6-kill advantage now that they have in the game. Legend, he's just all about info. I'm sure that he's got a pretty good indication without the camo about where these spawns are coming in and around blue. But he has a chance here to clean up some of the damage his teammates are doing. Just doesn't want to get stuck, gets 2 in that situation. Shopify Rebellion, 2 dead once again.
World 2 gets that audio cue and knew he needed to fly out to try to neutralize the player there. In the end, they do trade, but not before a lot of damage is done in favor of Optic Gaming. 23-15, and as you said, it was managed and controlled chaos from both of these sides, but it's clear that Optic Gaming has come out ahead with quite a sizable lead.
Renegades got the second shot rifle of the game as well. Legend had to go the first time around. Let's see if the Demon can do it a little bit better this time around. Rechallenges Cycle, a big kill from him. Maybe just a touch of overconfidence.
I was going to say, we saw conservative Renegade earlier. That was definitely aggro Renegade. But hey, when you have a cushion like this, you can get away with plays like that. 26-18 now.
So when you're dropping 1.52s across the tournament, you can pretty much do what you want.
Yeah.
Again, something to highlight here. Optic Gaming in the lead, of course, but it's Formal with a big performance so far in this Slayer once more. We've kind of highlighted some of the questions that have been posed and we'd seen about those big game performances in those Slayers where he's just let the side down a little bit. Well, no signs of that whatsoever here in Arlington. 7-5 as they continue to lead by 6 here. Camo pops. I think Shopify might grab that one.
This is a big opportunity here. Now only down by 7, and the game is still within reach. And what Last Shot does with this camo alongside his spawners is going to be really, really influential on how the rest of this game plays out.
Fortunately for him, like 2 teammates just fell alongside it, so he can't extend, he can't go forward because there's going to be multiple players if he gets called out and a bullet taken, they're just going to collapse onto him and it becomes a trade.
Look at the Optic Turtle. They're going to sit in Cafe in blue and they're going to make camo come to them. They're going to waste all the camo time and they're going to wait also the advantage. Look at that. It's a beautifully handled camo. Well managed there by all of Optic Gaming. No kills recorded alongside the camo.
Let me grab a little snack.
And Last Shot with that camo doesn't even get a trade in that situation. Wow. Royal 2 and Frosty will pick up a couple of kills, but the lead is continuing to extend here for Optic Gaming. Legend finds one, but here, all of a sudden, comes Shopify Rebellion. They flood, they managed to get the kills. It was 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And now it's just a 5-kill game with everybody spawning together. They have the pinch here, and they are starting to split spawn Optic. 2 alive on the map, just trying to hide, trying to stay alive. They want 4 on the map desperately here, Optic.
Wow, this game is absolutely flipped on its head here. Here comes Optic trying to fight out of Hotel with all 8 players alive. Let's go do it. Listen with Optic Gaming.
Yo, listen, 1 nest, 1 going blue. They're good pushers, good push your trick. Careful, careful. Good posters, posters. 1 is posters, 1 is posters. We're done,
Nice, do that, guys.
We're good, good be yard, good be yard.
Get this camera with the game.
Yo, Pucha,
There's a door.
Let him spawn blue. Let him spawn blue. We just show for a second? Yeah. I can show.
Yo, Bound, get out. Yo, they might try to get me.
Yeah, they're in hotel.
I'm pushing Lucas. I'm pushing. Varus. Watch out, Varus on top go. Varus on top go. I'm making watch out. Live. Don't fuck that.
We're pushing. We are pushing.
Yeah.
We can't push that. We might not be able to push that.
Yeah, I'm backing up. Yeah, we're good. You guys.
Watch over. Bottom in. Priest. Priest. One's LR. One is LR. Yeah, look. Should be trapped. Split nest.
Can we slow down a little bit, Formal says in the listening, and then he takes the game over. The shock rifle, the camo, leaves him at 14-9, and it puts Optic into the lead in this series. They take the Slayer, and it's Formal who leads the way.
And you can read the lips on Formal. Very happy with the team after that one. They take control, they take over 50-38 is your final score, and in doing so, they take the series lead at 3-2. And we don't need to tell you watching in the arena or at home, there is so much riding on this series. This team assembled to break the second place curse that Optic Gaming was subjected to all of 2024. And with games like that, they now find themselves only one game away from taking the title.
One more game. Optic Gaming, so close. And this would be one of the most historic, I think, tournament victories that we've seen in quite some time. Think about, again, what Optic have had to go through.
Exactly.
It's been crazy. Let's just start with the second place curse, right? That consistent story that was all of last year for the organization, for Formal in particular. Come into this season, look pretty good. Then all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion pop up, start winning the Alliance. We get to the first event, which is a little table setter, a little taster for the season. They come in second place, even though they split games. It's still second place. They then come into this event, they get beaten by Nemesis, an upset, we have to say. Nemesis were great, and have to go on this insane elimination bracket run with a power outage, which means they have to come back first thing in the morning, about 8 a.m.
Yes.
Finish that series out, which they lose. They then have to keep going,
all day,
fight their way through all day. They play their last series at about 10, 11
I would say around 14 hours later, the same day, Optic Gaming was in the elimination bracket, still fighting through just to get to today.
And then getting to today, they have to go through phase. They look great. It's been a historical run. And then they get to the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion, who have had their number so far this season.
Through SSG as well.
Through SSG as well. Apologies. They not only reset the bracket, they 4-0. It's one of the most dominant first performances we've seen in a final. And they're doing it here in front of their home crowd. They're doing it here in front of Maniac and the watch party. Shout out Collects, Lethal, and of course APG as well, holding it down. But there's still one thing missing, Andy. And that is one more game. One more game to call themselves champions and finish what has been the most ridiculous story and tournament run that we have seen in quite some time.
Could not agree more. The road that they have taken here, especially when you add the backstory of this roster assembling and dismantling a team that had just won a $1 million world championship, to then fight the road that they've fought, to have lost to Shopify earlier. All the talk, all the chatter, all the grinding, as we said, yesterday was probably a 14 to 15 hour day for Optic Gaming in the elimination bracket, but it only made them stronger, as we saw. Amazing games all day today. The 4-0 and now fighting for their lives here in the second series. But how about these last two games? It's a huge, huge turnaround for Optic Gaming, now only one game away from taking the first major of the season.
Now I have to think about the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
If Shopify come back here, boy, it's not going to be a nice place to be for Optic Gaming. It's going to be a very, very bitter pill to swallow after everything they've gone through to get to this point. Now, CTF Forbidden is going to be the game type that we go to. It's a game type which is very kind of unique when it comes to capture the flag game types in Halo Infinite. You've got dual snipers, you've got an overshield, but you also have the ability to take games over. You can double cap. And before you know it, that game, that CTF Forbidden can be done. And we're into, if it goes the way of Shopify Rebellion, a game number 7, Slayer Recharge, where your head is all over the place.
I am so glad this is game number 6.
Same.
This is such a visceral, in-your-face, dual sniper, fast-paced CTF match, and it's the perfect game type to decide if we go to a game number 7 or not. Take a look here at the flag cap leaders. It's Legend with 7 on the board. And also in this lobby, of course, World 2 and Last Shot not far behind as Optic Gaming retakes the stage.
They will not need to be told what needs to be done. One more game. One more game is all they need. For Shopify Rebellion, send it the distance. Make Optic sweat. Steal it away from under them. And I think you're right. CTF Forbidden being this game type is, oh yeah, like you say, it is going to be two just giants just headbutting each other mid-map. And you're going to have the chance for those big moments that are going to decide if this tournament continues or if we'll be crowning our first major champion of the year.
And we should really mention LAN records so far, including the case on Showdown. Shopify Rebellion 5-2 in CTF, Optic Gaming 4-4. So if we are to believe that there is any statistical advantage here, we've learned that we can often throw. Exactly.
Yeah.
We've seen Shopify dominant on CTF with more than a 2x record in terms of win-loss. Optic Gaming even at 4-4. So we could get to a game number 7, but it's going to come down to these 12 minutes. And you can tell with that expression on Last Shot's face. They are so close, he and Cycle, as they continue to write their careers, still at such a young age, trying to strip a championship off of the veterans on the other side of the stage. And Optic Gaming, they know they want to end it here. They do not want to go to a game number 7.
What an experience this is for Cycle and Last Shot for your first finals as well.
Yeah.
They're going to take a lot away from this, regardless of which way we finally award that trophy that sat in the middle of this stage. This could well be the final game here in Arlington. Optic Gaming, if they take it, will reset the bracket and become your champions in one of the craziest tournament runs you have ever seen. But if you've watched these two teams throw down, ever since these rosters came together, you will know and you will feel that maybe, just maybe, there's another twist here.
Take a look at this. Arlington CTF record's different from the total 2025 record. Optic Gaming with a slight advantage at 4-2. More games played, of course, over Shopify's 3-2. So, as we said, it could not be closer. We're underway in game number 6. Optic Gaming 1 game away. Shopify looking to close here to force a game number 7.
Will it be elation or will we see a little bit of a delay on who we are etching the name of?
Overshield
the
burned.
Trophy on that stage. Renegade's going to grab that sniper rifle. 2 dead though for Optic Gaming off the rip.
Again, tries to go for the 360 under pressure, however. Frosty knows he needs to grab that sniper rifle. There's 2 dead here for Optic. Bound, staying alive top sewers.
This is the Optic sniper rifle.
Oh boy!
This is not good news
4
for
dead.
Optic. It's 4 dead. They're spawning in the back of the base. 2 snipers in the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. You can see the bullet traces flying through the skies. Royal 2 will find 1 on a spawner. Frosty just delaying it by destroying the body of Legend. This one's going home. Cycle runs it home. Shopify strike first.
49 seconds flat on the first flag cap. Shopify wasting absolutely no time, and you just saw Frosty just tucked back into the lily pad. Trying to stay alive long enough, wants to do it again.
An incredible response from Shopify Rebellion. First, like you say, 40 seconds or so in this game, they get that flag cap. Formal though, aggressively pushing through the hut towards the Mohawk. He's going to pick up a kill, and Legend and Bound follow suit. Last player alive is going to be Last Shot, and even though it was a scary start, they get the kills required to get that flag moving. But as you say, big kill from Last Shot.
Not even a trade from Last Shot. Beautifully done. He was the only hope for Shopify to stop that flag from going straight up the main ramp. and instead he not only gets the kill, stays alive, and allows his team to push out of the base here. It's a big individual effort. He also leads
Game
the
7,
and the team
really?
in kills here at 5 and 2.
Well, it seems the snipers have been put away for a few moments. The ammo has been used up, which means it's all about the grenades, it's all about the bandit, it's all about control of top middle as this overshield is coming up. You can see Optic do not want to progress on the map. They want to hold this position, knowing how important that power-up can be.
Last shot still alive in the exact same spot. Overshield should be a clean grab, and they're grabbing it as they are running it with 3 dead. This flag, based on the numbers alone, should absolutely go.
Nobody in position outside the last shot. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to be cut down. And even though it's Shopify who strike first, here comes the counter punch from Optic Gaming. Renegade slide this one in. We are tied up at 1-1 here on CTF Forbidden.
Formal finally taken down, but Legend still has Overshield to play with. He does lose 2 teammates. However, this should be just enough positioning-wise in terms of the comp that they'll be able to get recontrol of their base.
So the overshield is converted into a flag cap. Although you feel like maybe they were going to get that flag cap even without the overshield, with the slays and the timing of them and the way that they got that flag moving almost immediately. Sniper rifles coming up pretty soon as well. We've seen Shopify really take advantage of that. Cycle will lose the 1v1 to Legend. And it's Royal 2 who starts running this flag. Interestingly, through the sewers by the looks of things, as Optic find themselves 2 dead.
Brown needs to stay alive here, top middle. Was 2 dead for both sides momentarily. Let's see what Formal can do.
No one with the sniper control, though, for Shopify Rebellion. So Formal knows he hasn't got to worry about that weapon going against him. He hasn't got to worry about a sniper bullet coming his way. Renegade has overextended himself and has got a flagpole on the other side of the map. Really interesting split of resources across the map from both teams here.
Very good pressure from Cycle will allow, presumably, a player to grab snipe on the Shopify side of the map. Frosty's a bit late, though. Big kill from Formal. He wraps back there, pings exactly where the sniper rifle is.
And 2 dead, though. And Formal somehow, what on earth? Somehow kills Royal 2.
I mean, he hits it in such a small frame, I don't even think it was visible on our monitors. That was an unbelievable effort from Formal to hit that no-scope before getting taken down.
Overshield coming up. Commander flag cap. Last time we saw it being collected by Optic Gaming. Frosty with this sniper rifle in his hand. You've just heard the pop of the overshield, but where has it gone? Royal 2 has collected it. 3v3 on the map right now. Formal trying to push, trying to take maybe attention away from the Optic base towards the Shopify one himself.
And they're getting the kills as well. Bound just picked up another one. Finally, Formal is cleaned out, though, so they know the player is not behind them. However, still more work to be done if they want to get a flagpole here.
Royal 2 using these sticks, these logs, these branches to climb back towards top middle. He gets one as Optic will be 2 dead, but so will Shopify Rebellion. Big 1v1, Legend trying to slide and take one to the grave with him. Formal first one off the respawn here, going to try and just stay alive long enough for Optic to get on the map, but Cycle has this sniper rifle. Spot's bound out, but just the timing eluded him as he went out of that scope. Bound will survive.
Only 1 shot left, it doesn't connect here. In the end, good patience from Optic. They shut down that play from Cycle, and here they come top mid. Legend does not need an invitation. He is in your base.
You can see exactly why he's got the most black balls, right? He is immediately turning his attention towards the objective. He knows that if the kills are there, he's got to use that timing window to get the objective moving and then think about what happens afterwards. 2 dead here for Shopify. Formal. He's running that flag, by the way. And this might be an opportunity to go 2-1 up in this game. Cycle versus Renegade. Renegade will win that, and he's starting to get loud about it as well. Formal, by the way, as you can see on the indicator, as that flag back towards the base, he's running it to the front. He's jumping straight in. It's Optic, who are now 1 flag away from becoming your champions.
Damn.
And just
Here we
like
go.
that, the game-winning flag on the board. Whether they get this last flag as the green wall chain erupts here in Arlington, or they play the clock.
Double kill.
The win condition.
They're gonna run
is
it.
on the board.
No? Yeah.
The tournament is in Optic's hands. Overshield coming up right now. Cycle trying to contest Formal for it. Top middle, but Formal picks up the kill. He gets the killing spree. He gets the overshield. And Optic might be thinking about closing this one out, but there's a back smack. But Bound's running this one. Bound is running this one. He's trying to be sneaky. He's trying
That might
to
have got
get
back smack, so it might not be, but we'll see.
Frosty tries to make an angle happen from Swamp.
It's probably game though, legit.
Bound's gonna try to get down here through sewers. Last shot was last player
Oh,
alive.
someone has
He
to
had
follow
get
that up. That might be
kill.
Formal off respawn.
Keep an eye on the kill feed here.
Legend's just gonna try to slaughter him, and Formal's gonna.
Formal's gonna be safe to grab it as well. He's gonna have the pillar. Legend gets one. Legend
Oh, both weak, both weak, both weak.
The man who put this squad together.
Don't let him double kill. Don't let him double kill or double team. Yeah, they double teamed him. They double teamed him. They double teamed him. They double teamed him, bro.
Desperately trying to extend this series. And the flag is
No, why did he desperate it? He was too hungry. He was too hungry. Dude, he was too hungry. He was too hungry. You just needed to wait there. You had it too. Everything was perfect, and you tried to rush the flag. Definitely didn't need to do that, bro. Got a touch. Holy sheesh. Nah, they needed to reslay, bro, because Legend died and there was 2 top mid, and they fucking double teamed them, bro. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh my gosh, bro. Nah. 2 dead, 2 dead, 2 dead. You can just counter it. You can just counter it. Never mind, 3 dead, but oh my gosh, dude. Oh man, they're pushing. Here comes the push. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a huge kill. Huge kill. Formal on cycle. Huge kill. Huge kill.
You've got to think ahead if you're
absolutely huge kill, bro.
Affect the next few moments of this game. Formal tries to get that flag moving again.
They're gonna die here, but
kills are traded out.
damn, man.
Quickly, and it might cost them.
3 dead for Optic. Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on. Legend can output damage onto numerous players.
It's a burn essentially. It's an important play from Legend. Really, it's the denial of the overshield
wow,
that's much
bro.
more important than the grab.
Holy sheesh, that's annoying.
Obviously, no control gain. Simply denying that overshield was everything now.
God, I can't believe they fucking rushed that shit, bro. Oh my gosh, why did they fucking rush that flag, bro? Dude, are you serious? Why would they rush that shit, bro?
He's got this one back
Oh
under the
man,
bridge.
these guys, bro. Legends there. Oh my gosh.
Legend's the overextender hit for Optic.
Oh my gosh. Royal 2 got a double. Triple. Oh my gosh, bro. Holy shit.
Somehow or other, Shopify Rebellion send us the distance. Optic inches.
Grands! Yo, Game 7. Grand finals, bro. Game 7. Grand finals, bro. Why would they rush that flag, bro? Why would they rush that flag, bro? They had it on their side. They had slays. They had everything. They just need to live, bro. You just need to live and slay, bro. You just need to live and slay for me. You need to live and slay there for me, bro. Damn it, bro. Throw the flag and slay right there, bro. Legend just died top mid, bro. Let me see this shit, bro.
We're gonna see it in the highlights. My God.
Throw the flag out and slay him, bro. You had it right there. You don't need to rush that flag, bro. Why are we rushing the flag, bro? Go to that part, bro, please.
A goal line stand, a last second, a last ditch effort.
I cannot wait to see this again.
Get the return. Nice catch, my
This is one of those where you know exactly how the movie ends, but you cannot wait.
You don't know how this movie ends.
To see it again.
What? How does this movie end, bro? What do you mean? Oh, you saying no way, bro? You saying Shopify's gonna win this?
Number 6.
Bro, there's no way, bro. Yo, they gotta go crazy. This is so insane, bro.
This was to be their game. This was
They have to go so crazy, bro.
After perfect run. Formal brings this flag home. And man, I'm happy to sit here and watch all these highlights. At this stage in the game, it's 2-1 Optic Gaming with 6 minutes left.
He's commentating the highlights, bro. It's 2-1 off the game with 6 minutes left. It's like, bro, we just watched. Go to the part where Formy choked, bro.
That back from Royal 2. Look at this stop. Legend hits the brain.
Yeah, right here, right here.
Bodies another. Frosty to no shields.
Oh my gosh, just wait here. Just wait.
Frosty with an absolute god nade. A god nade.
I mean, yeah, he was full shields though, so he chanced it.
From the snipe bridge.
He was full shield, so he chanced it, bro. Oh, I want to vomit.
It's just...
I want to vomit.
Game 7.
Ooh, I can't believe it. Look. These guys are getting hype over him. The guy's just like...
tell you what, backstage,
nah,
people,
bro.
maybe they manifested it, brought it into existence. A lot of people were saying, I want to see us too, by the way. A bracket reset game 7. Now, look at this name.
Bracket reset games. Oh my
It's
gosh,
actually, yeah,
bro.
you're right. He's pre-nading, and actually it's the team shot from the main ramp as well.
Yeah, it's so many people
along with
shooting
Frosty
that.
sitting in
Holy
the snipe
shit,
hut.
bro.
It stops that flag.
Optic have won both Slayers. Optic have won both the Slayers. Optic have won both the Slayers, bro.
Hoisting the trophy. Instead,
holy grand final reset, game 7 recharge, bro.
Game number 7.
Oh, last time Shopify won recharge, but Optic won the Slayers, but now it's recharge Slayers, so it's like, oh shit.
And I think this is a deliberate plot.
Oh man.
Let them think about what just happened, how close you were.
Ooh, I can't believe it.
Close enough. I think the more
Crazy.
time that Shopify take here, the more it's going to hurt Optic, the more they're going to be thinking about it. But at the same time, Optic have been through it all. We've mentioned it has been just emotional, physical roller coaster for them to get to this point. And it feels like one more hurdle to overcome in 1,000 hurdles that have been in their way.
This is the reset so far. And as you'd expect, 2 players positive on each team, 2 players just under a 1.0 on each team. And we could not be any closer. This grand final has been incredible. We know many of you are joining us from all around the world, staying up to late hours of the evening, or if you're with us here Central Time, all the way now to nearly 9 p.m. in a historic weekend.
Yo, Badger, what? That was crazy, homie. I was just flipping out for like 5 minutes right there. I finally calmed down.
For a tournament title.
That was
It's
lit.
been an eventful weekend, to say the least.
Holy
And now we head towards one more game, and we will decide who's
Holy brother.
And just to remind everyone, if you're watching here, if you're watching at home, wherever you're part of this, this is the first event of the season.
Holy
the first
sheesh.
event of the season is providing us with this level of entertainment, this level of skill and ability. And if you're watching some Halo Infinite for the first time, welcome. We hope that you're going to be here to stay.
I gotta see how all these chats are reacting, bro.
These 2 teams usually
Right
play this
now, it's
exact
about
game type.
The
A few
thrill, the
times
chase of victory.
It was a 50-47
That
win for
dopamine might
Shopify
have flowed
Rebellion, so
through
a
your
3
blood,
kills
I don't know
separated the
about
2.
you.
And K-Star
Oh, it's game 7, man.
massively.
I can't sit still. I can't sit still. And I'm afraid to like change where my eyes are focused. I want to keep everything exactly the same.
I mean, every time I look up, they're brawling.
Holy shit.
Reeled in.
Yo, we got Moist on one side, we got Scump on the other side, we got Moist Esports, Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. Grand Finals reset. Game 7, bro. You can't get any closer, bro. You can't get any closer. Grand Finals reset, Game 7. Holy shit, bro.
It is pixel perfect. And that's not a 12-foot nade. That's like a 40-foot cross-map nade almost.
No way, bro. Thanks for watching the ad, Spades, but I got you, bro. Here's a solution for you.
And I tell you what, I think once again, Optic Gaming got a little bit impatient thereafter, right? The game wasn't over then. They're still leading at that point. And I think they tried to make something happen a little bit too quickly. We've seen them do that in this series before. It costs them in the end. Taking a look here at some Optic shooters. The Slayer stats so far in the grand final reset, both of them on a 1.56 in the Slayers so far.
And again, just to highlight, Renegade, we talked a lot about it.
Choosing to watch those ads, bro, I appreciate you, bro. That's the fucking homie right there. This guy's staying on the Twitch and he's watching the ads. You're the fucking homie, man.
Whereas Renegade is
Absolute gents. That helps me out a lot, brother. We are actually almost at the sub goal for the day. We, yeah, as a community, I've hit so far 1 out of 3 subs today. Not too bad. 10-hour stream. We're grinding. Got a prime sub earlier this evening. Was pretty litty. 2 more to hit the sub goal. And then we'll hit the streak of 4 streams in a row. Really pushing the grind tonight for that.
We've also seen historic moments from Formal on Recharge Slayer before, right? With him having the camo. Getting no scope by the shot by who else? Royal 2, who's on the other side of the stage right now. This is a historic battleground in year 4 of this game, where each of these players will have different stories. Does Optic Gaming find revenge and justice in the team change? Or is it all for naught? Is it another second place for Optic? On the other side of the stage, do we see Last Shot and Cycle getting their first LAN win ever? And the veterans Royal 2 and Frosty being justified in their team change? Only one of those stories can be true. Only one side of those stories will take place.
Well, nervy looking faces out there, and understandably so.
Everyone's looking like formal. Big deep breaths for the green wall here in Arlington, and from everyone joining us around the world. Once again, huge shout out to everyone who has stayed up with us on the Scum Party here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Maniac Watch Party, LVT, and everyone else co-streaming. It's been historic, and we are getting ready for the final match of the evening. One game of Slayer.
Yo, that was a step in the right direction for a shout out for me right there, bro. Hey, I'm co-streaming.
Of 2025.
A few more seconds to wait as we have the lobby remade here, but it almost just builds the anticipation. It builds this moment even more. It's just, like you say, it's fascinating you talk about some of those moments with players that have interacted with those big kill moments, those big swing moments. The Royal 2 formal camo, shock rifle on bat ledge. One of the big parts of Halo history now. There's just a moment that will be remembered, and you get the feeling in a Game 7 there has to be a moment like that that is going to be remembered. That's going to swing that trophy from one side of the stage to the other into the hands of one set of 4 players. These are the kind of circumstances that you can't prepare for. This is just instinctual at this point. You can do everything. You can scrim, you can talk, you can go through experiences, but this is just what you're made of. This is just what you are as a person. This is just performing when you have to. And making a play that's going to win your team a championship.
And let's not forget, not just the entire offseason, but all of last year has built to this moment. Like we said, Optic Gaming is tired of second place, and they built a team to make sure it does not happen again. All of that loading all the way into this game. It just feels like there's so much on the line for this year, right? How do you start this year? It would be a statement for either side. The rivalry that we knew would be the 2 teams to watch, the 2 teams we knew would be in a grand final, but
oh
we had
man,
no
here we go.
idea it would be quite this good.
For all the marbles, baby. For all the marbles. Holy
sheesh. It will be
sheesh.
just 12 minutes and 50 kills to decide who starts this year ahead. Let's take a look at the Slayer record so far.
7-3 for Shopify Rebellion, 9-5 for Optic Gaming. Optic have won both Slayers, however, in the Grand Finals reset. Something to keep in mind for Optic fans.
Which was completely different, keep in mind, from the winners quarterfinal that we saw. And we are underway in game number 7.
All right then, Arlington. Give us your energy. Everybody on that stage deserves it. They have put on quite the show. In our first HCS major of the year, it's Formal who opens things up with a frag grenade. And it's followed up by Bound. It's a 2-0 opening strategy. That's going to give the lead here to Optic.
First 3 kills now, 3-0. Shroud also goes down here on Camo. Legend able to grab it. And what an opening, what an opportunity for Optic Gaming. You also have a feeling the green wall is going to be loud for every single kill in this room.
Someone said GG already.
They lose that opening battle, maybe things feel a bit different, but 6-1, all of a sudden, the memories are erased. A 5-kill lead off the break here.
Guy goes, sheesh, let's go, and then the next minute says, it's over.
6-1 off the opening. You couldn't ask for anything better if you're on Optic Gaming and Renegade
Unless he's talking about Optic, same energy, I don't know.
What a
It's
weekend
funny.
he's had, and what an opportunity to put a punctuation mark on it. If they don't take this game, it will all be for naught.
Oh, I mean,
Game
fun.
has come to an absolute standstill. And this game has been, these 2 series have been played.
Yo, like, give it some time, bro.
That's how much this means. Legend's going to find one. That's going to keep
Like them. Oh, they're pushing. Oh my gosh. Oh, that might have been weird to push.
Another kill got picked up by Optic. It's 8-1 for them. And with the numbers that they have, Renegade's able to stay alive a little bit longer.
I don't know about that.
Then he probably should have in that situation. Royal 2 puts Former down.
Gotta get that, bro. You're dead now, buddy.
As well. By doing so, Frosty.
Oh, it's kind of weird. Now they got sniped. I don't know. Sound got a good kill there. Oh, no trade.
No trade comes in. Royal 2 going to stay alive back tower. Excuse me, back Ellie for even longer.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow, that would have been so dirty.
Taken down. It's 11-6, and to be honest, I feel like Shopify should be very
Oh my god, almost yissed on that guy.
Close.
11-8 now, as we see the next camouflage popping up bottom middle. That's going to be the point of contention for both of these teams. And you get the feeling it's almost not important to get it as much as it is to
He got
make
caught.
sure
He
the
got caught.
opposition don't
Oh
get it.
no,
Really
that's
is
a good
converting,
play.
and
Wow.
that's everything.
It really is just like
Oh
last
my
game. It's
gosh.
really about
Oh my
denying
gosh.
2 with it. And look at the scoreline. You have a feeling Optic Gaming got greedy at 6-1 with Shock and
that
Grapple.
gold.
Did they need to flush out tower? Did they need to
Yeah, I
get
know.
into
What-
that
what play
dicey
was that, bro?
situation? Now they only lead by 1.
That's facts. That's facts.
Info coming in from Royal 2. Frosty finds one. Bounce
What kind
slides
of
out,
push
and
was
it's
that? They
2
literally
kills,
lost the
and it's
lead
3
after
dead
that,
for
bro.
Optic
What the
Gaming,
fuck
and
kind of? Why would they do
Shopify have
that?
turned that table
When's
once more in
Ninja
their
play?
favor, only by 1, but
7
they
years
have
ago, buddy.
their first lead of this game.
Remarkable resilience here from Shopify. Trailing 6-1, they slow the game down to a
What a
crawl
year of Halo.
and somehow find the lead now, tied at 16.
Bound gets the pick to give Optic a 1-kill advantage. Now he's flying in with that grapple to grab the shock rifle as well. He's trying to pick the pace up a little bit here. Formal no shields, but Renegade's here to support him. Most of the Shopify Rebellion players are trapped in and around the elevator, and if they're quick here, Optic Gaming, they might have a pinch, but that flank on the C-plat is going to slow things down just a little bit. There's a second kill for last shot, and the grapples across map for Renegade are just not working out.
Renegade wanted to capitalize on the damage at Whirlpool. Instead of grabbing the shock was not grabbed instead. They're now trailed by 3 kills here. Once again, it's big play calls coming in from Optic, and twice now they didn't pay off.
Renegade not looking. Doesn't look both ways when he crosses the street. Somehow gets out of it with a trade, though. It's a 3-kill advantage here for Shopify. As Cycle looking for information, looking for any damage he can output at the moment. The pings are coming in here, and he's taking a sneaky little jump. Former's going to be in front of him. It will only be a trade. 2 kills, the advantage for Shopify.
Unbelievable turn of events and swing here in this game. Keep an eye on bottom middle right now. This camo could determine who wins this tournament.
Bounce got the shot, can't quite connect with the headshots. That one's going to be good with the Bandit, though. Tries to push in front of this camo. The Shroud goes down as well. Optic should, and I say should, be in a position to get away with this camo. We'll have to look through the POVs to make sure if it was burnt or if someone has managed to collect it.
Big trade there. 3 were dead. Renegade last player alive. Might be a burn bottom middle. It was 3 dead for each side, and it's still just a 1-kill lead for Shopify. Kills traded out. Once again, no surprise. But Cycle right now popping off 11-2. On the other side, it's Bound 10-7.
We're back to a standstill. Optic set up around the pipes and the glass. It's Tower and A here for Shopify. Royal 2 though. I like this play from Renegade. He's trying to up the pace. He's trying to take advantage, and he gets that shot back in their hands. Only the 1 bullet to play with, but elsewhere on the map, it's Formal and Bound.
Wow.
Who pick up kills, and Optic now have a 2-kill advantage.
Beautifully done there, and I love this from Renegade. They're also going to find last shot. Hiding on the crate, and now a 3-kill lead. The Let's Go Optic chant erupts.
Bro, the back and forth
And
leads
as
too.
Legend said a little bit earlier in this listening, in this series, check your corners, and last shot does exactly that.
And just like this now, as it's 32-29, the first sizable lead here at the mid-game. Let's get to a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Oh my gosh. Wow, through the fucking thing. Why did that guy leave him? Oh wow, that's probably why. I got swarmed out.
Hole's open right now. You should get through it, man. You should get through it. What's on the window? I'm here. Yeah, it's guys. Yeah, more than 15, guys. But I'm telling one guy. We're here. Two teams here. They're going to
Go, guys. Go big last shot. Go big last shot. Go one shot. Absolute balance shot.
We're not there.
No way, bro. Oh, I was gonna say. Gotta get that one, bro, but took so much damage there, bro. Holy shit. They have sniper camo on that bitch.
Camel's almost out. They got like 3 seconds camo, 5 seconds camo.
Oh my gosh, it's glass jockey, watch out, get out.
Here. We can't.
Needles. They're trying to hold me, guys. They're trying to hold me.
Make it up.
Batteries, battery,
Wow.
Volunteer.
I spawn behind the guy.
One kill, the difference
Holy
between these two
sheesh.
teams as we come out of the listening, and understandably, Optic sounding a little bit stressed.
Frosty there alone in red pipes. They're going to try to collapse on him if they can. You can see it here in third person. And they will be able to now. Still, just one kill, 40-39 in favor of Shopify.
10 kills to go for Shopify, 11.
They can collapse on them in A maybe.
Formal gets one. We're
Holy
tied up on
fuck,
40-40. Nothing between these two teams again.
Unbelievable. Optic.
Optic takes the lead, bro.
Gonna try to keep him alive here in World 2.
One shot. Oh my gosh, they're gonna push. Yeah, this is Optic's game, it looks like. Bro, I can already see it. They're gonna get this, and then they're gonna have the lead, and they just have to trade up for the rest of the game. Yeah, bro. There it is. 4 dead. That was 4 dead for a second. That was 4 dead for a second. That was the fight right there, and then they wiped them. That was the fight, and they wiped them right there. Let's see. Now they know where they are. See. Camo's coming up. Camo's coming up. Camo's coming up.
All eyes on this camo.
They're gonna have to probably just give it up, bro.
They are going to slow this down.
Maybe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
They don't want to make mistakes.
Oh my gosh. Yo, that was a huge kill.
There to take down Royal 2.
That was a huge kill.
And there's a cushion starting to develop here for Optic Gaming, but if they learn anything from that previous game, it is not done until it's done, and
2
Cycle
kills,
has
bro.
the camo.
Tournament in his hands. Down by 2. How does he play this?
Gets out of that situation with the
Oh,
trade.
Renegade, huge kill, huge kill, Renegade, huge kill, Renegade. Weaken tower, 2 weaken tower, 2 weaken tower, 2 weaken tower, and they're dead. The other guys are spawning gold. They got the other guy. Where's the guy that fell? He's somewhere, he's somewhere. No, they're chasing him, they're chasing. There he is, 49. They need one more kill. They need one more. This guy's locked in. One more kill, bro.
He wants it to be his, but it's formal. And Shopify totaled up.
Holy. There it is! There it is! Yes!
Formal gets the kill! And Optic will complete the ultimate.
Wow, Optic did it, Optic did it, Optic did it, Optic did it, bro. Holy shit.
Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. Arlington the hard way. Reset the bracket.
Let's go, boys. Let's
They break the curse, and they can call themselves champions. The most difficult way possible.
And Formal
Unfucking believable.
picks up that trophy because
This is never meant to be, man. Always in the biggest games we don't play.
from the elimination bracket.
Wow, dude.
Damn shame.
To take the title.
Wow, bro. Holy shit, dude.
Matt back on top. Let's go.
Oh, he's so happy, bro.
Farm them all split to
Come
just
on, baby. I
blow
appreciate
ass.
you, man. What?
That was 22.
He wanted that so bad, bro.
Shame.
Thank you, my brother.
Dude, if we would have lost that tournament after how the CTF ended,
Yeah, I would've gagged.
Wow, bro.
Congratulations to the boys.
Holy shit. That was so I'm so glad they won, bro.
And not just that, but with this victory.
Holy shit, bro.
With the team changes, this curse for Optic
Holy
is officially broken. Here and now.
Holy shit, bro.
You're doing it in their own house.
Let's go, GG. Yo, I'm so happy, bro. Optic wins, bro.
In competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason. And we knew it could be the best in the world. And right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places.
Sounds like, yeah, I'm used to this. Another year of winning. And I'm on Optic. What a beast, bro. A fucking beast.
What a moment for Optic Gaming. What a moment for those 5 players and coach, of course, Box, who's at the end there on our stage. Optic Gaming are your
Holy
champions.
shit, what
Players,
beasts, bro.
Let's hear from the champs.
Fucking beasts.
Texas, make some noise for your champions.
I know, SLN. That's why I'm feeling kind of happy, bro. Like, you know, I'm just feeling kind of happy for that reason, bro. You got to feel for the guy, bro. You got to feel for the guy, bro.
you haven't been in the grand finals since Atlanta last year. You
Finally
make it back
won,
to the
bro.
stage, and you come out with a big W. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment, because Texas, you guys can agree, did he play absolutely insane this weekend?
Yeah, Renegade was MVP for sure. MVP for sure. For sure.
Chat, I think you guys are chanting MVP as well. And usually I save the MVP for the end, but bro, you killed it this event. Good job, man. How you feeling?
I feel fucking amazing, bro. That
Damn.
was the best tournament I've ever played in my life. Like, not even individually with the team, the circumstances we had to overcome, like that was amazing. Shout out to these guys.
Shout out to them as well, man. It was an extremely difficult tournament for you guys to have to go through and come away with a win. Legend, I believe that makes it a 4-peat for you going from last year. You had to play against your old teammates. You had to prove haters wrong.
Holy
But
brother.
you stand on top of this stage as a champion. How do you feel, Legend?
Honestly, I feel amazing.
This guy
Like,
took the mic.
I
He's
knew
like,
we
give me
were gonna
that
win this
shit, bro.
Since yesterday when we were down like 0-2, and we reversed with them. Like I knew that tournament was for us, dude. I knew it. Like even like if we took like the game 6, like I knew we were going to win the game 7. Then let's go, man. Shout out to Green Wall, bro. Thank you so much, guys.
Now, Legend, lastly, do you want to say anything to your fans across the way over there in France? You want to speak in
French?
Yeah, we want to speak in French for them?
Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, les Français, tout ça. Merci beaucoup, les gars.
There you go. Let me move on down. Can we get some H4Fs in the chat? Come on now, Formal. You've been on a roll paved silver for a while, but now it's shining gold yet again. This one meant a lot to you. How do you feel in this moment for everything y'all had to overcome? I know this is a unique tournament for you.
Yeah, man, it was getting pretty dark the past like year, so this was like much needed just for like my mental, and like I'm just so proud of the way that the team like bounced back, like the reverse sweep against Nemesis, like playing today, like even going down in that series, like geez, I'm really proud of the team, man.
Definitely are, man. It was a feat that we have not seen in a while, and you are a champion yet again, Formal. Let's talk to the young superstar, Bound, because Bound, that's a 4P for you as well. You made a lot of changes in the offseason. Even after being a world champion, you said, you know what, there's still a higher ceiling in which I can hit. There are still more things in which I want to accomplish, and damn, you did that today. How you feel in a moment?
I mean, happy Easter. I don't know, God's Rose feels amazing. Shit fucking feels amazing.
Happy Easter, everybody. It's a beautiful day, especially one for the Green Wall. You want to give any shout-outs out there to the people supporting you, the family, anybody?
I mean, yeah, shout out my family, shout out all the fans who come out. I'm not usually used to you guys staying after the win, so it's pretty cool to see all the fans and seeing them stay, so sick.
There you go. Let me move on down the line real quick. All right, Coach Lunchbox. Jason, you've been in a few of these big-time matches, a lot in your career, but talk to me about everything that this team had to go through to overcome all the haters, to overcome all the doubt, and to become the champions that the Green Wall know that you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, they formed this team for this exact moment.
Yeah, Optic won,
Game
Wiz.
7 in the grand finals reset, and
Who's
these
getting
boys are clutch.
interviewed.
That's all there is to say.
That's all there is to say. They are clutch. Are they clutch, Texas?
Game 7.
They are, okay? Lastly, Lunchbox,
Holy
okay?
sheesh.
What do you want to say to these fans that got Lunchbox, okay? What
I
do
ain't
you want
never
to say to
seen
these
Tap and
fans
Blaze
that
in
got
the
their
same
phones
room.
up? There's history here with you guys. How do you want to thank them?
Yeah, first of all, a huge shout out to Esports Engine 343 to keep this
Steaks was good, bro. Facts, bro.
And a big shout out to the Green Wall. You guys were loud. Pushing
Hell
us
yeah.
through. We
Green
appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow.
There you go, Texas. One more time. Let's blow the roof off the Esports Stadium. Make some noise for your Major 1 champions, Optic Gaming.
He said, that was sick, bro.
This house is Optic's house, rightfully so, at their own LAN tournament, getting it done in the most impressive fashion. Clutch, How are you feeling right now, staring at all of these incredible players and coach, lifting up that trophy, taking that second place curse away with Formal smiling ear to ear?
Yeah, I mean, just watching Formal's reaction to that win, how much it means to him, even though he's the whatever time champion he is across so many esports. I mean, it made me emotional just watching him because of how much this meant to him. This Optic Gaming roster obviously has so much success across their careers, but for Formal to get through the dark times he referenced in his life and to be able to find that light at the end of the tunnel, I mean, this is something that he will never forget, that I will never forget. And I am just so proud of the way that this team battled from elimination round 1 all the way through, and hats off to them. They deserve this championship. This is one of the most special tournaments I've ever witnessed from a team getting back on the right track and showing that they are truly champions. This is well deserved by them.
Incredibly deserved. I don't think we've ever seen a journey quite like that one from round 1. That was insane. And not only that, just the grand finals in itself, Tony, such a different emotion going through the mix, especially in that second series where things were getting awfully dicey for both teams. We weren't sure exactly what was going to happen, and I think
they did it, bro. No more series, they won.
Fans, and even for that Optic team,
no more series, they won.
That map
they did it.
6
They're at the top.
was terrifying. That CTF, they were an inch, a second, a millisecond even, away from winning there and then. But no, denied every single time you think it's just about to be done. It wasn't over. Optic Gaming rallying back the way that they did in that Slayer. I for sure thought that they would be checked and it was kind of over here.
I mean, it wasn't just that game 6 that was terrifying. It was this entire tournament. I mean, like you said, the craziest run from round number 1 in the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. They swept that first best of 7 series, and then the second one was an absolute battle. It was crazy to watch, but Optic, you broke the curse, you did it in your own house, and man, it's emotional here. It was beautiful.
Tony, you said you didn't want to be a prisoner of the moment after Optic dominated the first best of 7 in this grand finals, and all I could think of, we are the witnesses of greatness. This is the best Halo Infinite played, and that team right there is greatness. It was formed for one reason and one reason alone, to win championships, and step 1 looks damn good, and will be a memory for all Halo fans that were able to check this one out. Unbelievable by Optic Game.
Unbelievable indeed. I've got to say there were doubters for sure. I think the doubters looked awfully smug in that elimination bracket, seeing Optic having to really battle it out, but battle it out they did. I also do want to give a massive, massive GGs to Shopify Rebellion as we're looking at the stats here. You can see right now Royal 2, a 1.24 finishing, that grueler of a grand finals reset, coming straight down that wire, moments away from victory themselves, lead changes upon lead changes. It really was a battle of guessing games. I mean, it's hearsay in certain situations as well. Inches, margins for both teams here. And Shopify Rebellion, they need their flowers too. That was incredible. What an amazing tournament for them. I am gutted for them in one side and incredibly elated the other for Optic Gaming. But that's just how it works, right? You have your tournament highs and lows. That's how this thing works, this wonderful thing that is Halo Infinite competition. Shopify Rebellion, they need to keep their head up. I don't think they really need to change anything right now in terms of their gameplay. It just comes down to those small decisions, small moments, and sometimes just who's absolutely beaming.
It's never going to feel good to lose the grand finals, especially in the way you did, having the double best of 7s as your opportunity. But, I mean, Shopify, it's going to be a couple of days until they get over this, but we will see Shopify in grand finals. This is Cycle and Last Shot's first grand finals ever, and to go to war with world champions on the other side and put on the show you did and to play lights out. Cycle, in my opinion, was the best player on Shopify in that grand finals. For him, as a young gun, to come out, play the way he did, if they can replicate what they did here today, they will win plenty of trophies themselves in the future.
I'm glad you said it, because Cycle was definitely one of my massive highlights for Shopify Rebellion. I think when you factor in how young he is, how relatively new he is to this level of competition, moments like this, it's not just about playing these teams, right? You might have played these teams tons of times, or iterations of these teams tons of times, but to be in a pressure situation like a grand finals, having a bracket reset on oneself after a clean winners bracket run in a tournament you really think you deserve, based on everything leading up to it, right? To have a high-pressure moment like that and be able to get things done across the board, he saved his team so many different times on so many different occasions. This could have ended a lot earlier on, and Tony's cycle was there always to save the day.
Welcome, Kick viewers and Twitch viewers and YouTube viewers. You guys are all the homies. Appreciate y'all.
Like even going back to the when they boot camped over in Toronto at that Shopify Rebellion
I don't fucking know. Say
what you gotta say. Scump rated maniac. Whoa. That's litty titty, bro.
He thrives on this, and all those
shout out to the Halo community, bro.
Shopify Rebellion have a lot to be proud of.
Shout out to the Halo community, bro.
Legend and Bound took
Fucking
a
out here, baby.
humongous risk. We mentioned earlier on the desk
Fucking
the
out
pressure
here, baby.
that was on their shoulders, not only heading into this weekend, but especially in this series. They made one of the most crazy roster changes after such a dominant performance last year and last season. And as you heard on the main stage, they just four-peated. And it just paid off. It just perfectly paid off. It's gone right into their hands, exactly what they wanted and predicted. They know something I think others don't, and clearly this roster change was for the better for those two individuals. Really, really good stuff, Wes. How are you feeling about Optic Gaming right now as a whole? Do you expect them to be entering every single competition with this level of gameplay, not dropping down to their opponents, not getting complacent, but putting in the work, time, and effort every single series?
I think this is a glimpse of what Optic have in store for us this year. This was a jump pad start for them. And the way that they started, the turmoil they had to go through, all the doubt that they had to seek in when they go into elimination bracket, down 2-0, weathering the storms, being tried, tested, and true. At the end of the day, you brought your best when you needed every bit of your best to get the job done. Optic learned so much about themselves, and they're going to be an even harder team, more difficult, better team to play.
I think I have a 1.26 in like ranked. It's got a 1.37 in championship lane bracket play, bro. That's crazy. Like ranked is ranked, but dude,
what's crazy
like
to me is that what you look at on Friday with this Optic Gaming compared to the
against all other, like I'm playing against fucking Jim Bob, Billy Bob. These guys are playing fucking, well I mean I'm pretty high ranked at Onyx, but still, just matchmaking compared to like crazy shit.
Always talking about the mental of the players and the best
yeah, Renegade for sure MVP.
When the championship is on the line, they just hit another level, and that Optic right there, they're going to be a problem all 2025.
100%. I think I actually mentioned it on the desk when we had a look at Optic's journey in completion, right? Upper bracket, lower bracket like this here. And I said the second half, we saw a totally different team. That first half, I don't want to see them ever again. I don't ever want to see Optic play like that ever again, where they fall short and they fall flat and they are not treating things the way that we know they can, right? And not playing to the best of their ability. We don't want to see lazy Halo gameplay from Optic Gaming where they slip up and they shouldn't have. That is imperative. They need to turn things on. You heard Legend on the main stage there in his interview. He said, you know, even when we went down 2-0, I knew we had this. I knew we were going to pull it back. It's because you know you have so much more to give as a team. You have so much more teamwork that you can produce when it matters. And that's so important. Set yourself a standard, stick to it, and then just reach for the stars after that.
Self-belief is the only way to carry yourself from the dark times and find the light. And that's exactly how Optic got here. A lot of self-belief that we are the best team. We just have to play like it, and it's individual responsibility across the board that really allowed this team to go from what looked like a team that a lot of doubt ensued early on Friday and then shine bright as gold here on Sunday.
Well, we had the top four that we were kind of thinking end up top four. Don't know if we had it in that order. You could have mixed it up, honestly, and been right either way. It was an absolutely insane weekend of Halo Infinite here. As you can see with our final results across the board here, Optic Gaming take that first place with $100,000 to piece. Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, and Space Station Gaming are your top 4 teams. And then I want to mention some really, really good rosters who made a name for themselves here in this first major and will be ones to watch coming into the next one. Nemesis, Cloud9, Infamous, and Gen G. Those are your top 8. And for me, it's that 5th and 6th, right? Can you break through that top 4? How good are you What can you progress on? And for me, Nemesis is a big one. What else have you got left in the tank for us? You know, do you see them at any point, West, breaking into that top 4 space? Can they take down the likes of FaZe Clan or a Space Station Gaming?
I absolutely think they're capable of it, but the big question for me is Nemesis is like that team that always creates one upset a tournament or potentially an upset in a tournament. How do we get that to be more than just one? How do you find a level of consistency, a comfortability in playing against these top teams and bringing your A game to each series? Leaving the door open up 2-0 on Optic, this kind of stuff happens when that door stays open. Optic got hot, and when it was up to Nemesis to knock Optic out of this tournament. When they didn't, that was Optic's opportunity to say, all right, no more messing around. We have to play lights out from here on out. I think Nemesis is going to be kicking themselves, obviously, for not placing even higher, breaking all personal records, but they've got to be a little bit more consistent on a series-to-series basis across a weekend to place higher.
100%. I do think that they're going to go from strength to strength. I think that they have an org behind them. I think a couple of our big European teams now have orgs under their belt, and the support from them is huge. I know they boot camped coming into this. I know that Nemesis were getting into 8s with our NA teams and pro players getting into the 8 squad and really trying to put in the work and that grind to get better and to get a little bit more on board with what North America are doing in terms of Halo Infinite, what their meta is, what the pace is like, and that was really impressive to me. So I think a little bit more time, even more support from their orgs coming into North America a little bit early on. It's gonna
Yo, Badger, thanks for tuning in all weekend, bro. Till next time, homie.
What they can actually do throughout an entire weekend and even season as well. All right, we need to wrap things up on the desk here. Final thoughts, Tony. What a weekend, what a winner, and what a way to win. How are you feeling about the rest of the season?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. You know, a big congratulations to Optic Gaming and many other teams that came out and put on a crazy show. But that mean right here in Optic's house, Arlington is proud, and go Green Wall.
Go Green Wall. He's had the chain on for a reason. That's a lucky chain, Tony. You need to keep that one. Definitely handy for the next one. And Clutch, I mean, just what is there left to say, to be honest? The competition, it gets bigger and better every single year.
The only thing I can think of on my mind right now is how much this moment meant to Formal and like how beautiful esports is and how much of a journey every single individual player is on throughout their careers. And no matter how successful you are, no matter if it's your first grand finals, I mean, the passion, the emotions that go through these guys, it is something special. It is everything bit of real life. And I couldn't be more happy to see Formal later on and just tell him I'm proud of him for getting through what he's been through recently. So I'll leave y'all with that, and hopefully the stories continue to write themselves and we continue to see bright smiles on that stage.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work all weekend long. Had an absolute blast with you guys up here on the desk. Thank you so much to Halo Studios. Thank you to Esports Stadium Arlington. Thank you so much to Corey Dunn and his team in production, because you guys got through something that was extremely difficult this weekend with absolute ease. Absolutely incredible stuff. You should be so proud of yourselves. And folks at home, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've had the best time ever for the first major here at the Halo Championship Series. It's good night, but it's not goodbye, because we'll see you next time for plenty more Halo Infinite, and I'll see you guys at DreamHack Dallas. Good night.
Jeez, good stuff. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna run some ranked now. Let's get it.